Under the scorching sun, a little black-haired boy was swaying his sweat and doing push-ups up and down. Although his arms were shaking, he still insisted on gritting his teeth. In order not to faint from exhaustion, he was still giving count yourself. Leave brother. A girl who looked a little smaller than the little boy stepped on her short legs and shouted the little boy's name while panting. After running to the front, the little girl took a breath, then straightened up, looking at the boy lying on Chen's stomach. He pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "Brotherly, why do you repeat this strange exercise every day, and you don't play with me?" Hearing the words, the boy stopped doing push-ups, then lay down on the spot, looked at the scorching sun in the sky, and narrowed his eyes slightly, although it was hard to believe that he was indeed reborn, and he had been reborn for 5 years. No, rather than that, it is better to say that it is reincarnation. Of course, this is not what makes him unbelievable. What is really unbelievable is that he was reincarnated into an anime called Naruto that he had watched in his previous life. At first, I doubted that I was dreaming, but in the past 5 years, every bit of life is very clear. I am always hungry, I am sleepy, I feel cold when the weather is cold, and I feel hot when the weather is hot. Who can have such a real dream? Moreover, he remembered more deeply that he was already dead, and the pain of death was very clear from his memory. Uchiha Lee, this is his current name, and his identity is still an orphan. Of course, becoming an orphan is also a recent thing. At this time, it was the 33rd year of Konoha, which was the second year of the Second Ninja World War. At the age of 4, that is, the first year of the Second Ninja outbreak, Lee's parents followed the patriarch to the front line and were ambushed by the enemy. In order to rescue the patriarch, he sacrificed heroically. Later, in order to repay his kindness, Hiroshi Uchiha accepted Lee, who was only 4 years old, became Lee's adoptive father. This is the general situation of Lee now. "Brother Lee, what are you thinking about? Why don't you answer my words?" The little girl grunted in dissatisfaction, her little hands constantly dangling in front of Lee's eyes, hoping to attract Lee's attention. "Mikato, stop making trouble, I'm listening to you." Lee reluctantly pushed Uchiha Mikato's hand away. Yes, this little girl is Uchiha Mikato, but now she's still a kid who often follows her own farts run behind the thighs. "Then, answer me, why do you insist on doing this strange exercise every day?" Pomeranian was still angry with the child, and she had to get an answer. "Why?" Wenyan sighed slightly, closed his eyes, and the woman's face suddenly appeared in his mind. Those words still lingered in Lee's mind. For a long time, in the impatient situation such as Uchiha Mikato next, Lee sighed and said softly, "I just don't want to make mistakes again." All the injustices are caused by one's own lack of ability. The lack of ability itself is a fault. Not only does it lead to murder, but it also makes others guilty of murder. If you don't want to make mistakes, you don't need to repeat this exercise every day. Look at Fuyu and I, don't you have the same mistakes? Uchiha Mikato was still young and couldn't understand the meaning of Lee's words. She frowned in confusion, asked. Lee came back to his senses, looked at the little guy in front of him, shook his head helplessly, and then said, "Speaking of which, why are you running to find me in such a hurry? By the way, I almost forgot what Uncle Hao told me." Uchiha Mikato patted her little head angrily after hearing this, and immediately forgot what she had just discussed, and hurriedly said, "Uncle Hao said to let you go back and prepare. I'm going to the ninja school tomorrow." Although it was a time of war at this time, Konoha is now full of talented people, and despite the siege of several villages, there is still no shortage of personnel, so these children of a few years old are not allowed to go to the battlefield. It is 5 years old now. Uchiha Mikato is also 5 years old, and there is another child of the same age in the Uchiha family, that is Uchiha Fuyu, yes, the father of Urjuzi in the original book, and the future husband of this cute girl by his side. "Well, I see, I'll go back right away, go and talk to Uncle Hao first." Lee nodded, wanting to send the little girl away. "Humph, I don't, I'm going to wait here for you to go back with me. Why am I running errands?" Uchiha Mikato immediately quit after hearing the words, sitting next to Lee and pouting. Compared to the good wife and mother in the future, Uchiha Mikato is still too naughty now, but think about it, after all, she is a 5-year-old child. I don't mind Lee, anyway, I've gotten used to having Uchiha Mikato by my side over the years. Ding! Check the host's physical condition, ding. The host's meridians are stable and suitable for binding. Does the host accept the binding of the dimensional system? It wasn't quiet for a long time just now, and a cold word like a machine suddenly sounded in Lee's mind. This time it surprised Lee for a moment, but soon, Lee realized that the world in the previous life belonged to the era of scientific and technological information explosion, and the internet did not know. No matter how much I read, the system flow is like a crucian carp crossing the river. I know that I have also encountered this kind of thing. Speaking of which, there seemed to be something falling from the sky with thunder and lightning before I died, but I was already disheartened at the time, so I didn't pay too much attention. Now that I think about it, maybe that thing is the so-called system. After closing his eyes like no one else, Lee's consciousness entered the system. Of course, this method is only based on what he has seen before. Although I don't know how real it is, but fortunately, Lee's attempt was successful. Indeed, I came to a virtual world. This is a virtual world like a network. There are white network lines everywhere. A white object is suspended in the center of these network lines. Most of this thing is the core of this so-called dimensional system. You are the dimensional system. Mobile phone direct access m.xin1ben.com. Welcome the host to the inside of the system. I am the core of the dimensional system. Is the host bound to the system now? Although it was seen before that the protagonists all reached the sky in one step after they got the system, but Lee still had no impulse. After a little sigh, he said, "Can you tell me about your origin? I come from the first dimension, and I came to your previous world for some reason, and then happened to enter your soul." The system replied calmly. One-dimensional. Lee Venian frowned slightly. He had heard of two-dimensional, but he had never heard of one-dimensional. After thinking about it, he continued to ask, "What is the so-called one-dimensional?" "I'm sorry, the host has insufficient authority, and the system does not allow an answer. Ask again if the host is willing to bind with the system. If not, the system will automatically leave the host and find another suitable person." Lee Venian was stunned for a while, but he didn't expect permission to ask this question. Hearing that the system asked about binding again, Lee thought about it and said, "Let's start binding." The cowardly starve to death, the courageous to the death. All the injustices are caused by their own lack of ability. Lee will never want to experience such a thing, and besides, since the system can run from the first dimension to the earth, is that right? Can you also go back from the second dimension? Thinking of this possibility, a murderous look flashed in Lee's eyes. If he can really go back, he must fulfill his promise before his death, so that those who belong to him can also taste the taste of being trampled on. To meet the host's needs, the system automatically binds, and the binding is successful. Please understand the details of the host slowly in the future. After such a sentence came from the system, the core white light gradually dimmed, and it seemed to fall into a deep sleep. This is the end. Lee Wei was a little puzzled. Shouldn't he have released some tasks? Seeing that the system really didn't respond, I knew that I should have not yet reached the conditions to activate the task or fully activate the system. After a little wonder, Lee exited the system space, and his consciousness returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw a cute face, two round black eyes staring at him curiously. Lee blinked his eyes twice, and immediately reacted, pinching Uchiha Mikato's nose and smiling. Said, "What were you doing just now? Pain, give me a hand." Uchiha Mikato almost burst into tears. After breaking free from her hand, Uchiha Mikato rubbed her little nose aggrieved, and said in a loud voice, "I just want to see if you are asleep. That's it, I was still talking to me just now, but in a blink of an eye, there was no movement, and I called you several times and didn't respond." Hearing this, Lee nodded thoughtfully, but he didn't expect that he would not be able to detect the reaction of the outside world after entering the system space. "I'm sorry, I didn't pinch you." Seeing Uchiha Mikato's aggrieved look, Lee was a little embarrassed. Is it really appropriate to bully a little girl by himself? Thinking of this, Lee stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go." "Where are you going?" Uchiha Mikato put down the hand that rubbed her nose and said with her eyes rolled away, "Didn't it say that Uncle Hao told us to go back to prepare for school?" Lee smiled and said angrily, "This little guy is too confused." "Oh, yes." Uchiha Mikato patted his forehead suddenly, then hesitantly looked at Lee, pointed at Lee's outstretched hand, blushed, and asked softly, "Is it all right?" "Of course, is there any problem?" Lee nodded and asked suspiciously. "No, of course it's fine, it's just that it's the first time you've been so nice to me that I'm surprised." Uchiha Mikado quickly grabbed Lee's hand and said curiously, "Is it?" Lee didn't say much, took Uchiha Mikado's small hand, and the two walked towards the Uchiha family's residence together. Walking on the road, Uchiha Mikato was very happy, especially happy, because Lee, who had always been very indifferent before, was so kind to her all of a sudden, and she laughed several times. This made Uchiha Mikato happy, and she said that she was a pistachio. Listening to Uchiha Mikato's chattering words, I couldn't help laughing and crying. It's true that I seldom speak in the 5 years I came here, but that's not indifference. The parents of the world, coupled with the fact that the incident hit him too hard at the beginning, will always remain silent. Speaking of that incident, Lee really hates it very much in his heart, and even wants to shave the pair of dogs and boys alive, but this it's just for the hatred of the two of them. Lee is not the kind of person who hates the whole world after being betrayed. Compared with the Lee in the previous life, the biggest change is the desire to pursue power. The endless pursuit of power will always be there. Don't let those unfair things happen to him. This is the only pursuit in centrifugal. He wants to become strong, so strong that no one dares to bully him. After returning to the family, Lee and Mikato came to Uchiha Hiroshi's study. After knocking on the door, Uchiha Hiroshi and Uchiha Fuya father and son were already there, and they looked like they were here with Mikato. "I have seen the patriarch." Lee and Mikato shouted respectfully at the same time. "Hee Xiali, Mikato, there are no outsiders here, so you don't have to call it so eloquently, let's call it Uncle Hao." Uchiha Hao was an informal person, looked at Lee and Mikato with a slight smile, and said indifferently. Hearing this, Lee and Mikato nodded silently, but Lee didn't feel anything, but Mikato was very nervous, because this man was a contemporary of the Uchiha clan. The patriarch has a very high status, so Mikato's 15-year-old child will naturally be uncomfortable. Hey, the two of you are too slow. Uchiha Fuya took the time to wink at Lee and Mikato, which was indescribably funny, far from the patriarch of the Uchiha clan in the future. Lee just nodded lightly, but Mikato looked at Fuya with a bitter face. Seeing Mikato's appearance, Fuya couldn't help laughing out loud, but Uchiha glared back, frightened him and shrank back. Uchiha Hiroshi is a strict father. Uchiha Fuyu is very afraid of him. Xiao Li, Mikato, and Fuyu, I have already registered you at the ninja school. From tomorrow, you can go to school. I can ignore everything else at school, but there is one thing you must remember, no matter what happens, remember not to lose the face of my Uchiha clan, you know. Speaking of family honor, Uchiha Hiroshi raised his head with a serious expression. We know, the three nodded and said in unison. Well, then tell me now, is the chakra extraction method I gave you some time ago? Have you extracted chakra? Uchiha Hiroshi said, and the first one looked at Uchiha Fuyu. This is his son, the discipline will naturally be stricter and more attentive. The next day, Lee got up very early and completed his fitness training. After learning that the world he came to was Hokage, Lee began to plan a series of fitness exercises. At least don't fall for it. A great man once said, don't let your shortcomings become your Achilles heel. For this, Li Shen agrees, and has always done this. After taking a few kunao, Lee went out alone. At this time, there was not much time left for class. Maybe Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku left first, and Lee didn't see them. Today is the opening day of the ninja school. Many students are going to school one after another. Only Lee walks silently. Some children on the road point to Lee and point. There is no way. The Uchiha family is in wood. Yeah is the most famous family, and the clothes he wears are also engraved with the Uchiha family emblem. It is very conspicuous when walking in the crowd, and people know that Lee is a child of a big family at a glance. How can I say, there are always some people who like to envy others' family background. After arriving at the school, Lee found his class. After entering, the entire classroom was full of people. Everyone was chatting in twos and threes. The atmosphere was very lively. He looked around and saw Uchiha Fuyak in the middle, and Uchiha Mikato. There is still a seat left among them. I think it was reserved for me on purpose, and I didn't want to touch their kindness, so I walked over. Brother Lee, where did you go this morning? I searched for you for a long time and couldn't find it. Uchiha Mikato pouted in dissatisfaction when she saw Lee, thinking that she could go to ninja school today. Mikato, I got up early in the morning and wanted to find Lee to go with me, but I couldn't find it for a long time. In the end, I only found Uchiha Fuyu, a sad child. Seeing that the class time was coming, I reluctantly and Uchiha Fuyu came to school together. I'm sorry, I just found a random place to do my own thing, said. Lee squeezed in front of Uchiha Fuyu and sat between the two of them, which made Uchiha Fuyu full of complaints. Originally he wanted to sit with Mikato, but Mikato refused to live or die, so he insisted on leaving the seat to Lee. Uchiha Fuyu did not dare to make Mikato angry, and finally had to compromise. Uchiha Mikato wanted to say something, but at this time, a middle-aged ninja came in, wearing a vest belonging to the Chunin. Seeing this, the students stopped chatting and looked at the podium with red faces. Ninja. Hello everyone, starting today, I will be your teacher, and I will be responsible for teaching you about ninjutsu for the next 6 years, the middle-aged ninja said, picking up chalk and writing his name on the blackboard behind him. Morita has no clue. This is my name, you can call me Morita-sensei in the future, Morita Moshi said with a smile, but after looking at the three of them again, his pupils shrank unnaturally. Although he recovered quickly he came over, but he still saw the unnaturalness in his eyes. I think people from the Uchiha family have a high self-esteem, and many teachers can't teach them, Lee murmured while pinching his chin. What are you mumbling about? Mikato, who was beside her, turned her head sideways and asked Lee doubtfully. Nothing. Lee shook his head and didn't speak, which made Uchiha Mikato stare again. On the first day of class, what the teacher needs to do is naturally to let the students introduce themselves. The little kids stand up excitedly and say their names and ideals. When it is the turn of a blonde boy to stand up, Lee's eyes stop on him. Hello everyone, my name is Minato Namikaze, and my ideal is to be a Hokage. Minato Namikaze had a gentle smile on his face, very sunny. Cut. However, the little kids in the class didn't know how to appreciate it, and when they heard a commoner ninja from Namikaze Minato brazenly wanting to be Hokage, there were boos all over the place, but Minato Namikaze didn't care, and sat down with a gentle smile. As expected of a person who can become Hokage, Lee admires Minato Namikaze's heart. If it were him at this age, once his ideals were questioned, he would immediately stand up and refute with a blushing neck and a thick neck. Next, after a while, it was finally his turn to leave. As soon as he stood up, everyone in the class immediately turned their attention to them and began to whisper one by one. The topics of discussion were all about Uchiha and the like. My name is Uchiha Lee, and my only ideal is to never make mistakes. In a very simple sentence, after finishing speaking, Lee sat down, regardless of what others thought. Really, is Brother Lee so afraid of making mistakes? Could it be that Uncle Hao is too strict, so Brother Lee is afraid? Mikato tilted her head in thought, but she was the next one. After reacting, Mikato quickly stood up, but soon, he felt a little guilty, because she felt that a lot of eyes were focused on her, which made her a little unnatural. Hello everyone, my name is Uchiha Mikato, my ideal is, I hope that I will never make mistakes. Where does Mikato have any ideals? After a long while, she thought of Lee's ideals in a hurry, so she said it without thinking. Lee looked at Uchiha Mikato speechlessly. Can this ideal be copied? However, Uchiha Mikato gave her a stern stare, making fun of herself, turning her head and closing her eyes, ignoring the noisy classroom. Uchiha Fuyu, who was next to him, held back for a long time. After Uchiha Mikato sat down, he hurriedly stood up, raised his head, and said, My name is Uchiha Fuyu, and I am the young patriarch of the Uchiha family. My ideal is to lead Uchiha. The Bo family is going to glory. After saying that, he also looked at Yuji. With a glance, this awesome ideal was just to show off in front of Uchiha Mikato, but soon, Uchiha Fuyu almost vomited blood, because Uchiha Mikato didn't look at him at all, just kept going, staring away. Self-deprecating, Uchiha Fuyu shrugged his ears and sat down. He had no intention of taking care of other things, so he simply closed his eyes and rested as he did. The first day of get out of class ended with this noisy self-introduction. After class, Lee took Mikato and Uchiha Fuyu towards the Uchiha clan. Of course, instead of carrying, it was Uchiha Mikato. He insisted on following, since he could walk. Uchiha Mikato has been running behind her buttocks, but Uchiha Fuyu likes to run with Mikato, so it becomes a situation where the three of them often get together. According to the time period, the Vortex Kushina should be coming to Konoha soon. Walking on the road, Lee thought of the girl with red hair. Before watching Hokage, Lee liked two people the most. One is Uzumaki Kushina, and the other is Xiao Nan in the Land of Rain. Mobile phone direct access m.xin1ben.com. Time has passed quickly. Since I left the ninja school, time has passed in a hurry for half a year. Within half a year, Lee has been hurrying to refine the chakra. Although there has been progress, there is still a gap between the next and the lower end. It is worth a visit. It is mentioned that Lee is the first top student in the class, and has regained the name of the academic master of the previous life. The second place is Minato Namifang, who is opposite to Lee. In the class, both of them have high prestige girls. They are almost divided into two camps, but most of them are far away from here, mainly because the three words Uchiha have too much weight, and in terms of appearance and temperament, the distance is even more than Namifang Minato. On this day, Uchiha Hiroshi called Lee, Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Mikato to the study. There were 3 roll sleeves on the table with the word ninja written on them. Looking at it from a distance, Lee knew that this should be ninjutsu rolled up his sleeves. You have been refining chakra for more than a year, and now it's time to get in touch with ninjutsu, Uchiha Hiroshi said, picking up the 3 sleeves, and then giving them to the 3. The 3 of them are very excited, even Lee is no exception. What is the purpose of exercising hard every day and refining chakra desperately? Isn't it just to be able to get in touch with ninjutsu as soon as possible to enhance one's strength? After opening the ninjutsu sleeves, the first line is the name and basic introduction of ninjutsu. Fire escape. The art of fireball. Rank C. This ninjutsu is very common in the original work. The seal is simple, but the power is great, especially the people of the Uchiha family. Almost all of them are based on fire escapes. A few geniuses have 2 types of chakra attributes, but no matter how many chakra attributes he has, there must be fire in them. Lee, he tested the chakra attributes half a year ago with fire and thunder. The 2 attributes, according to Lee's guess, the reason why he has the lightning attribute is probably because he was struck by lightning before his death in his previous life. The 3 of them had the same ninjutsu roll sleeves. After taking the roll sleeves out of the door, Lee then separated from Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku. The 2 didn't say much, and they all happily held their ninjutsu. Roll up your sleeves and go back to practice. Art fire escape ho fireball. On the edge of a lake, Lee was practicing the fireball technique alone. Although it was only a sea-level ninjutsu, it was still a bit difficult to practice. The main reason was that he had too little chakra and could not perfectly control the composition and temperature of the flame. Often causes burns to their mouths. One more time. After wiping his scalded mouth, Lee began to form marks again. After a while, a fireball spit out from his mouth, and then went out after rolling less than a meter, with more than enough momentum and insufficient stamina. That's why it went out, and the temperature was so high that Lee's mouth was scalded again. What? I'm a genius, I'm just a C-rank ninjutsu, I can do it again. Lee now has a deep obsession with the pursuit of strength. The words of that woman are deeply engraved in Lee's heart, and will never be forgotten. If you want to live, you must have strength. Art fire escape ho fireball. Time flickered and it was another 3 days. This time, Lee didn't know how many times he had tried it. After taking a deep breath, Lee began to form the seal, fire escape. The art of fireball, spit out a cloud of flame. Shape, element, chakra, form, sustain, wound. A fireball half a meter in diameter rolled toward the lake like a wheel, and the high temperature boiled the lake water. This time, Lee finally succeeded. I didn't expect that a sea-level ninjutsu would take me 3 days. I used to underestimate these things. After mastering the art of fireball, Lee lay directly on the chopping board by the lake, looking up at the sky, narrowed his eyes slightly, and murmured, "If I can go back now, I can definitely kill those 2 dog men and women." The next day, Lee came to the school alone again. Mikato and Uchiha Fuyu came early as before. Seeing Lee coming, Mikato directly crossed Uchiha Fuyu, took Lee's hand and chatted about her studies. What happened to Hawakyu? But according to her tone, it should be that she did not even grasp the fur, and also, after all, it is only a 5.5-year-old child. Soul, whether it is chakra or knowledge of ninjutsu, is far from what Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku can compare. Okay, classmates, today is the ranking match. Everyone, hurry up and gather at the training ground, Morita Moshi said loudly as he looked at the group of bastards in the class with a smile on his face. When everyone heard the words, they rushed out in a rush, and Lee took Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku out slowly, and there was a slower one behind, that is Minato. The so-called ranking competition is a sparring competition held once every 6 months. The students in the class fight one-on-one. They can use shuriken, kunao, and even ninjutsu. Of course, the premise is not to kill intentionally. It has been half a year since they entered the school, and today is the day of the ranking competition. No matter whether it is a top student or a low-ranking student, as long as they achieve good results in the ranking competition, they are top students. After all, no matter how rich theoretical knowledge is, it is not enough. Is it the same as talking about soldiers on paper? Ding! The task is released. The first place in the class ranking competition is won, the reward points are worth 100, and there is no penalty for failure. Just lined up. The sound of the system suddenly sounded in Lee's mind. For a while, Lee didn't respond. Since the last time I bound the system has not responded at all for half a year. Sometimes, Lee do even forgets. I have a system in my body. Most of the points are used for redemption. Well, in this case, this ranking competition must be won. Lee squinted and looked at Minato, who was at the end of the line. If there was anyone in the entire class who could beat him, it would be Minato Namikaze. Although he had never seen his actual ability after he started, not bad though. Seemingly sensing Lee's gaze, Minato also turned his head to look at Lee, and then smiled slightly, warm to the spring. After the students lined up, Morita Mio stepped forward and said, "In this ranking match, you can freely choose your opponent to play against yourself, but it should be noted that no matter who it is, you are not allowed to intentionally hurt others." Did you hear that? I heard. All the little kids replied in unison. Moshi Morita nodded when he heard the words, then glanced at Lee, and said lightly, "Then, the game starts now, everyone choose their opponents and prepare." Most of the students in the school are from civilian ninjas, and only a few are family children. Children from civilian ninjas cannot lift advanced ninjutsu at this age. Sustaining death is like 3 body art, but except for in addition to these civilian ninjas, there are also some family members. The most memorable ones are 2 brothers with white pupils, called Hyaga Rippa and Hyaga Hizu, as well as Sancho Hai, Narashikasa and Shu Dating Seat. These are the fathers of Konoha Xiaoqiang in the future. Uchiha Lee, I want to fight you. The 5-year-old Hyaga Raisuri came to Lee and said in a straight voice. The Hyaga family and the Uchiha family have always been unable to see each other. They are both pupils. Even if they didn't say it on the surface, they still think that their own pupils are more powerful. With this kind of thinking, it is natural to fight openly and secretly, and leave the body. As a member of the Uchiha family and the chief student of the school, Hyaga Raisuri wanted to defeat Lee to prove whose family was stronger. Looking at this little Hyaga Raisuri, Lee felt a little funny. When I watched anime before, this guy was the father of Hyaga Niji. I didn't expect to be in the same class as him. Hearing that he was going to challenge him, Lee nodded and said, "Okay, I accept your challenge. I just learned how to use the fireball technique, so I can use him to try it out." After the battle was over, the two came to the center of the field and started the first battle of this ranking match. Brother Lee, hit him, beat him. Uchiha Mikato cheered when she saw Lee playing. Lee, defeat him, our Uchiha family is the strongest. Uchiha Fuyu also jumped up and shouted, but he values the Uchiha family's glory very seriously. Thanks to the education of the Uchiha family, every child is instilled with the idea of Uchiha honor from an early age. Nisaka, defeat Uchiha, our Hyaga family is the strongest, you must do your best. Hyaga Hizu, not to be outdone, shouted at Hyaga Raisuri in the center of the field. The 2 big clansmen fought against each other. For a while, the atmosphere was high. Even the teacher looked at Lee and Hyaga Riga with great interest. Whether the white eyes or the writing round eyes are powerful, this question has always been the most wanted by these commoner ninjas. I know, but the two families have never fought in Konoha, so this question has not been answered. Of course, if someone asked during the Warring States period whether Sharingan was good or Bian was good, without exception, they would answer Sharingan. At that time, in the entire ninja world, only Chienshao could compete with Uchiha, and the Hyuga family could only compete with Uchiha at that time. It is a first-class family, and it is just a sigh of relief. Later, Konoha was established, and after the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he disappeared, and the Uchiha family has never seen any strong people. Naturally, the Uchiha that everyone feared at the time the family doesn't seem to be scary anymore. Even the Rixiang family dares to compare their own white eyes with Sharingan, and even brazenly say that white eyes are better than Sharingan. The Hyuga clan is dominated by Bagwazang, so as soon as they came on stage, they took on the posture of Bagwazang, while he took out Kyuwo and looked at Hyuga Riga indifferently. Taishu is the mainstream of the Hyuga family, and it focuses on close combat. At the beginning of the battle, Hyuga Raisuri raised his foot and ran towards Lee, wanting to subdue the opponent with Taishu. Lee smiled and did not retreat when he saw this. After rushing up, no matter how powerful the Hinata family's physical skills are, the Hyuga Rippa is just a child after all. How can he be so powerful? The two of them crossed hands and feet and fought each other for a few rounds. Hyuga and Rippa saw that they couldn't take advantage of it, so they stepped back, took out a knife from the knife bag and threw it towards Lee, and then assumed the posture of Bagwazang. Movement, suffering and non-being in front, people behind, rushed to Lee together. Noisy. Kyo stabbed Lee, and Hyuga Raisuri, who was rushing forward, was stunned. He didn't expect it to be so easy. Seeing this, he secretly screamed that he was not good, and just wanted to make a move, but a kunai was placed on Hyuga Raisuri's neck. You lost, Lee said lightly. Hearing this, Hyuga's face suddenly collapsed, but soon he said unconvincingly, if I can use the white eye, I can definitely see through your double. This time I lose, when I can use the white eye. After that, I will challenge you. That's how children are, they won't be convinced even if they lose. He still doesn't know how to use white eyes, so why don't he think that Lee also hasn't turned on the wheel-shattering eye yet? I'm waiting for you. Seeing the unconvinced look on Hyuga's face, Lee didn't care, and after pushing away Hyuga, the two formed a seal of reconciliation. Seeing this match, Morita Moshi shook his head helplessly. After all, the day difference between Hyuga was too small, and he had no combat experience. He was tricked by a simple substitute technique, and he couldn't react after finding out that he was not deceived. Uchiha will win this game, Morita Moshi announced loudly. Immediately, Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fuya jumped up happily, and Uchiha Fuya looked at the angrily Hinata Hiza next to him with a coquettish expression. There is really nothing to see in a group of children's competition, especially the children from civilian ninjas. After they were defeated, they even rubbed each other's necks and overturned them to the ground. The two of them rolled on the ground and fought outside. It's no different for ordinary kids to fight rogues. Uchiha Lee, classmate, I hope to have a friendly battle with you. At this time, Minato Namika came to Lee and said with a smile, he had also experienced a battle just now, but it was an easy victory. Lee Vinian squinted slightly, looked at Minato Namikaze and nodded and said, okay, I'm just about to fight you too. Another one. It was an eye-catching battle. Although Namikaze Minato was also a civilian ninja, in school, Namikaze Minato was able to overwhelm those family children, only a little bit off. In the eyes of these commoner ninjas, Namikaze Minato is their proud legs. Minato-san, come on, defeat Uchiha Lee. Several girls from civilian ninjas cheered and cheered for Namikaze Minato. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikato became dissatisfied and shouted, Brother Lee, come on, defeat Minato Namika. Lee took a funny look at Uchiha Mikato. This little girl is so lively, but on the other hand, she was also very moved, because since she was sensible, no matter what she did, Uchiha Mikato would follow behind her. For the sake of I cheered myself up, even if I didn't say it, I was still very grateful to Uchiha Mikato. Namikaze Minato and Lee are the best students in the same grade, so after the battle is over, the first and second places will come out. Morita Moshi is also interested. He wants to see what these two geniuses can do. To what extent? After the end of the battle, the two took a few steps back, leaving enough space for battle. Namikaze Minato was just over 5 years old and had no experience with ninjutsu. After a few circles in his hand, Kuai rushed towards Lee Kuai, and when Lee saw this, he also took out Kunao. After the two met, they are all confronted by physical skills. At this age, very few people will come into contact with ninjutsu, and only a big family like the Uchiha family with excellent blood can come into contact with ninjutsu prematurely. Boom! Boom! Minato Namikaze is indeed very strong, and his physical skills are very powerful. After fighting against him for a few rounds, Lee found that he couldn't take him at all. Obviously, Minato Namikaze is also carrying out very strict training every day, which is like his sissy. The same personality becomes inversely proportional. After staggering Minato's hands with one hand, he charged forward with one, and his knees pressed against Minato's belly, but he did not pursue the victory, and one jumped back to widen the distance. At this time, a few kunai flew out from the left, straight through the door. When? After knocking down a few kunai, Lee quickly made a mark, and then rushed to the left. The wave in front of Minato is just a stand-in. When he just put one knee on it, there was no physical feeling. This is Lee no reason to continue. Sure enough, I can't deceive you with this simple substitute technique. In the place of the ranking competition, there are trees on the front, back, left and right, so that the students can better use the three-body technique to fight. As the voice fell, Minato Namikaze jumped from the big tree on the left, and then used Kumu to hold him away. Kunai was stabbed, but in the next second, Minato Namikaze changed his face and quickly left the place. It's too late, fire escape, the art of fireball. On a big tree behind Namikaze Minato, Lee stood on the tree branch, the Indian style was finished, and then he opened his mouth and spit out a fireball half a meter in diameter, roaring towards Namikaze Minato, while Morita was watching the battle. Oyu originally still had a look of admiration, but after hearing the words "who fireball," Morita's face suddenly changed color. He secretly said something bad, and quickly came to the side of Minato, grabbing Minato and jumping to the side. Boom! The scorching fireball hit the ground, blasting out a big hole, thick smoke billowing. Minato Nakama was shocked, Moshi Morita was dumbfounded, all the students were dumbfounded, even Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Mikato were dumbfounded. Stunned. This is ninjutsu? This is the power of ninjutsu. After returning to their senses, all the students stared excitedly at the big hole that was blown up by the flamboyant fireball, and there were many discussions, all talking about the problem of ninjutsu. I really can't compare to Lee, he has already been able to use the technique of arrogant fireball, but I don't even understand the fur. Uchiha Fuyu looked at Lee standing on the tree with a complicated face, and then looked again. Seeing Uchiha Mikato who was admiring next to her, she felt bitter in her heart. This guy has such a powerful chakra to support him in releasing sea-level fire escape ninjutsu at such a young age. The people of the Uchiha family should not be underestimated. Morita Moshi squinted at Lee and muttered. Lee jumped down from the tree and looked at the big pit on the ground that was still smoking. He nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect a C-rank ninjutsu to have such great power. This was because his chakra was insufficient. If enough, the power of the fireball technique can be doubled. Thinking of this, he decided to quickly increase his chakra volume. Uchiha Lee classmate, I lost. At this time, Minato Namikaze came to Lee. His face was not discouraged after defeat, his eyes were very clear, and he said with a smile, "Thank you very much for fighting me with all your strength. It's nothing, the lion still needs all the strength to fight the rabbit, not to mention that the gap between you and me is not that big. If you don't do your best, it will not only cause me to fail, but also disrespect the person who is fighting against me." Li Yao shaking his head, he said lightly. The two then made a seal of reconciliation. Does the lion still need all the strength to fight the rabbit? This kid, his achievements in the future will definitely not be low. Morita Uebisu heard Lee's words, and suddenly thought to himself that the eyes he looked at Lee were wrong. This is a good seedling, definitely a good seedling, maybe in a few years, he will have a peerless powerhouse in his hands, which makes Morita Moshi very excited. As a teacher, it is his greatest honor to be a student. The ranking competition ended with Lee and Namikaze Minato. The first place was Lee, the second was Namikaze Minato, the third was Hyaga Hizu, Uchiha Mikato, and Uchiha Fugaku in fourth place. And the sixth, the top 10 are all family children. Of course, Namikaze Minato is an anomaly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward points are worth 100. The point store is officially opened. Please take the time to check it out. After the ranking match ended, Lee received a beep from the system. On the surface, nothing happened. He went home with Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku, and reported to Uchiha Hiroshi about today's ranking match. Lee, have you mastered the art of fireball? In the study, Uchiha Hiroshi looked at Lee with a look of surprise. It was only 3 days. A 5-year-old child actually mastered a sea-level ninjutsu in 3 days. Could this be the manifestation of the ancestors and sent them to the Uchiha family? Here comes a genius. Well, I can already use this ninjutsu initially. Lee nodded, he just said that he can use it initially, and what to say about mastering it. Lee is still a bit self-conscious, knowing how to use it is one thing, but fully mastering it is still one thing. Lack of a little fire, mainly because too little chakra. After getting Lee's answer, there was a hint of joy on Uchiha Hao's face. He stepped forward and patted Lee's shoulder, and said with a smile, as expected, "He is the man of my Uchiha family. Okay, come out with me now and go to the yard. Cast this ninjutsu once." Lee nodded, there was no objection. He didn't want to hide his clumsiness. No matter what world he was in, if he wanted to be respected by others, he had to pay enough price and show enough potential to hide his clumsiness blindly and make others think that you are a waste. If you are a talented person, I am so sorry, you will lose the value of training, and no one will care about you. After coming to the courtyard, Uchiha Hiroshi took Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Mikato to the side, watching Lee in the center. After letting out a slight sigh, Lee mobilized the chakra in his body, and his hands began to form the seal. Although it was very slow, after a few seconds, the seal was completed, and Lee's mouth suddenly bulged. Fire escape. The art of fireball. A ball of fire rolled like a wheel for more than a dozen meters with hot air. All the way, the ground was roasted black. After a few seconds, the fireball dissipated. Lee Wei breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. With his current chakra, it's still enough to play C-rank ninjutsu twice in a row in one day. Uchiha Fuyu looked at him with envy, while Mikato looked at Lee with admiration. If she hadn't cared about Uchiha Hiroshi next to her, she would have cheered a lot. Uchiha Fukio looked sad. Okay, this is the good man of my Uchiha family. Uchiha Hao looked at Lee with a smile on his face, and shouted okay twice. It is conceivable that Uchiha Hao, who is the patriarch, how excited I am at this time, speaking, since Uchiha Madara disappeared, the Uchiha family is degenerating little by little. Even if the clan people do not notice it, they are still proud of their surname Uchiha, but Uchiha Hiroshi, the patriarch, is to see the decline of the family in their eyes. The most striking thing is that the Hayaga family, who used to only look up to the Uchiha family, has dared to jump on Uchiha's head and go wild. Hey, it's a pity that this child hasn't awakened Sharingan yet, otherwise, it would have been even more powerful, but Lee is only 5 years old, and even Madara Uchiha has not awakened Sharingan at this age, waiting for 2 years. Let's take a look in the next year. After Uchiha Hao was happy, he was a little greedy again, and hoped that Lee could wake up as soon as possible. Lee Wei smiled and didn't take it seriously. This level was too far from the goal in his heart. For the Uchiha family, ninjutsu and other things were second, and the most important thing was these eyes. It's time to turn on the writing wheel, Lee thought secretly. After saying goodbye to Hiroshi Uchiha and the others, Lee entered his room. Originally, Mikato Uchiha wanted to come over, but he dismissed him on the pretext that he wanted to practice. After lying on the bed, Lee closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the system. Internally, he still remembered that the system mentioned the points mall not long ago. If there is no misunderstanding, the points mall may be used to exchange points or buy various items. System, give me the list of points mall. Yes, host. The system quickly brought up a list, which was erected in front of Lee like a wall. Hokage, Shinigami, Fairy Tale, Holy Grail. In the list, a grid is written with their respective categories. After a little thought, I understand the meaning. I am afraid this list is just a general list. The so-called Naruto Reaper represents the abilities and weapon items in each world. I understand. After understanding the principle, the separation point was placed on Hokage's grid, and the list immediately rippled, erasing all the grids, and then reformed a new list. Blood Follower, Ninjutsu, Weapons, Supplies, Tailed Beast. There are a total of 5 grids, and the items in the entire Naruto world are grouped together. Without hesitation, I skipped ninjutsu, weapons and materials, and tailed beasts, and left the blood after the point. Suddenly, a series of blood appeared in the Naruto. Jiju appeared on the panel, and the first one was the Eye of Reincarnation, and then there was the Eternal Kaleidoscope and the Body of the Immortal. From high to low, all blood JIS were listed. Eye of Reincarnation. The eyes of 6 immortals have the power to create and destroy the world, and they need 10 million points. Note, before exchanging this blood, the host needs to have the Eternal Kaleidoscope and the Body of the Immortal, otherwise it cannot be exchanged. Eternal Kaleidoscope. With Eternal Light, you can use powerful pupil techniques without restrictions, and you need 1 million points. Note, before exchanging this blood, the host needs to have a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, otherwise it cannot be exchanged. Immortal Body. It can quickly recover the injured body and allow the host to have a large amount of chakra. It needs 1.5 million points. Note, this item has no prerequisites for exchange, so the price is correspondingly high. After reading some series of blood, only those ordinary blood have no exchange prerequisites, and a series of Sweji have exchange prerequisites. For example, the premise of exchanging double hook jade writing wheel eye is to have single hook jade writing wheel eye, which is wrangly is a bit of a headache. This system is really breaking the road for people to reach the sky in one step. I just completed a task, and the current point value is 100. I checked the price of the single go jade writing wheel, and it happened to be 100 points, but Lee was not happy at all. The exchange price of this writing wheel is based on a 10-fold increase. A single hook jade is 100, a double hook jade is 1000, 3 hook jade is 10,000, and a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is 100,000. Needless to say, it is a 10-fold increase in price. System, help me exchange the single hook jade writing wheel eye. Although I can wait for myself to open my eyes, I still decide to exchange it. After all, not everyone can open this writing wheel. There are hundreds of people in the entire Uchiha family, but no more than half of them have opened their eyes, and only 20 have 3 go jade writing wheels. For many people, this ratio is too terrifying. I don't know if I can automatically open the writing wheel. It is better to exchange it directly. After all, no matter what it is, there is an adaptation period, and the same is true for the writing wheel. Turn it on a little bit, master it sooner. Follow the host's order, deduct 100 points, and open the single-hook jade writing wheel I. After the system finished speaking, the grid belonging to the single Guyu in the list suddenly fell off with a white light, and then disappeared from the front of Li's chest, and each of the single Guyu also dimmed, indicating that Li had been exchanged. As soon as the white light entered the body, Li suddenly felt his heart twitching and almost stopped beating, and then it seemed that two special gases flowed from the two meridians in the body to the eyes, and Li didn't have any extra thoughts. He only felt a throbbing pain in his mind, followed by a tingling sensation in his eyes. Li immediately closed his eyes and hugged his temples tightly with both hands to cushion the throbbing pain. After a while, the throbbing pain disappeared. Li knew that the writing wheel had been opened his eyes slightly, and the original black pupils had been smashed into pieces. Instead of scarlet, in the upper left corner of the pupil, a hook jade stayed there quietly. After redeeming the writing wheel Li hurriedly left the system space, found a mirror in the room, and then began to appreciate his own writing wheel Looking at the beautiful Guyu pupil, Li showed a smile. It is the foundation of one's ability to survive in this world. Is this the shaking eye? It's really good. Li put down the mirror and looked out the window. Suddenly, a few birds far away could see the trajectory of their flapping wings. With a sincere smile, with Sharingan, he can be considered to have the capital to pursue the path of the strong. Boom! Boom! Brotherly, Uncle How asked you to come over for dinner. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Uchiha Mikato's voice came in from outside. Li Vinian, the writing wheel disappeared suddenly, the black pupils recovered, and then opened the door, went to dinner with Mikato, and went all the way. Uchiha Mikato is always chattering and pulling Li's hand to ask for the tricks of cultivating the skill of the fireball. Mobile phone direct access m.xin1ben.com. At the end of the 33rd year of Konoha, the second ninja war was coming to an end. The reputation of Konoha and Sunin had already been introduced to Konoha. In addition, there was also some bad news. One of the three ninjas Tsunade suffered from hyperphobia due to the death of his younger brother Senju Rashu and the death of his lover Kato Dan, and he could no longer continue to fight on the battlefield. Jiraiya was still outside. According to Orochimaru and Tsunade, Jiraiya went to travel to relax. The war is coming to an end, and Li is already 6 years old. He stayed in the ninja school for a year. In half a year, Li's chakra finally broke through to Genin. In terms of ninjutsu, he still only masters a skill of fireball, so he is not in a hurry, greedy and chewing. With his ninja-level chakra, it is just right to use a C-level ninjutsu. Today, I want to introduce a new student to everyone. She will study with you in the future. Let's get to know each other. The eyes of the whole class were focused on the girl on the podium, and leaving was no exception, because this girl was the whirlpool Kushina who was thinking about the day and night. Although Juzine was later known as the blood-red pepper, but now that she arrived at the first time, she was all thinking about how to have a good relationship with her classmates, so she stood on the podium pretty and seemed very restrained. He started and summoned his courage to say, "My name is Uzumaki Kushina, I am 6 years old this year, my dream is to become the first female Hokage." He almost shouted the last sentence. After speaking, Kushina said. The whole face was red, and with the bulging face, it looked like a tomato. The entire classroom was silent, and all the students were shocked by Kushina's words, but soon, the classroom seemed to explode, and a burst of laughter sounded. "Che, you still want to be a Hokage, in your next life? I see your face is so round and red, you should stop being a Hokage, just be a tomato." A student stood up holding his stomach and holding a smile, pointing at Kushina and sneering. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of laughter again, and everyone was talking about Kushina. Of course, the so-called discussions were nothing more than words that hit people. Cough, just sit there. Morita Moshi was also a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Pointing to an empty seat in front of Li, Kushina stomped her feet in anger, and when she heard the teacher's words, she ran to the seat and sat down, then lay down on the table and did not speak. Li, who was sitting behind her, looked at Kushina, and then at Bo Feng Shui door, and found that he was also staring at Kushina from time to time. Obviously, the ideal that just wanted to be Konoha's first female Hokage resonated with Minato Nakaze, which made him interested in Kushina. "Namithang Minato, you don't have the ability to protect her, so I'm sorry, I won't give her to you." Li Cai won't care about the plot, all the injustices are his own lack of ability. As a result, Li was convinced of this sentence, and Minato Namikaze was incompetent, so he was not qualified to like Kushina at all. At this time, there was a sudden tingling pain in Li's waist. He frowned and looked sideways, and suddenly saw Uchiha Mikato staring at her angrily, which made Li a little puzzled, and asked, "Mikato, where did I offend you?" Li brother is a big pervert, staring at the new girl all the time," Uchiha Mikato said, pouting, and turning her head away. Hearing this, Li is strange. Even if he stared at Juxina, he wouldn't be so arrogant. "Could it be that you are making a child's temper?" Li squeezed his chin and thought inexplicably, he would not go. "I think Uchiha Mikato is jealous or something. After all, they are only 6-year-old children. How can they understand the feelings between men and women? So in Lee's opinion, she pays too much attention to Kushina, so Mikado feels that she is being ignored, so playing a child's temper. In the previous life, weren't those children the same? I feel like my parents are better to my younger brother or older brother, and then I start to play tantrums or something. Seeing that Uchiha Mikado was still having a tantrum, Lee was a little helpless, so she could only comfortably say, "Okay, Mikado." I just saw that she had just arrived in an unfamiliar environment by herself, and was laughed at by her classmates, and thought she was pitiful, so you don't need to be angry. Hearing Lee's words, Uchiha Mikado's ears moved suddenly. She turned her head, and asked suspiciously, "Is this really just the case?" "Of course it's true, why am I lying to you?" Lee nodded, then tapped Uchiha Mikado on the head, and said angrily, "Don't be so angry next time, you know." "Well, I see. I will listen to you from Brother Lee in the future." After receiving a positive answer from Lee, Uchiha Mikato also smiled, showing a small tiger tooth and smiling. Seeing Uchiha Mikato like this, Lee shook his head. This is too far from the image of the good wife and good mother in the future, but thinking of Uchiha Mikado's age, it's hard to say anything. After all, he is only 6 years old, and he is still innocent. Her age, and in the original book, she married Uchiha Fuyak. As the wife of the patriarch, she has to understand a lot of things, pay attention to etiquette, and set a good example for the people below. Perhaps it is because of these factors that Uchiha Mikato has transformed into the future. Be like that. Who wants you to be pitiful? You are all big bad guys. At this time, Kushina suddenly turned around and cursed at Lee, staring at Lee angrily. Her cheeks were flushed, and she looked very cute. He was suddenly attacked by Kushina, and Lee also wondered, who did he find to provoke him today? Just after comforting Uchiha Mikato, Kushina came to ask for trouble again, and just wanted to say something, but Uchiha Mikato was faster than Lee, and stood up from her seat with a loud bang, and said angrily at Kushina, "I said how are you? You are so rude. My brother Lee kindly saw that you didn't have a friend when you first arrived in Konoha, so I felt sympathy, but I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable. I'm so pissed." Not to be outdone, Kushina stood up and stared at Uchiha Mikato and wanted to scold, but at this time, Lee also stood up and stretched out a hand to block the middle of the two. The two girls suddenly looked at Lee and asked at the same time, "What are you doing?" "Uzumaki Kushina. Let's go. My name is Uchiha Lee, if you don't mind, let's be friends," Lee said, and stretched out his right hand. This time, Kushina was stunned, looking at Lee's hand speechless. "Brother Lee, why do you want to be friends with such a rude guy?" Uchiha Mikato on the side asked in disbelief after hearing this. Originally, Kushina was still hesitating, but when she heard Uchiha Mikato's words, she immediately gave up, directly held Lee's hand, and said carelessly, "I have already introduced myself above, so you should also knowing my name. For the sake of your acquaintance, Miss Ben will reluctantly be friends with you." Listening to Juxina's arrogant tone, Lee Wei smiled, nodded, and said, "Then can I call you Juxina in the future?" "Well, we are friends. What is it called if it's not Kushina?" Kushina nodded and said indifferently. Uchiha Mikato, who was on the side, saw that the two of them were holding hands and was reluctant to part, so she quit the job immediately. Kushina seemed to be on the bar with Uchiha Mikato, also pouted angrily, and said stubbornly, "I won't let him go, since he is my friend. What does it have to do with shaking hands? I told you to let go." Uchiha Mikato's eyes were red with anger, and she almost stopped. "I won't let go, open." Kushina's physique is not big, but her strength is really not small. This keeps increasing, and Lee Do feels that her hands are about to become bloodshot. She just wanted to stop them from continuing to quarrel, but at this time, Uchiha Fuyu, who was watching the play, pulled him pulling his clothes and turning his head to look. This Uchiha Fuyu kept winking at him. "What's the matter?" She couldn't understand what Uchiha Fuyu wanted to say, so he could only ask aloud. Uchiha Fuyu was helpless, so he had to stand up and look at Kushina and said, "Cough, Kushina, can you let go of your hand? I have something to tell Lee." When Kushina heard the words, she stared at Uchiha Fuyu, thinking that she was here to find fault again, but seeing that it was a member of Lee's clan, and she didn't know it, Kushina's face became a little better, and she let go. He raised his head and said, "For the sake of your politeness, I'll lend it to you." Hearing this sentence, not only Uchiha Fuyu's mouth twitched, but Lee also had black lines all over his face. What does it mean to lend it to you first, and when did it develop to this point? On one side, Uchiha Mikato grinned angrily. She grew up with Lee and Uchiha Fuyu. In terms of relationship with Lee, who is so close to her and Uchiha Fuyu, this will listen to Kushina's meaning, and it will make her and Lee's relationship as good as possible. After he and Uchiha Fuyu came out of the classroom, Uchiha Fuyu pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "I said leave, after all, you are also the first genius of the Uchiha family that my father recognized. You are so close to a foreigner. Didn't you lose the face of our Uchiha family? I think you should not leave that vortex Kushina again, and, didn't you see that Mikato doesn't like her very much? Dare to love Uchiha Fuyu if he has something to say." This is what he said. Lee Vinian shook his head, glanced at Uchiha Fuyu, and said lightly, "Fuyu, if someone tells me this, I will beat him all over the place to find his teeth, and I won't be allowed in the future." "You're saying something like this, you know?" Especially don't say such things in front of Kushina. When he watched Hokage before, he liked Kushina and Zionin the most, but for the previous life, these are all virtual character. No matter how you like it, there is no way to do it. After all, real life still has to continue, but now it is different. He has come to this world, and Kushina is also alive by his side. He will never miss this opportunity. Don't allow others to insult someone you like. Lee, if your father finds out, he will definitely scold you. Fuya didn't expect Lee to be so extreme. There was no other way but to move his father out. Fuyu, what I just said is the same to everyone, even Uncle Hao. My own life, who I want to be friends with, is my own business, Lee said lightly. After speaking, and regardless of the stunned Uchiha Fuyu, he went directly into the classroom. At this time, the war between Uchiha Mikato and Kushina had almost stopped, and they both lay on the table to rest. Obviously, quarrels also consume physical strength. After class, Uchiha Fuyu went home abnormally and didn't follow Uchiha Mikato. Lee knew that he must have gone to complain to Uchiha Hiroshi. That's how children are, they can't hide their words. Parents, Lee doesn't care, all the injustices are caused by his own lack of ability, but Lee already has this power, and with his pair of writing wheel eyes, Uchiha Hiroshi will not restrain himself so much. Lee and Uchiha Mikato went home together, and Kushina was alone. They lived in different places, so they didn't go together. However, after leaving the school gate, Lee heard a noise in the trees next to him. You bastards, do you think I'm afraid of you because there are too many people? If you have the ability, let the horse come over, and this lady will follow. Hearing this voice, Lee's face suddenly turned gloomy. This voice was exactly Kushina's voice, and he didn't care about Uchiha Mikato next to him. Lee went directly into the bushes and suddenly saw 2 or 3 male students surrounding Kushina. There was a lot of ridicule, and one was grabbing Kushina's hair. You bastards, who allowed you to touch her? Lee walked forward and grabbed the male student who was holding Kushina's hair. In pain, the male student let go of his hand, and then burst into tears. Uchiha, hurry up and let him go, otherwise we'll be rude. Don't think we're afraid of you when your chief gave birth. Tell you, there are 3 of us here, do you have the ability to hit all 3 of us at the same time? A slightly fatter student stood up and pointed at Lee and said fiercely. Hearing this, Lee was instantly angry, his black pupils instantly turned blood red, a hooked jade appeared in the pupils of his eyes, and he turned his head and stared at it coldly. The little fat man who spoke, said lightly, try to repeat what you just said. The 2 people who didn't do anything suddenly fell into an ice cellar, looking at Lee's bizarre eyes. They were afraid, they had never heard that people's eyes can change color, and they will appear in the shape of hooked jade. They are all children, were to listen. What have you done to right round eyes? Monster! The 2 of them screamed in fear, turned around and ran away without a trace, and when they saw this, they pushed the man who was crying in pain away. Without even saying anything harsh, the male student turned around and ran away. Brother Lee. Writing round eyes. Uchiha Mikato pointed at Lee's pupil and was speechless in shock. Lee was stunned when he heard the words, and suddenly realized that he was so angry just now that he had unknowingly revealed the writing wheel. I plan to tell Hiroshi Uchiha about the opening of the Sharingan in a while to strive for more free space and various interests, but now it's just a little bit earlier. Lee, did you really turn on the wheel writing eye? After returning to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hiroshi learned that he had left the writing wheel, and immediately called all the clansmen to the ancestral hall, where there are the spiritual positions of the previous generations of patriarchs. Whenever there is a major event in the Uchiha family, the clansmen who have opened their eyes will gather here, and the discussion is also equivalent to asking for the consent of the ancestors. The clansmen who opened their eyes have all arrived, and there are 200 or 300 people wearing black turtleneck coats standing there, all of them staring at Lee in front of them with scarlet eyes. In the ancestral hall, these pairs of scarlet writing wheel eyes are like the eyes of a devil, which is extraordinarily strange and terrifying. Hearing Uchiha's question, Lee nodded, his black pupils suddenly turned blood red, a gleam appeared in his eyes, and then he looked at the people below. The scarlet writing wheel eyes echoed with everyone. Look, when it came to the single go jade writing wheel eye in Lee's eyes, everyone immediately boiled. How come? This kid is only 6 years old, why did he turn on the Sharingan? Even Uchiha Madara was not so powerful back then. This kid seems to be an orphan. Yeah, his parents died not long after the Second Ninja World War broke out for rescuing the patriarch, leaving only the 4-year-old Uchiha Lee. The Uchiha clan below talked a lot, and everyone was surprised. Throughout the history of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Madara was the first to open his eyes, but he opened his eyes only after he was 7 years old. But how old is it now? 6 years old. Don't underestimate the 1-year-old gap, but it already determines one's talent. My compatriots in Uchiha, the ancestors and ancestors bless, and send this genius to our Uchiha family. I believe that in a short time, our Uchiha family will reproduce the honor and prosperity of the Warring States period, even if it is Konoha. It will also be the belongings of my Uchiha family. Everyone is looking forward to that day. Uchiha Hiroshi said loudly, staring at the scarlet 3-goose jade writing wheel and looking at the clansmen below. Uchiha, Uchiha. Everyone shouted in unison. They were instilled with uchiha honor since childhood, in their hearts, except for the honor of the uchiha family, the rest are secondary. Lee, tell Uncle how did you open the writing wheel, and was there any sign when you opened it? After the big meeting, Uchiha How brought Lee to the study again and asked for some details. Well, a new student was transferred to our class today. I saw that she came all the way to Kanaha, and she must be very lonely, so I became friends with her, but after school, Mikato and I ran into each other when we went home. A few male classmates were bullying her. I just felt very angry at the time, and then my head suddenly tingled, and I came out on my own. Lee made up a lie casually, and I can't tell anyone about the system. Even Kushina and Uchiha Mikato, the two closest people to him, are the same. Uchiha How nodded when he heard the words, and didn't feel anything strange. The people who opened the eyes of the Uchiha family all opened their eyes suddenly after being stimulated. There was no warning, and the situation was similar. Uchiha How became interested, and Kanaha found a girl from the country of Vortex. Even if the civilian ninja didn't know it, as the patriarch of Kanaha's largest wealthy Uchiha family, he naturally knew it clearly. The Nine-Tails Renzulai was about to die, so Kanaha had to find a new Renzulai from the country of Vortex. Lee, I will not restrain you from interacting with that new student, but I hope you remember that you are the first genius of my Uchiha family. You must have your own arrogance and awareness of your own identity, and never do anything you lost the face of the Uchiha family, do you know? Speaking of the family honor, Uchiha How's face also became serious. Well, I see, Lee nodded, but he didn't care about Uchiha Hiroshi. He can do whatever he wants, and can his family honor be eaten as a meal? Without ability, honor will be trampled on. This is an indisputable fact. Uchiha's clansmen are all arrogant, and Uchiha How is no exception. If others know Kushina's identity as a man, they will definitely try to get it into their own family. The most direct way is to marry come in, but Uchiha Hiroshi looks down on Renzulai, and the writing will I can control the tailed beast. This is proved by Uchiha Madara before. Therefore, in Uchiha Hiroshi's heart, the so-called nine tails are just a pet that needs to be submissive to conspiracy and tricks. After the two chatted for a while, Uchiha How let Lee go back to rest. This time, Uchiha How's attitude was more cordial than before, and some things were more attentive, although not as good as his biological son Uchiha Fuyu, but it's not much worse. Uchiha How hopes that Lee can help Uchiha Fuyu with all his heart after he ascends the position of the patriarch. This is Uchiha How's fundamental purpose. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. On the deck by the lake, Lee was practicing this flamboyant fireball technique. After finishing the seal, he opened his mouth and spat out a large fireball with a diameter of 1 meter and rolled towards the lake. Wherever he passed, the lake water boiled and the water vapor rose. The power of the How fireball can almost be fully exerted, and it can be regarded as mastering this ninjutsu. Lee Wei exhaled and murmured, "Hey, on such a cold day, isn't it cold for you to stand by the lake and practice ninjutsu?" On the shore, Kushina shook her hand and shouted towards Lee. At this time, it has entered the cold winter, and there is snow on the road. Hearing Kushina's words, Lee smiled, then went ashore, came to Kushina's side, and said with a smile, "My Uchiha people are good at fire ninjutsu, so fire escape is also our mainstream ninjutsu. It is even more difficult to practice fire escape in this cold weather. Similarly, as long as you succeed, the power of the fire escape will also increase a lot." When Kushina heard the words, she nodded with a vague understanding. She is still in the stage of refining chakra, and has not been exposed to ninjutsu, so she does not know how to practice. "Okay, now that your practice is complete, let's go eat something. In such a cold day, I think it's good to eat meatballs. How about it?" Ju Xin Nai squeezed her chin and blinked her eyes. "Well, yes," Lee nodded. However, at this moment, a few children ran over with an older child. The older child had a forehead guard on his forehead. He was obviously a ninja, but seeing him straight through it, he should be a ninja. "Brother, it's the two of them who bullied us, you must help us get revenge." The leader was a little fat man. Lee remembered him. He was the one who took the lead to find Juxin's trouble last time, but in the end he was scared to cry by himself. "Guy, you rubbish, several of you can't beat one person, it's really disgraceful to me." The one who helped people out was a genin who had just graduated less than half a year ago, but his attitude was really arrogant. How can I say that, although genin is the bottom of the ninja, but in the ninja school, he is like a god, at least in all these things. In the eyes of little brats who don't understand, that ninja is invincible. This little fat man dared to come and find fault after shouting away from the monster. Naturally, in the eyes of these children, ninjas are specialized in fighting monsters. "You are Uchiha Lee?" The name genin came to Lee and asked arrogantly. His age was between 9 years old, and it was obviously due to the lack of ninjas due to fighting, so some ninjas graduated early, but fortunately, they did not go to the battlefield, but were stationed in the village. "Yo! The last time a few people couldn't get out of the way, and they were scared to tears. Why, it's not too embarrassing to find a helper here. Juxina is also a master who is not afraid of heaven and earth, even though the head of the Jinin wearing a forward guard that only ninjas have, but Kushina is not afraid at all. Ha! An outsider from the village, we Konoha's people are talking. What are you talking about as an outsider, and do you have any education? This man is not old, but his mouth is unexpectedly poisonous. This is scolding parents in disguise. When Lee heard the words, his face suddenly turned cold. At first, he thought that they were children, so he didn't want to care so much, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but get angry. Juxina was his inverse scale. Dare to touch, who will die? Just say what you just said, try it again. Lee stretched out his hand to block Kushina, who was about to start, stepped forward and stared at the Xiao Ren coldly. Idiot, even if I say it 10 times, I dare. You little brat, don't act here. I will let you beat you to the ground with one hand. Believe it or not? Lee, who was half a head shorter than him, said. Ding! The first battle mission is released. Defeating this Jinin, the reward points are worth 1,000. If the mission fails, the points will be deducted for 1,000 points. Note, if the host's points are insufficient, it will be deducted by the host's possession of the same value. If the host there is nothing to offset, the host's vitality will be extracted to offset. Hearing this task, Lee's face changed suddenly, and he was scolded inwardly. This system is too tricky. If it fails, 1,000 points will be deducted. If it is not enough, it will be offset with items of the same value. A pair of single-hook jade riding wheel eyes, a flamboyant fireball technique, and a chakra of stubborn tolerance. If the sum is not enough to exchange for 1,000 points, the vitality will be drawn to repay. Isn't this a fool? Li Weiwei sighed, put the system aside, and then looked at the genin with eyes higher than the top. Li Wei said, okay, let's fight and see who is stronger, but I warn in advance. Once you start, you won't stop unless you get hurt. You better be prepared. My Uchiha clan is definitely not something you humble civilian ninjas can insult. In the entire Konoha village, as long as you hear the 3 words Uchiha, which one is not with 3-point fear, not to say respect from the heart, but on the surface, no one dares to say something contemptuous, but this Jinin has been from the beginning to the end. Now, he looks like the boss of the sky and is old/second. If you don't know Lee's surname, it's fine, but if you know Lee's surname Uchiha, you dare to come and find fault, and keep saying that you don't take Lee seriously. Lee is not a very good person. People who value the honor of the family, but he hates people who don't know how to live or die. You don't have the ability to be mad, you deserve to be killed. When Genin heard Lee's chilling words, his heart twitched, but he soon recovered because his companion had told him that the Uchiha family was nothing special, so he didn't need to be afraid. With the support of Hokage-sama. Damn Uchiha, do you think this Konoha village belongs to your Uchiha? Bah! Xiao Ren spit out 2 mouthfuls of saliva and said disdainfully. Although he is stubborn, he is only 9 years old, he has never seen the world, and he does not understand the structure of Konoha village, so it is easy to be misled by others. Naturally offended many civilian ninjas. Those civilian ninjas dared not say much on the surface, but behind the scenes they said all the bad things about Uchiha, and it is natural to belittle them. Now this genin is obviously listening too much to other people's wanton Uchiha. Belittling, so I don't care about Uchiha in my heart. This time, not only is he away from the fire, but even Kushina is staring at this guy with red eyes. He is also from a big family. Kushina naturally knows that as a member of the family, the first thing is to protect the honor of his own family. Being insulted and degraded like this, even if the entire clan is wiped out, the person who said such words will be killed. Lee took a deep breath, calmed his heart, and then looked at the name. This time, Lee's eyes were very clear, and there was no trace of anger at all. He said lightly, no matter how much nonsense you talk about, it's useless. Today, let's see how much the 3 words Uchiha are. All injustice is caused by lack of ability, so, in order not to let yourself experience those injustices, either become stronger and more capable than anyone else, or shrink into a corner. When he came out, the name Genin was incompetent, but he came out so stupidly to insult others, and he deserved to suffer unfairness. Okay, since you want to suffer so much, I'll do it for you. Xiao Ren sneered, then turned his head to look at the 3 little kids behind him, and said angrily, 3 trash, show me how I clean up this. The so-called chief student. Brother, come on, beat Uchiha, beat tomatoes. The 3 little kids didn't fight back when they were scolded, but instead cheered loudly. Kushina, stand farther away. Lee said lightly, looking at the side of Kushina. Can you? He's a ninja, can you beat him? I think we'd better have sex together. Kushina frowned. Lee Vinian shook his head, and said nonchalantly, don't worry, it's just a piece of trash. I'm the chief student of the school, and I don't need to join forces with you to deal with this kind of trash, so you just sit there and watch me take care of you. He'll just lay down. Hearing the words, Kushina immediately gave a thumbs up, blinked his eyes and said loudly, okay, this is the majesty that a chief should be born with. I'm optimistic about you, beat that bastard down for me. Mobile phone direct access m.xin1ben.com. Lee is now the strength of Genin, and it is also at the top among his peers, and that ninja is also Genin, but he is 3 years older than Lee. If we really want to fight, it is hard to say who will win and who will lose. After all, Lee's surname is Yuji. Bo has the trump card and advantage that Jinan does not have. The children of this era are different from those of a few decades later. Even if they are only 9 years old, their fighting power is still strong. Kunao drew a few circles in his hand, and the next Jinan rushed towards Lee quickly, sharing wheel eyes. Lee's pupils were instantly red with blood. Shanguya was turning in his pupils, his eyes staring at this Jinan's assault. Although the single-hook jade riding wheel can't improve its combat effectiveness much in battle, it is different if it is a ninja of the same level. Although it is only a hook jade, it can quickly analyze the behavior of this ninja. When the name was close to him, Lee held the kunao on the side of the name. According to the analysis of Sharon Yan, this place was his blind spot, and the force used by Lee was only half. Next, the kunao of that name was directly stabbed by Lee, and moved to the left. Lee grabbed the empty space, and put a knee on the other's stomach, and suddenly, the name of the Jinan squatted while covering his stomach. Come down, with a pained look on his face. The place away from the top is the breathing tube, that is, a little bit below the 2 lung lobes. That place is the weakest part of the human body, and it is also the most easily injured place. Pushing one knee over it can make a person dizzy. Yeah, Kushina saw Lee hit the opponent just after the fight, and jumped up excitedly. On the other hand, the other 3 little devils looked at Lee in disbelief. They never imagined how a student Lee could beat a ninja. I'll kill you. The name let out a breath of relief, and when he heard the cheers of Kushina, his face suddenly turned a pig's liver color. He felt that he was underestimated, and Kushina's cheers were laughing at him. Before he got up, he directly shot 3 Kyowa towards Kushina. Bastard, court death. Originally, I wanted to leave it alone. After all, they were just a few children, and I couldn't have the same knowledge as them. However, when I turned around, I saw that the name Jinan had a shameless sneak attack on Kushina, and Kushina's attack was too sudden. Stayed in place and couldn't react. See clearly the weak point of the kunao, you must see it clearly. Lee's riding wheel I stared at the 3 kunao, but the single Guya riding wheel I couldn't completely see through the 3 kunao. To save Juxina, the only way is to use Kyowa to knock those 3 Kyowa away, but both of them are the same, and the strength are not dominant. If you want to bounce the 3 Kyowa, you must see through the 3. Throw the weak point of the kunao and then throw the kunao at a faster speed, so that you can knock out all 3 kunao at one time. However, just relying on the single hook jade riding wheel to predict the movement trajectory of the 3 kunao, Lee anxiously sweated profusely, looking at the kunao who was getting closer and closer to Kushina. Lee's pupils shrank suddenly, and then expanding rapidly. The originally static single hook jade riding wheel actually spun rapidly. I see. For a moment, Lee felt that kunao's flight speed slowed down, and then he saw the weak point of kunao, and without thinking, Lee took out 3 kunao and threw it out. When Lee's 3 kunao hit the kunao who was about to stab Kushina. Although there were 3 kunao, the sound was the same. Face over. Seeing that he succeeded in deflecting the 3 kunao, Lee was instantly relieved, but soon, his eyes became cold, and he turned to look at the man who had just stood up. His scarlet riding wheel eyes were cold. Staring coldly, there are 2 black Guya slowly spinning in each of Lee's eyes and pupils. Just in a moment of desperation, the single Guya riding wheel has evolved into a double Guyu. The double hook jade riding wheel has its own illusion effect. As soon as the lower eye touches Lee's eye, his face is suddenly stunned, and then the pupil quickly becomes dim, without a trace of brilliance. In his pupil, printed out a pair of scarlet eyes and 2 Guyu are extraordinarily strange. To be cruel to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. I won't make this mistake again, so please die now. Lee took out a handful of kunao, and then slowly walked towards the lower end. What happened just now reminded Lee of what kind of world this is, and also reminded him of what the woman said to him before his death in his previous life, as well as that ruthless face, kindness, which will only attract the enemy's inch, and will only make the loved one is in pain. The enemy is fast. All the injustices are caused by your own lack of strength. Your death is your own fault, and it is also your fault to make me a murderer. You should go to hell with this mistake. In front of Xiao Ren, Li Zhang put Kyo around his neck. Noisy. A piece of fresh blood floated out from the neck artery of the genin, and sprinkled on the white snow, which was particularly eye-catching. The artery was cut, and the severe pain caused the ninja to escape the control of the illusion, clutching his bleeding neck and pointing at it. After 2 squeaks, he fell on the white snow and stared at him with fearful eyes. At the last moment, he realized that human beings were so close to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first battle mission. The reward points are worth 1,000, and the other. The host has completed the first kill, and the extra reward will be upgraded once. Does the host upgrade now? After killing this genin, Lee was a perfect completion of this mission. Not only that, but also received an additional reward for the first kill, and can upgrade the bloodline limit level once. The 3 children have long been frightened by this scene. At this moment, Lee suddenly looked at them, and the blood-dripping Kyowa was still in his hands. Kill, kill. The 3 children were terrified and ran away, crying and shouting the words of the murderer. Lee didn't pay attention to the three fleeing children, but looked at Kushina. At this time, Kushina was also frightened and dumbfounded, looking at Lee Nana, speechless. "Are you afraid of me?" Lee threw off Kyoshang's blood, put it into the knife bag, and walked towards Kushina and asked lightly, his scarlet eyes still lingering. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two ninjas suddenly appeared next to Lee, glanced at the already dead Shimonen, and without saying a word, directly put Lee in uniform. These two people were wearing the clothes of the security department. They belonged to the Uchiha family. At the Chunin level, there is no room for a backhand to be restrained. "Uchiha Lee, although we are from the Uchiha clan, please come with us now," one of the young ninjas who looked only in his 20s said lightly. Lee didn't resist, just nodded lightly. He didn't regret killing the ninja, and he didn't feel that he did something wrong. He was killed, but the opponent's ability was insufficient. No wonder others, if he died today, Lee, yeah, I won't hate that ninja, because all this is caused by my own lack of ability. Wait, this matter is none of Lee's business. That ninja wanted to kill me, but Lee only killed that ninja to save me. Kushina also reacted at this time, seeing that Lee was caught. Immediately without fear, he hurriedly defended. "This matter has nothing to do with you. It's right and wrong. After arriving at the security department, the Minister of Freedom will decide." The two Uchiha tribesmen gave Kushina a cold look, feeling very uncomfortable. "If it wasn't for this kid, I wouldn't leave. They can kill people." Although the Uchiha family has a big trend in the Konoha family, but this aboveboard killed the Konoha ninja in the village, the Hokage will definitely not be able to explain it, and it may cause the Uchiha family to get into any trouble. But, okay, Kushina, don't say it anymore. I killed people, this has nothing to do with you, don't worry, I'll be fine. Lee didn't want to worry Kushina, and a smile appeared on his face. Juxina is not stupid, she naturally knew that Lee wanted her to be at ease and said this. She was about to open her mouth to say something, but she saw that Lee shook her head slightly, and her pupils had turned black with some inexplicable meaning. Maybe other people can't understand it, but for some reason, Kushina can understand it, just saying that he doesn't regret it. In the end, Kushina watched helplessly as Lee was taken away by two Uchiha clansmen, and the dead ninja was resisted as well. Only Kushina was ignored, and he stood there and did not know what to do. When she first came to Konoha, the only person she knew was Lee. Even if she wanted to find someone for help now, she couldn't find them all. By the way, go find Uchiha Mikato. Kushina suddenly remembered the Uchiha Mikato who liked to follow Lee, and immediately stopped delaying and headed for the Uchiha clan. "Lee, what's going on? Why did you suddenly kill people in Konoha?" In the security department, Hiroshi Uchiha, who was the minister, stared at him with a gloomy face. If it was anything else, it would be fine, but killing people is different. Princes who break the law are guilty of the same crimes as the common people. Encountered, now Lee killed the Konoha ninja in Konoha, and once the family members of the killed person ran to Naruto to make trouble, then Lee would be convicted. The kindness to the enemy is the cruelty to oneself. When I insulted the Uchiha family as bullshit, I wanted to kill him, but I thought he was still young, so I planned to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect that he didn't know a sneak attack on Kushina. You killed Konoha's people for someone from other villages, what kind of etiquette is this? As the first genius of my Uchiha family, you have as many friends as you want, and why do you do this kind of thing for that kind of person? What? Before Lee had finished speaking, Uchiha Hiroshi interrupted Lee angrily. Because he is my enemy, the kindness to the enemy is cruelty to myself. I let him go, but he wants to attack Kushina. This incident made me deeply realize that as long as it is an enemy, it must be completely killed. Even if I used to be a companion, as long as I dare to be my enemy, I will not keep my hand. Lee snorted, his eyes turned blood red, and the emotion of the double-hook jade riding wheel accompanying Lee automatically appeared, staring coldly at Yuji Poho. Shuanguyu? Seeing Lee's eyes, Uchiha How suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and was shocked. He was only 6 years old when he woke up with Shuanguyu's riding round eyes. What kind of genius is this? You must know that there are 600 or 700 members of the entire Uchiha family, but there are only more than 300 pairs of open eyes, only a few dozen pairs of 3-go riding round eyes, and only more than 100 pairs of double-go jade riding round eyes. What a disparity ratio is this? Ah, and the clansmen who have opened the double-hook jade riding wheel eye are at least 15 or more, and the oldest are even more than 30. From this, it is enough to see how difficult it is to open the riding wheel eye. If you want to make the riding wheel eye advanced, how difficult, but now, the 6-year-old child has walked the road that others take at least 10 years to complete. You must keep him, even if you fall out with the 3 generations of Hokage. Shocked, Uchiha How had such an idea in his heart. He was the most talented clan in the history of the Uchiha family, even the Uchiha back then. Madara is a little behind at this age. If Li Changdong continues to grow, the Uchiha family will regain the honor of the Warring States period just around the corner. At that time, there will be no strong people like Senshou Hajime to stand in the way, and the mere Konoha is not in the bag. Thing? But the last words also made Uchiha Hiroshi's heart, the kindness to the enemy is the cruelty to himself? To deal with the enemy is to be completely strangled? Even if you used to be a companion, as long as you become an enemy, you will not keep your hand? Who taught him this? Is it because of his parents' death that he has a shadow? Uchiha Hao couldn't help but think of the indifference he showed when he heard the news of his parents' death a year ago. The more he thought about it, the more Uchiha Hao felt that there was such a thing. Maybe, the average child will cry and make a scene when they hear the news of their parents' death, but Lee didn't say a word, or even showed a sad expression. There are only two possibilities to be able to do that. His parents do not have any feelings, the second is excessive sadness, but Uchiha Hiroshi thinks that separation is because of the second reason. Thinking of Lee's parents, Uchiha Hiroshi felt a burst of guilt again. If he hadn't acted arbitrarily at the beginning, he would not have been ambushed by the enemy, nor would it have caused Lee's parents to die in battle. Lee, do you hate those who killed your parents back then? Uchiha Hao sighed slightly and asked. I don't hate it. Lee shook his head and answered without thinking much. Why? They killed your relatives. Uchiha Hao squinted slightly and asked in disbelief. Lee Vinian looked up at Uchiha Hiroshi, his black pupils were very indifferent, half a sound, he left and said, all injustice is caused by my own lack of ability, my parents will die, it is because they are not enough. Chiang, this is their own fault, as their child, it is my responsibility to help them correct their mistakes, so why would you say hatred, really don't hate? Lee also doesn't know that he doesn't have much affection for his parents in this world. He was born in such a big family, and his parents put family honor first. At home, he was raised by a nanny, but on the other hand, he was indeed born of them, and his blood relationship could not be changed. His parents were killed. The words also appeared in Lee's mind in an instant. At that time, Lee was more certain. Only strength is the capital for survival, and ability is the most important thing. All injustices are caused by their own incompetence. Uchiha Hao was stunned when he heard this sentence. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't imagine that this sentence came from a child who was only 6 years old. But on the other hand, Uchiha Hao also confirmed that the death of Lee's parents had a great impact on Lee, and Uchiha Hao felt a little guilty. In the past 2 years, he seemed to have neglected Lee's growth, otherwise he would not have noticed the changes in Lee. Well, all injustices are caused by our own lack of ability. At this time, a heroic voice came from the door. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the 3 generations of Hokage wearing a Hokage suit walked in with a cigarette stick in their mouth. At this time, the 3 generations were in their prime, and there was no such thing as a few decades later. He is old, with piercing eyes, and he has a strong aura as a Hokage. 3 generations of adults. Uchiha Hiroshi and the others slightly arched their bodies. Although they despised Hokage in their hearts, they still had to do the most basic superficial work. After all, this Konoha was not something of Uchiha's family. Yeah. The 3 generations of Hokage just nodded lightly, then looked at Lee, smiled slightly, stepped forward and said, You are Uchiha Lee, can you explain what you said just now? This person is so strong. The moment he saw the 3rd Hokage, Lee felt a sense of oppression from him. This was an aura that Hiroshi Uchiha did not feel. Hearing the question of the 3rd Hokage, Lee Wei he sighed, and then said lightly, if he wasn't too weak, how could he be killed by others? Why weak? Because he didn't practice hard enough since he was a child, because his ancestors didn't give him a good bloodline, so he was weak, and he didn't practice hard enough. Well, even if his ancestors did not give him a good bloodline, this is all his own problem, his own fault. If he cultivates hard enough, if his ancestors can give him better cultivation conditions, then he is a strong man, and he won't be killed, and he won't let the person who killed him be charged with murder. After Lee's words, Uchiha Hiroshi and Sandai Hokage were amazed, and Sandai Hokage even forgot the pipe in his mouth. After a long time, Sandai Hokage came back to his senses, took a deep look at Uchiha Lee, and said kindly, I heard that your ideal is not to make mistakes, is it because of what you just said? The 3 generations of Hokage read a series of information about Lee long before they came. It can be said that the 3 generations of Hokage knew very well what happened after Lee was born. Lee nodded, but did not refute Sandai Hokage's words. Uchiha Hiroshi on the side was very nervous. He was afraid that the 3 generations of Hokage would suddenly intervene in the security department. If this was the case, it would be dangerous. Lee, you are still a child, I will not care about this for the sake of your youth, but it is no longer possible to go to school, and the children at school are probably full of fear of you. Why not so? How about you let me personally guide you from tomorrow? Unexpectedly, the 3 generations of Hokage kept silent about the killing of the ninja, which made Lee and Uchiha Hiroshi a little confused. Hey, that deceased genin is an orphan, but pity him. The 3rd Hokage suddenly sighed, with an unbearable look on his face. Lee Vinian was stunned for a moment, and guessed the meaning of the 3 generations of Hokage. That genin is an orphan, which means that there are no relatives making trouble, and it was only 3 children who witnessed the killing with their own eyes. As for accepting himself as an apprentice, after thinking about it for a while, Lee can guess a general idea. The 3 generations of Hokage have always wanted to reconcile the relationship between the Uchiha family and Konoha. As the first genius of the Uchiha family, Lee was in Uchiha. the status of the family is naturally not low. As long as Lee is accepted as an apprentice and taught well, after more than 10 years, the relationship between the Uchiha family and Konoha will definitely be eased. Of course, if it was changed before, the 3 generations of Hokage will definitely not. He will speak, because he knows that the Uchiha family will not agree, but now it is different. Lee has committed such a big crime, and it stands to reason that he has to apologize to death. In order to protect this Uchiha's first genius, Uchiha Hiroshi doesn't want to. I don't dare to say anything if I agree. This is why the 3 generations are here now, and why they want to accept apprentices. Sure enough, being able to become a Hokage is still a little tricky. Lianen nodded, but he didn't mind that the 3 generations of Hokage calculated him like this. If you study hard, your strength will definitely improve very fast, which is much better than wasting time at ninja school. Lee, are you willing to worship me as a teacher? 3 generations of Hokage asked again with a smile. Lee Vinian first looked at Uchiha Hao, and after seeing Uchiha Hao nod with a displeased face, Lee then said, I am willing, I will meet the teacher, present. Okay, Lee, I still have something to deal with today. You go and complete the withdrawal procedures first. Come to me in 3 days, and I will arrange the training for you. The 3 generations of Hokage nodded with a smile, and then turned to Yuji. Bo Hao nodded, then turned to leave. This stinky fox actually took advantage of the fire. As soon as the 3 generations of Hokage left, Uchiha Hao couldn't help but start cursing, but after a long time, he sighed helplessly again. The Uchiha family is weak now, and there is no strength to compete with people from the Hokage lineage. If it is not necessary, he didn't want to be completely deadlocked with the 3 generations of Hokage. Thinking of this, Uchiha Hao looked at Lee, squinted his eyes slightly, and thought to himself, Lee is the foundation of whether my Uchiha clan can reproduce the glory of the Warring States period. Absolutely not. Let the 3 generations of Hokage brainwash him, it seems to be well prepared. As the patriarch of the Uchiha family, Hiroshi Uchiha has a very strong understanding ability. He knows a little bit about what the 3 generations of Hokage are trying to do. It is nothing more than wanting to completely control the Uchiha family. He will never let the 3 generations of Hokage succeed. Obviously, Uchiha Hiroshi misunderstood the 3 generations of Hokage. The 3 generations of Hokage just wanted to ease the conflict between the Uchiha family and Konoha. Lee, you go home with me now, I have something to tell you. Uchiha Hao couldn't sit still, time was running out, he had to prepare more. It was best to tell Lee about something, let Lee be bewitched by the 3 generations of Hokage. After all, Lee is still a child, and it is easy to be misled by others. After explaining the work of the security department, Uchiha Hiroshi took Lee and went home. After returning home, Uchiha Hiroshi took Lee into the study. It was still class time, so neither Uchiha Mikato nor Uchiha Fugaku came back. The entire study was silent, only Uchiha Hiroshi and Lee. Lee, you are too impulsive about this time, Uchiha Hao said, shaking his head after he sat down. Lee heard the words, but didn't speak. He knew that Uchiha had more to say. After waiting for a while, Uchiha looked at Lee again, with a flash of arrogance in his eyes, and said lightly, however, from my personal point of view, this matter you are right, in the Warring States period, who dared to insult my Uchiha clan? No one dared to say half a bad word. This is my Uchiha, I think my Uchiha clan was in the Warring States period. The next time is that Uchiha is talking, and Lee is listening. What Uchiha is saying is how the Uchiha family was domineering in the Warring States period, but for Lee, what is Uchiha? He knows more than Hiroshi Uchiha should also be clear. In order not to damage Hiroshi Uchiha's face, it is better to listen to the story attentively. After a long time, Uchiha Hiroshi also stopped to tell. There was a hint of helplessness on his face, sighed, and continued. Uchiha Madara disappeared after the battle with the first Hokage, and since Uchiha Madara disappeared, the Uchiha family has been attacked again and again. The Hokage line has suppressed it, and now, it has been weak in light. Even Hyuga, who could only hibernate at the feet of the Uchiha family in the past, dared to stand up and say that their white eyes are stronger than ours. Why is this? Because I am Uka. Since Madara Uchiha, no one in the Wave family has evolved the riding wheel to the final stage. This is the reason why others dare to ride on our heads to make a fortune, but you are different. You started at the age of 6. Double hook jade riding wheel. This kind of talent is not even Uchiha Madara back then, so you are very hopeful to surpass Uchiha Madara back then, and then lead my family to the peak of the Warring States period again. Lee, you are willing to lead my family to the top? Hearing this full of breath from the middle school, Lee was also speechless. He was a lot of age and still learned the blood of other young people, but Lee also didn't feel good to touch his face, so he nodded and said solemnly, I'm from the Uchiha clan. The people of my family are naturally obliged to revive my Uchiha clan. Okay. This is the good boy of my Uchiha clan. Lee, you will follow the 3 generations of Naruto to learn ninjutsu in a few days. Although I don't like that Sarutobi he is an, it is undeniable that he is known as Dr. Ninjutsu. You know countless ninjutsu, and your knowledge of ninjutsu is also very rich. You must study hard, and Uchiha will help you later. After parting with Uchiha Hao, he left his house, and then quickly entered the system. He remembered that he completed a task during the day, which not only rewarded 1,000 points, but also rewarded those who upgraded the bloodline limit once. Permissions, the value of 1,000 points can be put aside first. After all, if you want to upgrade to Sangha Jade Writing Wheel Eyes, you will need 10,000, which is a full 9,000, but the permission to upgrade the bloodline limit once makes you think, system, can this upgrade permission be saved? Lee immediately asked when he entered the system. This was his plan. If he could save it, he could wait for the writing wheel to be upgraded to Sangha Jade. Kaleidoscope, of course, if possible. Lee even more hoped to keep the eyes of reincarnation in the future. Host, the total value of this upgrade is within 100,000 points. That is to say, you can use it to upgrade the kaleidoscope, but you can't use it to upgrade the eternal kaleidoscope. Please don't think about exploiting the loophole. The system's cold voice it sounded, dispelling the thoughts in the centrifugal. Lee Venian was slightly disappointed. After sighing secretly, Lee looked at his point value and opened the ninjutsu exchange panel, which immediately listed a large number of ninjutsu, forbidden arts, secret arts, and even pupil arts. Also included. The first stage, S, of Flying Thunder God's art, 10,000 points are required, and 10,000 points are required to upgrade one stage, that is, the second stage of Flying Thunder God requires 10,000 points. To exchange one or two stages at the same time, 20,000 points are required. Rachel, S 10,000 points are required. I looked at a few S-rank ninjutsu, the price is more than 10,000, and I can't exchange it now. I don't want to waste the points value for the lower level ninjutsu. After all, the Uchiha family is the largest family in Konoha. I don't know how many ninjutsu I have in my collection, and they are involved in various fields. If I want, I can ask Uchiha Hiroshi for it at any time. Besides, my strength is only Jinin, and chakra is limited, no matter how much I learn ninjutsu. It didn't work either. Let's take a look at illusion techniques. With my Shuanguya's writing wheel eyes, ordinary illusion techniques can increase the power several times, and can be used to achieve surprising results against enemies. After thinking about it, he classified the ninjutsu and listed them as I have seen a lot of illusions, all of them are basic illusions, none of which is satisfactory to Lee. These basic illusions Uchiha family have practice roll sleeves, there is no need to waste points value. Just when Lee is about to lose patience, an illusion finally let leave interested. Crow's art, a Uchiha Itaka's original, a high-level illusion. You don't need to look at each other, only physical contact can make the opponent fall into the illusion, and it is not easy to be detected by the enemy. Points are worth 1,000. It is a bit more expensive, but it is very practical. As long as you touch the other party anywhere, you can make the other party unknowingly fall into the illusion. When you fight with others in the future, you should first try to touch the other party, and then use this illusion. Kill it unexpectedly. System, help me exchange this crow technique. Anyway, it is useless to keep this 1,000 points value. It is better to learn an illusion first to save your life. After receiving the order, the system quickly deducted the 1,000 points from Lee, and then Lee felt that there was an extra set of data in his mind. After a while, Lee understood the principle of this illusion and how to activate it. After the exchange was successful, Li Yan nodded with satisfaction. Now he has an attacking fireball technique and a Yin Man's illusion crow technique. If you are a physique, you need to strengthen your practice. This cannot be accomplished overnight. Yes, after exiting the system space, before there was time to take a breath, a knock on the door attracted Lee's attention. Looking around, two short figures were shaking constantly outside the door. Lee was helpless when he saw this. Shaking his head, these two people don't have to guess, it must be Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fuyu. After getting up and opening the door, Uchiha Mikato rushed to Lee in front of him with a face full of urgency and kept pinching it up and down. After a long time, he said, "Brother Lee, I heard that you killed a ninja today." Seeing Uchiha Mikato's nervous look, she was very moved. For a long time, this little girl has been caring for herself, just like taking care of her own brother. She has no sister in her previous life, and she has never experienced the care and concern of her sister. My sister's feeling, I didn't expect to have such an opportunity in this life. No one can hurt Mikato, not even her closest relatives. Looking at Uchiha Mikato's nervous face, Lee thought to herself. On one side, Uchiha Fuyu was still worried about Lee's injury, but now seeing Uchiha Mikato so concerned about Lee, her face suddenly became ugly, and she stood on the side with her head lowered and did not speak, but Lee also did not pay attention to Uchiha Fuyu's body. Just glanced at him slightly. "Okay Mikato, am I okay? It's just that I won't be able to go to school from tomorrow, so you can go with Fuyu in the future." Lee patted Uchiha Mikato's head and said with a smile. "Why? Hearing Kushina say that it wasn't your fault, why did you drop out of school?" Uchiha Mikato raised her head and asked in confusion. Uchiha Fuyu heard that he couldn't go to school after Lee, and for some reason, he was a little overjoyed, and secretly looked at Uchiha Mikato's back with a smile. Anyway, killing is killing, and I don't have the ability to change the village's decision right now. Lee shook his head, seeing that Uchiha Mikato wanted to continue. Lee said again, okay, let's not do this. Besides, I can become a good ninja even if I don't go to ninja school. After sending Uchiha Mikato away, Lee had 3 quiet days. On the 4th day, Lee got up early, and after completing his daily training, he went to Sandei Hokage's house. As soon as he arrived at the door, someone was already waiting. It was Sandei Hokage. House sitter. Lord Hokage is already waiting for you inside, please come with me. The nanny arched her body slightly, and then led the way. The residence of the 3 generations of Hokage is not too luxurious, it is slightly inferior to the Uchiha family, but it is also full of courtyards, and the Sarutobi family is very thin. After arriving in a large courtyard, Lee saw the 3-generation Hokage wearing a battle suit. As soon as Lee came over, the 3-generation Hokage immediately showed a smile. Lee, you're here. 3 generations of Hokage waved back the nanny and smiled at Lee. Teacher. Lee arched his body. Well, we won't say much about gossip. Since I am your teacher, I will naturally arrange the practice schedule according to your situation. Well, I don't know much about you, so come and talk to me first. 3 generations of Hokage nodded, Shenring said. Ding! The main quest is released, and the 3-generation Hokage fights for 5 minutes. The reward points for completing the task are 1000 points. If the task fails, the points are deducted for 1000 points. If the host has no points, the same value will be deducted. Will you hold on for 5 minutes? In other words, I can't keep my hands, and I have to attack with all my strength to get this chance. Hearing the task released by the system, Lee nodded secretly, knowing that he couldn't have anything to hide, otherwise, 5 minutes are unstoppable. Are you ready? 3 generations of Hokage saw Lee's thinking, smiled slightly, and said aloud. Yeah. Lee came back to his senses, took out a kunai from the knife bag, bowed slightly, his black pupils had turned blood red, and the 2 guyu in his eyes were staring at the 3 generations of Hokage. He frowned, and under the gaze of Sharingan, the 3 generations of Hokage did not have any blind spots around him. Although they just stood casually, they naturally covered up their blind spots. Then, I can only create dead ends myself. After thinking about it, Lee also moved, and the kunai in his hand threw at the 3rd Hokage, who still had a smile on his face, and then his body started to keep up with the actions of kunai, and went towards the 3rd Hokage together. Oh, is this the first genius of the Uchiha family? At the age of 6, he has already opened the double-hooked jade writing wheel eye. This talent is really terrifying. Such a talent must not be contaminated with the arrogance of the Uchiha family. Aggressively attacked, the 3 generations of Hokage didn't do much, but looked at Lianen and nodded. When Killua was about to approach, the 3 generations of Hokage just staggered slightly, and Killua then brushed past, and then did not raise his hand slightly to block Lee kicking. It's not over yet. Lee didn't give up when he was blocked by 1 foot. He put his hands down and supported on the ground, and then his body rotated, and the person flew up in the air. He kicked his right foot at the head of the 3rd Hokage, and then touched it with 1 hand. Get into the knife bag and pull out a few darts. What a strong sense of battle. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage. After breaking the horizontal kick of Lee, the man stepped back slightly and opened the distance. At this time, the dart of Lee was already coming towards his face, the 3 generations. Seeing this, Hokage quickly stretched out his right hand and grabbed a few darts. After the attack, Lee also landed and looked at the 3rd Hokage, and immediately saw that his 3 darts were on the 3 fingers of the 3rd Hokage, and they were still spinning. Sure enough, the gap between Genin and Shadow is too big, but if you continue to do this, you may not be able to last for 5 minutes. After thinking about it, he threw a few of his right hands towards the 3rd Hokage, and his left hand was also there. At this time, 2 kunai appeared, and then they were inserted under his feet, without stopping at all. While flying towards the 3rd Hokage, his hands quickly formed a seal. Huo Dun, the art of fireball. Compared with a few days ago, the speed of Li Junyan was a little faster. When the 3 generations of Hokage dodged a few kunai, the Li Yin style was finished, and a scorching hot the fireball rolled towards the 3 generations of Hokage, and after spitting the fireball, Li did not stop there, and then quickly shot out 3 kunai again. However, at this time, a handful of kunai was already on Li's neck, and the 3 generations of Hokage who were originally in front had reached the back of Wengsuan at some point. Li, in order to expose my flaws, you kept launching fierce attacks, but in battle, you can't win by just attacking. Sandei Hokage smiled slightly, and just wanted to move the neck of Kyuneli away. However, at this time, the 3 kunai that had stabbed on the broken tree of the 3 generation Hokage stand and suddenly moved, and then stabbed straight towards the 3 generation Hokage's face. Boom! The 3 generation Hokage suddenly disappeared with a sudden bang. This is just a product of a transformation technique. caught the flaw. Wangsuan, who was hiding on a tree, jumped down, quickly formed a seal with his hands, and then aimed at the third Hokage and released the technique of the fireball again, the technique of how fireball covered the 3 generations of Hokage, making bursts of bursts, looking away from a distance, and slowly exhaling. The chakra in the body was almost depleted, and with his chakra, he launched the technique of how fireball twice in a row, and used the chakra line to hook the end of Kunao to launch a surprise attack. At this time, the chakra has bottomed out. In the second attack, Lee inserted 2 Kunao on the ground, and the end of the Kunao was tied with a chakra string, and then used the technique of the fireball to confuse the sight of the 3 generations of Hokage, and the 2 on the ground throw the 3 Kunao connected to the 3 generations of Hokage, and when the chakra line is tightened, the 3 Kunao stabbed on the wood used by the 3 generations of Hokage as a substitute will be pulled back and attacked again. Step by step, the surprise attack was completed. However, this kind of trick can only cause a little trouble to the 3 generations of Hokage, and it is a daydream to want to hurt the slightest fur of the 3 generations of Hokage. Sure enough, after the flames dissipated, the 3 generations of Hokage appeared in front of Lee unscathed, and even his clothes were not soiled. At this time, he was looking at Lee with a smile on his face. "Lee, your fighting talent is very high, not bad, come again." 3 generations of Hokage said, posing slightly. Lee Vinian frowned slightly, and calculated the time secretly. 3 minutes have passed by now, and there are still 2 minutes before the 5 minutes of the mission, but his chakra has bottomed out. But, if you rely on that illusion, you may not be able to hold on for another 5 minutes. After thinking about it, he narrowed his eyes slightly, then stared at the 3 generations of Hokage, kicked his feet, and rushed up quickly, since chakra bottomed out, then make it up with physique. Snapped. Snapped. This time, the 3 generations of Hokage were a little more serious, and they only fought a few moves, and Lee's hands were caught by the 3 generations of Hokage. Unable to move, Lee Weiwei turned his head, and his scarlet eyes looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. Touching these eyes, the 3 generations Naruto immediately became in a trance, knowing that Lee was activating the illusion, and at the same time he was surprised by the power of the writing wheel, and at the same time, staggered his own eyes. "Lee, this time the competition is here first. I probably know a little about your strength. Next." However, the 3 generations of Hokage hadn't spoken yet, and Lee, who was holding his hands, suddenly blurred, and then turned into black crows. Quack, quack, quack. The crows chirped, which was very strange. Dozens of crows condensed in midair and turned into the appearance of Lee again. A pair of scarlet writing wheel eyes stared coldly at the 3 generations of Hokage, and countless crow feathers were flying. Is this an illusion? The 3 generations of Hokage were startled, but soon, he denied it. Although he had looked at Lee's Sharingan, he just broke away from Sharingan's control in an instant, and he didn't get hit at all. Signs of illusion. Whoa! The water is still flowing, the majesty is still blowing, everything is so real. This is not what the so-called illusion can cause, but it is indeed impossible for people to do it. At least the 3 generations of Hokage have not heard of anyone can be transformed into a crow. Untie. The 3 generations of Hokage made a few seals and disrupted the chakra circuit in his body. Suddenly, a special strange feeling appeared in his heart. Although it was not uncomfortable, it was a little uncomfortable. After disrupting the chakra, the scenery in front of the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly turned to the side. Where is there any crow? Lee has been standing on the side and did not move. The 3 generations of Hokage's heart trembled. Even without touching the eyes, it can make people feel illusions. If some teenager's genius ninja, the 3 generations of Naruto may not be so shocked, but now it is only a child who uses this illusion. Moreover, the 3 generations of Naruto are called doctors. Whether it is ninjutsu or illusion, it involves too much. But now, I have never seen this illusion. Is it unique to the Uchiha family or comes with Sharingan? 3 generations of Hokage shook his head, secretly thinking that he was thinking too much. Okay, Lee, that's all for now. I'll arrange your practice after a rest. The 3 generations of Hokage didn't ask what the illusion was about. Every ninja has his own secrets, even master and apprentice. It is not allowed to ask without authorization. What's more, Lee is a member of the Uchiha family. If he asks and lets the Uchiha family know, then others don't know what to say. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully holding out under the 3 generations of Hokage for 5 minutes and 10 seconds. The task is completed, the reward points are worth 1,000. Please pay attention to the host. Lee Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the system prompt, and finally completed the task. After she relaxed, Lee almost felt her feet weak. This time, the battle was almost exhausted and only dragged on for 5 minutes. First, there were 2 fireballs, and later the technique of the crow, which is really a huge challenge for the current chakra volume. Hee, sit down and rest for a while, I'll tell you something about ninjutsu. Seeing Lee like this, the 3 generations of Hokage smiled slightly, and their hearts were full of admiration. To be able to do this at the age of 6, the 3 generations of Hokage really didn't see a few, maybe only Uchiha Madara and Chien Shaozuma can have this ability. Hearing the words, Lee sat up on the spot while recovering the chakra, while listening to the 3 generations of Hokage about the principles of ninjutsu. When he encountered doubts, he would ask a few questions, and the time passed during this lecture. Rizan, it's time to eat, asked Xylee to come in and eat too. Before I knew it, it was noon, and the wife of the 3 generations of Hokage came over to ask for dinner. The two stopped immediately, and Lee also stood up from the ground. After such a long time, chakra has fully recovered, and he has made some progress. He patted the mud dust on his body, and Lee looked at the wife of the 3rd Hokage. A woman who looks very virtuous and beautiful, her belly has bulged a lot, and she is obviously pregnant. If there is no accident, it should be that guy Asma. Lee, this is your mother-in-law. 3 generations of Hokage smiled and looked at his wife with a happy face. He was also about to become a father. I've seen my wife. Lee respectfully arched his body. Although he was small, he gave off the feeling of a little adult. Don't be so polite, you are a disciple of Regian, and you are also our family. Come in and eat together. The wife of the 3 generations of Hokage is a very gentle woman, wearing a white kimono, and her voice is very soft. It sounds like a good wife and a good mother, and the 3 generations of Hokage can be regarded as a winner in life, not only a village Hokage, but also and have such a wonderful family. Lee is not a cowardly person. The 3 generations of Hokage and his wife asked him to stay for dinner. Lee also did not refuse. After nodding silently, he entered the hall with the 2 of them. Inside, the servants were already preparing tableware. Time goes by very fast, especially when the schedule is very tight. I can't feel the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and it is also a month away from learning ninjutsu with the 3 generations of Naruto. Today, Lee did not go to the house of the 3 generations of Hokage, but followed Hiroshi Uchiha and the others to the village entrance of Konoha to welcome the heroes who were about to return. That's right, today is the end of the Second Ninja War. The Second Ninja World fought for 2 years, and finally ended with Konoha's victory, and the heroes who went to the battlefield will return today. White teeth, white teeth, white teeth. As soon as they reached the street, all the villagers and the ninjas who had not been on the battlefield stood on both sides of the street, shouting the word White Fang, and everyone was very excited. On the battlefield of the Second Ninja World War, White Fang, his reputation spread all over the world of shinobi, known as Konoha's fangs, and he held a short white blade, so he named Konoha White. His reputation was so great that he directly pressed Konoha Sunin. Lee stood with Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku, huddled in the middle of the crowd, watching a group of ninjas enter Konoha village from a distance. The tail beast was a silver white-haired ninja, young, only 2 years old. More than 10 years old, with a short blade on his back, he is imposing, with a faint arrogance on his face, followed by hundreds of ninjas. A group of people entered Konoha in a mighty way, enjoying the cheers of everyone's face all with a hint of arrogance. Brother Lee, is that Konoha Bya? Uchiha Mikato asked with a red face as she pulled her sleeves away. It was obvious that Uchiha Mikato could not restrain herself from seeing the famous hero with her own eyes of excitement. In fact, as long as children who have not yet become ninjas will blindly worship heroes, they don't even know that there is a history of blood and tears behind every hero that they don't want to mention. Yeah. Lee faintly nodded. There was not much fluctuation in his heart. Konoha was indeed very strong, but Lee looked down on his way of dying, and he was actually fooled by rumors to commit suicide. But no matter what, the current Konoha is still very majestic, walking in front of hundreds of ninjas, enjoying countless cheers. This is an honor, which belongs to his White Fang, and also belongs to the Heitake family. The 3 generations of Hokage personally welcomed the return of White Fang and others, along with Orochimaru and Tsunade, while Jiraiya was still wandering outside, teaching the 3 orphans he met. This welcome party lasted until it was about to get dark in the afternoon, and the lively streets became quiet. Lee had returned home alone a long time ago. If there is time to worship heroes, it is better to hurry up and practice the reality. After 3 generations of Hokage's teaching for a month, Lee's strength has grown rapidly, and his strength has reached the level of elite genin. I believe it will take a long time to break through to Chunin. At that time, Lee will apply to become genin, which will take the initiative to apply, and after graduation the automatic promotion can be very different, and the person who automatically applies needs to be approved by many parties to become a genin successfully, such as fighting against other ninjas and the like. By the way, I haven't seen Kushina for a long time, and I don't know how she is doing now. Let's go and see her. After the practice ended, Lee took a bath and thought of Kushina. I haven't seen her since I followed the 3 generations of Hokage to practice, and I don't know how she went in school. The most distracting thing is Bo Feng Shui. Lee was really worried that Namikaze Minato would get Kushina to take advantage of his inattentiveness. After making the decision, Lee changed his clothes and went out alone. It was already night and there were not many pedestrians on the road. Juzine lived near the Hokage building. Because of his special status, only this can be guaranteed. Safety. After arriving at the place where Kushina lived, just walked into the yard and saw that Kushina was contacting Kuai throwing. Looking at her panting appearance, it was obvious that she had been practicing for a long time. Keep your eyes fixed on the red heart, and then measure the distance between the back arm and the red heart, and try to use your wrist when throwing it. Swish! Several sounds of breaking the air sounded, and Kushina's 3 kunai shot out, all of which were in the center of the red heart, but Kushina ignored the kunai in the center of the red heart, and then turned to look at Lee at the gate of the courtyard, her face showing a smile. Lee, what's the matter with coming here so late? Kushina looked very happy. Lee was her first friend, and the whole Konoha was willing to be her friend. No, I'm just here to see you. Lee waved his hand, smiled, and then entered the yard. Looking at the tree in front of the yard that was full of kunai, Lee said again, you are practicing kunai. No throwing. Well, I always failed to vote in class and was cancelled by many classmates. Speaking of this, Kushina's teeth were itching with anger, as if she wanted to bite them to death. When Lee saw this, he laughed dumbly, and then took out 4 kunai from the knife bag and threw them at the red heart on the tree trunk. When Kushina saw this, he just wanted to say that it was useless, but at this time, once again he took out 4 kunai. His eyes suddenly locked on the 4 kunai he had just thrown out, and the kunai in his hand shot out again. When? After a few crisp sounds, the 4 kunai in the back came first and hit the kunai in front. Suddenly, all the kunai that had no accurate heads fell into the red heart, a total of 8 kunai, and none of them fell. The Uchiha family has removed the boundary of the blood, and the most powerful ones are the fire escape and the kunai throwing technique. Wengsuan now has few chakras, so this kunai throwing technique must be practiced well. Maybe it can be used as a life-saving trump card in the future. It's amazing, I didn't expect Kyowa to be able to cast like this. Teach me, Lee. Juxin's eyes staring at Jilly said excitedly. She was already imagining that she used such a handsome throwing technique in class, and then the chins of the whole class fell to the ground in surprise. Seeing Kushina's excited appearance, Lee was also helpless, nodded slightly, and said, well, yes, how about I teach you every night at this time? Is that okay? It won't disturb your rest, Kushina said with an embarrassed expression. It's okay, aren't we friends? Lee couldn't help but flicked his fingers on Juzine's forehead, but soon, Lee would react. This action was too intimate, and he was afraid that Juzine would get angry. After explaining it twice, Kushina covered her forehead with a dissatisfied expression and grinned. It hurts, you bastard, I want to bounce back. Lee, from tomorrow onwards, you should study with my disciple Orochimaru for a while. It was another morning. After Lee came to the house of the 3 generations of Hokage, I saw another person standing next to the 3 generations of Hokage, that is, Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, with a long face like a snake, and his eyes were very cold. Even laughing, it gives a chilling feeling. Yes, teacher, Lee nodded, knowing that since the Second Ninja World War had just ended, the village had a lot of things to do, such as forming alliances or making reparations. A morbid pursuit, but at least not yet. It's not bad to follow him for the time being. You are the gifted student that Mr. Saratobi often mentions. My name is Orochimaru, and I can be regarded as your senior brother. You can practice with me in the next period of time. Orochimaru smiled, unable to say in his tone. The forest is cold. Lee Vinian just nodded, although he didn't have any dislike for Orochimaru, but he didn't like it either. After saying goodbye to Saratobi Hizen, Lee began to practice with Orochimaru. When fighting with others, if you want to win the final victory, chakra is one aspect, and the second aspect is the use of ninjutsu. Pay attention, it is the application. When fighting, the strength of ninjutsu is only used to determine the ki. But before this crucial blow comes, it still needs a lot of small ninjutsu and taijutsu to prepare the ground. I heard Mr. Sarabi talk about your situation. You are very good, and you are good in every aspect involving taijutsu, ninjutsu and illusion have reached the limit of what you can achieve at your age, but all skills also represent mediocrity. No matter what ability you have, you must choose a decisive ability, and you will fight in the future. You must also rely on this ability to win the final victory. Lee, I don't know who taught you to practice before, but now Mr. Saratobi has handed you over to me, and I will teach you well. Come on, you will follow my instructions first. Method to proceed to the next stage of cultivation. On a flat grassland, Orochimaru was explaining some key issues to Lee. For Orochimaru, Lee didn't listen to all of them. Indeed, decisive strength is essential, but other abilities cannot be left behind. It's like specializing in ninjutsu. What if the opponent fights you in close combat? What if you specialize in taijutsu and others use ninjutsu to fly kites? Lee will never allow this kind of thing to happen to you, and don't let your own shortcomings become your fatal weakness. This is the truth that Lee believes in, and because of this, Lee will spend several times as much time as others to practice, to enhance their abilities in all aspects. Although the two have different ideas, Orochimaru is indeed a good teacher. As long as he plays a few tricks with Orochimaru, he can point out Lee's mistakes, and then set some areas for Lee to correct. That's it, Lee. The practice life of following Orochimaru kicked off. Tang, tang, tang. With 3 muffled noises, the 3 kunwas all fell into the red hearts on the tree trunk, and Juzine jumped up excitedly. Lee, thank you, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to progress so fast. Juzine came to Lee's side with a blushing face. said, tomorrow's Kunao course, I must let those jokers take a good look at who is the genius. Seeing that Kushina was caught in his own brain tonic again, Lee smiled helplessly. He has been practicing with Orochimaru for nearly a month. Similarly, he also taught Kushina for a month, but Kushina was rough. A mere Kunao throwing technique, it took her nearly a month to master it. Okay, it's not early, come here first, I'll see you tomorrow. Lee got up, looked at Kushina and said with a smile. Kushina heard the words, looked up at the sky. The breeze at night was a little cold. It was indeed late at night. Thinking of the time that she wasted every day, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and whispered, I'm sorry, I need you to help me practice every day. What are you talking about? Aren't we friends? We should help you. Li Vinian flicked his fingers on Kushina's clean forehead, and immediately made Kushina roll his eyes. After a while, the two all fell silent. Okay, I'm really leaving, you should also go and rest. Li said, turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly remembered what happened to Konoha recently, and turned his head to look at Kushina, frowned slightly, and said, Jushina, if it's not necessary, don't go out at night. Konoha has come to a lot of people from other villages these days. In the original book, there was an incident of kidnapping Kushina. Although it didn't happen at this time, who knows if there were other people who were trying to kidnap Kushina before that. After all, there are tailed beasts in each of the 5 major villages. The people from the Maelstrom family are the best candidates for Renzulai. Now the messenger from Sand Ninja Village has come to Konoha to sign the War Indemnity Treaty. There are many people mixed together. As the best candidate for Renzulai, it is inevitable that Kushina will not be targeted by others. It's okay, I'm very strong. If anyone dares to pay attention to me, I have to beat them all down. Kushina shook her head nonchalantly, and then waved angrily. Fist. Seeing this, Lee knew that Juxian didn't listen to what he said, but it was useless to say more. Maybe he was just worrying about the world. Thinking of this, Lee waved his hand and left the yard. Under the starless night, 2 figures quickly shuttled through the street, with masks on their faces, but their costumes were not those of Konoha ninjas. Cut, kidnap one hasn't learned from ninja. Do children who have graduated from school need to dispatch 2 genin? It's too much of a fuss in the village. Shut up, we were defeated in the last battle because we didn't have the strength of the people. If there were people with the strength, and the strength of the 3 generations of Kaze Cage, where would Konoha be our opponent? Arrived, pay attention to concealment. The 2 ninjas came to the house where Kushina lived, and they hid their figures one after another. Although they were only genin, their movement should also belong to the level of Wanyin genin. If we complete this task, even if we only have the strength of genin, we should be able to upgrade to chinin by exception. One of the genin smiled, staring at Kushina's house with a cold light in his eyes. Wait, what's the deal with this palpitations? Is it just me worrying, or is something really happening? Lee, who was about to arrive home soon, suddenly felt a palpitation. Although it was only for a moment, it made him flustered, and the foot that was about to enter the door was retracted. Could it be that something really happened to Kushina? The more I thought about it, the more flustered Lee's heart became. In the end, Lee gritted his teeth, turned his steps and walked back. Konoha was so big anyway. If he was just worrying about the world, he should take a walk to relieve his boredom, but having said that, the more it was close to Kushina's residence, and Lee's heart became more and more flustered, and the steps under his feet began to speed up unconsciously, and finally turned into a rush. After arriving at the place where Kushina lived, Lee immediately saw that the closed courtyard door had been opened. Without thinking much, Lee hurried in and looked around. The courtyard was very quiet. Juxian. Lee gritted his teeth, knowing that something had happened. He had just left. Even if Juxian wanted to rest, he would have to spend at least half an hour to wash up, but it's only 10 minutes now. There was no one in the yard, and Kushina's door was wide open. Lee ran over and looked inside, but there was no one there, and even the bedding was neat and tidy. Sand Ninja. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Lee's eyes. Juxina was his anti-scale, and no one could touch it. Where Konoha is heavily defended, there is only one way to go, and that is the road to the back mountain, where the site is close to the Uchiha clan, a place Konoha doesn't want to care about and Uchiha doesn't care about. Sure enough, after chasing for a long time, after entering the back mountain, Li Ji saw a section of red hair on the ground. On the ground with dead branches, the red hair was very conspicuous. Li picked it up. Know that you are not going in the wrong direction. Ding! The main task is released, recover the kidnapped Uzumaki Kushina. The task is completed, the reward points are 5,000, the task fails, the host's points are deducted 5,000, if the points are insufficient, the host's equivalent value items will be deducted. Hearing the system notification sound, Li Wei squinted his eyes and had no extra thoughts. Now, he just wanted to rescue Kushina, even if he didn't have this mission. Haha, Konoha's ninjas are really stupid. They thought they could prevent everything by watching the elders of Cho. However, in order to capture this suitable human pillar, a large number of ninjas have already been supporting outside Konoha. Now as long as we do it well for this mission, when we return to the village, we will definitely be received by Lord Kazekage, and our good days will come. Sand carrying the bound Kushina couldn't help laughing smugly. I didn't expect it to be so easy to succeed. Humph, Kanaha's Hokage is probably still staring at Elder Cho and the others at this time. Another ninja agreed. Sand Ren's plan was very simple. When he came to sign the War Indemnity Treaty, the troops were divided into two groups. One was led by Cho's mother-in-law, who was also responsible for signing the treaty, and the other was responsible for the kidnapping of Kushina. They are only used for path detection. Even if they are discovered, they can make excuses to fool around. After all, they are only two genin. If Konoha does not want to provoke a war, they will not pursue it too deeply, but obviously, the two genin also want to make a contribution. Seeing that there were no guards around Kushina, he fished out Kushina by the way. Kushina, who was tied with his hands and feet and stuffed a rag in his mouth, struggled constantly, making a whimpering choking sound, feeling very aggrieved. He didn't expect to remind himself when he left that someone came to kidnap him shortly after. I don't know if Lee will come to save me, and have you seen the hair I left behind, but it shouldn't be possible, Lee has already gone home, maybe he is sleeping comfortably at this time. No one in Konoha likes me, no one takes me seriously, and the hair I leave behind will only end up being blown away by the wind. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved Kushina felt. His eyes were red, and if his mouth wasn't blocked, he would have cried. It's already very close, it should be right in front. After picking up a strand of hair on the ground, he still felt a little warm, obviously it was not long after he left it. Thinking of this, he won't delay anymore, and the speed is fast again. In a few minutes, there is not much distance from the periphery of Konoha. If you don't hurry, you will be far away if you want to save Kushina. In the nearby forest outside Konoha, dozens of ninjas hid behind tree trunks and watched Konoha village entrance vigilantly. They were waiting for the opportunity to steal Kushina in one fell swoop. It's about to leave Konoha. As long as Konoha is out, our mission is a perfect success, and Lord Fengying will definitely promote us. Kushina listened to the ninja's words, and her tears were about to come out. She knew that she was most likely to be helpless today. As long as she left Konoha, even if Konoha's ninja found out that she was missing, would she come to the rescue? The problem is, even if you want to save it, you can't save it. That's it, you rascals. At this moment, Lee finally arrived, and Azonyu came to the front of the two genin, blocking their way. After chasing for such a long time, Lee was a little out of breath. Fortunately, he was exercising his physical strength on weekdays. Otherwise, I really don't know if I can catch up with them. Woo woo woo. Seeing Lee's appearance, Ju Xian's eyes widened suddenly, and he wanted to ask for help excitedly, but his mouth was gagged, so he could only let out a vague whimper. Ju Xian. Seeing Ju Xian being tied up by 5 flowers with a cloth in his mouth, Lee suddenly stared, looked at the two Shen ninja, and said coldly, 2 ways for you. First, now after letting go of that girl and committing suicide. Second, let me kill you with my own hands. The two Sand ninjas were blocked by someone, and they were a little scared before, thinking that Konoha's ninja had found out, but now they are just a short ghost. They both laughed, and the Sand ninja, who was carrying Kushina, pointed at Lee disdainfully towards him. The companion next to him said, hey, this guy who doesn't even have a forehead wants us to kill ourselves. Did I hear it wrong or did he say it wrong? Lee knew at a glance that it was a 6 or 7-year-old kid, the kind that didn't even open the school gate, so the kid told them to kill themselves, just like a lamb asking a tiger to kill himself. You or I? Sand ninja, who was not carrying Kushina, turned his head and smiled at his companion. The bound Kushina was thrown directly to the ground. In the end, the two ninjas decided to go together. They were worried that Lee would report the incident to the village. In order to avoid future troubles, they planned to solve it as soon as possible. Even if Konoha's people chase after him, don't worry too much. The two ninjas are at the elite level. 1-on-1, Lee can easily win by relying on the Sharingan, but 1-on-2, it is a bit reluctant. In the final analysis, it is still age-restricted. Although they are both elites, the 2A ninja has at least 15 years of age, and Chakra is more than far away. The two Sand ninjas were obviously often together, and their action patterns were almost the same. The two held Kunao and charged towards Lee from the left and the right. After approaching, the two attacked again with a left and right attack. Righting round eyes. After turning on the Sharin, the speed of the two Sharin gradually slowed down in Lee's line of sight. After avoiding the horizontal kick on the right sideways, they blocked the left attack with both hands and fought against the two elite genin. If not for the Sharin, it is estimated that this will have failed. The attacks of the two Sand ninjas cooperated very well. When one of them attacked the top, the other swept the plate, and they fought only a dozen moves, so Lee felt a little bit of difficulty. Boom! After holding up a sweep, Lee took a few steps back, and before he could take his breath, there was a real whistling sound behind him again, obviously another horizontal kick. Without thinking much, Lee hurriedly bent over to avoid this sweep, put his hands on the ground, his body spun abruptly, and Sharingan instantly locked in the neutral position of one of the Sand ninjas, and kicked the name in the stomach. This brat, there are 2 more times. Another Sharin was shocked. He had never seen such a powerful brat before, so he immediately put away his contempt, but at this moment, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Is this the Uchiha family's Sharingan? The name Sharingan was startled, thinking that Sharingan is famous for illusions, and immediately closed his eyes instinctively. Li Kei would not let this opportunity pass, and the kunao in his hand stabbed directly to the neck of the sand ninja. Death to me, bastard. Sharingan, who had just been kicked out by Li, rushed up and threw 3 kunao at Li. He wanted to save his comrades by besieging Wei and saving Zhao. Noisy, noisy, noisy. The 3 kunao stabbed into Li's back by accident, splashing blood, but before that Sharingan was happy, Li who was stabbed suddenly turned into dozens of black crows and scattered. The sound of crows filled his ears, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of crows condensed behind him again, turning into the appearance of Li as this. The name Sand Ren was horrified, but he didn't react at this time. Why do you want to fight? Li was in midair, staring at the Sharingan with a scarlet riding wheel and said indifferently. The voice fell, and there was no time for the Sharingan to answer. Li turned into a crow again and disappeared. Countless the crow feathers kept falling from the sky, the crows chirped constantly, and the surroundings were silent, and there was no sound other than the crow chirping. Is this an illusion? But when is it? Sand Ren just realized that he was in an illusion, and at this time, a sudden pain came from his body, and all the sights disappeared. No crow Ming. The sand ninja's pupils were wide open, and in front of his chest, a dark kunao pierced his heart and cut off his vitality at the same time. In the end, when is it? After the voice fell, the sand ninja died of anger, fell to the ground with a thud, and lost his life with his eyes staring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 1 enemy elite. The reward points are worth 1,000. The former host pays attention to checking. When he wanted to continue to deal with the second place Shen Ninja, Li was stunned when he heard the system's notification sound. He didn't expect that there would be rewards even for killing people, and it was a generous reward worth 1,000 points, but soon, Li putting this matter in the back of his mind, there is still an enemy in front of him. Long Village. Seeing the death of his companion, the surviving Sharingan suddenly cried out in grief, and then stared at Li with red eyes. He did not expect that the opponent would kill a companion in just a few short rounds of fighting. That's right, Li fought with them for no more than 30 seconds. When he blocked their first round of attacks, Li launched the crow technique. The subsequent battle did not exist. It was always just 2 sand ninjas because of deep in the illusion. He just kept fighting around like crazy. Little devil, kill me. Although I don't know when Li launched the illusion, it's not important now. At this point, even if I give up the mission, I can't run away. It's better to fight to the death. Are you sure what you're seeing now is the real thing? Facing Shen Ninja, who was rushing over aggressively, Li didn't do anything. Instead, he just watched calmly. Hearing Li's words, the name Sharingan was startled, and quickly stopped, looking at Li in surprise. He was trying to distinguish the truth from the false. If I were you, I would have committed suicide. Haven't you heard what others say about Uchiha? Looking at the name Sand Shinobi, the Guyu in the riding wheel's eyes began to spin slowly. He said, 1-on-1, turn around and run away. This is the precious experience left by the predecessors who have been enemies of the Uchiha family in all dynasties. Didn't your village teach you this? Don't panic, if this is an illusion, just disrupt the flow of chakra in the body. Shanin murmured non-stop, and then started Yuyan wanted to disrupt his chakra, but at this time, Li suddenly jumped up and rushed over like a beast. When he was halfway, he threw 3 kunao at the sand ninja. Bastard, how dare you lie to me? Seeing Li's sudden surprise attack, Sharen's expression changed suddenly. He was just about to use Kyowa to knock the 3 Kyowa away, but the 3 Kyowa suddenly changed their direction, and from him flew past. Shoot, missed. Sharen just had this thought, but at this moment, he felt his whole body tighten, and then his body flew out uncontrollably, hitting a big tree behind him directly, causing a huge shock almost made him faint. Is this a chakra thread? Sand Ren came back to his senses and saw the silver light on his waist that was drawn out by the moonlight, and immediately knew that the 3 kunao just now were not missed, but the other party did so on purpose. Art fire escape ho fireball. As the voice fell, a huge fireball rolled toward Shan Ninja like a wheel. Shan Nin was firmly tied to the tree trunk by the chakra string. A fireball hit him. What? The shrill scream sounded, the fireball exploded violently, and the scream stopped calmly. The whole tree was burnt to black, and Sand Ninja, who was tied to the trunk, was even more inhuman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 1 enemy elite. The reward points are worth 1,000. Please pay attention to the host. After receiving the notification sound from the system, Li finally calmed down, let out a sigh of relief, and let go of his nervous nerves. Don't look like he killed 2 elites easily, but it's actually not the case. This step-step battles are carried out through Li's calculations. When the 2 Sand Ninjas want to join forces to deal with themselves, Li starts a series of calculations. The first is to conduct a round of physical combat first, which is almost a common problem in ninja battles. Li seized this opportunity, used the shaker eye to maximize the power of the crow technique, and at the same time pulled the 2 Sand Ninjas into the illusion, and then killed one of them at a very fast speed. Sand forbearance. As for the second place Sharon, it was a bit unjust because he had suffered from illusions before, so he was very afraid of Lee's illusions, and Lise kept breaking down his inner defense with words, waiting for him to be in a trance. At that time, he used the kunao tied with the chakra string to bind the sand ninja, and finally killed the sand ninja with a deadly blow. Woo! 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 At this time, Kushina, who was put aside by Sand Ninja, let out a whimper. Hearing the whimper, Lee came back to his senses, and after rubbing his slightly swollen head, he came to Kushina's side to replace him. She loosened the tie and removed the strip of cloth from her mouth. Lee, I knew you would come to save me. As soon as the tie was released, Juxian immediately threw herself into Lee's arms and burst into tears. Juxian was also frightened. It was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Even if she is so nervous, she is still a 6-year-old child at this time, and she is naturally afraid of this kind of kidnapping. Okay, don't cry anymore, isn't it all right? Lee forced a smile. He was almost at the end of the shot, just pulled two elites into the illusion at one time at the same time. The consumption of mental power is very huge, even if it's a bit unbearable to have the double-hooked jade writing will I blessing. Fortunately, there are only two. If there is one more, it will definitely be bloody here from today. Humph, who's crying? Hearing Lee's words, Juxina reacted and broke free from Lee's arms, but soon, she lowered her head again and asked in a low voice, Lee, how did you know that I was taken? I was kidnapped. How did you find me? Hee, didn't I tell you to be careful when I left? I always felt uneasy when I went back, so I went back to where you lived with the idea of taking a walk if I had nothing to do, and then I found that you were gone. As for how did I find you? Having said that, Lee took out a few strands of red hair from his trouser pocket, which were Kushina's unique red hair, and put the hair in Kushina's palm. Afterwards, Lee said again, your red hair is too conspicuous to me on the ground with dead branches. What are you talking about? Do you think my hair is ugly too? Kushina pouted, thinking that Lee was laughing at her ugly hair, so it was conspicuous, and suddenly stared at Lee angrily. When Lee heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Regardless of Kushina's panic, Lee directly stroked Kushina's hair and said softly, no matter what others think, but for me, this red hair is the most beautiful, and it is because of this that I can recognize it from the road full of dead branches at a glance. Really? Kushina heard that, although she was shy, she still looked at Lee with a blushing face. For her, this answer was very important. Of course it's true. Lee nodded firmly, and looked at Juxina's eyes. People say that eyes are the window to the soul. If you look carefully, you will be able to see what the other person is thinking. The two looked at each other for a while, and Kushina quickly lowered her head blushing, not knowing what to do. At this moment, she realized that even leaving home to come to Konoha was not all bad. Let's go. Lee stood up and stretched out his left hand to Kushina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of recovering the whirlpool Juxina. The reward points for the task are worth 5,000. Please pay attention to checking it. The next day, Lee didn't wake up until after 10 o'clock, rubbed his still a little dizzy head, and left the door, but as soon as he went out, he met Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku, who were a little puzzled. Did something happen? Mikoto, Fuyu, why are you all running here in such a hurry? And you didn't even attend the class? Li Ying asked in confusion. Seeing Lee, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fuyu stopped. After taking a breath, Uchiha Mikoto said anxiously, Brother Lee, did you do something bad yesterday? Early this morning, Uncle Hao was arrested. Hokage-sama called out, as if he was talking about you, and looking at the face of the ninja who came to inform, it seems to be troublesome. When Lee heard this, he frowned immediately. Could it be that Sand Ren knew about what happened last night? No, the point is not here. Even if they knew that I killed the person, but as a defeated country, they dared to kidnap Kushina in Konoha. Even if the person was killed, they didn't dare to say it with great fanfare. How dare they make trouble now? Go to the 3 generations of Hokage. Before the thoughts were sorted out, 2 ninjas suddenly appeared in the yard. They were the ninjas of the Uchiha family. Their clothes are engraved with the Uchiha badge. Uchiha, please come to Naruto with us. A ninja stepped forward and said coldly, with a strong dissatisfaction in his tone. Lee Vinian didn't even bother to guess so much. He already knew something in his heart. 9 times out of 10, it happened last night. Seeing a trace of anger on the faces of the 2 Uchiha clan ninjas, Lee Waiwei sighed. Know that it is not so simple. After walking with the 2 Uchiha clan ninjas, Lee was taken directly to the reception hall of the Hokage building. As soon as he entered, he saw many faces. The 3 generations of Hokage were standing in front of him with their hands on their backs, and Kushina lowered her head. Standing behind the 3 generations of Hokage, seeing Lee coming over, he immediately blinked at Lee. Looking at this look, he should not have suffered much. On the left of the 3 generations of Hokage are Heitake Sakumo, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Hiroshi. Some Konoha's joinin are among them. On the right is the Sand Ninja Village. They also brought a lot of ninjas. There were 2 stretchers in the center of the hall, all covered with white cloth. It seemed that there were 2 people inside. Seeing this, Lee's pupils shrank suddenly, and he already understood. I have seen Lord Sandemu. Li Wei slightly arched his body. As soon as Li appeared, Sand Ninja immediately turned their attention to Li's body, and everyone's face was not good looking. If it wasn't for this kid, they would have intercepted Zulai from the next generation of Sand Ninja village. Li, you must know the reason why I called you here. Now tell me what happened last night. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly. Yes, Li nodded, looked at the two dead people on the stretcher, and said, last night I was teaching Juxin Neika no throwing skills, but these two Sand Ninjas rushed into Juxin while I was leaving. Nai's family kidnapped them, and after I found them, I killed them. I still can't figure out what the situation is now, so I can only answer truthfully, and Kushina is also here, which means that this matter has been exposed long ago, and even lying is useless. It's all nonsense. I really don't know how high the sky is. The two ninjas of mine are also elites in the sub-ninja level. Let's not say that you were just a brat who has not graduated, even if you have become a ninja, at your age, even if it is impossible for a genius to kill the two of them alone. Even Uchiha doesn't have the ability. Cho's mother-in-law snorted coldly, staring at the 3 generations of Hokage coldly, then looked at the 3 generations of Hokage, and said coldly, 3 generations of Hokage, although we had a festival with your Konoha on the battlefield, but now that the war is over, our Sand Shinobi village also accepted his fate to compensate your Konoha for the loss of the war, but now, you Konoha are still thinking about those hatreds. Killing the ninjas in my village even kept saying that my subordinates wanted to capture the ninjas in your village before they were killed. What does this mean? Speaking of which, Granny Cho paused, then looked at Heitake Sakumo waiting for someone. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said sharply, I think some of your Konoha ninjas died on the battlefield because of their companions, so take the opportunity to take revenge when we come to sign the compensation clause. Cho's mother-in-law looked at Heitake Sakumo with a very bad look. No, it should be said that she had a very strong hatred. At the end of World War II, Heitake Sakumo killed Cho's mother-in-law's son and daughter-in-law, and she was very angry with Heitake Sakumo. It can be said to be hated. After listening to Cho's mother-in-law's words, Li instantly understood that Sand Ninja Village didn't want to trouble himself, but wanted to use the deaths of 2 Sand Ninjas to find trouble for Konoha, and he was called here mostly because be a witness. Elder Cho, what do you mean by this? Uchiha Li is the first genius of my Uchiha family. You Sand Ninja Village wants to do something wrong in Konoha, and you are killed after being discovered by Li. Now you are still qualified to come our trouble. Uchiha Hao snorted coldly, very annoyed in his heart. If Cho's mother-in-law questioned others, it would be fine, but Li is a genius of the Uchiha family, representing the honor of the Uchiha family, and Cho's mother-in-law questioned Li's strength just questioning the honor of the Uchiha family. How can Uchiha Hao endure this? The patriarch of the Uchiha clan? You really don't know what you are saying. No matter how powerful your Uchiha clan is, this is just a kid. Do you really think that your Uchiha clan has reached the point of invincibility in the ninja world? Grandma Cho is planning to make things worse today. Since the arrest of Kushina failed, at least in terms of compensation for losses, not to mention all offsets, at least half of the loss should be deducted. You must know that Sand Ninja Village is a defeated country. There are already enough resources lost here, and now they have to compensate Konoha, which will directly cause the strength of Sand Ninja Village to drop a lot, and I am afraid that it will be more and more worse than Konoha in the future. Uchiha Hao was immediately angered by the words of Cho's mother-in-law. As the patriarch of the Uchiha family, he has always been proud of the Uchiha family. Now that he is so insulted, how can he swallow this breath? When Madara Uchiha was there, the Uchiha family looked down on the ninja world, looking at the villages in various countries, who would dare to oppose Uchiha like this. Uchiha Hiroshi, step back. There was a glimmer of light in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, and he glared at Uchiha Hao. Now the 3 generations of Hokage are in their prime, and Shinobu's demeanor is fully revealed. At this glance, although Uchiha Hao is dissatisfied, he closed his mouth and stood aside. Seeing this, Cho's mother-in-law sneered slightly. The Uchiha family that was once invincible is no longer what it used to be. Li's idea is the same as that of Cho's mother-in-law. After so long, the Uchiha family has already lost its teeth and become a tiger that only roars and does not dare to bite. After drinking Uchiha Hiroshi back, Sandai Hokage squinted slightly, looked at Sandai Kazekage who had never spoken, and said lightly, Your Excellency Sandai Kazekage, we still don't know the truth of this matter. I think why don't we sit down first, wait for a few days, and discuss this matter after Konoha finds out what happened. The 3 generations of Hokage are also helpless. Although I know that the Sand Ninja village is trying to kill Kushina, I also believe that the 2 Sand Ninjas kidnapped Kushina and were killed by Li, but in the end, this is just the wishful thinking of the 3 generations of Hokage. He couldn't come up with any evidence either. After all, both witnesses were from Konoha. After all, what if Kushina was a victim? She is still Konoha's person. I can't guarantee that others will not say that this is just a conspiracy made by Konoha on purpose. Oh, the victim is your Konoha, the one who witnessed it with your own eyes is still your Konoha, but both the victim and the witness are fine. The dead are the ones who harm others. Even if you say it, you can't convince others. Hearing the words, Sande Fengyin just wanted to nod her head in agreement, but at this time, Cho's mother-in-law said firstly, Your Excellency Sande Hokage, no matter what you really think about this matter, first of all, this kid named Uchiha Lee kept saying that he was killed by himself. I have 2 elites from Sand Ninja, so I have an idea, if he is really that powerful, no matter if this incident is true or false, I will pretend it never happened in Sand Ninja Village. How? Speaking of which, it was brought up to Lee, who couldn't figure out Cho's intentions, so the third Hokage could only nod and acquiesce, motioning her to continue. Seeing this, Cho's mother-in-law showed a smile, and then said, Since this kid named Uchiha Lee confessed that he defeated and killed 2 elite genin from my Sand Ninja Village, then, in order to prove his words are true, I will send a Chunin came to fight against him. If he can defeat it, the 2 Sand Ninjas died. But what is the truth? Sand Ninja Village, allow me to investigate, and the compensation matters will be carried out as before. How? As soon as these words came out, the faces of Konoha's people changed, and they all guessed the intention of Cho's mother-in-law. This Uchiha can kill 2 elites at such a young age. If he grows up, he will be fine. Cho's mother-in-law clearly wanted to take this opportunity to kill this genius, but no one said anything. Although Cho's mother-in-law was calculating Konoha, on the other hand, most people in Konoha did not want the Uchiha family. Such a genius, after all, Madara Uchiha was suppressed by Kishou Hajime in those days, and now that Chisame has already died, if Uchiha Lee grows up, where will they rise up? Yeah, Ninja didn't make a sound, but was so happy. Seeing Konoha's performance, he felt contempt for a while. When he was watching anime before, he still liked Konoha, but now it seems that no matter how glamorous the appearance is, there is a different scene behind the scenes. Cho, do you have to be the enemy of my Uchiha family? Uchiha Hao looked at Cho's mother-in-law with a gloomy face and said coldly. He was not stupid, and he could see what idea Cho's mother-in-law was making. As Uki the patriarch of the Bo clan, he naturally didn't want the geniuses in his clan to suffer this kind of loss. Uchiha Hiroshi, I am now seeking the opinion of the 3 generations of Hokage. Whether or not it is a matter of the 3 generations of Hokage has anything to do with me. Cho's mother-in-law sneered and didn't buy it. Cho's mother-in-law must only dare to bow down, but now, Cho's mother-in-law is also a very shrewd politician. If this move is successful, it can achieve the effect of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. For example, the 3 generations of Hokage nodded in agreement, and then Uchiha Lee died again at the hands of the Chunin in Sand Ninja Village. The Uchiha family there must be extreme dissatisfaction with the 3 generations of Hokage, and it may even become an enemy. Second, as a 6-year-old child, Uchiha has already been able to kill 2 elites, such talent, if not kill as soon as possible. In the future, when it comes to fighting against Konoha, will Sand Ninja Village have the slightest chance? Okay, stop arguing, and ask Lee's opinion first. The 3 generations of Hokage are not fools, so naturally they won't take the blame. Since things have developed to this point, they can only push the problem to Lee, although not kind enough, but for Konoha, the 3 generations of Hokage can only do this. If Lee agrees, then even if he is killed, the Uchiha family has no reason to lose his temper. If Lee disagrees, it is not a big problem. After all, Lee is now still a child, no one will push him too much. Lee, I heard the words of the elders of Cho just now. They need to let you prove your strength. Now let me hear what you mean. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Lee and asked with narrowed eyes. Sure enough, there is no good thing. Lee Vinian felt very unhappy. I used to see these 3 generations of Hokage with kindness, but once Konoha's interests are touched, this guy can abandon anyone and any feelings, even if he is the apprentice is no exception. Things have evolved to this point, and I don't know where they are from. Now I have become a pawn in the struggle between Konoha and Sand Ninja. If you win, it's better. If you lose, I'm afraid it will be dead in vain. Little devil, aren't you scared anymore? Didn't you just insist that you killed 2 elites? Is that just because you want to put on this tiger's skin, so that you will be a fox and a tiger in the future? I was also a little anxious, for fear of not agreeing, so I could only sneer. It's funny, you, a 10-year-old old woman, used such a low-level aggressive method to trick my 6-year-old child. I'm really worried about your IQ. Lee looked at Cho's mother-in-law and sneered. I have already sentenced this guy to death in my heart. If you cheated on me today, you will definitely be rewarded 100 times in the future. When the Konoha people heard Lee's words, they couldn't help laughing. They thought that although this child's words sounded a little arrogant, it was undeniable that such a sentence came out of the mouth of a 6-year-old child. It was indeed very funny. Although the laughter was quickly stopped, the flushed faces revealed the ridicule in their hearts, and Uchiha Hiroshi smiled without any scruples, while provoking Cho with his expression. This can make Cho gas out of smoke. Lee, this guy is still making such a joke at this time, and it's really hurting me. Kushina stood behind the 3rd Hokage, and when she heard Lee's last sentence, she was full of laughter and wanted to get out of her throat. It popped out, but because of the presence of the 3 generations of Hokage and the ninjas from other villages, Kushina could only hold back. Her little face was already red, and it seemed that she was holding back very hard. A kid with sharp teeth and sharp mouths, is the Uchiha family's upbringing only at this level? Granny Cho's face was cold, and she was shaking with anger. If it wasn't for Konoha here, I'm afraid she would have slapped him long ago. Shoot to death. Looking for death, Li Vinyan's face suddenly turned cold, which involved the issue of upbringing, which was already indirectly poking at the backbone of his parents. Although Li didn't have much affection for his parents in this world, after all, there was something flowing in his body. Their blood and their own lives are also given by them, no matter what, they cannot be slandered by others after they die. Okay, old lady Cho, I have to say, your excitement, although Zhang Fa is very naive and shameless, it is undeniable that you have successfully angered me. I, Uchiha Li, accept your proposal. With a cold face, Li turned to look at Granny Cho. There was no panic in the dark eyes, everything seemed so calm it is good. Orochimaru and Heitake Sakumo flashed a gleam of light in their eyes. Although Li was only 6 years old, and stood there to die, he was only half the height of them, but at this moment, they felt that Li's back was taller than ever before. Li. Kushina was behind the third Hokage, looking at Li Na's shoulders that seemed to be able to carry the sky. A strange look flashed in his eyes. This child really looks like Madara Uchiha back then. Looking at Li's young body, but the domineering arrogance of indifference to the common people is faintly revealed, the 3 generations of Hokage squinted slightly, and his heart was very emotional. When Konoha was not long established, the 3 generations of Hokage still didn't understand anything the child, but he had a chance to meet Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's domineering indifference to the common people gave him a great feeling, and he still can't forget it. Heitake Sakumo and Orochimaru both admire Li's backbone, especially Heitake Sakumo. He is a person who will do anything to achieve his mission, and there is a hidden element of disregard for the common people in his bones, and Li's performance has given him a lot. I feel that if the other party is not a member of the Uchiha family, he really wants to accept it as a disciple. Okay, kid, you have the guts. Since you agree, let's start. I want to see if your ability is enough to kill the 2 elites. For the insults, mother-in-law Cho was angry. Her face turned blue, but thinking that she could get rid of the seedling next, Granny Cho still endured it. In her eyes, it was impossible for a 6-year-old kid to defeat a battle-hardened Chunin. Li just snorted lightly, then turned to look at the 3 generations of Hokage. His eyes were very indifferent, although the 3 generations of Hokage were his own master, but just now the 3 generations of Hokage, for the benefit of Konoha, had no hesitation. The front line, let a 6-year-old child block the gun. I am not ashamed of this kind of behavior. Now there is no teacher and apprentice to talk about. Seeing Li's indifferent eyes, Sandai Hokage sighed slightly in his heart. What he did just now was indeed wrong, but for Konoha, even if he did it again, he would not change his mind. Kaze Kage said lightly, since your Sand Ninja village asked Uchiha to prove his strength, and Uchiha himself agreed, then please send the ninjas to fight. On one side, Uchiha was trembling with arrogance, and his face was very gloomy. He wanted to bite the 3 generations of Hokage to death. The behavior of the 3 generations of Hokage was completely killing the genius of the Uchiha family. How could Uchiha Hiroshi bear it? Damn Sarutobi he is and, damn Konoha village, for suppressing my Uchiha clan like this. Sooner or later, all of you will be destroyed. Uchiha Hiroshi squeezed his fist, and his fingertips almost pierced the palm of his hand. Ding, the task is released. Defeat the Chunin in Sand Ninja village. The reward points are 5,000, and the task fails, the owner's 5,000 points will be deducted. After arriving at an exercise site, Li stood opposite a middle-aged man with a full beard. This middle-aged man with a beard was the ninja sent by Sand Ninja village this time, with a guard from Sand Ninja village on his forehead. Comparing the two, the imposing manner from this side is not a little bit weak. Age is a hard injury, and there is no forehead protection. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage and the 3 generations of Kaze Kage surrounded the exercise field with ninjas. Watching the next battle between the 2 of them from a distance, Uchiha Hiroshi's palms were about to sweat. If there is a mistake, when will the Uchiha family truly rise? Kushina was beside the 3rd Hokage, staring at Li without blinking, her face full of worry. Previously, she was confident that Li would win. Nai also broke into a cold sweat for Li. Little devil, if you surrender now, I can spare you from dying. If you really make a move in a while, I will break your bones one by one. Did you hear that? Sand Ninja Chunin is very burly, it is 3 times as big as Li, and the murderous aura on his body is also very heavy. Obviously, the second ninja war has just ended, and this guy has not adjusted his mentality. If it was an ordinary child, he would definitely cry with this murderous aura, and even Li also looked heavy. The Chunin and the elite genin sounded only slightly different, but their strengths were already vastly different. If nothing special, it is almost impossible for elite genin to defeat Chunin. Writing round eyes. Li didn't answer the Chunin's words, the black pupils were already dyed blood red, and the Guyu in his eyes stared at the Chunin's feet. At this moment, Li's nerves were already tense. The enemy was him, the first great enemy of all time, and if you are not very careful, you will probably die. Is this the Uchiha family Sharingan? Gaga, let me tell you, kid, on the battlefield, I killed a lot of Uchiha family members. Sand Ren saw Lee's Sharingan and didn't think so. Knowing that this age has the meaning of double Guyu, I didn't take it too seriously. Lee ignored the Shan Ninja's mad words, took out a handful of kunao, and the person moved in an instant, running towards Shan Ninja, then jumped into the air, and kicked the Shan Ninja's face. Little devil, don't look down on people. If you want to compete with this uncle, you are still 100 years early. Ren shouted, facing Lee's horizontal kick. Ren did not hide, and slapped him directly. I want to grab off the feet. Whoosh! However, at this time, Lee threw the kunao in his hand at Shan Ninja's face. The two were no more than half a meter away. The kunao thrown from such a close distance instantly arrived in front of Shan Ninja's eyes. I was in mid-air, and a silver thread suddenly appeared in my hand. I pulled it hard, and the advancing body suddenly stopped. Then I twisted my body in mid-air and retracted the foot that was kicking at Sand Ninja. After landing, Lee didn't stop, put his hands on the ground, and swept his right foot against Sand Ninja's bottom plate. It is good. The 3 generations of Hokage and others who were watching the battle were applauded when they saw Lee's continuous attack. It was hard to imagine that a child who had never been on the battlefield would have such proficient fighting skills. Noisy. Boom. A snowflake fluttered, and at the critical moment, the Sand Ninja blocked Kuai with his arm. Although he avoided the fatal attack, his arm was cut open, and scarlet blood flowed down. Sweeping his feet on his knees, the huge force made the Sand Ren stagger a few steps before he could stand firm. You brat, Ren did not expect that his dignified Chunin would suffer at the hands of a 6-year-old brat. He was just about to get angry, but at this time he noticed something abnormal, and he didn't know when he was around. It has become quiet, and everyone watching the battle is still watching. No one is missing, the wind is still whistling, the trees are still swaying. Yes, although there is a sound, it still makes him feel a strange silence. These voices are too fake, making him faintly feel a palpitations in his heart. Is this an illusion? As soon as he had this idea, Ren quickly shook his head and denied it. He hadn't found any signs of illusion before, and the other party was a kid. He didn't believe that he could silently pull himself and come in fantasy. What the hell does Liashaw want to do? In the eyes of outsiders, this Ren, that is, Liashaw, has been standing there since he was kicked by Li. At first, Granny Cho and others thought Liashaw had come up with a good plan, but now it seems, Liashaw's eyes had clearly become dim, as if he had lost his soul. Li K, no matter what others are thinking, after trapping Liashaw with the crow technique, Li took out a handful of kunao, bit it in his mouth, and quickly formed a seal with both hands. He took a breath, and then spit it out at Liashaw, who was blind. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. A fireball with a diameter of 1 meter rolled towards Lisha like a giant wheel of a chariot. Impossible, that guy Liashaw actually fell into the illusion. When exactly was it? Granny Cho paled in surprise, her face changed a lot. At this time, she also saw that Liashaw was clearly in the illusion, but with like Liashaw, Granny Cho couldn't see when Li used illusions. At this moment, Granny Cho's heart surged with infinite killing intent. Li was only 6 years old and it was already so troublesome. Isn't Sand Ninja Village always under Konoha? When done, a big breakthrough. When the fireball of Ha was about to hit Liashaw was also out of the control of the illusion. Seeing the big fireball close at hand, Liashaw hurriedly opened his mouth and spit out wind pressure. Call. When fire encounters wind, it should become stronger, but the result is that Ha fireball was destroyed by a big breakthrough. Among the 5 elements, Huo Dun restrains Fang Dun, but Li's strength is only elite, but Lai Shaed is Chinen. The gap in it has ignored this attribute, and the fireball is extinguished abruptly. Noisy. Before Lai Shaed could breathe a sigh of relief, a jet black Kyowa breakthrough pierced through the wind sand and plunged directly into his shoulder, and another piece of flowers was flying. Lai Shaed was dumbfounded and didn't understand the origin of this Kyowu. Where come? What? Soon, Liashaw didn't have the energy to care about where Kyowa came from. This Kyowa was stabbed in his shoulder, and there was a severe burning pain. Liashaw grabbed Kyowu and wanted to put it away. He pulled it out, but when he touched it, Laisha's face suddenly changed. This Kyowa was as hot as a red-hot tongs. After he clenched his teeth and pulled it out and threw it away, Laisha was already sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and looked up at Li, who was still indifferent. Little devil, I didn't expect you to hide Kyowa in the fireball. It's really insidious. A middle-aged man said that a 6-year-old child was insidious, because he did experience the insidiousness of Li, and he suffered 2 losses. If it weren't for the fact that his strength was not at the same level, I am afraid that he would have died a long time ago. Li Vinian pouted slightly, and was a little dissatisfied that Liashaw was not killed in one fell swoop. When he launched the fireball technique, Li was in order to prevent Liashaw from breaking away from the illusion at a critical moment, so he deliberately bit a kunao. The whole fireball is a propellant, and it shoots kunao out at the same time. When burned by the flame, the lethality of kunao will increase several times, and it can easily pierce people's bodies. However, I did not expect this wind to escape. He blew Kuai's quasi head to the side, not stabbing Liashaw's heart, but stabbing his shoulder. Liashaw has already put away his contempt, and his feet have begun to move. At this moment, he regards Li as an opponent of the same level. If he does not go all out, he is likely to be killed. As soon as Liasha moves, Li's situation is not optimistic now. His strength is always only the level of elite tolerance. Chakra is limited and cannot continuously perform ninjutsu, but Liasha has this advantage and launched a fierce attack on Li. Boom! Boom! The two of them put their fists and feet together, and before they fought for a few rounds, a wind blade came towards them, and they escaped from danger, but they met an even more ferocious attack. Wind done, gale palm. Liasha slashed towards Li with a palm, and suddenly a violent whirlwind rushed towards Li's face. Li's expression changed, and he didn't dare to fight recklessly. If you have a distance, don't dare to attack rashly. With the only chakra I have now, I can support me to cast the technique of the fireball and the crow at most once. Although the technique of the fireball is powerful, it has a large target and can be easily avoided. As for the technique of the crow, the opponent has already I have suffered a loss, and I will definitely not give me another chance. The more he thought about it, the deeper the frown of Li's brows became. By the way, let's see if there are any redeemable skills in the system. Li Wei squinted his eyes, glanced at Liashaw, and then stepped back a few meters again, forming a seal on his hands. Fire escape, the art of fireball. Another arrogant fireball technique rolled towards Liashaw. Haha, kid, it's impossible for this kind of ninjutsu to hit me. You should accept your fate and let this uncle break your bones one by one. Looking at the rolling fireballs, Liashaw hahaha he smiled, then stumbled to hide, and looked at Li who was standing still and showed a bloodthirsty smile. In the system space, Li quickly flipped through the ninjutsu and hokage that can be used against the enemy, but he was unsatisfactory. Either the lethality was not good, the release was slow, or he couldn't redeem it by himself. Li Wei sighed and clicked on the page of the God of Death. Suddenly, an ability made Li stop his eyes. Shunryu, the advanced footwork of the God of Death. Those who master this footwork can move quickly, just like traveling through space. The exchange method is as follows. Shunpo mastery, 5,000 points are required. Note, master level Shunpo can make you move quickly, but the disadvantage is that you can only perform 3 consecutive blinks at most. Shunpo mastery, 10,000 points are required. Note, this level is the highest level. As long as you have enough chakra, you can move quickly without limit. Seeing Shunpo's 2 exchange methods, Li frowned slightly, checked his points value, a total of 8,000, including 1,000 rewarded when he fought against the third Hokage for 5 minutes, and then rescued Kushin as reward. 5,000 and 2,000 for killing 2 elite genin villagers, a total of 8,000. It seems that I can only exchange for Shunpo mastery. As for mastery, I'll talk about it later. Thinking of this, Li no longer hesitated, and spent 5,000 points to redeem Shunbu mastery. In an instant, Li's mind appeared about after the use and limitations of Shunpo were digested. Li did not stay and left the system space directly. Outside, only dozens of seconds have passed. Liashaw slapped Li on Li's body. Before he could show a triumphant smile, Li who was hit turned into a broken piece of wood. When he entered the system space, Li cast a flamboyant fireball technique to obstruct Liashaw's sight, and then used the stand-in technique to hide in the big tree on the side. Only in this way can Li dare to enter the system with peace of mind. Che, what a slick brat. Liashaw kicked the broken wood away in dissatisfaction, and then yelled, little brat, come out for me, and let your uncle Lisha unscrew your brat's head. Well, click click. Lisha's voice was very rough. With this smile, saliva spurted out of his mouth, which made people feel nauseated. After Shunbili exchanged, he had been hiding in the big tree next to him, and his scarlet writing will I stared at Lisha's move, wait for the best time to attack, although there is Shunpo, but in the end, his chakra has bottomed out. No matter how powerful Shunpo is, he can only activate it at most once, so Li must use Shunpo's strangeness and assault sex to achieve the killing effect. Cut, this brat is slippery, don't let me find him, or he'll break his legs first. Liashaw pouted, spat fiercely, and turned around wanting to go elsewhere. Looking for it, Li, who was hiding in the tree, suddenly burst into a burst of light, knowing that the time had come. Whoosh! A black stream of light from the forest flew out from the bushes and pierced Liashaw's back fossa. Lisha, who was turning around, suddenly showed a grim smile, turned around sharply, smashed Kiwa with one punch, and then laughed loudly, I knew it. You little bastard is hiding here, haha. Li ignored Liashaw's words. From the beginning of the attack, he had already calculated everything. After one jumped off the big tree, he quickly rushed towards Liashaw. The other party is a Chinin, but there is no hesitation in Li's eyes, and the speed is getting faster and faster. You're really a little devil who doesn't know how to live or die. Fight face to face with a Chinin like me. Liashaw grinned, and then shouted, you little brat, don't look down on people, don't think that you can beat me if you get hurt by chance. Today I'll show you the difference between Genin and Chinin. After Lisha finished speaking, he quickly rushed towards Li. When he was about to get close, he slashed at Li's head with a palm. It seemed that he wanted to slap him to death. Li's height was a problem for Li Xia. Too bad. It's right now. Li's pupils shrank suddenly, and the writing will eye stared at a blind spot. Shunbu started in an instant, and Li disappeared in front of Liashaw and appeared to his left. So fast, this brat. Liashaw was startled, his instinct to fight on the battlefield all the year round saved his life, and at the critical moment he turned and slapped Li again, but to his surprise, Li disappeared again, as if it is generally evaporated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Breaking the air twice in a row, when it reappeared, Li was already behind Liashaw. This was the last time in the 3 consecutive moments. Without any hesitation, Li crossed a vertical line, and the kyo in his hand played a few knives and flowers, and then with the help of the weight of his body, Kunyu directly plunged into Liashaw's neck. Noisy! There was no accident, a large piece of blood splattered from Liashaw's neck, and the speed of Shunbu was comparable to the speed of spacetime ninjutsu. For 3 consecutive instants, how could Liashaw be able to react? You must know that in the later stage of Namikaze Minato, you can rely on Fei Lei Shen to instantly kill more than 50 jounin. What was that just now? Teleportation. The people watching the battle were amazed and looked at Li in the field one by one. After the 3 generations of Hokage and others reacted, a gleam of light flashed in their eyes. Orochimaru stared at Li's figure with great interest, not knowing what they were thinking. This brat is really only 6 years old. Granny Cho and Kazuki Sandai looked at each other, and both saw the shock and murderous intent in each other's eyes, although they didn't know how the teleportation was achieved just now, but Li's talent has aroused their solemnity. This kid must not be treated as an ordinary genius. Li he. Uchiha Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Li's indifferent pale face. Uchiha Hao felt a strange feeling in his heart. He found that Li was hiding really deep, having mastered such a powerful technique. He has never seen him use it before. If it wasn't for this critical moment of life and death, I'm afraid I still don't know when I'll be able to see it clearly. Li, what are you thinking about? Uchiha Hao was puzzled. No, it should be said that he instinctively did not dare to think about it. Li was only 6 years old. He didn't believe that Li would have such a deep scheming, such a powerful technique, but it has never been revealed. Uchiha Hiroshi instinctively did not think about the reason. After killing Liashaw, Li Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief, and his spirit relaxed, but his limbs were weak for a while, and he hurriedly squatted down. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating the Sand Ninja Chunin. The reward points are worth 5,000. Please pay attention to the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing an enemy Chunin. The reward points are worth 2,000. The former host pays attention to checking. Hearing the system's notification sound, Li showed a smile, and finally his merit was complete. But after feeling that there was no chakra in his body, Li showed a wry smile. Sure enough, this Chunin is not so easy to kill, but fortunately is already passed. Turning his head to look at the 3 generations of Hokage and others, but after seeing the inexplicable meaning on their faces again, Li squinted his eyes slightly, and then turned his head back as if nothing had happened, knowing that today's Shunbu has attracted the attention of the 3 generations of Hokage and others, and in the future some troubles are inevitable, but fortunately my surname is Uchiha, and I want to fool the past. Not too difficult. From the current state, but no one came up to cheer for him. The person who won glory for Konoha, Uchiha Hiroshi, was thinking about Li's intention to hide ninjutsu, not to mention the 3 generations of Hokage and others. They think more. After all, the Uchiha family is a trouble, and I don't know if such a genius is a good thing or a bad thing, especially the 3 generations of Hokage. He previously pushed Li to the edge of the knife to protect the interests of Konoha, and wanted to use Li to repair the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha is obviously no longer enough. As a result, Li's relationship must be handled more carefully. If one is not good, in 10 years or decades, Konoha may be destroyed in Uki, in the hands of the Bo family. Li, are you alright? No matter what others thought, Juxina immediately ran into the arena and asked anxiously when he saw that there seemed to be something wrong with Li. I'm fine, it's just that my strength is exhausted, I'll just take a rest. Li shook his head slightly, a smile appeared on his pale face, and he didn't want Kushina to worry. Seeing Li's face, Juzine felt very guilty. All of this was clearly caused by herself. Why was Li who suffered the consequences in the end? Juzine was very unconvinced and felt sorry for Li, and squatted at Li with red eyes. In front of. Okay, Kushina, as I said, no matter what I do, I have no regrets. What happened last night, even if I had to choose one more time, I would not give up my plan to save you. Pat Kushina on the back of the head and said softly. Why are you so good to me? I'm just a girl that everyone hates. Why do you do this for me? Kushina, who has always been strong, shed tears for the first time, although she didn't cry, but she can express her feelings and guilt very well. Kushina, I. Cough cough. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly came over, holding a pipe, looked at Li thoughtfully, was interrupted by the 3 generations of Hokage, and felt a little uncomfortable, but still stood up with the help of Kushina. Facing the 3 generations of Hokage, he slightly arched his body. Although he was brooding about what the 3 generations of Hokage had done, his strength was still too weak to resist anything. Lee, you are very good. I think you have reached the limit. Kushina, let's go and rest first. Let us handle it here. The three generations of Hokage looked at Kushina and said with a smile, an approachable look, I see, Lord Sandemu. Kushina nodded respectfully. She still respects the three generations of Hokage. This is also because Kushina is too young, plus the rough things, the struggle against the three generations of Hokage and Sand Ninja Village. I can't see it, otherwise, let Kushina know that the third generation of Hokage is taking the gunner, and it is estimated that the third generation will be questioned on the spot. Lee didn't make a sound, and didn't look at Uchiha Hao and the others. He was supported by Kushina and left the training ground. The next thing had nothing to do with Lee. Even if Sand Ninja wanted to pursue it, he couldn't find any excuse. I believe that the three generations of Hokage will handle this matter well. After being supported by Kushina and returning home, Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fuya were already waiting. Both of them were full of anxiety, and they were both worried about Lee. When they saw Lee with a weak face, he was helped back. The two immediately helped Lee to the room and let him lie down. Brother Lee, did they do something to you? Why are you like this? Uchiha Mikato stared angrily and said, Humph, the people of Sand Ninja Village are so shameless, they actually sent a vicious Chunin and Lee to fight. When Kushina thought of the aggressive appearance of Sand Ninja Village in Hokage, she became extremely angry. Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku were shocked when they heard the words, and they fought Chunin? Brother Lee, let me see if you are injured. Uchiha Mikato looked worried and reached out to check for Lee, but was caught by Lee. Okay, I'm fine, it's just that the chakra is exhausted. You go out first, let me rest first. Li Wei shook his head, he really felt very tired, the chakra was severely depleted, and the excessive use of the shakers caused the brain feel sleepy. Li Du said so. Despite the worry, Uchiha Mikato took Kushina and Uchiha Fugaku out of the door, leaving a quiet space for Lee. After the three of Uchiha Mikato went out, Li Wei let out a sigh of relief, and then entered the system space and adjusted her point value. 1,000, a total of 7,000, plus the 3,000 left after exchanging Shunpo, exactly 10,000. The price of Sangha Jade is exactly 10,000 points, and I have a chance to upgrade the Sweji limit. In this way, I can directly evolve into a kaleidoscope riding wheel. Thinking of this, Lee slightly frowned and pinched it. Pinching his own body, he finally shook his head. The kaleidoscope riding wheel is strong, but the side effects are too great. In terms of his 6-year-old age, let alone fighting, even turning it on will drain him in an instant. The chakra of his body crushes his body, which is not what he can bear now. Unless he has the body of an immortal, not only will he not be able to improve his strength, but it will become a burden for a long time, which is not worth the loss. However, improving strength is also the most desired thing from now. With the title of genius, he will definitely face more problems in the future, and to solve all this, the power to crush everything is essential. Ninjutsu? Lee denied it. Among the many ninjutsus, the level is too high, and their chakra cannot be afforded, and the level is too low, and Lee also doesn't like it, and the Uchiha family has too many ninjutsu collections, so I can't blame it on this. Waste of points value. If you have to talk about useful ninjutsu, then only Space Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God is useful. You don't need too much chakra to activate. You can shuttle several times in a row with your elite chakra level, but there is already Shunpo, but Fei Lei Shen is not much use. Let's keep this 10,000 points value first, and then make plans after the strength is higher. Lee shook his head helplessly, and wanted to improve his chakra even more urgently in his heart. Time passed quickly, and when Lee woke up again, the sky was already bright. He blinked his confused eyes slightly, his head awake, and he knew that he might have slept for a long time. It was afternoon when he lay down, but now it is already here. In the early morning of the next day, it seemed that yesterday's battle was indeed very difficult. The chakra has actually increased. Lee just wanted to see if his chakra had recovered, but after seeing this, Lee suddenly found that his chakra had increased, and he had already it's about to break through the limit of Elite Ninja, and you can reach the Chunin level with just one kick. Could it be that consuming all the chakra every time can increase the speed of refining chakra? Thinking of this possibility, the direction that he needs to practice next suddenly appeared in Lee's mind. The only thing missing is chakra. However, Lee is not a fool, and will not be foolish to act recklessly. Although consuming chakra can speed up the refining speed, chakra is a combination of physical strength and mental strength. Let alone mental strength, the daily growth of body cells is there is a limit, if excessive refining will leave dark spots on the body. It seems that in the future, I need to eat more supplements to replenish body cells. Lee squeezed his chin. He finally understood why ninjas eat more than ordinary people. This is because chakra refining every day will consume the body cells, and if you want to replenish it, you must eat more. Thinking of this, Lee suddenly has an idea. This big supplement may be difficult for others to get, but for Wengsuan, after 3 days passed, Sand Ninja Village signed a compensation treaty with the defeated country, and Lee killed Sand Ninja Chunin. According to the agreement, even if they were dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. 3 days later, the 3 generations of Kazekage left with their entourage. With Konoha, this matter has come to an end. Lee, what was the ninjutsu you used when you fought Sand Ninja last time? After dealing with Sand Shinobi's affairs, the work of the security department also relaxed, and Uchiha Hiroshi also took time to call Lee to the study room to ask about Shunpo. That's the pupil technique that I came with after I wrote the round eye and evolved into the double hook jade. I named it Shunryu. Lee slightly arched his body, without a trace of panic on his face, and his black pupils looked at Uchiha How, not at all reluctant. This excuse was something he had thought of early in the morning. It's Uchiha Hiroshi, and I'm afraid even Uchiha Madara can't know what kind of pupils will be born from other people's writing wheel eyes. Pupilism. Uchiha How frowned slightly when he heard the words, thinking about the truth of this sentence. My writing wheel has evolved to Sanga Jade, but I don't have any pupilism. Eyes are only double Guyu. Why do you have pupil skills? Uchiha How was puzzled. He knew about the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. After awakening the 3 Guyu, he went to see the stone tablet of the Uchiha family's ancestral hall. It was recorded. When it was written, after the wheel eye evolves to the extreme, the Sanga Jade will change and evolve into a more powerful kaleidoscope, and each eye of the kaleidoscope will host a pupil technique, but due to personal reasons, each person's eyes host the pupil. The techniques are also different, so they have the name of Wanhua. However, it is really unbelievable that the pupil technique is born from just the double hook jade writing wheel eye. Well, I see, you go down first. Unable to think of a reason, Uchiha Hiroshi could only put it aside temporarily. Yes, the patriarch. Li Weiwei narrowed his eyes, knowing that Uchiha How might have become wary of himself because of this incident. The tone just now had a faint sense of alienation. After bowing slightly, he left. To Uchiha Hiroshi's study. What on earth are you thinking about, Lee? Looking at Lee's back, Uchiha Hiroshi narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he felt Lee's terrifying, although Lee's performance just now was flawless. It was perfect, but it was because it was so perfect that Hiroshi Uchiha had doubts in his heart. Unlike Uchiha Hiroshi, the younger generation of the Uchiha family worships Lee very much. After all, Lee killed a Chunin at the age of 6. This is simply a genius-level character, completely surpassing Uchiha. Qualifications of family ancestors. Leave Master. Along the way, as long as I see some young clansmen of Lee, they will stop and call young Master Lee respectfully. The ninja world is a world where the strong eat the weak, but don't forget, it's only 6 years old from now. As long as a few years later, the Uchiha family is likely to use the strength of this now only 6-year-old child to reproduce the glory of the Uchiha family in one fell swoop. After returning to the residence, Lee closed the door, sat on the chair and frowned. Uchiha Hiroshi's attitude made Lee feel a little strange. The alienation in it was not even concealed. Lee knew why this happened. The situation is not entirely because of Shunryu. I am afraid that some of his previous habits have also made Uchiha Hiroshi wary, but because it is not too obvious, Uchiha Hiroshi instinctively ignores it. Now Shunryu is just a trigger. It sounded the alarm for Hiroshi Uchiha. Yes, if there is no accident, the next patriarch of the Uchiha family will definitely be Uchiha Fuyu, but now it is an accident. Whether it is scheming or talent, this will pose a great threat to Uchiha Fuyu. Although Lee has never thought about being the head of the Uchiha family, but Uchiha How can't guarantee that he won't think about this. I didn't expect Sand Ninja Village to bring me so much trouble this time. Lee Weiwei sighed. If he had Madara Uchiha's strength, he would have gone to Sand Ninja Village to start a killing spree. I don't know if I don't think about it carefully, but when I think about it, I think of several problems that I may face next. First of all, Uchiha How will definitely have a taboo on himself, for fear that he will compete with his son for power, and secondly, the 3 generations of Hokage originally accepted him as a disciple to repair the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha, but now the 3 generations of Hokage will definitely think that he is a person with deep scheming and ambition, and the master-disciple relationship ends here. The third point, it's Danzo hiding in the dark. That guy almost refuses to let go of anyone who may pose a threat to Konoha. Danzo's psychology is almost the same as that of the second Hokage. He is full of jealousy towards the Uchiha family, and wish to eradicate it sooner, can control the fashion without taking any action. Once there are signs of loss of control, I am afraid that Danzo will take action soon. Now that Lee is performing so well, just a little investigation will reveal Lee's usual character in life. Habits, up and down scrutiny. I am afraid that Lee is a person with deep scheming. As a college student in the previous life, I was reborn into this world and naturally couldn't play with some children. This is normal for Lee, but it is abnormal for Uchiha Hiroshi, Sandai Hokage, and Danzo. They will only think that this child has been a different person since he was a child, and the meaning of being different is obvious, even if it goes without saying that Madara Uchiha and Kishao Hashirama were different. Madara, that is the one that is the pillar? Why do you think so much? The most important thing at the moment is to improve your strength. As long as you have strength, you can deal with whatever happens. Throwing these thoughts out of his mind, with his current strength, it is useless to think too much. If Uchiha Hiroshi is to eliminate the threat for his son, he will not have the ability to resist now. If Danzo wants to take action against himself, he was also incapable of resisting. Thinking of this, Lee quickly entered the system space. The most important thing for him now is to improve his strength, that is, chakra. As long as there are more chakras, master some ninjutsu and open the kaleidoscope riding wheel. Even if Danzo wants to, you have to think about what to do with yourself. System, help me list things that can quickly generate cells. Potion of life, a potion made from the breath of life as a raw material, can quickly repair human cells. Long-term use can improve human qualifications. The exchange price is as follows. Small bottle, points are worth 100. Note, 1 bottle can be used 3 times in the lower ninja stage, 2 in the middle ninja stage, and 1 in the upper ninja stage. Medium bottle, points worth 500. Note, it is not recommended to use the lower ninja stage. The middle stage can be divided into 3 uses, and the upper ninja stage can be used twice. Large bottle, points are worth 1000. Note, it is recommended to use at the upper level of the ninja, and 1 bottle can be divided into 3 uses. Li Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the items listed in the system that were helpful and redeemable for her. As long as there were, it was good. Although it was a bit more expensive, the points earned are for use. Integral value. The small bottle of life potion can be used 3 times in the sub-ninja stage, that is to say, each time you use up the chakra, then drink the life potion, and refine it to the limit. Each small bottle can be used for yourself 3 times. The critical point of Elite Ninja, this small bottle of life potion is the most suitable for you. System, exchange me 10 small bottles of life potion first. Lee didn't hesitate, and directly spent 1000 points to buy 10 bottles. He is now eager to improve his strength. As soon as Lee's order was given, 10 green potion bottles appeared in front of Lee. Each bottle was only 10 centimeters high and the thickness of a thumb. It was just a pure white glass bottle. Green. After exchanging 10 bottles of life potion, Lee's 10,000 points value is only 9,000. After putting away the 10 bottles, Lee can't wait to leave the system space. He wants to try the effect of the life potion. Coming to the yard, Li Weiwei took a breath, and then his hands began to form seals. Fire escape, the art of fireball. The fiery fireball was rolling like a wheel, and it didn't end here, and it was still urging the chakra in the body. Stop, the fireball rushed out, and it kept rolling for more than 10 meters before making a crackling sound, and it disappeared. This time, the power of the fireball technique was twice as powerful as the previous one. Have you consumed almost half of the chakra? Li Weiwei nodded. It seems that this method is feasible. Adding the lethality of the Hao fireball, the required chakra is equivalent to the amount of chakra that releases the Hao fireball twice, so that you can quickly consume the chakra in your body. With a plan, Li will no longer waste time. After 2 consecutive super-rich fireball techniques, the chakra in Li's body has bottomed out. Without any hesitation, Li immediately took out a bottle of life potion, unscrewed the lid and drank it for 3 minutes. 1. The potion of life has no taste. It is like drinking water, and it does not have the same fragrance as imagined. However, when this potion goes down, the effect is immediate. Warm flow. For a moment, Li felt that his body was full of strength. Li no longer hesitated, and hurriedly sat cross-legged on the spot and began to refine chakra. The effect of the potion of life is indeed very good. As soon as the chakra is refined, all the cells in the whole body become active, quickly combine with the spiritual energy, and then produce a trace of chakra to travel to the danshin, and these cells are refined, and the potion of life is very fast. Just restore it. After all the medicinal effects of the life potion were lost, Li's chakra was refined to the level of elite tolerance. However, Li did not stop there, but continued to refine it. He just had a feeling that his chakra amount is about to break through to Chinin. This is an opportunity. Li's spiritual power is very strong. As a Uchiha clan, he is born with strong spiritual power, and with the memory of his previous life, Li's spiritual power almost surpasses that of any Uchiha clan, and in terms of physical energy, the front with the potion of life is a foreshadowing, and now with the cellular energy that he has, it may not be impossible to hit the Chinin. The cells in the body are jumping, and the spiritual energy is like an invisible force combined with the jumping cells, and a stream of pure chakra is extracted. After a while, he opened his eyes and showed a hint of joy on his face. He succeeded. Feeling that the chakra in the body has increased several times, Li Wei sighed. The chakra volume of this Chinin is indeed much more than that of the elites. Without too much to feel this power, Li quickly took out the bottle. After drinking the life potion, he raised his head and drank all, and suddenly, the warm feeling appeared again, and the cells consumed by refining chakra were replenished in an instant. Refining such a huge chakra at the age of 6, if there is no immortal body as the backing, there will definitely be many dark diseases in the future, just like Uchiha Itaki, although he is called a genius, but prematurely awakened kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. When practicing, he refined chakra too much. Although he gained a powerful strength, at the same time, his body was also overwhelmed by the kaleidoscope and the excessive refining of chakra, but now, he is not afraid of this life potion. Chakra is over-refined. After the chakra amount reached Chunin, Lee got up and patted the dust on his body, and just wanted to leave, but at this time, a ninja of the Uchiha clan suddenly appeared in front of Lee. Uchiha Lee, Master Patriarch has asked you to come over. As soon as the words were finished, the ninja disappeared, and he did not take the genius of the Uchiha clan to heart at all. Lee saw that ninja, one of Uchiha Hiroshi's confidants, and one of the top 20 in the Uchiha clan. One of the ninjas has a very high status in the clan. No, in fact, every Shangnin has a very high status. The huge Konoha has 100 ninjas on the bright side. The forbearance is even less. I am afraid that it is less than 30, and the number of Jonin in the entire Uchiha only accounts for 20% of Konoha. This strength also wants to resist Konoha, deserve to be exterminated in the later stage. Li Wei shook his head and put this sudden thought behind him. Uchiha hero called himself over there. There must be nothing good. Let's go over first and see what he wants to do. After coming to Uchiha Hao's study, Uchiha Hao was already standing by the desk with his hands on his back, waiting for him. Seeing this, he slightly arched his body and said lightly, Lord Patriarch. Well, Lee, I just discussed with the 3 generations of Hokage. I plan to let you participate. Hearing Uchiha Hiroshi's words, Lee's pupils shrank slightly, but soon returned to normal. He lowered his head and cursed in his heart. Uchiha Hiroshi was suspicious by nature, because he suddenly exchanged Shunryu to defeat that Sand Shinobi, which made him. Uchiha Hiroshi thinks that he is deliberately hiding his strength, plus he does not usually play with his peers, and he is very mature. I am afraid this guy thinks he has 2 hearts. The Guard Department, this is the department under Uchiha's jurisdiction in Konoha. It is specially used to manage the injustices of Konoha. Originally, in the early days, the Uchiha family was proud of this department. After Bo stayed away from Konoha politics to deliberately set up such a department, some core members of the Uchiha family were ashamed of this department, but because of Hokage's face, they also dared not speak out. Because of this, some core members of the Uchiha family will not be sent to the security department, and only some young people in the Uchiha family who have not awakened or have reached middle age and still only have 2 pairs of eyes. The clansmen of Guya's writing round eyes, if it sounds bad, are the abandoned sons of the family. When they are used, they will be summoned back. If they are not used, they will never be able to participate in the inner center of the Uchiha family. These are assigned to the security department. The clansmen only use it to perfunctory Konoha. Hiroshi Uchiha's current practice is to expel Lee from the core of the family. In his opinion, Lee is still young and does not understand the meaning of the guard department. I am afraid that he will be proud to be a ninja. You can not only attract Lee's hatred, but also slowly let Lee fade out of the core of the family. You must know that Lee is the most outstanding genius in the Uchiha family. He should have enjoyed the most abundant resource training of the Uchiha family, but now he is taken as the abandoned son of Konoha. Threatening Uchiha Fuyu's future patriarch position, he has forgotten that Lee's parents died to save him. Lee, why did you join the security department as a ninja and fight for the glory of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Hao looked at Lee and asked again. Shit, honor. Lee Venian scolded secretly in his heart, but his face was still calm. He raised his head to look at Uchiha Hiro, and said lightly, as a member of the Uchiha clan, this is my duty. Listen to the arrangement of the patriarch. Under the roof, people have to bow their heads. Although Lee's strength has reached the level of Chunin, relying on Shunpo may be able to kill the elite Chunin, but trying to fight against the entire Uchiha family is undoubtedly like hitting a stone with an egg. Well, this is the son of my Uchiha family. You go back and prepare now. Tomorrow's assessment will be held in the 3rd exercise field. Don't be late. After Lee's answer, Uchiha Hao also showed a face. With a smile, he was really afraid that he would refuse to leave the meeting, and it would be difficult to do it by then. Lee Venian arched his body slightly, then backed out silently, looking at Lee's back. Uchiha Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, and murmured, Fuyu, that's all I can do for you, this is all I can do. Once I am sorry for Lee, and I will transfer Lee back to the core after you become the patriarch, I will definitely be able to get Lee's gratitude, so that he can help you with all his heart in the future. Uchiha Hiroshi's abacus is quite good. He makes a red face himself, and lets Uchiha Fuyu make a white face. This is a seamless abacus, but he never imagined that the person he wants to calculate is not as simple as a 6-year-old kid. Early the next morning, after packing up all the combat items, I left the door. According to Uchiha Hiroshi, this time the Genin exam was in the 3rd exercise field, and Uchiha Hiroshi did not go with him. Passing this exam is almost a certainty. There is nothing to watch. Moreover, Uchiha Hiroshi is also deliberately staying away now, and he will not go to watch it in person. When I came to the 3rd training ground, I saw only 3 people. One was the 3rd Hokage, the other was Orochimaru, and the other was a middle-aged man. Judging by his clothes, he should be a Wanyan Genin class. Teacher Sarutobi. Although the relationship between him and the 3 generations of Hokage was unpleasant because of the Sand Ninja, but on the bright side, they were 2 masters and apprentices. After saying hello to the 3 generations of Hokage, Lee nodded to Orochimaru again, but Orochimaru the eyes with tinted glasses really made Lee a little uncomfortable. Lee, Uchiha How must have already told you about the assessment. Now, as long as you defeat the genin in the field, you are qualified to become genin. The 3 generations of Hokage smiled and nodded, with a look of harmony on his face, as if before he had forgotten what had happened in the past few days. Li Vinian looked at Sunan in the arena. He was a thin middle-aged man with a forehead guard on his head and plain clothes on his body, but his expression was a little dissatisfied. I guess he was dissatisfied because he knew that his opponent was Li. But the person who defeated the Chunin and let him go down to test Li's strength is not purely looking for a fight, but this is the order of the 3 generations of Hokage, and he will carry out the task no matter how upset he is. You are Uchiha Li. Next, as long as you defeat me, you can wear this forehead guard like me. The middle-aged man pointed at the forehead guard on his forehead. This is a symbol of the ninja's ability to stand alone, and it is not easy for him to become a ninja as a commoner. Li nodded lightly and didn't care. At first, he thought that the 3 generations of Hokage would arrange a Chunin to fight against him, but he didn't expect it to be a ninja. The outcome of this battle was already obvious. The time of the battle was very short, it was almost over 10 seconds after the shouting started, and it was a 3-shot, and then directly knocked out this Wanyan genin. Handy. Li, from now on, you are Konoha's ninja, this is your forehead, and you can be a lone symbol, please keep it safe, you know. The 3rd Hokage was not surprised. This assessment was just a formality. After the battle, the 3rd Hokage came to Li with a forehead guard and smiled. Understood, Sarutobi-sensei. Li took the forehead guard and tied it to his forehead. The long hair on the right fell to one side, blocking one eye. After seeing Li wearing the forehead guard, the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly sighed, looked at Li with an inquiring tone and asked Li, "You are a ninja now, can you come to my hands to help me?" Now Konoha's intelligence department is still short of people, are you willing to join? Konoha's intelligence department is set up on the border of the country of fire and is specially used to collect information on enemy countries. For a village, the intelligence department is very important, but on the other hand, the personnel in charge of intelligence have also lost their participation in Konoha. As for the qualifications for internal affairs, they are only responsible for collecting intelligence on the enemy country. As for how to deal with it, it is up to the village to decide. To put it well, it is an intelligence officer, and to put it badly, it is a reconnaissance aircraft. The meaning of the 3 generations of Hokage is very clear, at least for Li. This is to spend money on Konoha. On the one hand, it can dilute the connection between himself and the Uchiha family, and on the other hand, he can keep himself away from Konoha. In the future, no matter how strong your own strength is, you will not be able to compete for the position of Hokage without prestige. The abacus of the 3 generations of Hokage will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thank you Sarutobi-sensei for your kindness, but yesterday, the patriarch had already arranged a job for me, I'm afraid. Li Cai is not so stupid, it's just a matter of being called by Uchiha Hiroshi and swaying. The 3 generations of Hokage want to pinch themselves twice, anyway, there is Uchiha Hiroshi blocking in front, if you don't agree, you go to Uchiha Hiroshi and talk to him. Hearing Li's answer, Sandai Hokage squinted his eyes slightly. Obviously, he did not expect Li to refuse. As for Uchiha Hiroshi, Sandai Hokage is not a fool, Li is just using Uchiha Hiroshi as a shield. What a deep kid. The 3 generations of Hokage were very emotional, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. As long as you don't do anything that damages Konoha, it's fine. If you do, don't blame me for not reading The Teacher and Apprentice. Well, since your clan has already arranged for you, then I won't ask more. It's not too early now, go back and rest early. 3 generations of Hokage laughed, with a gentle face. Yes, Mr. Sarutobi. Li slightly arched his body, then glanced at Orochimaru a little, and turned to leave. Although he felt a lot of discomfort, he had to endure it when his strength was not enough. Orochimaru, how do you feel about getting away from this child? After he left, the smile on the face of the 3rd Hokage disappeared, and Shenring asked Orochimaru looking at him. Haha, Mr. Sarutobi already knows the answer in his heart, so why bother asking? Orochimaru smiled and said in a hoarse voice, staring at the place where he left, with an inexplicable expression on his face, he could feel it. Li, like him, is full of fanaticism for the pursuit of power, they are a kind of person. Li brother, have you become a ninja? As soon as she got home, the little girl Uchiha Mikato came to Li's yard after class as usual. Seeing the Konoha forehead guard on Li's forehead, Uchiha Mikato's eyes were full of excitement. Proud to be a ninja, even the children of the big family are no exception. Konoha Protector is the proof that he can be on his own. Every child hopes that he can break away from the protection of his parents and prove that he can be on his own. You can become a ninja soon if you work hard. Li Wei smiled and patted the back of Uchiha Mikato's head. This is purely to comfort Uchiha Mikato. To become a ninja, there are no more than 2 situations. First, a very talented person. Second, when the village was understaffed during the war, Uchiha Mikato was not a genius. Now I don't even have the strength of Shimonen. The first situation is obviously inconsistent. The second situation, now that the Ninja World War has just ended, naturally it will not happen that students will graduate early. If there is no accident, Uchiha Mikato is probably going to be in school. Been for 6 years. Really? Of course it's true, Mikato must be a genius for being so smart. Not wanting to dampen Uchiha Mikato's enthusiasm, she panicked a little. After staying with Uchiha Mikato for a while, the sky gradually dimmed, and Uchiha Mikato had to go home reluctantly. She was different from Lee. Although Uchiha Mikato's parents died, there is still a grandfather who is not low in status. He is the elder in the family, ranking third. In addition to Uchiha Hiroshi, there are 3 elders in the Uchiha family. Uchiha Mikato's grandfather is one of them, as the jewel in the palm of the third elder, has a set time to go home every day. Even if Uchiha Mikato is reluctant to leave, she will not dare to disobey her grandfather. After Uchiha Mikato left, Lee started his daily practice. In the early morning of the next day, after exercising, I took a shower and took my forehead to the security department to report that the Konoha security department was set up on the only path of the Uchiha family. The two are not far apart. The Hokage Tower can be said to be a place like an autonomous region. Of course, the so-called autonomous region is only the second generation of Hokage. At that time, there were still some masters in the Uchiha family who could shake the night. Today, the masters of the family are either in World War I. If you die, or you hide in your family and don't ask about the world, the rights of the Konoha Guard will be much worse than before. Although no one dares to interfere, it can't talk about the autonomous region. At least the 3 generations of Hokage want to come and visit. Are you Uchiha Lee? After arriving at the security department, Lee was greeted by a thin boy who looked only 15 or 16 years old. Uchiha Hiroshi had already said hello as early as yesterday, so everyone in the security department knew that there would be a 6-year-old Jinin today. Come over. Yeah, Lee Dan nodded and didn't say much. He saw a trace of hostility in the boy's eyes. Although it was only for a moment, he still felt it. Cut. Seeing Lee's indifferent look, the young man pouted slightly, a trace of arrogance and disdain flashed in his eyes. He raised his head slightly, and said lightly, "My name is Uchiha Lin, and I'm the captain of the 2nd squad of the security department. You will work in my team in the future, but before that, you have to remember one thing." Speaking of which, Uchiha Lin squinted his eyes slightly, his voice sank, and he was calm. Dan said, "No matter how you are called a genius in the clan, now that you have become my subordinate, if you dare to be disobedient at all, I will let you go without food." Hearing Uchiha Lin's words, Lee suddenly frowned slightly. He didn't seem to have seen him before, and he seldom had contact with people in the family, so he didn't draw any hatred value. Why is this guy's tone so aggressive? As if deliberately trying to provoke himself. "You seem to have a big opinion on me." Li Wei squinted his eyes, looked at Uchiha Lin, and said lightly, "Li is not a person who is submissive. If he is not capable, he may endure this tone, but this Uchiha Lin is just an obscure clan in the family." Li Kei will not swallow his anger. Is this the little genius in the family who has been in the ascendant these days? You are so courageous, you dare to fight against Uchiha Lin. I admire it. Cut. People are geniuses, they are naturally arrogant. Look at Uchiha Lin's face. The clansmen who were chatting next to each other saw Lee and Uchiha Lin's stalemate, and all of them showed expressions of watching a good show. Externally, Uchiha may be very united, but there is a struggle internally, and it is impossible for any family to be harmonious. Little devil, pay attention to your tone of voice. Don't think that you can look down on others by winning the title of genius. A little devil like you can be pinched to death with one finger. Uchiha Lin's face turned gloomy, and his black pupils were already dyed blood red, 2 guyu appearing in the pupil. This is a pair of guyu writing round eyes. Uchiha Lin was very annoyed. He was very annoyed after hearing the order of the elder last night. When he was not known as a genius, he was a talent that the elder focused on training. At the age of 10, he opened the double-hook jade. He was called a genius by the great elder. Although it is still a double-go jade after 4 years, the great elder did not give up on his training, but just last night, the great elder actually approached him and said that he will meet today. There was a 6-year-old kid who joined the security department and asked him to take good care of him and win over him. That's right, the big elder's intention was obvious. He wanted to pull Lee into his own camp, and then train him to deal with others. A camp, which makes Uchiha Lin feel that his things have been taken away, which is why Uchiha Lin hates Lee so much. Shuang Guya writing round eyes. Li Wei was surprised. In the Uchiha family, there are no more than 20 people like Uchiha Lin who have awakened to the age of double guyu. There are hundreds of people in the entire Uchiha family. How disparate the ratio is, it is no wonder that this guy is arrogant. However, this level is incomparable to Lee. The black pupils were also dyed blood red in an instant, and 2 guyu also appeared in the pupils, coldly glared at Uchiha Lin, and said lightly, "With you it is only at this age that the double-hook jade writing wheel is opened. What qualifications do you have to yell at me? You!" Uchiha Lin was trembling with anger, but he always thought that the elder explained his task. After shaking for a long time, he didn't say a word. After taking 2 deep breaths, Uchiha stared at Lee coldly and said again, "Little devil, you are too arrogant, sooner or later you will regret it." After saying these cruel words, which were not cruel words, Uchiha left angrily, fearing that if he continued to stay, he would not be able to resist the attack. Tisk tisk, Uchiha actually lowered his head. "It's really rare." Cut. I already guessed the result. This Uchiha Lee is a new genius in the clan. The elder must want to win over him. No matter how daring this Uchiha is, he will not dare to disobey the meaning of the elder. It wasn't far from the station. Although the voices of the 2 clansmen were relatively low, it still made Lee hurt a little. Suddenly, Lee's brows were slightly wrinkled. Lack. Stop talking, that kid probably heard it. When the 2 clansmen saw Lee's frowning brows, they chatted furtively for a while, and then left together. The security department's job is to roam the streets every day to maintain law and order. Now they can chat here for so long just by borrowing. Just because I just went to work. Interesting, according to my judgment, there seem to be 2 forces in the clan. If I guess correctly, one of them should be headed by Hiroshi Uchiha, and the other is probably headed by this so-called Great Elder. Lee Weiwei pinching his chin, he thought of some interesting things, but he didn't realize it if he didn't think about it. When he thought about it carefully, he had a preliminary understanding of these 2 forces. If there was no misunderstanding, Madara Uchiha would have suffered the betrayal of the clansmen, but there are still a group of clansmen who revere Uchiha Madara very much and have always wanted to make the Uchiha family the strongest in the ninja world. Even after the establishment of Konoha, the ideas of these people have not changed, and this group people are called martial arts. There is another faction, they are tired of war and yearn for a peaceful life, so they betrayed Madara Uchiha and willingly surrendered to the hands of Chien Shaozuma. These people are called moderates. The leaders of the 2 factions should be Uchiha Hiroshi and the Unmasked Elder, but I don't know which faction these 2 guys represent. Of course, the life of the moderates is not easy now. The Konoha Hokage family has too deep a prejudice against the Uchiha family, and they are suppressing it almost all the time, especially after the second Hokage succeeded to the throne. It directly drove Uchiha out. The political center, which can make many clansmen of the moderates dissatisfied, and today, the moderates are not necessarily so moderate. But these are not what I can think about now. The most urgent thing is to improve my strength first. Lee shook his head and put aside these factional problems. He believes that with the life potion, his chakra volume will definitely be it can be promoted quickly. At that time, no matter whether you are a martial artist or a moderate, who can ride on his head to pee? After wearing the armband of the security department on his left arm, Lee left the security department. This job is very easy, as long as you walk around, it is said to maintain law and order. In fact, no one dares to mess around in the village. The only thing you need to pay attention to is just those drunk alcoholics. After wandering around the street for a day, until the night, there is nothing to do. Konoha is very qualified in management. This is the credit of the 3 generations of Hokage, and no one dares to make trouble in the daytime. As night fell, the streets of Konoha became more lively, and all the ninjas who went out on the mission came back and greeted their companions in the small town. There is laughter everywhere in the eatery or in the kebab shop. "You bastard, I just came back from a mission out of the house. I want to have a couple of sips of wine to relax and I meet you bastard. I tell you, don't think you are a chinin and I'm afraid of you." Listening to the voice, it was obvious that someone was talking about drinking again. There were a lot of conflicts between ninjas. Maybe they could restrain themselves, but they couldn't restrain themselves when they were drunk. Almost every night, some drunkards were arrested to the security department. Li Yuan heard this drinking remark and knew that someone was making trouble. Looking at a group of people not far in front of him, Li raised his foot and walked over. When he got close, he used both hands to push the crowd away, which immediately attracted the dissatisfaction of these people watching the fun, but when they saw the badge that belonged to Uchiha on Lee's clothes, they all closed their mouths and opened a way to let Lee pass. The security department is doing business, and now you tell me what's going on. The 2 drunkards who were drinking on their cheeks were both middle-aged, wearing simple kimonos, with hazy eyes and strong alcohol. Angry, this made Lee frown. When the 2 drunkards who were quarreling heard the words of the security department, they immediately showed a trace of dissatisfaction. They turned their heads and saw that it was a kid who was only half their height. The 2 laughed immediately. "Little devil, you said you belonged to the security department? Why, is there any shortage of people in the Uchiha family now? Even a child with a yellow mouth like you has been sent here." Drunk Eyes pointed at Lee and laughed. If it was normal, he would definitely not dare to be so rude. Let's not talk about the kid or the kid, just the 3 words Uchiha is enough to make him dare not speak, but now he is drunk and speaks also reckless. "That's right, since it's a kid, just go back to sleep and be obedient to me. Otherwise, my uncle won't care if you are Uchiha or not, and he will hang and beat you directly." Haha, it seemed that he was talking about something that made him happy. Another drunk man haha. Laughing, maybe in his heart, he must really want to hang up and beat the Uchiha family. The people watching the show pointed and pointed, and everyone had a smile on their faces. Although they dared not say it, it was undeniable that a kid wanted to subdue two drunkards. Isn't this a fantasy? Some people may know that one of the two drunkards is an elite ninja and the other is a chinin, and any one shot can crush the child to death. Again, the security department is doing business. Do you want to come with me by yourself, or let me beat you down and take you away? Lee frowned, enduring the unpleasant smell of alcohol. As for the two people's drinking words, Lee didn't take it seriously, and compared with the two drunks, it was full of food and support. The chattering and arguing, don't think that you are a member of the Uchiha family and you can interfere in other people's affairs. Now I'm going to teach you arrogant guys a lesson. The drunk man with the mustache suddenly shook his head sharply, staring at him. He stared at Lee and shouted, and then punched him. This child is going to suffer, this guy is a chinin. The onlookers shook their heads slightly, and didn't mean to step forward to stop them. They also wished that the Uchiha family would make a fool of themselves here. What is Lee doing? Fighting with others. A short figure squeezed in from the crowd, and immediately saw Lee and the two drunks in the field. Long hair stands out in a crowd. Lee didn't see Juxina, looked at the drunk man who punched him. Lee shook his head slightly, drunk, and even forgot the most basic battle. Thinking of this, Lee rushed forward, staggered the chinin's fist, and then his feet were slightly full, and he bounced violently. After raising his body by half a meter, he pressed against the drunken man's lungs below his knees. This time, the drunk man suddenly felt suffocated. The wine also woke up, but Lee didn't give him a chance to react. After pressing on the drunken man's lung lobe, he put one hand on the drunk man's shoulder at any time, and then his body was raised again, crossing the nearly 1.8 meters. Man, come behind him and kick the drunk man's back den. This kick contains chakra's attack. The drunk man is kicked and flew out. The dog gnaws at the mud, and his head is on the ground. Just fainted. Oh, good fight. Juxin still didn't understand what was going on, but with her fear of the world being in chaos, Juxin was instantly excited when she saw Lee deal with such a burly middle-aged man in such a dashing manner. Jumped up. Little devil, even if you are a member of the Uchiha family, you can't beat people casually. I'm not convinced. I'm going to sue you from Hokage-sama, but I want to see if this Konoha is your Uchiha-sama or Hokage-sama. It's the final word. The other drunk may have sobered up a little, and pointed at Lee with a bright red face and cursed, but soon, he hurriedly covered his mouth with his hands, obviously feeling sick. Don't accept. Lee Weiwei squinted his eyes, stepped forward, and came to the drunk man in an instant. Before he could react, he punched him in the face. It was not as good as Lee, but now he is drunk again, and there is no room for a backhand. If you don't accept it, I'll hit you. Lee Weiwei curled her lips. She gave them two chances before to solve the problem without doing anything. It's fine if you don't know how to cherish it. If it wasn't for the sake of being drunk, the two of them wouldn't have fainted. Suddenly, a figure flew towards Lee's back. Lee moved when he heard the sound, turned around quickly, and a person was hanging on Lee's body. After reacting, he looked down and saw a red face. Kushina stared at herself with excited eyes, hanging from her body like a koala. Lee, you are too powerful. I didn't expect that these two people who looked so vicious would be dealt with by you at once. Juzine got off Lee's body, and then danced to express the excitement in her heart. Kushina. Looking at the cheering Kushina, Lee smiled helplessly. As a girl, she can pounce on herself like no one else, and she advocates violence so much, I'm afraid the whole Konoha will never be able to find a second place. Human, can you say that it is worthy of being the blood red pepper in the future? By the way, shouldn't you be at home at this time? Why did you come here? After a while, Kushina calmed down and asked suspiciously. I'm a member of the security department now. Lee pointed to the forehead guard on his forehead, and then said, yesterday I passed the genin exam and became a ninja. The family sent me to work in the security department, and the job is maintain the peace and order of Konoha. With the movement of Lee's fingers, Kushina's eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, she noticed that the forehead guard on Lee's forehead was suddenly excited again, and while reaching for Lee's forehead guard, she said excitedly, this is a ninja. Forehead protector? It's okay to wear it for me. You have already reached out to take it and asked so much. Lee Bai gave Juxina a look, but he didn't mind. He let Juxina take off his forehead protection. For Lee, the forehead protection is not important. All honors are false, only oneself is true. Kushina happily put the forehead guard on her forehead, put her hands on her waist and said carelessly at Lee, do you think I look like a ninja? After playing with Kushina for a while, Lee sent her home. Now it's late at night, and Lee's work is almost over. After a busy day, although he didn't do anything, he was also tired. People were sitting on their way home, and it was quiet everywhere. The areas below the security department were all under the jurisdiction of Uchiha, and outsiders did not dare to set foot there. Come out, aren't you tired after being with me for so long? Lee frowned slightly and looked at the fence next to him. Ever since he left the security department, he had always felt that someone was following him. If he hadn't sensed the killing intent of the other party, he would have done better. Whoosh! As soon as Lee's voice fell, a masked ninja appeared in front of Lee and said lightly, "Uchiha Lee, the great elder summons, come with me." Hearing the masked ninja's words, Lee squinted his eyes slightly, and when he talked about the elder, he suddenly remembered what happened to Uchiha Lin in the daytime. If he guessed correctly, the elder was probably trying to recruit himself. Here, Li Wei has an idea. "Lead the way ahead," Lee said lightly to the masked ninja. Lee's refreshment made the masked ninja a little stunned. He thought it would take a lot of work, but the masked ninja didn't think so much. He was just the one in charge of the message. After getting the answer from Lee, the masked ninja turned around. He jumped up towards the wall on the left, and after the previous words may be nonsense, but the last few sentences are true thoughts in the heart. Once upon a time, when the Uchiha family dominated the ninja world, only the Senju family in the huge ninja world could compete with it, but today, let alone the whole. In the ninja world, even a single Konoha can crush the Uchiha family to death. Let alone the big family like the Hyuga family, it is a small family, such as the lesser-known Heitake and Sarutobi. They have ignored Uchiha, and kept shouting, "Is this Konoha Yu Uchiha in charge?" Just the words of Hokage-sama made the patriarch of the Uchiha family dare not speak. This is simply satire, a satire on the Uchiha family. Yeah, although we Uchiha still keep saying that the honor of the family is the most important thing, but in fact, the so-called honor is not that important to some clansmen. Although Sarutobi Hizen said something, many clansmen even don't dare to look at him. Having said this, the elder shook his head slightly, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes, his voice suddenly turned cold, and he said disdainfully, "I think the Sarutobi family where Sarutobi Hizen was at the time was only a subordinate of the Chienshao family. One of his dogs, he detoured when he saw Uchiha, but to this day, although the Sarutobi family is already thin, a mere Sarutobi Rishin still makes the patriarch and the others dare not say a word, which is ironic." Speaking of Uchiha Hiroshi, the elder's tone was even worse. Obviously he was extremely dissatisfied with Uchiha Hiroshi. "Lee, you are the genius of my Uchiha family. You opened the double-hooked jade writing wheel eye when you were only 6 years old. Even Mr. Madara back then was slightly inferior. You are my Uchiha family's hope to regain the glory of the past. Today I asked you to come here not for anything else, just to remind you not to waste your talent and practice hard. I have many ninjutsu left by Madara-sama and tips on how to use the wheel eye. If you have time in the future, come here if you have time. I am here, I will teach you to practice." The elder said with a pair of eyes staring at Lee. Lee heard the words, and his heart was suddenly overjoyed. The things Uchiha Madara left behind were all good things. If nothing else, just those ninjutsu sleeves could benefit Lee immensely. "Thank you, great elder." Lee got up and arched his body slightly. Although the great elder treated him like this in order to lead the Uchiha clan back to glory in the future, in the end, he was also a member of the Uchiha clan, whether it was intentional or unintentional. "I have been tied to the body of the Uchiha family, one is prosperous, one is lost, and one is lost, to revive Uchiha. This can also be said to be Lee's obligation, and the elders can help him can be regarded as a kind of grace." Hee, well, you are my junior, you don't need to be so polite, it's getting late, you should go back to rest early. After Lee's answer, the elder finally smiled, as if he had thought of something. He took out a roll sleeve from the cuff, handed it to Lee, and said with a smile, "This is the ninjutsu that Madara-sama learned back then, take it back and take a good look." Lee Vinian silently took the roll sleeves, but didn't open them immediately. After stuffing them into his arms, he said lightly, "Then, I'll go back first, if anything happens, send someone to inform me." After speaking, Lee turned around and left. The yard where he lived was not too far from here, and it only took 5 or 6 minutes to walk slowly. After returning home, Lee immediately opened the sleeves, and suddenly, 4 big characters appeared in front of Lee's eyes. "The fire is extinguished." Seeing this, Lee Wei is a little overjoyed. This ninjutsu is a group attack ninjutsu of fire escape. When I watched the anime, Madara's first ninjutsu was this arrogant fire extinguishing, and the overwhelming fire was Madara's domineering excellent performance. It seems that the next task is to master this arrogant fire and extinguish it as soon as possible. Li Zhang rolled up his sleeves, and then ran to the yard to start his practice, still the same as the day before yesterday, consume all his chakra, and then start extreme refining. With the help of life potion, Li is not afraid of the root cause of his young body. Call. After consuming the chakra and refining it again, more than an hour has passed, and the refining speed is already quite fast. Of course, this is also thanks to the help of the life potion, and I feel that the chakra in my body seems to have again the growth. Li showed a smile. "Next, let's start practicing to extinguish the fire." Li stood up, sat cross-legged on the wooden board under the eaves, took out the sleeves that extinguished the fire, and opened it with the help of the moonlight shining from the sky. "Look up." The rank of arrogant fire extinguishing is only an A-level fire escape, but it is a relatively special group attack ninjutsu, and the stronger the chakra of the practitioner, the greater the power of the technique. Unlike other ninjutsu that has been fixed with this power, like Kakashi's Rachel, although it is S rank, no matter how he increases the chakra, Rachel's power will not change. Fire extinguishing is different. As long as the caster's chakra volume is greater, the power of the spell will be greater. In the original work, Madara Uchiha used a flamboyant fire to extinguish it, but it took dozens of water escape ninjas to block it. This kind of power is probably equivalent to the forbidden technique. After writing down the order of the seals for extinguishing the fire, the clutch rolled up his sleeves, and then came to the open space in the yard again, took a deep breath, and began to seal with his hands according to the memory in his mind. The fire escapes, the arrogant fire is extinguished, call. A small fire snake drilled out of Li's mouth, but it quickly went out, turning into a black smoke and disappearing. Li Weiwei sighed, this A-level ninjutsu is really not so easy to master, chakra the mastery must reach the micro level. I looked up at the sky, it was probably early in the morning, I patted myself. The dust on him, put away the sleeves of the arrogant fire, and went into the house. I have to go to the security department tomorrow, and I have to get up in the morning to complete my daily practice. I just thought of a very important thing, that is the control practice of chakra was forgotten by him. Yes, it is the legendary climbing tree and treading water. It's no wonder that Liwi forgets that he started contacting chakra at the age of 4.5, and he was almost 5 years old after condensing the chakra, and then he was busy practicing the art of fireball, and then a lot of messy things happened. I don't have much time to arrange my own practice. Forget it, anyway, the work of the security department is fine, just use that time to practice. Li thought, turned off the lights, and closed his eyes. In a courtyard, an old man was fighting with a young boy who was only 1 meter 2 or 3 high. After the distance, there was not a trace of strangeness on the young man's face, but the old man was a little out of breath. Fire escape. The fire is extinguished. After the young man took a few steps back, his hands immediately began to form seals, and then he opened his mouth and spat out a large piece of flame, which roared towards the old man. Too done, too Lai Ubi. The old man's face turned sideways, and he hurriedly used the earth escape to resist. The two stalemate for a while. The young man ended the release of the flame, and after the flame disappeared, revealing the blackened and collapsed earth wall. Hey, I'm old, it's your young people's world now. The old man stood up and looked at the blackened earth wall, his face full of shushes, but soon, he turned serious and looked at the young man. Nodding his head, he said, Li, your current strength is no less than that of an ordinary jonin, but you can't slack off. You must know that Madame Madara back then was someone who could defeat the first Hokage, and you are far from Madara Madam. Do you know? Yes, I understand. The two are the great elder and Li. It has been 3 years since the last time they met, and now Li is 9 years old. The kid who was only half a person at the time was also 1.23 meters tall. Like a 12-year-old boy, of course, he can grow so fast, thanks to the life potion. In the past 3 years, the supply of life potion has hardly stopped. It can be said that Li's body is more than ordinary people's. To be strong, for the average person, it will take at least half a month to heal from a cut on the finger, but it only takes 3 days at most, and the resilience is 5 times that of a normal person, almost catching up with the body of an immortal. Now Li's strength has reached the level of Shangnin, and he has mastered many fire escape ninjutsu in his hands. Compared with 3 years ago, now Li can hang and beat more than a dozen. Well, let's go here first today, old man, I'm going to take a rest. The elder nodded with a smile, an old face was almost crowded into a ball. He was very satisfied with Li, not only talented, but also knowledgeable, humble, certainly not arrogant, and more importantly, the longer they get along with each other, the more the great elder can find the shadow of model from Li. The kind of desire for strength, the desire to be able to despise the strength of a lifetime is exactly the same as the back ear. Well, then I'll go first. Li nodded and showed a smile. He had a good impression of the elders, although he boasted in front of him all day how Madara Uchiha led them to conquer the quartet. How can you be a cow? But this old man has a very upright temper. He will say anything if he is dissatisfied. He doesn't hide his choking at all. He is also dedicated to his own teaching. Almost all the ninjutsu left by Madara was handed over to him. The first elder's name is Uchiha Jan. According to him, he was also a very powerful elite jonin back then, and just like his name, he was very warlike, so he developed a straight temper, and he didn't change it even when he got old, the old man said. Now, his biggest wish is to let Uchiha regain the honor and glory of the year, so he put all his bets on Li. Looking at Uchiha Jan's hunched back, Li Wei squinted his eyes and murmured, old man, soon, just wait a few more years, and I will definitely fulfill your wish. He was reborn into this world for 9 years. He was adopted by Uchiha Hiroshi in his early years. Although it seemed that Uchiha Hiroshi was trying to make up for Li's parents, he could sense that Uchiha Hiroshi was a narrow-minded person. Gu Xin, and later met the 3 generations of Hokage. Although the surface is harmless to humans and animals, but for the benefit of Konoha, he even retreated his 6-year-old self to the edge of the knife. This has to say that the character of the 3 generations of Hokage is not good. The last encounter this big elder is the most relatable taste. He is not pretentious at all, and he will not rely on the old to sell the old. Uchiha believes that a big fist is the last word, regardless of your seniority, so when you get along in private, Uchiha Jan has no pretense at all, and he completely intersects with Li Yi's peers, which is why Lee is so concerned about Uchiha-Jan. After leaving the Great Elder's courtyard, I just wanted to go home, but I was blocked by a clan. I fought with Uchiha for 3 years. I knew which part belonged to the martial arts faction and which part belonged to the moderate faction. The ninja in front of me just the moderates. Uchiha Lee, the 3 generations of Hokage will let you go to the Hokage building. The middle-aged man wearing a green vest is a Chunin. He should know a little about the inside story of the clan, so his attitude towards Lee is not very good. For the past 3 years, he has been haunting the courtyard of the Great Elder. How could the moderates not know about it? Yeah, Lee Dion nodded, and was too lazy to salivate. After answering, he turned a corner and walked towards the Hokage tower. Humph, what a white-eyed wolf. The patriarch raised him for several years, but he did not expect to get mixed up with the martial arts faction. Looking at Lee's back, the middle-aged man showed a trace of contempt and anger. The martial arts faction and the moderate faction have always been their rivals, and there are many fights on weekdays, and the relationship is as bad as the head and branch of the Hinata family. After coming to the Hokage building, Lee knocked on the door, and then heard the indifferent response of the 3 generations of Hokage. After pushing the door and entering, there were already several people inside, and one of them was Uchiha Hiroshi, but when he saw Lee coming over, Uchiha Hiroshi didn't show any enthusiastic expression, but there was a hint of dissatisfaction. Since Uchiha Hiroshi transferred him to the security department, the two have rarely seen each other. Later, he often went to Uchiha War to live. The place, all this, Uchiha Hiroshi naturally sees it. As the leader of the moderate faction, he feels betrayed. I've seen Hokage-sama. Lee ignored Uchiha Hiroshi, but slightly arched towards the 3rd Hokage. Oh, Lee, you're here. Sandai Hokage was very busy. After processing a document, he raised his head to look at Lee, then showed a habitual smile and said, Lee, I called you here this time to let you preside over the graduation exams of several students. You may know all these people, they are all people of the same level as you. Lee Vinian frowned slightly. He didn't understand why the 3 generations of Hokage gave this test to himself. Although he did have the strength to test these people who took the graduation test, there were so many genin and chinin in the village. One is not enough? Let yourself go. Is there any purpose? But what makes Lee a little interested is, who are the guys of the same level who apply for early graduation? The 3 generations of Hokage handed a stack of documents in front of Lee, took a look. The first one was a photo of Namikaze Minato, looking down in turn, the 2 brothers of the Hayaga family, as well as Akito Dingza, Yamanaka Kiki, Nara dear for a long time. They are all children of some families, but soon, Lee saw the information of Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Mikato, which surprised Lee a little. I didn't expect that the 2 of them would also apply for early graduation. He didn't have it before. I heard Uchiha Mikato mention this to herself. These students all want to graduate early. This time, I want the rest of the school to watch the graduation test together, and you, as their tester, Lee, you are the first genius of Arcana. If you are the tester, you will definitely inspire the rest of the students. Sandai Hokage said while laughing and taking a breath. The so-called testers, to put it bluntly, are fighting with Minato Namikaze and the others. As for whether they are eligible to graduate, it is up to Lee to judge. It can be said that Lee holds the power over whether they can graduate or not. Ding! Mission released. Successfully complete the graduation test. The reward points are worth 1,000. Lee Wei was surprised when she heard the sound of the system. If I remember correctly, the system has been silent for at least 3 months. I didn't expect that such a task given to me by the 3 generations of Hokage could actually stimulate the system task. I see, Lord Hokage. Lee Wei nodded and sorted out the documents in his hand. Now that the system has released the task, he must do his best to complete it. After going out with the information of Minato and others, Lee went directly to the 3rd exercise field designated by the 3 generations of Hokage. In fact, all the exercise fields are the same, just a grassland open space and some jungle trees. The practice grounds are divided only to prevent the ninja teams from crashing. After arriving at the 3rd exercise field, I saw Minato Nameba and the others from afar. Uchiha Fuya was showing great hospitality beside Uchiha Mikato, but Uchiha Mikato ignored him. Brother Lee. Uchiha Mikato's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Lee coming over, and the impatient Uchiha Mikato was entangled by Uchiha Fuyu. Said happily, "Why did Brother Lee come here? Did you come to cheer me on?" Seeing Lee coming, Minato and the others showed a smile and nodded towards Lee. After all, they used to be classmates, but the faces of brothers Hayaga and Uchiha Fuyu were not very good looking. Relationship and Uchiha Fugaku is because of Uchiha Mikato. Okay, Mikato, I'm here to be your test teacher this time. Uchiha Mikato held her hand and shook her for a long time. She was a little helpless. She's so old, this little girl still likes to stick to herself as she did when she was a child. It's just not the same size. Test teacher? When everyone heard the words, they were stunned for a moment, but they still didn't respond. But after seeing Lee nodding, the expressions of Minato Namikaze and others became a little weird. I didn't expect that the test teacher this time was actually a student of their same level. Is it an irony? Brother Lee, I didn't expect you to be our test teacher, you're amazing. After Uchiha Mikoto reacted, she was even more happy, as if the test teacher was her, holding Lee's hand. Okay, Mikoto, the test is about to start. This time there will be many students watching the game, you must perform well. Lee Wei shook his head, and then flicked his fingers on Uchiha Mikoto's smooth forehead. Oh, it hurts. Being played by Lee like this, Uchiha Mikoto bared her teeth in pain and let go of the hand holding Lee, covering her forehead and staring at Lee angrily. Uchiha Fuyu, who was standing behind, saw that Lee and Uchiha Mikoto were so close. Suddenly a face turned blue with anger. Uchiha Lee, when I become the patriarch, I will definitely eradicate you martial arts factions. Uchiha Fuyu gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Since he has been in and out of the elder's residence for the past 3 years, Uchiha Hiroshi has already begun to tell Uchiha Fuyu about the situation in the clan, and he has been reminding him to be careful about Lee. Today, Uchiha Fuyu has regarded Lee as a great enemy in life. Whether it is emotional or the future competition for the position of the patriarch, Lee is right. His threat is too great. After arguing with Uchiha Mikoto for a while, a middle-aged man in a green vest brought a group of little kids to the training ground. This will make an exception to serve as a test teacher and allow students to watch. This time, there are hundreds of students who have just entered the school and are about to graduate. Mr. Morita. Lee nodded slightly when he saw the leading middle-aged ninja. This man was Lee's teacher at school. Okay. Morita Moshi was obviously very satisfied with Lee. This was the most talented student he had ever met since he was teaching, and he was not arrogant yet. This sentence made Morita Moshi overjoyed. After a few words with Morita Wyuzu, a group of students had already taken their places and formed a group, excitedly watching Lee and Namikaze Minato and others in the field, graduating ahead of schedule and able to do this. They are all geniuses, and they are the objects of their envy. Are you ready? Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lee said lightly, looking towards Minato Namifang and the others. Hearing Lee's words, several people's faces tightened, and they all showed a trace of solemnity. Although they didn't know how much Lee's strength had increased in the past 3 years, they did not dare to underestimate the enemy after rushing away from this indifference. You look at me, I look at you. They don't want to be the first, they all want others to try first to explore Lee's strength. Lee's indifference makes everyone feel a little guilty. After all, Lee had already killed Chinin 3 years ago. If it was before, they still have the confidence to take 2 moves in Lee's hands, but now, I can't believe that there has been no progress in the past 3 years. If you are killed in seconds, wouldn't it be a shame? Uchiha Lee classmate, let me experience it first. Minato Namikaze smiled slightly, ignoring the other people's strange expressions, stepped forward and said in front of Lee, well, among these people, I am afraid that only Minato can let Lee do a little bit. Morita Moshi nodded slightly, and looked at Lee and Minato Nami with a smile. These 2 students are students he values. Individuals or geniuses rarely seen in decades. Lee Vinian didn't answer immediately, he looked up at the sky. It was almost noon now, and if we fought one by one, it would probably delay the time for lunch. Looking at the rest of the people who didn't plan to do anything, he said lightly, in order to save the world, let's go together. Next, I will judge whether you are qualified to become a ninja during the battle. The breeze was blowing, the leaves were blowing slowly, and Lee's long hair fluttered slightly. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lee to want to deal with so many of them at one time. Oh? Is that the kid who is called the first genius of Konoha? It's quite bold. In the jungle not far away, the 3 generations of Hokage and Jiraiya are standing on a tree branch. Jiraiya is holding a telescope to watch the situation in the exercise field. After 3 years, Jiraiya has ended the trip and returned some time ago. When I arrived at Konoha, I also heard rumors about Lee, and my heart was always full of curiosity. This kid is much stronger than you, or Akimaru, and Tsunade. The 3rd Hokage smiled, then narrowed his eyes, put away his smile, sighed slightly, and said again, it's just that this child has a very arrogant temperament, and has a very mature mind, and sees some things very clearly in his heart. I'm afraid his heart is not completely on Konoha. Old man, you are thinking too much. This child is only 9 years old. Besides, since he is praised as the first genius of Konoha, he is naturally very proud. Isn't this normal? He pouted, put the binoculars down, looked at the 3 generations of Hokage and said dissatisfiedly, he doesn't like the 3 generations of Hokage, even if it is for Konoha's sake. Don't be suspicious of others, and the other party is only a 9-year-old child. Well, maybe I'm thinking too much. This kid hasn't made any mistakes so far. 3 generations of Hokage also heard the dissatisfaction in Jiraiya's tone, and nodded embarrassedly. He said to his 3 apprentices, but I like it very much. Unlike Lee, the 3 of Jiraiya are war orphans except Tsunade, and Tsunade's second grandfather is his teacher, so these 3 apprentices are the real apprentices of the 3 generations of Hokage. Not far from being comparable. I just hope this kid doesn't become the second Madara Uchiha. Uchiha, your tone is too big, don't you think you can beat so many of us alone? At this time, the trouble in the training ground had already started, and Minato Namika and Butterfly were still able to hold their breath, but brothers Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha couldn't hold their breath anymore. It was Hyuga Riga who was talking, and the two brothers had a look on their faces. Uchiha Fuyu's face turned blue. Uchiha Mikato didn't know why. She didn't understand why the faces of brothers Hyuga and Uchiha Fuyu were so ugly. In her heart, Lee was already so powerful. Stop talking, I'll talk about this later. Although defeating me is not a prerequisite for you to be promoted to ninja, but if you don't beat me, you may lose your qualifications to be promoted to ninja. Lee did cast a faint glance at brother Hyuga, and wrote in scarlet there was no fluctuation in the eye of the wheel. Okay, let me see how strong you have become in the past 3 years. Hyaka Raizuri snorted. He was defeated by Lee once in school, and he has always been brooding. If he said that, he couldn't hold back any longer, and he rushed towards Lee with a bagua palm posture. Raizuri, be careful. Hyuga was surprised, and it was too late to stop him, so he reminded him and followed in the footsteps of Rigaku. Snapped. Snapped. Boom. In just a few simple fights, brother Hyuga was caught by Lee Yi's head in one hand, and then smashed directly on the ground. The huge force directly shook the soil and flew out. Fainted. Although the Hyuga family is famous for its physical skills, your three-legged cat's bagwazang is too tender. Lee stood up, looked at the rest of the people who didn't do it, and said lightly, I said, if you don't do it together, there will be no chance. The two elites endured, and they were killed in seconds after fighting each other. Those who didn't do it were startled, and Minato Namithang's face darkened. Now it's getting farther and farther. It's amazing, as expected of my brother Lee. Uchiha Mikato, the little girl, didn't seem to understand the situation, and even cheered softly. Damn, this guy is so powerful. Uchiha Fuyu's face was a little gloomy. He didn't expect that the gap between the people who grew up together was so big. Needless to say, this time, the rest of the people have all started to take action. They have already planned to join forces. The facts just now have clearly told them that Lee will always defeat any of them in an instant. The technique of doubling. Chudeo Dingzuo made the first shot, and a fat arm suddenly turned like a giant's arm, and punched Lee. Nara Shikasa hid behind Iki the Dingza when he shot, and Yamanaka Hiki wandered around, looking for opportunities to start. Although Uchiha Fuya didn't want to join forces with others, he was afraid of being killed by Lee. Only by attacking together with everyone, he went around behind Lee, and his hands began to form a seal. It was the seal of the fireball. After 3 years, Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Mikato both mastered this ninjutsu. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. When done, a big breakthrough. Minato Namikaze is very smart and knows that single ninjutsu can't do much damage to Lee. In front of Hyuga Fuyu, a sea-level wind escape was added, and the fire borrowed the wind, and the power of the How Fireball suddenly doubled. Interesting. Lee turned around, jumped back a few times and jumped away from the spot. After escaping Nara Shikasa's shadow technique, he quickly formed seals with both hands. In the blink of an eye, Lee then finished the print, Fire Escape, the Art of Fireball. It is also a flamboyant fireball, but its power is not known how many times larger than that of Uchiha Fuyu. The fireball from the distance is at least 1.5 meters, while Uchiha Fuyu is not even a meter, but fortunately, there is the wind of Namikaze Minato. Escaped to help each other, the two collided, issued a violent explosion, cancelled each other, and the billowing smoke spread. Coming. In the thick smoke, a pair of scarlet eyes were moving quickly. Uchiha Fuyu's face changed. Minato Namifang also discovered this situation, knowing that Lee was approaching. Without thinking twice, the two quickly backed away. The tactics of the few people cooperated very well. When they left to attack Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fuyu, Yamanaka Hiki, who was behind Lee, immediately launched a family secret technique, invaded Lee's mind, and controlled Lee. The action is issued by the heart, which can be said to be the command tower of the entire body. As long as you can control the opponent's heart, you can forcibly issue orders to the opponent's body, such as picking up the kunao suicide. Of course, the so-called here the heart is not the meaning of the heart, but the mind. Shadow binding technique. The pig deer butterfly has been an ally family for generations, and their secret techniques are used in cooperation with each other, and the three of them are even more connected. Julai immediately activated the shadow technique, and in an instant, the shadows of the two overlapped and became indistinguishable from each other. Uchiha, I wonder if this test is over. After controlling Lee, Chudeo Dingzuo took 2 steps forward and looked at Lee faintly and said that he is very confident in the secret techniques of the Yamanaka family and the Nara family. Chudeo Dingzuo does not think that Lee has this ability. What are you talking about? Lee smiled slightly. His hands were resisting the shadow of Nara Shikasa, and in his inner world, Lee could clearly feel that he had a personality in his head. Hearing Lee's words, Chudeo Dingzuo's face froze, and he frowned slightly. He thought Lee was not admitting defeat, and just wanted to say something, but at this time, Yamanaka Hai suddenly screamed. He was in Lee, his body was fine, but for some unknown reason, a pair of huge riding wheels suddenly appeared in front of him. hanging on top of his head like two blood moons. He took a step, his eyes widened, and then he fainted directly. When he was about to quit, Lee used an illusion to stimulate his mind. At this time, the fainting was just a consumption of mental power. Break away? Not only Chudeo Dingzuo, Minato Namikaze, and others were even more shocked. They knew a little about the secret technique of the Yamanaka family. Once they were in this secret technique, it would be difficult to break free unless they had the strength to crush them. And even if you have this strength, it will take a little time, but you can break free in an instant. How big is the gap between the two? You must know that Kiki Yamanaka is already an elite genin level strength, and before that, he was assisted by Narashika's shadow restraint technique. This kind of boring battle is over, and I'm going to get real. Ignoring the surprise of several people, Lee's whole body suddenly burst out with a violent chakra, directly sending Narashika's shadow binding technique to breaking free. So forced to break free, Narashikaku was immediately backlashed, his face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. What a powerful chakra, this. Minato Namifang covered his eyes with his hands, resisting the sandstorm caused by Lee's chakra. His heart was very sad, no matter how hard he tried, but the distance between the two but let him despair. The gap between Shangnin and Elite Sunin is like the difference between the river and the Yangtze River. There is no comparison between the two. It is only 10 seconds away from the real thing, and all the testers are on the ground. Uchiha Mikato is special. After taking care of him, he directly pointed his finger on her foot, which made him lose his mobility. The only thing that surprised Lee was that the strength of Minato Namikaze had already reached the level of Chunin. Can become Hokage. There was an uproar among the spectators. I didn't expect this test to be a crushing level. If the test person was a jonin, no one would be so surprised, but the test person was only a 9-year-old child. 3 years before, he was a 1-year-old, and 3 years later, he was only a 3-year-old. After the surprise, there was a burst of cheers immediately, and everyone was very excited. Damn, is this the gap between me and him? Uchiha Fuya lay on the ground with an unwilling face, looking at the almost obsessed look on Uchiha Mikato's face next to him. Uchiha Fuya felt even more bitter in his heart. Okay, this test is over. You are all very good, and you are fully capable of taking the responsibility. Now, I allow you to graduate. Lee Weiwei glanced at a few people, then took out a stack of documents and said again, now, take your respective documents and go to Hokage-sama to collect the ninja forehead. They should have been very happy, but a few people couldn't be happy. They were defeated by people of the same grade, and they were defeated under siege. This made them feel ashamed. He bowed his head and left cleanly, and the cheers around him were like a great irony, constantly impacting their hearts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The reward points are worth 1,000. Lee Weiwei let out a sigh of relief when she heard the system's notification sound, and it was finally done. It was really pointless to fight with some elites. If you didn't want to complete the system tasks better, the meeting would have to announce them directly. Ignoring the screaming cheers, Lee turned around and left, leaving the group of students behind. Oh, that kid is probably strong enough to be a special jounin. How about it, old man? The Chunin exam will be held in a while. Do you have any ideas for this kid to fight for Konoha? After the test was over, Jiraiya and Sandai Hokage, who were hiding in the dark, also stopped observing. Hee, I was thinking of this too. Now you just happen to be back. I'm going to let you take a class, how about that? 3 generations of Hokage nodded with a smile, looking at Zilla also said, don't be kidding, I'm like the kind of person who can take classes? Jille also waved his hand and hurriedly declined. Don't be too busy to refuse, of course I know who you are. It is precisely because of this that I asked you to lead the class. Speaking of which, didn't you also accept 3 apprentices in the Land of Rain? The 3 generations of Hokage took a breath, said lightly. 3 generations of Hokage knew about this matter, and Orochimaru and Tsunade reported it, but in order to preserve Jiraiya's reputation, the 3rd generation of Hokage said that Jiraiya also went on a trip. After all, Urin village was the enemy of Konoha at that time. Let others know that Jiraiya went to teach orphans in the Land of Rain ninjutsu. No one would use this to suppress Jiraiya. The 3 children I want you to teach have a certain meaning to Konoha. I don't worry about others, so this time you will do my old man a favor. The 3 generations of Hokage were afraid that Jiraiya would not agree and fought. Emotional card. Hey, the point value is only 5,000, and it can only be used for daily training. With my current physical condition, I should be able to withstand the side effects of the kaleidoscope riding wheel. It seems that it is time to start the kaleidoscope. After finishing his regular practice, he felt the huge chakra in his body, and Li Wei sighed. 3 years ago, he had the opportunity to open the kaleidoscope riding wheel, but because he was too young at that time and the chakra was not enough, he put it off. Now that 3 years have passed, the body has grown to a certain extent, and with the help of the life potion for a long time, the body is much better than the average person, and can almost bear the side effects caused by the kaleidoscope. Forget it, I'm not in a hurry for the time being. With my strength, it should be fine as long as it's not a few Shangnin attacking me. Shaking his head slightly, Li Gang wanted to leave, but at this time, the 3 generations of Hokage were slow, came in from the gate of the yard. Lord Hokage. Li Wei slightly arched his body. In the past 3 years, he has not been to the house of the 3 generations of Hokage, nor has he accepted his guidance. Before he knew it, the title changed from the original teacher Sarutobi to Lord Hokage, and the 3 generations of Hokage also it is called by default. Haha, I'm here to disturb you so late, I hope you don't take offense. The 3 generations of Hokage laughed, and then said again, did you just practice? Well, it's just refining chakra. Li nodded and said indifferently. The 3 generations of Hokage glanced at Lily, then waved his hand and said with a smile, this is not the Hokage building, and it is already off-duty time. You and I don't have to be so polite, just treat me like an ordinary ninja. Then should I call you Sarutobi Hizen or just Hirazan or Sarutobi? Li Venyan spit out a few words in his heart, but the surface was still indifferent, and said lightly, I don't know that Hokage-sama arrived late at night. Is there anything I need to order? Hearing that Li was still calling him Hokage-sama, the 3rd Hokage shook his head slightly, and didn't want to worry too much about this matter. After coughing a little, he said, that's it, those who participated in graduation during the daytime today. The students who took the test have all passed the test, so I will arrange a guide for them tomorrow, but I think you are still a Jinin from now on, and soon, there will be the twice-a-year Chunin exam. I hope you will be able to endure. You may be qualified to participate as a Chunin, but the rule of the Chunin exam is that you must be a 3-person Genin team to participate, so I plan to put you in the team of today's graduate students. What do you think? The Chunin exam? Li Venyan was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that not long after he came to this world, he was practicing every day, but he forgot about these things. In the past 3 years, Konoha and the rest of the big village, the war had just ended, and naturally there were no Chunin exams, so, apart from the previous life, this was the first time I heard about the Chunin exams in this world. Ding! System task released, obtaining the Chunin qualification in the Chunin exam. The reward points for completing the task will be 5,000, and if the task fails, the host's 5,000 points will be deducted. Hearing the sound of the system, Li finally reacted. After recalling the system tasks, Li looked at the 3 generations of Hokage and said lightly, I see, I will take the Chunin exam this time. Ha ha. Hearing Li's words, the 3rd Hokage smiled slightly, and was very satisfied with Li's decision. As long as Li values the title of Chunin, it means that his heart is still towards Konoha, which is also considered by the 3rd Hokage. Since you have agreed, then you can go to the 3rd exercise field at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Your guide, Jonin, and 2 other companions will also gather there. 3 generations of Hokage nodded slightly, then turned around, and once again said, it's getting late, you should rest early, don't be late tomorrow. Is the Chunin exam? Interesting, maybe you can earn some points from it to exchange for the 3 Goose Jade Writing Wheel I, and then the Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel I will be available. Seeing the back of the 3 generations of Hokage leaving, Li Wei squinted. Squinting, he turned and entered the room. The next day, after getting up, after finishing the daily practice and having a little breakfast, Li packed some ninja gear and went out. The 3rd exercise field was the place where he tested Minato Namifang and the others yesterday. After coming to the 3rd exercise field, the so-called guide Junin didn't see it, but saw the 2 people who were more surprised to Li leave. What are you doing here? Seeing the curiosity on Kushina's face, Li Wei sighed slightly, knowing that her 2 companions might be Kushina and Minato Namikaze, but what made Li a little puzzled was that Kushina didn't take the graduation exam yesterday. Well, why did it suddenly become a Genin? Could it be? Kushina seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly stared, pointed at Li and said in disbelief, could it be that you are our guide Junin? Regarding Kushina's open-minded speculation, Li was also unable to complain, and said angrily, I'm just a Kanin, how can I be qualified to be your guide? I'm here for the same purpose as yours. They are all waiting for their own guidance to endure. Ah. Hearing the words, Juxina immediately reacted, her face flushed, although she knew she was wrong, but she couldn't hold back her face, so she pouted and said angrily, of course I know this, I just opened my mouth. It's just a joke, why don't you take it seriously? With the rise of Li and Kushina chatting on the side, Minato Nekase, who was left on the side, was a little embarrassed, especially seeing Kushina and Li so close. Minato Nekase was even more depressed, and he felt sorry for Kushina in his heart. Also very nice. Li classmate, I'm very glad that you can become our companion, and I will take care of you in the future. Unwilling to be lonely, Namikaze Minato interrupted the conversation between Li and Kushina, stretched out his right hand towards Li, and said with a smile. When the conversation was interrupted by Minato, Kushina suddenly became unhappy. He gave Minato a slight glance, then turned his head, looking unhappy. She and Li can only see each other once in a few days. There is a lot to say. The thought was interrupted by this sissy. Well, please take care of me. Li didn't mind, he reached out and held Minato Namifang together. Yo! Little devils, listen on time. At this time, a mocking voice sounded, followed by a young man with white hair appearing in front of the 3. There were still 2 lines of oil paint on his face, and Lee's pupils shrank immediately when he saw the person coming. He didn't expect that the guide Junin would be Jiraiya, which made Lee very surprised. That's about it. From today onwards, I will be your instructor. Before reporting my own name, please introduce yourself. The breeze was blowing, and the grass on the ground was crushed, and the blown leaves rustled. In the third exercise field, Jiraiya and Lee stood opposite the three of them. The three heard the words, looked at each other, then took a step forward, looked at Jiraiya, and said lightly, "My name is Uchiha Lee, I have no hobbies, and I have no ideals. If I insist on saying it, I just want to make no mistakes in my lifetime." This is the persistence of Lee. Once people make mistakes, they will lose a lot of things. It's a very unique ideal. Zai also narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Is this Lee's ideal? Don't want to make mistakes? Why don't you want to make mistakes?" Kushina on one side tilted her head for a long time and couldn't think of a reason. "My name is Namikaze Minato, my hobby is practice, and my ideal is to become Hokage." Namikaze Minato smiled as he made the introduction, with a gentle smile that seemed to shine directly into people's hearts like sunlight. "Cut, Sissy also wants to be Hokage?" Kushina curled her lips. If she wanted to say who she disliked the most in class, it would definitely be Minato. In Kushina's opinion, Minato is too weak. "Yes, you will suffer in the future. Becoming Hokage? It's a good ideal." Jiraiya admired it very much, especially the gentle smile on Minato Namikaze's face, which made Jiraiya also nod his head. He has a good eye for reading people and can see it. Minato Namikaze is a person with a firm mind, and he is also the kind of person who can dedicate everything to his ideals. After looking deeply at Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya suddenly changed his clothes and looked at Kushina with a smile. "Now there is no introduction to the little beauties in the class. Tell me what your ideals are, and the teacher will definitely help you complete them." Jiraiya also started not being serious again. "Teacher, you are too serious, Juzina blushed when Jiraiya said it, but she quickly stared at Jiraiya angrily, and said angrily, "My name is Uzumaki-ju. Zine, her hobby is." Speaking of which, Juzine's face suddenly turned red again. Her hobby was a prank, but how could she say it at this time? She was afraid that Lee would look down on her after knowing that she liked pranks. "It doesn't matter, just be yourself. People don't live for others, but for themselves." Lee Wei touched the back of Juzine's hand and whispered. Hearing Lee's words, Juxian was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at Lee. Looking at the clarity of Lee's pupils, Juxian took a slight breath, then closed his eyes and said loudly, "My hobby is to use pranks to make those who live every day. All those who bully me will be defeated, and my ideal is to protect Lee's ideal." At the end, Kushina's mantra came out again. After shouting, he lowered his head and even his ears turned red. Hearing this, Zai was a little dumbfounded. "Why are you talking about Lee when you introduce yourself?" But soon, Jiraiya also looked at Lee with a malicious look on his face, with a different meaning in his eyes. Hearing Kushina's words, Namikaze Minato felt sad for a while, knowing that he might have no chance. He glanced at Lee, who was still indifferent, and a sour feeling rose in his heart. The relationship between Lee and Kushina was almost settled 3 years ago. The longer the time passes, the stronger it will be. For Kushina, Lee has nothing to say, and no one can hurt her. "Teacher, it's almost time for you to introduce yourself." Feeling that the atmosphere was a little unusual, in order to divert her attention, Kushina summoned the courage and said dissatisfiedly to Jiraiya, "Cough cough." Hearing Kushina's words, Jiraiya also came back to his senses, put away his hippie smile, turned serious, and then bit his finger and made a few seals. Seeing this, Lee Wei turned his head away. Seeing Zile also like this, even with his toes, he could know what he wanted to do. Boom! After a burst of smoke, the huge toad appeared in front of the three of them, and Zile also stood on it, closing his eyes slightly. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and began to dance. "I'm Miyamu Mountain Toad Immortal, Lord Zile." Hearing this introduction, Lee Du was already unable to complain. "When I watched anime before, I was speechless about Jiraiya's appearance. Now I have experienced it myself, and I feel even more profound. Ahem, as for my ideal, it is to become a home to travel the world, and then I hope that there will be no more wars in this world." Speaking of this, Zai changed his normal behavior and became a little melancholy. "Teacher?" Minato Namikaze and Kushina glanced at Jiraiya strangely. The gap between now and now is a bit too big. He was just a person with a hippie smile, but now he has a melancholy expression. Feeling the strange gazes of Minato Namikaze and Kushina, Jiraiya blushed and didn't want to delve into this issue. After coughing twice, he said again, "Since everyone knows each other's names, then, the next step is the exercise. War. Practice battle? Well, since I am your guide, Shangnan, I have the obligation to help you in your cultivation, so before that, I need to fight you once." Zile also nodded and said lightly. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Namikaze Minato and Kushina nodded knowingly, but Lee was not surprised. Before coming here, he knew that there would definitely be a battle next. Ding! System mission released. Get praise from Jiraiya in the next battle. Ren service success reward points worth 1000. If the mission fails, the host points will be deducted for 1000 points. Hearing the mission released by the system, Lee's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked up at Jiraiya. Jiraiya's strength is very strong, which is beyond doubt. Now he has at least shadow level strength. If he learns the fairy mode, it is estimated that it will be more powerful. If you want to get his praise, you may not be able to fight alone. You need to start from other aspects. Then, I will give you time to hide for 2 hours. We will have a battle. If you are ready, let's start now. Jiraiya crossed his hands and looked at the three seriously. Said. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, the three of them had disappeared, and they got into the vertical forest behind, and disappeared after a while, and the three of them went in different directions. I don't know how far Minato and Lee are able to fight. Zilla also squeezed his chin and muttered. He had seen the battle between Lee and Minato yesterday, but the difference in strength was too great, so he didn't watch it. What came out? This made Jiraiya a little excited. The better his disciple, the happier he was to be a teacher, and Jiraiya was looking forward to the next battle. There is no doubt about Jiraiya's strength. With my join in strength, even if I had Shunbu, I may not be able to meet him, so I definitely can't fight alone. Hiding in a big tree not far away, Li Weiwei squinted and looked at Jiraiya below. Jiraiya just stood there casually, but Li was unable to find a dead end to attack from around him. After thinking for a long time, Li still planning to cooperate with Minato, Namikaze and Kushina. The wind ninjutsu that Namikaze Minato is good at, and fire ninjutsu can make up for each other's shortcomings. Kushina didn't learn any ninjutsu, she learned the authentic sealing technique of the Uzumaki family. Although there is not much fighting power face to face, it is still possible to make a sneak attack. Very useful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lee was still thinking about how to attack, but at this time, 3 piercing sounds rang out, and 3 pitch-black kunao products leaped out of the vertical forest and shot towards Jiraiya's back fossa. This kind of kunao throwing technique. Lee's face darkened, seeing this kind of kunao throwing technique. There is no second one besides Kushina. After all, Lee taught Kushina the kunao throwing technique, so he treated her to her. I know the throwing method very well. I just thought that Kushina's sealing technique is suitable for sneak attacks. In the next second, Kushina couldn't hold back the first shot. There's no way. Kushina has been exposed. It seems that I have to restrain Jiraiya. Thinking of this, a few darts appeared in Lee's hand, and he threw it directly at Jiraiya, who was also a leaping, rushing out of the vertical forest. People were in midair, and his hands quickly formed seals. Huo done, Fire Phoenix immortal technique. A few more flaming darts rushed towards Jiraiya, but Lee didn't intend to stop there. He quickly put his right hand into the ninja bag, took out 4 kunao and threw them at Jiraiya, and his left hand was not idle either. The 4 kunao also appeared, and they were thrown out according to the trajectory of the previous 4 kunao. The 4 kunao in front have neither strength nor accuracy. Although the power of that ninjutsu is good, it is not enough to catch me. What do you want to do with this kid? Zi Lai also squinted his eyes slightly, and then his body squinted slightly. He moved, dodged the attack of Huo Fengxian, and the following Kyo was still a few meters away, but with Jiraiya's eyesight, it could be seen that even if he stood still, these 4 Kyo couldn't hit him. The last 4 kunao have the same trajectory as the previous 4 kunao, and they have also lost their alignment. When the kunao who was walking behind caught up with the kunao in front of him in an instant, and the tip of the knife hit the sides of the 4 kunao in front. The crisp sound was almost the same. Moreover, since the 8 kunao circled around automatically, they shot towards Jiraiya in a fan shape. What an exquisite kunao throwing technique, this kid. Jiraiya's eyes skyrocketed, knowing that he was bewildered, and without hesitation, he quickly made a seal with both hands, ninja, needle jizo. In an instant, Jiraiya's hair quickly as he grew longer, Jiraiya himself even squatted down, his long hair covering his body. When the 8 kunao hit Jiraiya's hair at the same time, but there was a sound of gold, and the 8 kunao were suddenly bounced away. When he saw this, he was not surprised. He pulled his hand slightly, and 2 silver white the silk thread appeared under the sunlight. This was the chakra thread. With the pull of Lee, the 8 kunao that had been bounced back surrounded Jiraiya, but they did not attack in the past, but surrounded Jiraiya. After going around a circle, the 8 kunao intersected each other and formed a knot. When he saw this, he pulled his hands violently, and directly pulled Jiraiya's whole body into the air, and threw it towards Kushina's place. Direction: Kushina. Following Wen Xian's deep shout, Juxinai got out of the vertical forest and leaped towards Jiraiya in midair, with a few strange Indian patterns in his hands. This is different from ninjutsu, and it belongs to the seal type of the sealing technique. Kushina and Lee have known each other for so long, it can be said that Kushina can guess what Lee has in mind. Magic sealing method. Kushina pressed his palm on Jiraiya's back waist, and suddenly, a strange pattern appeared on Jiraiya's body. This sealing technique Lee heard Kushina say that it is a kind of seal that can seal other people's chakras. The sealing technique is also the only sealing technique that Kushina currently masters. After sealing Jiraiya, Lee tied the chakra thread to the arms of both hands, and quickly made a seal with both hands, and then glanced at the place where Minato was hiding. Minato Namikaze obviously noticed the situation here. Looking at him, Minato also jumped out and came to Lee's side. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Win done, a big breakthrough. The two C-rank ninjutsu were superimposed, and the attributes merged with each other, and the power of the How Fireball suddenly increased several times, rolling towards Jiraiya who was still in midair. Boom! The fireball collided with Jiraiya, which immediately caused a violent explosion. Even the chakra in Lee's hand was burned, and then a heavy object fell to the ground and fell motionless on the ground. Jiraiya was still wrapped in hair. However, the originally all-white hair had been burnt black in some places at this time, and there was still a faint black smoke. Lee, we won't kill Mr. Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya still lying motionless on the ground, Juxin suddenly became a little worried. Just now she used the sealing technique to check Jiraiya carrot was sealed. In such a state, he was hit by a fireball and made a breakthrough. Even Jiraiya couldn't stand it. Kushina, I'll teach you one thing today, Lee said, took out a handful of kunao, looked at Kushina, and said again, although it's just an exercise battle, it is a frontal battle after all. We and Zilla teacher can also say that the enemy is temporary. When dealing with the enemy, if it is impossible to confirm whether the enemy is dead, then we must use hardships. We'll cut off their heads. You and Minato watched from the side. If teacher Jiraiya hadn't died, he would definitely get up. If he dies, he's dead anyway, and it's useless to keep his head. While speaking, Lee has come to Jiraiya's side. Kunyu aimed at Jiraiya's neck, a trace of insult flashed in his eyes, and then stabbed directly. Both Kushina and Minato Namikaze were startled, and it was too late to stop them, so they had to close their eyes and resign. Snapped. At this time, Zilla, who had been lying still, also reacted. He quickly sat up, grabbed Lee's wrist with one hand, flushed with dissatisfaction, and said with dissatisfaction, "You brat is too ruthless, even if it's life and death. The enemy doesn't necessarily cut off their heads after killing them, you little brat, who taught you this kind of thing?" Zili was also a little furious, but fortunately he was just pretending to be dizzy. If he was really dizzy in the past, wouldn't that have been cut off by his own students for no reason? Well, in general, your performance is good this time. Lee's attack method is very powerful, and Kushina's sealing technique is also very powerful. Minato understands the situation, and the three of you are very good. After finishing the practice station, Jiraiya sat on the ground with the three of them and began to comment. Especially Lee, being able to make a series of decisions and actions when Kushina's position is exposed is invaluable. What's more, I can only appreciate that I can find a way to cooperate with you before I make a move. Not bad. Zilla also spoke highly of Lee. From the start to the end, a series of actions were performed in one go, especially the bizarre kunao throwing technique that opened Jiraiya's eyes, and the most appreciated thing for him was Lee understand. His cooperating partner was not arrogant because of his strength. Ding! It is also praised by Jiraiya. The task is completed, the reward points are worth 1,000, please pay attention to the host. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Lee was relieved, but no matter how good he played, no matter how good he said, if the system didn't admit it, then the task would not be completed. Okay, I have a general understanding of your strength, and I will arrange for you to practice next, but, speaking of which, Zilla also looked at Lee with a bit of embarrassment. Lee's strength is very strong, and Zilla there is nothing to teach other than some tricks to push the bottom of the box. Naturally, these tricks of the bottom of the box cannot be passed on. Even Nagato and the three direct disciples of them didn't teach them, let alone leave them. Teacher Jiraiya, the clan has already arranged a practice for me. Lia knew the difficulties of Jiraiya, looked at Jiraiya and said lightly, anyway, he never thought about learning the immortal pattern from Jiraiya. As long as the point value is enough, Lee can directly exchange the fairy body. At that time, the so-called fairy mode will not be easy to grasp. Hearing this, Jiraiya nodded embarrassedly. As a teacher, he couldn't teach his students, which was indeed quite humiliating. If he was not from the Uchiha family, maybe Jiraiya would have taken him directly as an apprentice. The first meeting ended without embarrassment or embarrassment. After saying goodbye to Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, Lee and Kushina left together, and Minato Namikaze looked envious. Time has passed quickly. Since Lee and Namikaze, Minato and Kushina formed the ninja team, 2 weeks have passed in a flash. On this day, the whole Konoha was very lively, the streets were crowded with people, and many people from other villages. People entered Konoha one after another. On this day, Konoha's guards were very strict, and there were 10 ninjas at the door to check. The Chunin exam is about to start. I applied for the qualifications for this exam for you. It is up to you to decide whether you are willing or not. This is a volunteer form. If you want to fill in your name, but there is one thing I hope remember, the Chunin exam is based on groups of 3, and if one of you gives up, you will all be disqualified. In the third exercise field, Jirei also handed 3 documents to Lee-san, with a very serious expression on his face. Taking the Chunin exam is no trivial matter. There are countless dangers in it. Maybe other villages deliberately got 1 or 2 on Shinobu disguised as Shimonin to take the exam. The purpose is probably to weaken the living strength of other villages, so Jirei will not force the 3 to choose. After taking the registration form, Lee looked at Kushina and Minato Namikaze. Kushina looked excited, Minato Namika was more reserved, but the light in his eyes showed his intentions. Nai is a strong person, and Minato Namikaze also wants to prove himself. There is no reason for the 2 to refuse such a good opportunity. Everyone is all right. Lee filled in his name on the registration form without hesitation, and then looked at Kushina and Minato Namifang indifferently. Of course, how could a small Chunin exam make me flinch? Kushina waved her fist, then picked up the pen and filled out the registration form. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly, filled in his name casually, and then both of them handed over the form to Lee. After taking the form, Lee Weiwei nodded, then handed it over to Jiraiya, and said lightly, "Teacher Jiraiya, this is the registration form for the 3 of us, please submit it." Jiraiya has always been watching the 3 of them. Seeing that the 3 of them have filled out the form, there is no hesitation. There is a hint of admiration on his face. After taking the form, Jirei also smiled and said, "Okay, kid. Guys, since you are all planning to take the Chunin exam, you can rest today, tomorrow is the official start. I hope you will meet this exam in the best condition before that, you know?" "Got it, Teacher Jiraiya." It was said to be a break, but Kushina and Minato Namikaze obviously didn't mean this. The 2 dragged Lee and wandered on the street, as they called it, to spy on the enemy, but seeing Kushina's about to play crazy, Lee was only can helplessly smile. Just think of it as accompanying Kushina. Thinking of the delays due to various things in recent days, let's take this opportunity to make up for it. But Lee looked at Namifang Minato next to him, slightly unhappy. This guy is a bit redundant for Lee at this time. However, Namikaze Minato obviously did not have this kind of awareness, and he still looked around with a smile on his face. His eyes stopped from time to time on the passing ninjas. These were all ninjas from the outer village. Lee also has nothing to do with him. He can never chase people directly. However, at this moment, Lee's pupils shrank slightly. In front of him, 4 ninjas caught Lee's attention. Staying on yourself will attract Lee's attention. Is Sand Ninja here too? Lee squinted slightly. After the war ended 3 years ago, after the Sand Ninja village signed the indemnity agreement, he and Konoha again the alliance treaty was signed, and now I can come to participate in the Chunin exam held by Konoha. Kushina. Lee Weiwei stepped forward, grabbed Kushina who was still playing wildly, shook his head, and then glanced at Minato Namikaze. Obviously, Minato Namikaze also discovered the situation of the 4 Sand Ninjas. With a slight nod, the 3 of them entered the alley on the side. In terms of feeling, except for the leader who led the team, the other 3 ninjas also gave Lee a bad feeling. I am afraid it is not as simple as a simple lower. Is that kid with long black hair the one who was the first genius of Konoha, Uchiha Lee, that Kaze Kage and Sho elders said, asked a thin middle-aged man who was leading the front. On the second day, all the genin who came to take the Chunin exam were concentrated in the Forest of Death in Konoha. There were 2 exams, one was a survival battle, training the ninja how to survive in cruel conditions and robbing local resources. I will supply myself. The second game is a battle match. No matter how strong your survival is, you still can't become a Chunin without strength. Although Xiao Qian, who can't be beaten to death, sounds like he is very powerful. In fact, a human can be trampled to death with 1 foot. The Forest of Death, which has never been approached, was already crowded with people at this time. All the villagers had already arrived, and groups of 3 or 5 gathered to discuss each other. Lee and Namikaze Minato and Kushina chose one, standing together in the open space in the corner, waiting for the arrival of the examiner. After a while, the examiner came over. It was Orochimaru. He was the examiner in this survival battle. After passing all the candidates, Orochimaru came to the front door of the Forest of Death, which was opposite to all the candidates. He saw Orochimaru standing still. All the candidates closed their mouths and looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked like a smile, but because of his snake face, the smile not only did not make people feel comfortable, but it made people feel cool. Inadvertently, Orochimaru saw the 3 people standing in the corner. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, but he quickly turned his eyes away, looked at the candidates below and said lightly, I don't need to say more, everyone should know that I am the invigilator of this exam, and my name is Orochimaru. Hearing Orochimaru's self-introduction, the crowd soon erupted in discussion. During World War II, the 3 ninjas fought the Sanjiao Yuhanzo, who was called the demigod in the ninja world. The title of Sunin was given. Now the name of the Sunin has long been spread in the ninja world. Some candidates even looked at Orochimaru with admiration. Although they were ninjas from other villages, it did not prevent them from worshipping the strong. Orochimaru didn't pay too much attention to these strange eyes. After nodding slightly, he said again, "This exam is a survival battle, testing your ability to survive in the wild. There are all kinds of poisonous insects and poisonous snakes in this forest of death. There are even some man-eating beasts, and your mission is to enter it for 3 days without any preparation, and snatch the world from the hands of other teams." Speaking of which, Orochimaru from he took out 2 rolled sleeves in his arms, with the words heaven and earth written on them. Each of your groups will get one of the sleeves, either the sky or the earth, and the content of your exam is to grab the sleeves from other small pairs within these 3 days, and collect a pair of sleeves from the sky and the earth, even if you pass the exam. Orochimaru smiled slightly, then pointed to the temporary exchange office set up in an open space not far away, and said again, "If there is no problem, you can go there to register, and the person in charge there will be responsible for giving you roll up your sleeves." When everyone heard the words, they started to take action and headed towards the exchange office. "Lee, let's go too," Minato Namifang said to Lee who was beside him, seeing that everyone had already acted. "Yeah." Lee nodded, but soon, he felt a few glances on him, and when he looked up, the 3 Sharenran were looking at him with malicious intent. "The 3 I met on the street yesterday were a burly and fat man, one looked a little thin, and the other was a little scary. He almost wrapped his entire head with a white cloth, leaving only his right eye exposed, slightly hunched over." "Lee, what's wrong?" Juxina looked at Lee in confusion and asked. "No, it's nothing." Lee returned to his senses, shook his head slightly, and then looked at the exchange office and said lightly, "Let's go to collect the sleeves first." Sand Ninja Village will stare at him. "I am afraid it happened 3 years ago. The 3 generations of Kaze Cage and Cho's mother-in-law have not forgotten, so I want to take this opportunity to get rid of myself. But 3 generations of Kaze Cage and Cho's mother-in-law know their own strength. I'm afraid that these 3 lower tolerances are not so simple. This is your roll sleeve. Remember not to let others know what roll sleeve you are holding, do you know?" When it was Lee's turn, the ninjas with curly sleeves probably thought that they were all Konoha ninjas, so they reminded Lee so that they wouldn't suffer. The Chunin exam is not unique in Konoha, but it does not exceed 5 fingers. Both are Konoha ninjas. This examiner still hopes that his village can have a few more geniuses. "Well, I see." Lee Vinian nodded lightly, and then rolled up his sleeves and glanced at the words on the rolled sleeves. It was a celestial roll sleeve. It seems that the next task is to snatch the scroll of the earth. Sleeves. After all the sleeves were rolled up, all the candidates gathered again in front of the Forest of Death, waiting for Orochimaru to open the door. The Forest of Death was extremely dangerous. Even a normal Chunin might not be able to come back alive if he ran in. The iron net blocked it to prevent some ignorant children from running in. Of course, it was more to prevent the poisonous snakes and beasts from running out. "I believe you have all written down the rules, then. The first round of the Chunin exam, the battle for survival officially begins." As Orochimaru's voice fell, the accompanying Konoha ninja suddenly opened the gate of the Death Forest slowly, and in an instant, all the candidates rushed in, and each group chose a different direction and began to hide. "Let's go too." After seeing everyone entering, Lee squinted slightly, glanced at the place where the 3 sand ninjas had disappeared, and then said to Minato and Kushina, "Oh, I've been waiting for a long time." Kushina excitedly clenched her fists, her face flushed. She was very interested in the next battle, and could finally fight side by side with Lee. Namikaze Minato just smiled, then followed Lee and Kushina and rushed to death. The Forest of Death. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them disappeared into the vertical forest. The Forest of Death, known as the Forest, is lush and almost obscures the sky. If you drill into it, as long as you don't come out by yourself, it's hard to find. Little devil, I hope you can come out alive. Looking at the place where Lee and the 3 disappeared, Orochimaru smiled and muttered, and he could also feel it. The candidates of Sand Ninja Village had already set their goal on Lee. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Tang! On the trunk of a big tree, the 3 Shaninja stopped, and the burly fat man grinned at the Shanin, who was tied with white cloth strips, and said, "Boss, are we here to wait for that kid to come, or take the initiative to attack?" After the 3 Kunao nailed the thick-armed snake to the tree trunk, the 3 of them stopped under the tree. Half an hour had passed since the exam started. "Lee, if those 3 sand ninjas really target our team, then it is estimated that they will come over soon. Should we take the initiative to attack?" Minato Namikaze looked at Lee and asked in confusion. "Yeah." Li Weiwei frowned. He always felt that the 3 sand ninjas were not that simple. They couldn't possibly just be as simple as the ninjas, and 3 years ago, the old lady Cho and the 3 generations of Fengying already knew about their own strength. If you really want to deal with yourself, it is definitely not as simple as sending 3 lower tolerances. "Minato, Kushina, we need to act separately next," Lee said, waved his hand, stopped them from speaking, and continued, "I know what you want to say, but now I can tell you very seriously, those 3A Sand Ninja is definitely not as simple as the so-called lower ninja. I can feel that their strength may not be as good as mine alone, but they are definitely elite ninjas of the ninja level or even the ninjas of the upper ninja level. Kushina, Minato, if you are still with me, stay together. I'm afraid we will be wiped out by then. How is it possible? This is the Chunin exam. If they are really Chunin or Shangnin, then they will lose their qualifications for the exam. Kushina looked at Lee in disbelief and said, this is just the simplest dark duty Chen Kang. The Sand Ninja said that they are under Nin, then they are under Nin. There is nothing strange about this. Well, after all that said, hurry up and walk in the other direction with your sleeves rolled up. Said, Lee took out the roll sleeves of the sky from the ninja bag and stuffed it into Minato Namifang. Lee, this can't be done. We are companions. Even if there is danger, we have to face it together. We will never do anything like giving up our companions. I believe Kushina will not agree. The door held the roll sleeves of the sky, shook his head slightly, rejected Lee's proposal, and abandoned his companions. He couldn't do it. That's right, Lee, we are also ninjas now, and we are not children without resistance. I want to be with you and drive away those bad guys. Jusina said angrily, staring at Lee. Venian softened his heart, but when he thought of what he might have to face next, he shook his head again and said, don't be stupid. Although your strength is good, it's still not enough to face those 3 shaman. If you insist, stay, and when the time comes to fight, I will not only have to deal with the 3 sand ninjas, but also work hard to protect you, which will make us more dangerous. Hearing Lee's words, Minato and Kushina were speechless. Lee said so, but they couldn't refute it. Minato and Kushina knew very well. Based on their strength, in the last test, Lee but one person defeated all of them. Evenly said that the 3 sand ninjas were very strong, and Minato Namikaze and Kushina couldn't refute them. They couldn't do anything other than drag their feet. Say it out of your own mouth. Then, be careful, Kushina and I will find another team nearby to take the rolling sleeves of the earth. After you solve it, we will meet directly at the central tower. Minato Namikaze didn't insist on staying, facing the said sadly. Well, I will trouble you to protect Kushina. Lee nodded, then looked at Kushina, his face softened slightly, and said softly, Kushina, wait for a while, and soon, I won't let you leave my side again. At this point, the point value is 6,000. As long as you get another 4,000 points, Lee will immediately upgrade the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. At that time, relying on the kaleidoscope, it will be easy to kill a few Shangren. Originally, Kushina was still unhappy, but when she heard Lee's gentle words, a smile suddenly appeared on Kushina's face. She nodded, and said with a pout, this is what you said, next time I will do this again. I'll ignore you. Well, no. Lee nodded and smiled. After watching Kushina and Minato Nakaze leave, Lee put away the smile on his face, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and dared to come over to deal with himself, then prepare the consciousness of being hunted, and after jumping up the tree trunk, Lee Chao go to the place opposite Kushina and Namikaze Minato. There are many trees in the forest of death, covering the sky and the sun. It is like an ancient forest. There are countless poisonous insects and beasts in it. A large colorful snake is constantly circling and advancing on the tree. Without the slightest hesitation, he jumped up and opened his mouth to bite the burly fat man. A mere beast also wants to eat this uncle for dinner? The burly fat man snorted coldly, with a fierce look in his eyes, and punched directly under the neck of the big snake. The huge force sent the big snake with thick arms flying out and fell. After struggling a few times on the side, he lost his movement, apparently dead. On the other side, Lee, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, looked somewhere, and muttered, have you found it? That big snake was just a puppet that was controlled by the shackle eye, and it was used to search for sand forbearance. Now the big snake has suddenly lost control. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that the big snake got rid of the control of the writing wheel, and the first possibility is that the serpent is dead. The first possibility can be ruled out. The writing wheel is not so wasteful that even a beast can get rid of it, then only the second type is left, the serpent was killed. Then, when the hunt begins, I wonder how many points these 3 sand ninjas can bring me. Li Weiwei raised the corner of his mouth, then got up and walked towards Sand Ninja. Boss, where do you think that kid is going to be? We haven't seen anyone for so long. If we continue like this, we will go directly to the central tower. 3 sand ninjas in the wood speeding, the burly fat man kept complaining, while the lean Shan Ninja was silent, and the leader was Shan Ninja, who was tied with white cloth strips. Third, shut up, be patient, this is a rare hunt, wouldn't it lose the original fun if it ended too early? Sand Shinobi, who was tied with a white cloth strip, glared coldly with his exposed right eye. Staring at the burly fat man, fierce light flashed in his eyes. This is a person who despises life. Hearing the boss's words, the burly fat man shuddered immediately. He was not afraid of anyone, except for his own boss, who obediently shut his mouth and did not dare to speak. Tweet! At this moment, the huge eagle suddenly descended from the sky and rushed towards the 3 people who were on their way. In the eagle's pupils, the scarlet writing wheel eyes kept spinning. Where is this big bird from, bastard? Let me go! The eagle's attack was too fast and too sudden, and the 3 of them were on their way again, and they had a confrontation with the eagle. The eagle's pair of sharp claws directly grabbed the shoulders of the burly fat man, and the claws were plunged into the flesh. He lifted his whole body, fluttered his wings and flew into the distance. Fatty was caught, and he began to curse. "Beast, give me death." After flying for dozens of seconds, the fat man also rectified, and punched the eagle's stomach. The eagle was in pain, and the illusion was immediately cracked. Put the fat man down, but in these tens of seconds, he had already flown out of the kilometer, and it was still tens of meters in the sky, and the fat man fell directly. "Boss, do we want to find the third child?" Lin Sharen said in a deep voice to Bai Bulat and Sharen. "No need, the distance is only 1,000 meters, the third child will be able to catch up soon, don't waste time, we must rush to the front of the central tower to block that kid from Uchiha." Shirabusha-rin glanced at the third child lightly. "The direction of the landing," said lightly. "Yeah." Lin Sharen heard the words and nodded slightly. Although he felt that something was wrong in his heart, he didn't think much about it. As the boss said, it was only a kilometer. "Damn beast, if you run fast, next time I will let this uncle see that you have to rip your hair off and cook and eat meat." After landing, the fat man was in a state of confusion. If it weren't for his ability, the height of dozens of meters would be enough to smash him into flesh. When he touched the wound on his shoulder, the pained fat man bared his teeth and grinned. With this claws, Fatty's left and right shoulders were pierced with several holes, and dark red blood was flowing continuously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a few piercing sounds came, and a few kunai flew around the fat man in an instant, and then tied to the fat man. The 3 silver threads showed their true colors under the sunlight. It was chakra. Wire. "Who is it? Come out for this uncle." Although he was tied up, Fatty didn't panic, stood up from the ground, and yelled at the sky. Boom! The sound stopped abruptly, and a fist-sized stone hit Fatty's forehead. Suddenly, the hit Fatty turned into a pile of yellow sand and scattered. It was just a sand clone. At the critical moment, Fatty was very astute. Kunai used the double technique to dodge before he got close. Tread, tread, tread. Lee came out of the vertical forest, looked at the ground and said lightly, "Come out, in front of my eyes, all your ridiculous gestures are just useless." From the time of the shot to the present, Lee's eyes have been staring at this fat man. How could he not know that the fat man used a substitute technique to prevent disasters, and he himself used the earth to sneak into the ground? Not long after Lee's voice fell, Fatty rose from the ground with excitement on his face, looked at Lee and said loudly, "Boy, you are Uchiha Lee. It seems that you are better than what Cho Elder in Kazekage said. It's even more powerful, no wonder 3 Shangnin were sent to kill you." As soon as he heard this, Lee knew that this fat man was a brave and resourceful guy. Before he even asked, the fat man told everything directly, and sent 3 Shangnin in order to kill Lee. Since it is to kill himself, there is nothing to ask about. Fighting until you kill the opponent is the best answer. Sharanyan looked at Fatty, leaned forward, and rushed over. "Good job." Seeing Lee so refreshing, Fatty's eyes lit up and he punched Lee. Boom, boom, boom. Fatty is burly, but it does not affect his flexibility. No matter how fast Wengsuan's attack is, this Fatty can resist. This is a little surprising to Lee, but it is only a little bit. The Uchiha family is not a physique famous, but the riding wheel is famous. After stepping on Fatty's arm, with the help of this strength, Lee turned over the whole person and landed on the opposite side of Fatty. The scarlet riding wheel. I looked at Fatty Shanin, and after fighting for so long, Lee didn't feel it. Panting, but this fat man was a little embarrassed. Although he barely kept up with Lee's physical attack, this burly body determined his physical strength, and the shoulder was injured again. At this time, the fat man was out of breath. "It's not bad, kid. Come again." Fatty Sharen took a deep breath, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he strode towards Lee. This time, he decided to take the initiative to attack. However, Lee didn't seem to see Fatty's actions. He watched it indifferently from beginning to end. His eyes were full of waves, as if this Fatty was just an unbearable forbearance in his eyes. "I blew my lungs out of anger, and I am also a shinobi. I don't know how many enemies I killed during the war in the ninja world. Why have I been so despised?" Boom! Fatty punched Lee's chest mercilessly, but before Fatty showed a triumphant smile, Lee, who was hit, suddenly smiled, and then the whole person became blurred and turned into a croak that kept croaking. "The crows, countless crow feathers are falling. What? This is an illusion?" Fatty Shinobu was stunned when he saw this. He didn't understand when he fell into an illusion. He knew very well about the Uchiha family's Sharingan, so he didn't go there during the battle. Looking away from the eyes, there should be no possibility of illusion, but what is going on now? This is my world. Here, I am God. If God wants you to die, you can't live. Die. In the void, Lee's indifferent voice came, and it got into Fatty Sharen's ear. Hearing this sentence, Fatty Sharen, he was about to say something ironic, but at this moment, he only felt a tingling pain in his heart, and then he suffocated, and his spirit was in a trance. When he came back to his senses, the scene in front of him had changed. Noisy, noisy, noisy. A strange voice caught his attention, and when he looked down, the fat ninja suddenly widened his eyes. In his heart, a handful of kunao had already stabbed into his chest. Jong detonator is burning. No, I don't want to die. I'm the Jonin of Sand Ninja Village, I don't want to die. Fatty hurriedly wanted to get rid of the detonating talisman, but time was waiting for no one. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Fatty's voice stopped abruptly, a stump fell under Lee's feet, and there was thick black smoke on the stump. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing one of Shangnan, the reward points are worth 5,000, please pay attention to the host to check. Hearing the sound of the system, Lee squinted slightly, ignored the still burning corpse, and turned to leave. The integral value has already reached 11,000, and it is almost time to upgrade the eyes. At this time, the points value of Lee has already reached 11,000. Previously, there were 4,000 remaining, and 1,000 for presided over a few graduate exams. The practice battle was praised by Jiraiya and got 1,000. Now killing this Shangren gets 5,000. A total of 11,000, the exchange price of Sangha Jade is 10,000, and there is still one chance to upgrade the blood and follow the limit, which can be used to upgrade the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The same method can't be successful twice. The next time I meet two sand ninjas, I will definitely face two Jonin at the same time. It's a bit difficult to fight two Jonin with my strength. It must be done. Thinking of this, Lee did not hesitate. After arranging some traps made of detonating symbols around, he directly sank his consciousness into the system. It was still the same space as a network line, with a glowing white ball in the middle, but compared to before, the white light seemed to have grown a little bigger and brighter. However, Lee didn't care so much. After calling out the exchange page, Lee opened the writing wheel, and immediately saw the grid that requires 10,000 points to redeem Sangha Jade. Without hesitation, Lee clicked the exchange directly. The next group of blood-red rays of light disappeared into Lee's forehead, and Lee's writing wheel eyes automatically emerged, and the two Guya spun wildly. After changing the shape of the Guyu, the rotating writing wheel eye also stopped, and the double Guya writing wheel eye has evolved into the three Guyu at this time. The pupil power has really increased a lot. If you use the crow technique on others now, even if you disrupt the flow of chakra, the general Shangnan will not be able to crack it. He nodded, feeling satisfied, but it wasn't enough. After redeeming the three Goose Jade writing wheel eye, Wang Suan looked at the grid of the kaleidoscope, which said free exchange. Seeing this, Lee directly clicked the exchange. Just like before, the grid fell off and a blood-red light disappeared into Lee's. In the forehead, the three Guya turned faster at this time, and gradually began to lose sight of the shape of the Guyu, completely like a wheel rolling. What? There was a sudden stinging pain in the eyes, as if someone had used a knife to dig out the eyes, but Lee Pain covered his left eye with his hand, and a smear of dark red blood flowed down Lee's fingertips. At this time, the stinging pain also disappeared. I slightly moved my hand and opened my eyes. At this time, Lee's pupils had completely changed. Quietly stay in the pupil of Lee. Is this the pupil power of the kaleidoscope shaker? It's really powerful. Lee Weiwei exhaled and wiped away the blood from the corner of his eyes. He was very happy. Now that he has a kaleidoscope, he can be regarded as having the capital to save his life. System, why didn't I feel my pupil technique? Li Wei squinted his eyes and looked at the white ball of light. Since the host's kaleidoscope is upgraded by the system, your pupil technique is also given by the system. Now there are two pupil techniques to choose from. The first one is Susana, which is a pupil technique arranged by the system for the host. The second pupil technique is chosen by the host himself. The system quickly gave an answer. What? There are only two pupil techniques? Li Vinian was slightly unhappy, but he didn't care too much. Anyway, in the future, he only needed points, so how many pupil techniques were needed? After listing all the pupil techniques, Li was in a dilemma again. In Azumai, the pupil technique that controls the fate of others requires 10,000 points. Note, this technique is too heaven-defying, and the cost of using it is also very serious. Please choose the host carefully. Inez Ziki, the pupil technique that changes one's own destiny. It needs 10,000 points. Note, this technique is too heaven-defying. There are all kinds of eyeballs, almost all pupils are available, each is very powerful, and he wants to leave each, but he can only choose one, which makes him a bit difficult. This does not mean that 30,000 yuan is divided into three parts, put it in front of you, and then someone tells you that you can only choose one, and is it the same as asking which one you want? System, help me exchange Shinwei. After hesitating for a long time, Li finally chose Shinwei as the pupil technique. Shinwei is Uchiha Obito's pupil technique in the original book. It has the ability to distort space and create different spaces. The attack is very strange, and it can transmit objects or people into different spaces silently, and it is also the best trick to save lives. Just like Uchiha Obito, put his body directly into the different space, let you attack in any way, I will stand still, and when you are tired, I will directly stab you to death. With Li's choice, the system quickly injected the pupil technique of Shinwei into Li's eyes. In an instant, Li felt that there were two more pieces of information in his mind, the information about Susanoo and Shinwei. After interpreting the use of the pupil technique, Li Wei squinted slightly. Sand Ninja Village, the next time is your death. After upgrading to a kaleidoscope, Li exited the consciousness space, but just opened his eyes, he heard a violent explosion, and when he looked closely, Li suddenly revealed a hint of playfulness. It turned out that several ninjas wanted to come and attack him, but he was caught by the trap he laid, and the explosion sound was the explosion of the detonating charm. Ouch! The three ninjas were lucky. Although they stepped on the trap, they didn't hurt their lives. They were just disgraced. Judging from the forehead guards they wore, the three ninjas should be ninjas from Grass Ninja Village. Yeah, is not too far away. It is in the middle of the land of fire and the land of earth. This village is very good at learning other people's ninjutsu, and its strength is also a very strong village. Let's use you guys to test my pupil technique. Li Wei pouted, and the kaleidoscope writing will suddenly appeared. Boy, quickly take out your rolled sleeves and give them to us, otherwise. Before he could finish speaking, a strong suction suddenly appeared, and the talking Kusanagi closed his mouth. His head was gone. Behind him, a vortex formed in the space, and his head was sucked in directly. Only a headless corpse was left bleeding continuously. Seeing this, the remaining two Kusanagi were shocked. They had never seen such a bizarre killing method before, and instinctively wanted to escape, but soon, a shadow flashed by, and the necks of the two Kusunin suddenly twitched. A bloodshot appeared, and then stared at him and died. Shunpo's speed was comparable to that of time-space ninjutsu. Although it could only take 3 consecutive blinks, it was more than enough to kill these two grasses. Although the power of Shinwei is very powerful, it must achieve the effect of one-hit kill, otherwise it is easy for people to escape, but it is enough to deal with two jonin. Li Wei pinched her chin and muttered, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 3 chinin, the reward points are worth 6,000, please pay attention to the host." Li Wei was a little surprised when she heard the system's notification tone. She didn't expect these 3 unlucky guys to be chinin, but seeing that they were at least in their 20s, Li was relieved. Very normal. The second ninja war has just ended. In the past few years, due to the ninja war, many ninjas have not participated in the chinin exam. They have the strength of chinin but do not have the title of chinin. Now Konoha holds the chinin test. These the guys naturally came over to participate. I am afraid there are more than these 3. Among the candidates this time, except for some geniuses, most of the older ninjas have the strength of chinin. Killing 3 unlucky people who attacked by surprise allowedly to get 6,000 points. This has to be said to be a pleasant surprise. If you kill a few more chinin, wouldn't you get 10,000 points soon? At that time, if you exchange for a powerful pupil technique or attack ninjutsu, your strength will definitely be enhanced a lot. Sand Ninja Village, are you ready? Li smiled slightly, then jumped onto the tree trunk, and quickly chased towards the place where the 2 sand ninjas left. Boss, why hasn't the third come over yet? Could something have happened? As he walked forward, the old Legiar and the sand ninja thought that something was wrong. The eagle came too suddenly, and he had never heard of an eagle attacking people, unless it was controlled or raised by others. Spirit beast. The third guy has already been killed. The boss said in a calm voice, without being reminded. He had this hunch a few minutes ago, and thinking about it now, there seems to be a guyu in the eagle's eye, that is, it is obvious that the riding wheel is controlled by the people of the Uchiha family. You mean that Uchiha Lee killed the third child? Lin Shiren was a little unbelievable. How old is this Uchiha Lee? According to the descriptions of Cho elders and Sandei Kaze Cage, Uchiha Lee is only 9 years old today. 9 years old. Isn't it absurd to be able to kill jonin at a young age? I'm just guessing, but don't underestimate the enemy just because the opponent is young. There are too many ninjas in the ninja world, and there are no more geniuses, especially Konoha. There are still few geniuses? The boss snorted coldly, although the third child is suspected to have been killed, but he doesn't feel particularly sad. Over the years, he has seen too many dead people, and there are countless dead companions on the battlefield. I see. Lin Shiren nodded, his face didn't change. The two moved forward quickly. According to the original plan, they had to rush to the front of the central tower to intercept them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing 2 chinin and 1 elite jinin. The reward points are worth 5,000. Please pay attention to the host. After finding the sleeves of this group, Lee heard the system prompt. The 5,000 points value, plus the original point value, now has 12,000 points value, which is enough to exchange for another pupil technique. Earth Roller Sleeves. Li Wei grinned, his side is the Sky Roller Sleeves, and now that he's got the Earth Roller Sleeves, it's considered a pair. As long as he kills the other 2 Shangnin of Sand Ninja, it joins directly with Namikaze Minato and Kushina. After closing the sleeves, Lee put his mind on the points value. Now he has 12,000 points, and it only takes 10,000 to exchange for a pupil technique. No, Kaleidoscope's pupil technique is powerful, but it also has great side effects. It is used as a killer move and a trump card. At this stage, a divine power is almost enough. Next, let's exchange for a powerful attack ninjutsu. Lee has two attributes of thunder and fire, but he has always only learned fire escape. Although there are thunder escape ninjutsu in the uchiha family, most of them are C level or B level. At this level of thunder, Lee will naturally not practice. Now that you have points that can be redeemed, you can consider Lei done. Although the uchiha family is an expert in playing with fire, Huo Dun always lacks a little impact, not as powerful as Lei Dun, and the style of Huo Dun is extremely complicated. The target is large and it is easy for people to escape. For example, the technique of the fireball, this kind of ninjutsu basically cannot hit people. If Lei Dun, Kakashi's Rachel will be very powerful in the future, and I can control it perfectly with my shaker. Li Weiwei squeezed her chin, and she no longer hesitated when she had an idea, and immediately used 10,000 points Rachel redeemed. Likey S rank, with strong penetrating power, when attacking, it will activate the use of human cells and increase its speed to the limit. No wonder Kakashi couldn't use it before. He didn't have a writing wheel in the original work. Even if he created it himself, the power was obviously bigger than Kakashi's imagination. Only Uchiha family members can use it. Tweet, tweet, tweet. After redeeming Likey, Lee started the trial. Suddenly, thunder sounded, like 1,000 birds chirping in unison, and a blue thunderbolt appeared on Lee's right hand. Writing round eyes. I used the writing wheel to capture the big tree not far ahead, and Lee rushed over. Under the stimulation of thunder and lightning, Lee's speed was more than 3 times faster. In almost a few breaths, Lee crossed dozens of meters. The distance, the right hand directly penetrated the big tree that the two of them could hug together, and the thunder disappeared. The power is really good. Now that I have this Likey and a kaleidoscope, I won't be a threat to me even if I am an elite jounin. Li Weiwei nodded, very satisfied with Likey's attack power, although it doesn't seem to have the huge momentum of Huo Dun, but Likey pays attention to piercing power and lethality. In terms of single target attacks, the power of arrogant fire extinguishes even Likey's. Not even half. After testing Rachel, Lee didn't stop and chased in the direction of Sand Ninja again. The purpose of staying here is not to hunt other people to get points, but these three guys don't have long eyes and want to grab the sleeves, but rolling the sleeves did not succeed, but instead gave away 5,000 points. Tang! The two Sand Ninjas stopped and stood on the tree trunk. Not far in front, they could vaguely see a tall tower, which was the central tower of the Forest of Death. The reference candidates only had to gather a pair of rolled sleeves and put them together. Taking it to the central tower will complete the exam. This is the only way to go to the central tower. We will ambush here and kill Uchiha directly after he leaves. Tang! After rushing all the way for more than 10 minutes, Lee also stopped, stood on the trunk of the big tree and looked at the central tower in front of him, squinting slightly. If they want to ambush, they should be around here. Thinking of this, Lee jumped straight down, and then started walking slowly, his eyes looking straight ahead. Although he couldn't perceive where Sand Ninja was hiding, Lee knew that they were nearby. Whoosh! 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 A few kunao came from the sky, and when they were about to stab Lee's head, a purple bone arm formed behind Lee's back, and then a slap knocked a few kunao flying away, and Lee's eyes had turned into a kaleidoscope, looking towards Lee. After flying out of kunao, the pupil power of the kaleidoscope in the left eye was vented. Suddenly, the space began to distort, and even the big tree was directly sucked in. What? A scream came, and Lin She endured pain and ran out of Zonglin, clutching his broken arm. His right hand was gone, and blood was flowing continuously. Just when he unleashed his divine power, he almost smashed his whole body into pieces. The key at every moment, he cut off the right arm that was being pulled, and only escaped the disaster. Have you come out yet? Li Weiwei pouted, looked at Sand Ren, who was full of pain, and said lightly, didn't you Sand Ren village go to great lengths to kill me? Now I'm here, if you have the ability, come over and get it. My life, I know that you have one more person, so you should be here too, come out quickly, there is still some hope for you to join forces. Li frowned slightly. The bandaged man must be hiding nearby, but Lee couldn't find it anywhere. If it wasn't for this lean sand shinobi just now, Lee wouldn't be able to find him. I have to say, the hidden skills of these two guys. Very pass. Lee's words did play a role. This lean jonin had his arm cut off, and his strength was greatly reduced. If he still couldn't escape, he would really be defeated one by one. Considering this, the bandaged man silently moved from one side to the other. Linley came out, his exposed eyes staring deadly at Lee. Have you come out yet? Looking at the two Sand Ninjas on the opposite side, Lee showed a slight smile. At this time, these two Sand Ninjas had become points in Lee's eyes, a small treasury that could move, and the two Shang Ninjas. But it's worth 10,000 points. Whoosh! The bandaged man didn't speak, and a forward rushed towards Lee. The speed was extremely fast, and he was in front of him almost in the blink of an eye, which surprised Lee. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful ninja in Taijutsu. If you had a chance before, but now. Li Wei shook his head, facing the bandaged man's fist without dodging, letting the bandaged man punch him in the face. Boom! The bandaged man took a few steps back and looked at Lee in shock. His right hand was shaking constantly. He punched Lee in the face just now, but it didn't feel like it was touching the skin. Instead, it was like hitting an iron block. Same. That's all you guys are capable of? Lee sneered. Susanoo quickly formed, and a purple giant rose violently, arms, sternum, head, and in the blink of an eye, a purple giant formed of bones appeared above Lee, will be firmly guarded in the center. Roar! As soon as Susanoo took shape, he immediately roared at the two sand ninjas, the wind whistled, and the huge energy leaked out. Lee's long hair kept flying, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes was covered with bloodshots, which looked particularly terrifying. What the hell is this? Is this also ninjutsu? Even if they killed countless people and participated in World War II, it was the first time they had seen such a strange ninjutsu. Now, the thin man and the bandaged man couldn't keep calm, and looked at the 10 meters of purple in horror. Giant! Retreat! The bandaged man came back to his senses, knowing that he and the Lean Sand Shinobi could no longer defeat Lee, so he decided to run away. Lean Sand Ren heard the words, and without saying a word, immediately followed the bandaged man and started running towards the central tower. As long as he got there, Lee also dared not kill anyone. Now, only the tower can save their lives. Want to run? When Lee saw this, his eyes widened, and a purple longbow and a purple arrow appeared in Susanoo's hands. When he pulled the bow and arrow, the purple arrow turned into a stream of light. To the bandaged man. Boom! The arrows of Susanoo were so large, the arrows used by the giants more than 10 meters high were at least as thick as an arm, and they were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with the bandaged man. He had no resistance at all. After passing through, the huge arrow passed through the bandaged man and went forward bravely, hitting the ground with a big hole before dissipating. When the lean man saw that the bandaged man was dead, he was so frightened that he lost all 3 of his souls. He ran away faster, hugging his broken arm and running desperately. However, at this moment, the space above him was distorted. His pupils suddenly widened, and he didn't even scream. His head was forcibly broken by the space, his headless body was bubbling with blood, and after running a few steps forward, he fell to the ground unwillingly. Hiss! Suddenly there was a sound of gasping for air from behind. Looking back, several ninjas in the small village were looking at Lee nervously. Some of them were already planning to start running back. When I went to the central tower, I didn't expect to see this scene. The giant more than 10 meters tall, the strange ninjutsu that twisted other people's heads without a sound, all shocked these people. We left the roll sleeves, can you let us go? Seeing Lee turned his head to look at them, the ninja who didn't have time to turn around and escape immediately became nervous. In order to save his life, he hurriedly took out the rolled sleeves that he finally collected, hoping to let Lee spare their lives. There are a total of 12 ninjas, all from small villages. I have never seen them before, and I don't know what village their forward guards represent. Among them, there are also a few female ninjas who are not bad, but they have already been arrested by this time. Wang Suan's method was terrifying, especially the 10-meter-high giant was exuding an unparalleled aura, and they didn't even dare to resist. Humph! Lee Weiwei snorted, the scarlet kaleidoscope receded and turned into black pupils. Susanoo, who was more than 10 meters tall, also collapsed in an instant, and finally turned into purple energy and disappeared. Since these people did not come to ask for trouble, Lee is not a murderer, and his sleeves have already been collected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 Shang Nin, the points are worth 10,000, please pay attention to the host. Hearing the sound of the system, Lee Weiwei pouted and murmured, it's almost time to find Kushina and Minato. As soon as I said I was going to find Kushina and Minato Namikaze, I immediately heard Kushina's surprised voice. When I looked up, I saw Kushina and Minato Namikaze squeezed out from behind the 12 ninjas. The clothes on the 2 of them were a little dirty, and it was obvious that they had gone through a few hard battles. Juexi and Nai's hands were covered with a layer of gauze, and there was a little scarlet blood on the surface, which was obviously injured. Kushina, why are you injured? Lee frowned slightly and looked at Minato, and when he handed Kushina to Minato Namikaze, he told him to protect Kushina well. Lee, don't blame him, the candidates this time are very strong, it's not bad that we are here alive. Juzine also knew that Lee was worried about herself, so she quickly explained that she didn't want the team to suffer because of her relationship. Make a conflict. Yeah, Lee Weiwei nodded, then held Kushina's injured right hand, and said softly, next time, no one can hurt you, this is your last injury. Lee, hearing Lee's tender words, Kushina's face suddenly turned red, thinking that there were Namifeng Minato and a group of Batsumura ninjas who were frightened by Lee. Kushina whispered, there are more here. As for the others, let's go to the central tower first. Hearing Kushina's words, Lee raised his head and glanced at the embarrassed Namikaze Minato and a group of frightened pale ninjas. Seeing this, the group of ninjas became even more frightened, thinking that Lee wanted to anger them because of the injury of their companions. Have the rolled sleeves gathered? Lee didn't pay attention to the group of ninjas and said lightly at Minato Namikaze. Well, we encountered a few waves of ninjas from the outer village who robbed the sleeves, but Kushina and I fought back, and the sleeves have been collected. After speaking, Minato Namika took out 2 pieces of ninja from the ninja bag. A pair of rolled sleeves, which happened to be the rolled sleeves of heaven and earth, made up a pair. Hearing this, Lee Waiwei nodded, and then took out the sleeve of the land that was captured by killing Sand Ninja from the ninja bag, and threw it to the group of other village ninjas without looking at it, and then looked at Kushina. Kazumo Minato said, since the sleeves have been gathered, let's go directly to the central tower. Minato Namikaze and Kushina did not see the scene where Lee killed the 2 Sand Ninjas, nor did they see the majestic Susanoo, nor did they see the divine power that could distort space, although they were afraid of those behind them who were afraid. The incredible ninja felt strange, but the 2 didn't ask any further questions. When they heard Lee's words, they both nodded. The sleeves had already been gathered, and it would be no good to stay here any longer. As soon as the 3 of them left, the 12 ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. No one picked up the rolled sleeves that were left on the ground. They had enough rolled sleeves, and it was useless to hold them. That guy seems to be Konoha's ninja. When did such a terrifying person appear in Konoha village again? Well, look at the clan emblem on that guy's clothes. It should be from the Uchiha clan, and there was a strange pattern in his eyes just now. It should be the legendary writing wheel eye. It's terrifying. That guy looks like he's only 11 or 12 years old at most, but his strength is enough to wipe us out. Konoha village is so scary. There were White Fang and Sunin first, and now there's such a terrifying genius. Konoha's position will probably become more stable. A group of people shook their heads, whispering and discussing what they had just seen and heard. One by one, if they were heard by Lee, they would not have to screw their heads off. Although they have seen Susanoo of Lee and the power of warped space, these ninjas are all ninjas from small villages. They only have a little knowledge of the Uchiha family's writing wheel eye, and they know nothing about the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Only when that strange and powerful ability is the unique attack method of Sharingan. After all, the ninja world has a lot of blood, and there are many strange moves. After a brief fright, the ninjas began to go towards the central tower. After arriving at the central tower, Lee handed over the sleeves to the reviewers, and then entered the interior, which was very quiet. Obviously, Lee was the first group to come in. After finding a place to rest for a while, another group of ninjas rushed in, the guys who were frightened by Lee before, but when they saw Lee, they didn't dare to look at him, and they all found a place far away and sat down without even making a sound. Dared to say a little bit, for fear of making this killing god unhappy. This made Minato Nami and Kushina a little puzzled. These ninjas seem to be afraid of leaving. What's going on? Lee, have they fought with you? Why do they seem to be afraid of you? Kushina asked in a low voice, leaning close to Lee. Hearing this, Lee Waiwei glanced at the 12 ninjas, and found that they were all dodging their eyes and didn't dare to look at him. Knowing that he killed the 2 Sand ninjas to frighten them, he shook his head slightly and said lightly, "The weak fear the strong, this is the iron law of the world, there is nothing strange about it." Hearing Lee's words, Kushina nodded in agreement. In her heart, Lee was very powerful. Every time she fought, she never saw Lee lose. In Kushina's heart, except for Lord Hokage, no one can beat him. Now is the first day of the exam. After a 2-day rest in the central tower, some candidates came one after another, but compared with the previous more than 100 people, there are only more than 50 left, and the ninjutsu has dropped sharply. In general, this is a terrifying number. The Chunin exams in this era are much crueler than those in the later period, and the strength and quality of the ninjas are also much higher. After the 4th day, there were no candidates coming. The exam time was 3 days. At this time, all of them had passed. In the early morning of the 4th day, Orochimaru came, but the 3 generations of Hokage and Jiraiya were also among them. Jiraiya he also blinked at the 3 of them, looking disrespectful, even though he came from nowhere. He is still young, but he is already old compared to them. The 3 Hokage and the 2 of the 3 ninjas came over in person. Even the ninjas from other ninja villages did not dare to be rude. They all stopped talking, stood up from their seats, and gathered at the 3 Hokage, Jiraiya, and Orokai. Below Maru, waiting for the 3rd Hokage to explain the next exam. After arriving at the front desk, the 3 generations of Hokage looked at the ninja below who had lost half of their ninjutsu, and looked at Lee and Kushina and Namikaze Minato who were standing on the side. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Early, a day ago, he found out the intention of Sand Ninja Village, and knew that the ninja that Sand Ninja Village came to refer to was not the so-called lower end, but the upper end. The purpose was to kill Lee, but now he sees that Lee is still here, and the people of Sand Ninja Village disappeared, which made the 3 generations of Hokage very satisfied, but also a little shocked. This child is too amazing and brilliant. It's unbelievable that those 3 wastes have failed. How strong is this kid? Sand Ninja's leader, Joinin, hid and looked at Lee below, with a very gloomy face. This time Konoha held a Chunin exam, Sande Kaze Cage, and chose mother-in-law sent to kill Konoha's genius Uchiha Lee. An elite Shangnin led the team, and 3 Shangnin disguised as lower ninjas to enter the Konoha reference test. I wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of it during the survival battle. It should have been foolproof. After all, there are 3 Shangnin, even if this no matter how talented the kid is, he can't compete with the 3 Jonin at the age of 9, but the current situation is indeed completely reversed. Not only have the people who should be eliminated have not been eliminated, but 3 Jonin have died on his own side. In the village, how should I explain this to the village? You must know that Shangren is very important to a village. For example, during the Third World War in the original book, the fight was not over for so long, but later, Minato Namika killed more than 50 Shangren in Iwanan village in one go. Directly forcing the surrender of Yanan village is enough to see how important Shangnin is to a village. Now Ninja lost 3 of them in one breath, and he still died at the hands of a 9-year-old kid. This has to be said that the flesh hurts. With Lee's current strength, his perception is very high, and he also noticed a murderous look on him. After a little thought, he knew that it was probably the leader of the Sand Ninja village, and his 3 subordinates died in him. In the hands, and they are all Jonin, I am afraid that guy can't wait to peel his skin. If you dare to come and ask for trouble, I don't mind turning you into points. Lee took a cryptic look at the corner where Sand Ninja was leading the team, an elite Jonin, wondering how many points the system would reward. Although most of the ninjas died in the survival battle, there are still more than 50 remaining. Obviously, it is not realistic for so many ninjas to participate in the finals together. You must know that tomorrow, there will be many high-ranking officials from the country of fire. Come to watch this Chunin exam. If more than 50 people participate in this final, it will definitely waste a lot of time, and the 3 generations of Hokage will naturally not allow such a thing to exist. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone on passing this survival battle. Originally, everyone could participate in the finals. However, due to the large number of people, we must eliminate some people first. Therefore, we will hold a competition soon. Now, if anyone feels that they are unable to fight anymore, they can withdraw. Of course, the next battle will be played in their own name. Even if you quit, it will not affect your teammates. Now, let's start choosing. 3 generations of Hokage narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the ninja below and said lightly, "What's the matter? I just went through a tough sleeve rolling battle, and now I'm about to start the knockout round before I have time to rest." The ninja below suddenly exploded, and they were very dissatisfied with the decision of the 3 generations of Hokage, but no matter how dissatisfied they were not qualified to refute. After complaining for a long time, 1/3 of the people immediately chose to quit. This time the battle for survival it was really hard. Most of the people who took the test were ninjas above the strength of Chunin. Jushina, be careful when fighting for a while. If you really can't do it, you will admit defeat, Li Fang said softly to Juxina. This year's candidates are generally very strong, and almost no one is better than Juxina. Weak. Well, don't worry, I know. Kushina nodded, but the excited expression on her face indicated that she didn't listen to Li's words at all. Seeing this, Li shook his head slightly. The big deal was to pay attention, just save Kushina at the critical moment. With the withdrawal of a large number of ninjas, 30 of the 50 ninjas remained. After waiting for a while, the 3 generations of Naruto saw that there were no ninjas willing to withdraw, and then announced the start of the game. The referee was an ordinary Chunin, except for the referee, all the ninjas or spectators went to the second floor, leaving the open space on the first floor. The battle list was controlled by an electronic screen, and after a while, the screen began to jump. Uchiha Lee vs Juyuan Fukin Lee, who just went up, saw his name and jumped down again, thinking about scolding mother in his heart. Lee, come on, you are the best. Juzine saw that Lee was on the court in the first match, and immediately jumped up cheering for Lee. The most lively person in the whole scene was probably her. Lee's opponent was a very ordinary ninja, not too old, probably only about 17 or 18 years old. The two stood opposite each other. Lee seemed very indifferent, but the ninja was pale, his fists were clenched, and he was very nervous. Look. Are you ready? The referee stepped forward to the two of them, glanced at them, and after finding that no one was speaking, he said again, "Then, the game begins." After that, the referee ran away. He didn't want to be caught accidental injury. Wait, referee, I admit defeat. Lee just wanted to fight quickly. How could he know that this ninja turned around and ran to the referee to declare his surrender, which made Lee a little puzzled. He looked like a 9-year-old child who didn't fight. How could they know can't beat it yourself? However, Lee also doesn't care too much. It's okay to admit defeat. Anyway, this kind of boring game won't give him any experience points. In fact, I don't know that the 12 ninjas who had seen Lee's strength before have already spread the news about Lee, such as giants with a height of dozens of meters. Most of the ninjas know that Konoha's uchiha is not easy to mess with. It is better to admit defeat directly when encountering it, so as not to lose his life in vain. This is the reason why the ninja admits defeat without fighting. Because of the surrender of Fukin players, Uchiha will win this game. Yeah, Kushina, who was watching the battle upstairs, jumped up excitedly, his eyes full of admiration. Hearing Kushina's cheers, Lee looked at Kushina upstairs and nodded slightly. After a few more battles, Minato Namikaze played once. Although he won, it was very difficult to win. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze has the strength of Chunin. However, every time the opponent concedes the defeat without even fighting, this makes it easy for Lee to advance directly, but no one will be envious, because they know that this is as it should be. To be killed in seconds, after all, no one can beat those tens of meters tall giants. The next game, Uzumaki Kushina vs Inu Nomura. The electronic screen was beating, and the list of the next round of competition was announced. Seeing the name on the screen, Li Wei squinted slightly. Is it finally my turn to play? Seeing his name appear on the screen, Zhu Xian's face suddenly tightened, and he glanced at Li secretly, thinking to himself, Li always protects me like a child, and today I will prove to Li that I am also very strong. Yes, I am also qualified to walk side by side with him. Zhu Xinei, be careful. Li didn't know what Zhu Xinei was thinking, but looking at the indifferent boy with an unsheathed knife in his hand, Li could feel that this boy's strength was very strong. Strong, I am afraid that it is stronger than the average Chunin. He looks only 14 or 15 years old. He should also be a little genius. No wonder he feels arrogant standing there. Don't worry, watch me beat him to the ground. Zhu Xinei said unconvinced, and she was even more determined to prove her idea. After answering, she jumped down to the second floor and came here. Opposite the ninja. Are you both ready? The referee stepped forward again and said lightly to Kushina and Inu Nomura. Kushina nodded. Inu Nomura just gave the referee a light glance, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He could feel that the referee was not as strong as him, which made him look down on it very much, because the referee was at least 20 years old. Above. Then, the game starts. There was a hint of anger on the referee's face, but he didn't attack. He just snorted and announced the start of the game and then stepped aside. You're not my opponent, you can save your life if you just admit defeat. If you let me draw a knife, you must splatter 3 feet of blood. Inu Nomura tilted his head, looked at Kushina and said lightly. When Lee, who was standing upstairs, heard these words, he narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Inu Nomura. It's still 100 years too early to rely on your lip service to make this young lady admit defeat, Kushina said angrily. Compared to swearing, Kushina had a bit of experience. Looking for death. Inu Nomura heard the words, his pupils shrank, a murderous look flashed in his eyes, his right hand put on the handle of the sword, a sword light flashed, and the person had reached the front of Kushina. When? At the critical moment, Juxina used Kyuwa to hold the knife, but the whole person was forced back several meters by this enormous force. There is no possibility of winning, and it is luck to be able to block this knife. If someone else will take care of your companion Uchiha Lee, but don't expect me to take care of you too. Next, I will slash you with one sword, Inu Nomura said, staring at his feet. The person has turned into an afterimage. He rushed towards Kushina. This is a very powerful taijutsu ninja. In the early days, taijutsu ninjas are stronger than ordinary ninjas. If there is no restrained secret technique, it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to defeat taijutsu ninjas, such as Akai and Xylee in the future. At the same level in the middle, Kakashi can fight against Akai, relying on his Sharingan and Laiki, and Xiaoli, even the initial Suzuki was only hanged and beaten. No matter how powerful the ninjutsu is, he can't keep up with others. Speed is also useless to control taijutsu ninjas, unless Gaara or Hyagan Niji has a special secret technique or blood limit. How can Kushina block this sharp knife? Kushina only knows the seal technique. With the speed of Inu Nomura, she has no time to seal, and in terms of strength, Kushina is only an elite stubborn, and is worse than this Inu Nomura. Up a level. Am I going to die now? Juxina closed her eyes in fright, suddenly remembering that Lee had told her before that that injury was the last time, and she would never shed a drop of blood again. Thinking of this, Kushina couldn't care about others anymore, and the great god called Lee's name. Leave. She doesn't want to die. She can't be with Lee when she dies. She needs more time with Lee. She doesn't want to die so soon. Jirei, who was watching the battle upstairs, couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up from his chair with a slam and wanted to save Kushina, but he left faster than him. When Kushina called out his name, Lee immediately launched Shunpo and arrived at Kushina's side in an instant. Facing Inu Nomura's still unstoppable blade, Lee squinted slightly. His right hand quickly stretched out his leg and pinched the back of Inu Nomura's blade. Kushina, I said, I'll never let you shed a drop of blood again. After grabbing Nomura Inu's knife, Lee looked at Kushina with a smile. Hearing Lee's words, Kushina also came back to her senses, opened her eyes slightly, and suddenly saw that Lee grabbed Inu Nomura's knife and threw it into Lee's arms and burst into tears. She was really frightened just now. Now, Inu Nomura's murderous aura is too strong, and with this fatal knife, Kushina even foresees the end of herself being hacked to death, which makes her, a 9-year-old girl, able to maintain a normal mind. Uchiha Lee, what do you mean? The referee has not announced the end of the game. What qualifications do you have to intervene in the game? Inu Nomura tried hard to withdraw the knife, but Lee's fingers were firmly grasped like iron claws. He held on, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get it back. This time, Inu Nomura was half dead. The weak are not qualified to ask so many questions. Tell me, who gave you the courage to hurt Juxina? Li Wei squinted his eyes, his black pupils were already dyed blood red, and the three Guya slowly spun, looking like very weird. What? Weak? You say I'm weak? Inu Nomura heard the words, his face turned blue, gritted his teeth, and said coldly, I am 13 years old today, and I have reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. On the way to Ya, I fought desperately to kill a Jonin. You call me weak? It's ridiculous, Uchiha Lee. What qualifications do you have to call me? Are the weak? Just relying on a group of garbage to exaggerate your strength behind your back makes you think you are invincible? It's ridiculous, others are afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. This Inu Nomura does have the capital to be proud of. The 13-year-old elite Chunin, who fights a Jounin with one-handed swordsmanship, is indeed a genius for his age group. It may not be impossible to become a movie-level powerhouse in the future. Yi, do you want to die? Li didn't feel fluctuated by the young man's record, and the scarlet writing wheel. I looked at Inu Nomura lightly. For Li, it is very powerful to fight and fight for a superior genius. At the age of 13, being able to fight Jonin is considered an unparalleled genius in the world? Hearing Li's words, Inu Nomura's face was finally unable to remain calm, and gradually twisted, exuding an irrepressible murderous aura. Looking at Inu Nomura's undisguised murderous eyes, that look of wanting to eat himself, Li frowned slightly, anger rose in his heart. What he hates most is this kind of person who doesn't know how to live or die, indulging in the halo of genius, can't recognize his own position. Such a person is very hated. Wild dog, who allowed you to look directly at me? Li's voice gradually pretended to be cold. Just now, this guy dared to kill Juxina, and Li already wanted to kill him very much, and now he dares to look at him with such eyes. How could Li have endured this? His eyes slammed violently, his pupil power exploded, and for a moment, the murderous Inu Nomura's face was stunned, and Li let go of his hand on the back of the knife and let Inu Nomura put the knife away. Went back. Seize yourself, ants, Li Leng snorted and said lightly. Although Inu Nomura's strength is good, but now Li's eyes have evolved into a kaleidoscope, and his pupil skills are more than 10 times stronger. It is too easy for an elite Chunin to control. After receiving Li's order, Inu Nomura suddenly slowed down. He raised the knife, and then the tip of the knife aimed at his abdomen and stabbed slowly. The people watching the battle did not expect such a situation. It seems like a long time to tell, but the real time is only 1 minute in the past, and the 3 generations of Hokage, Jiraiya and others can't help but be moved. I will settle this matter, but now it seems that this is clearly wanting the other party's life. Li is too impulsive. No, I have to stop him. Zilla also frowned slightly. If he killed the ninjas in other villages in such an upright manner, then it would be a big deal, but Zilla also, just as he was about to stop it, the third Hokage reached out and stopped Jiraiya's actions. It turns out that at this time, the leader of Inu Nomura's team, Joinin, couldn't help but take action. A telekinesis came to Inu Nomura's side to hide the knife that was about to pierce his abdomen, and then slapped Inu Nomura's face. Quickly wake me up. Inu Nomura's leader, Joinin, was a middle-aged man with a little beard and a pair of triangular eyes. After slapping Inu Nomura awake, he turned his head and stared fiercely at Li and said, "No, kid, you are this." "What do you mean? This is a fair battle. If your partner can't beat you, you can admit defeat, but you intervene in the game without authorization, and you use illusion to control Nomura to make him commit suicide. What is your motive? Can't you be bullied? Soup Ninja is just a small village. Because of this, they value the Inu Nomura very much. They can't tolerate the slightest mistake. Now they are almost killed by Li, which is almost in vain. It was Konoha, and he slapped Li to death in a hurry. Whoever dares to hurt my companion, no matter who it is, must apologize with death. Li Vinian sneered and said coldly. Why? Li used to often ask about these 3 words, but he gradually came to know why these 3 words belong to the weak. The strong do not need these 3 words at all. Isn't Sinna in danger? Fortunately, this is just a battle match, and the respective guides are watching. If it is outside, who will care about you so much? The weak, kill and kill. How can there be so many? Why? Since this world believes in this truth, Li also doesn't want to explain anything. Today, I am weak, so I can only watch Kushina get hurt. However, I am not weak, so the enemy who is the weak is destined to be the one who asks why. Despicable villain, since you used illusions to control me, you have the ability to fight me in an upright duel, you despicable villain. Inu Nomura, who was slapped by this middle-aged ninja, felt that he had been greatly insulted. Unknowingly, he was controlled by a person younger than himself with illusion, and he was slapped by his own guidance under the openness. He could already foresee that the people watching the battle must be laughing at him. I have to say that Inu Nomura's character is really bad. The middle-aged ninja slapped him in order to help him get rid of the illusion, but when it came to his heart, he became a middle-aged man, and he was so embarrassed that he slapped him. Slap, I'm afraid this guy will hate this middle-aged ninja in the future. Snapped. Just after Inu Nomura finished speaking, a resounding slap sounded again, this time hitting a different face of him, and the one who hit was Lee. Stupid, Sharingan is the bloodline limit of my Uchiha clan, isn't that my strength? Lee Wei pouted, and slapped him again. He hurriedly raised his hand to block, and then suddenly changed his hand and slapped him directly on the other face. I'll kill you. Inu Nomura blankly covered his hot face, with a strong sense of shame covering his whole heart. The middle-aged ninja grabbed his wrist. 3 generations of Hokage, this time, if you Konoha don't give me an explanation, our Tang Ninja village will not let it go. The middle-aged ninja knew that there was no benefit in entanglement with Lee, so he turned and looked at the second floor. 3 Hokage asked loudly. Why do you have to be so inspiring? Everyone came to my Konoha to take the Chunin exam. It's just to become a Chunin and prove yourself. You don't need to kill at all. Your disciple is fighting against my Konoha village ninja. You know me, the ninjas of Konoha village are still young, and they can kill them with their tricks. At this point, the 3 generations of Hokage smiled slightly, and said again, all in all, my Uchiha from Konoha village has something wrong, but he is also I am eager to protect my comrades, and I did not cause any harm to the ninjas in your village, so let's say that Inu Nomura wins in this competition. How about that? The smiling tiger, the real smiling tiger, with a smile on his face and a gentle tone, what he said sounds like an apology, but if you listen carefully, it is not the case. What do you mean by not causing harm to the ninjas in your village? What is Inu Nomura's victory? You know, Lee Kei slapped Inu Nomura a few times in front of everyone's eyes. This was not only the slap in the face of Inu Nomura, but also the slap in the face of Tang Ren village. Although they were very unconvinced in their hearts, the middle-aged ninjas did not dare to attack. Their Tang Ninja village was just a kid, and the number of ninjas was only a few hundred. Compared with the tens of thousands of ninjas in Konoha, there was no comparison. Hokage made it clear that he was not on your side, and if he continued, he would only be humiliating himself. Your Excellency 3 Hokage, please forgive your rudeness. Nomura is feeling unwell, so it is inconvenient to continue the next game. I will take Nomura and the rest of the students back to the village first. Now there is no face left here, Konoha oppresses them so, who would be willing to participate in some kind of Chunin in Konoha? Oh, this is really a pity, your subordinates are very good, and they will become great in time, but since he is unwell, he can't force it. I hope next year's Chunin exam can come again, and Konoha will definitely welcome him, Sandai Hokage said with a look of regret. For Konoha, this matter is just a trivial matter. Tangren village is just a small village. It is not worthy of the attention of the 3 generations of Hokage. It was quickly forgotten. The qualifiers are still going on. More than a dozen people were eliminated again, and only 10 people remained. Both Lee and Namikaze Minato were selected, and Kushina regretted that she was eliminated. She was at the bottom of this year's candidates. The 9-year-old elite Chunin was originally a genius-level character, but it's a pity, most of the candidates this year are Chunin or elite Chunin strength, as for some 10,000 years, they have already died in the forest of death. Kushina, don't be unhappy, you are still young, in 2 years, you will definitely become a Chunin. Seeing that Kushina was unhappy, Lee patted Kushina's head softly and said softly, But both you and Minato can become Chunin, I'm the only one who lost the election. In the future. Kushina's eyes were red, and she was very annoyed. She always wanted to close the distance between herself and Lee, but she kept getting closer and closer. The farther you go, not only that, but even Minato Namikaze, who has always been looked down upon by her, is stronger than her, which makes Kushina suffer a great blow. Isn't there another exam? It's hard to say whether you can become a Chunin. Lee smiled helplessly, but he couldn't comfort anyone. After coughing twice, he said again, besides, you are a girl, I am boy, it's natural for you to be stronger than you, otherwise, how can I be qualified to protect you? Say, what are you talking about, you bastard, everyone lost the election, and you still say things like that. Although Kushina was careless, she started to stutter again when it came to her feelings. After comforting Kushina, Lee sent her home. It was already night, and the Konoha people had many eyes, and the 3 Shanin of Sand Ninja village were all killed by himself. The Sand Ninja who led the team, maybe he won't let it go, but if he catches Kushina and threatens him, it will be a lot of fun. Get some rest early, and remember to come and cheer me on tomorrow. He touched Juzine's bright red hair and turned away. Lee, be careful on the road. Juxina looked at Lee's back with a happy face, and couldn't help shouting loudly. Lee didn't look back, but just waved his hand behind him, and the figure was submerged in the shadow of the night. During the Chunin exam, Konoha's security work was very strict, but also, because there were too many ninjas in Bisun village, the tighter the vacancies, the bigger the vacancies, and some places could not be taken care of at all, like Kikyo Castle. It is the traffic fortress of Konoha, and it can also be said to be the main defense against the attack of ninjas from other countries. However, because the defense measures are too strict, no ninja will think of going to this place. In the eyes of Konoha ninjas, no one can run to Kikyo City to make trouble. Did you lead me here late at night to tell me to avenge your comrades? Above the roof of Kikyo Castle, Lee and a middle-aged man are facing each other. This middle-aged man is Sand Ninja's Obito Joinin. Lee originally wanted to leave after sending Kushina home, but unexpectedly, he was in Kushina. Xin saw this middle-aged man near his residence. Although he knew that the Sand Ninja wanted to deal with him, he still followed him just in case. After all, 3 years ago, the Sand Ninja wanted to kidnap you. Sina, rather than lax and cause unnecessary consequences, wants to nip this possibility in the bud. I heard that the people of the Uchiha clan are all arrogant and look down on others. I didn't expect that you kid would risk your life to make me unable to deal with that red-haired kid, and come with me to this Kikyo city. It goes against the style of your Uchiha clan. Sand Ren sneered slightly, with a fearless look. Risk with your own body. Hearing this, Li Weiwei curled her lips and said lightly, don't you think you can kill me? If that's the case, then the ninjas who come to take the Chunin exam will need the whole army. It's over. You're a sharp-spoken kid. I hope you can be so confident in a while. A hint of anger appeared on Sharen's face, and he said lightly to the empty space next to him, come out, everyone from Tang Ren village. As soon as he finished speaking, a few ninjas jumped up from the bottom of the roof and stood beside Sand Ninja. Seeing these people, Li Wei squinted. These people were actually slapped in the face by himself during the day. Tang Nin village and his party. Leading the team, Nomura Inu, and the other 2 unknown ninjas, one was a fat man who squinted as if smiling, and the other was lying prone like a beast, with a pair of eyes flashing green like a wolf. I said that you were so brave to lead me here. I didn't expect you to find a few rubbishes that I humiliated during the day. Do you think you can kill me with the 4 of them? Don't forget, this place is Konoha village. Li Weiwei curled his lips, but his face did not fluctuate. However, the surface is calm, but there is another consideration in the heart. This Tang Nin village leads the team. Needless to say, the strength of the Shang Nin is definitely there. Inu Nomura has the strength of the elite Chunin. The other 2 years of experience slightly larger, it is estimated that there are more than 20, and it should also be a Chunin or an elite Chunin. With such a force, the average elite Chunin is definitely not an opponent, unless it is the shadow-level masters who are dispatched to kill them. Although my strength is only at the level of Jonin, but relying on the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, Reiki and Shunbu, as long as you do it properly, it's not too difficult to kill them. Li Weiwei narrowed her eyes, the writing wheel has emerged, and in the dark night, the scarlet eyes make people look creepy. As soon as he saw these eyes, Inu Nomura couldn't hold it any longer. During the day, it was these eyes that controlled him, he roared, and after pulling out the knife in his hand, he rushed towards Li. Whoosh! Shunpo started, and Li had disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Inu Nomura. This time, Inu Nomura broke out in a cold sweat. Before he could react, Li had already grabbed his right hand holding the knife, twisted his wrist abruptly and rested the blade on his neck. As I said, ants have to look like ants. If they can't correct their position, they will easily be trampled to death by a human. After speaking, Li Weiwei exerted force, and the blade of the blade was pulled directly, a streak of blood bile out. Inu Nomura's eyes suddenly widened, with a look of disbelief on his face. He let go of his hand holding the knife, and stepped back while covering his bloody neck. Nomura! Jinin, the leader of Tang Ren village, saw that in the blink of an eye, the genius he was proud of in his village was killed, and he was so angry that he wanted to pull Inu Nomura's hand, but at this time, Inu Nomura had lost his life, plopped down on the roof, and then rolled down. The bastard of the Uchiha family, give me a death. Tang Ren's team led Jinin to see Inu Nomura's death, and he was furious. However, at this time, Li, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared again. This time, Tang Ren led the team. Joinin's eyes widened, and he hurriedly started looking for Li's figure. Noisy! Noisy! The sound of 2 slicing cuts of meat came, and the other 2 candidates in Tang Ren village were already staring, covering their necks and falling off the roof. The Sharon's eyes stared at Sand Ren and Tang Ren leading the team. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 3 elite Chunin, the points are worth 9,000, please pay attention to the host. Is there a reward of 3,000 points for killing an elite Chunin? Li Weiwei nodded when he heard the system's prompt. Now, his point value is 21,000 points, which is a large amount, but thinking that the eternal kaleidoscope needs 1 million points, and the body of the immortal needs 1.5 million. As for the eye of reincarnation, I can't imagine it anymore. Li killed 3 people in an instant, and beheaded Sand Ren and Tang Ren's elite Jonin when they couldn't react. Looking at Li's bleeding blade, the 2 elite Jonin immediately became solemn. When he got up, even Shangren, the elite of Tangren village, put down his anger. He knew that it was no longer a matter of dying a genius. If he didn't deal with it properly, he would also die here. Trash, try to repeat what you just said to me. Li Jian's blood-drenched blade pointed at Tang Ren's elite and said lightly. He didn't care what the 2 of them were thinking. The strong trampled on the weak. Now if you are stronger than them, you can control their destiny. Being called trash by a 9-year-old kid. As an elite Shangnin, Tang Nin's heart was also filled with anger, but when he saw this bloody blade and thought of the weird teleportation just now, he didn't dare to attack, and now he has to take every step. Be careful, or you may capsize. Your Excellency, let's join forces. This kid is too strong. If we don't join forces, we won't be able to leave here alive. Sand Ren rolled his eyes and looked at Tang Ren with a solemn expression. Well, all in all, let's kill this kid first. Tang Ren gritted his teeth, knowing that he couldn't work together now. Li didn't care what they were muttering. The three-goose jade writing wheel had turned into a kaleidoscope, looked at the two ninjas and said lightly, "It's not too early. If you don't do it, the day will be dawn. Death to me, you arrogant brat." As soon as Li's words fell, Tang Ren couldn't hold back the anger in his heart, and rushed towards Li with a pounce. A short knife appeared in his hand, and it seemed that he also focused on swordsmanship. The speed of taijutsu ninjas is very fast, and the distance between the two is not far away, but in the blink of an eye, Tang Ren came to Li's face and slashed at Li's head, but Li didn't dodge or evade, and his scarlet eyes were calm. Looking at this Tang Ren, he didn't even look up at the blade that was slashing towards him. Is this successful? Tang Ren frowned, instinctively felt abnormal, but it was difficult to stop the water, so he cut a knife and set it, but the next second, he was stunned, and his path was unhindered from Li's head. I saw Li's feet. The problem is, there is no feeling of being hit. Is it an illusion? I was hit by an illusion? Tang Ren was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized that he thought he was hit by an illusion, and just took the knife back. At this time, Li Ye moved and punched Tang Ren. Due to his fighting instinct, Tang Ren raised his knife to block, but what shocked him was that Li's fist hit him from the knife surface unimpeded, and then penetrated his body. Body pierced through. For a moment, Tang Ren felt horrified. Could this kid be an invisible ghost? It's not a ghost. Li suddenly turned around and inserted his right hand at Tang Ren's back. Humph, this is just an illusion. Since it's an illusion, you can't hurt me. Wait until I remove the illusion. However, before the words were finished, Tang Ren's pupils suddenly burst, and he almost fell out of his eye sockets, stunned. Looking down at the bloody wrist on his chest, Tang Ren was dumbfounded. Isn't this an illusion? Why is it possible to kill people in illusion? From Tang Ren's shot to the present, only a few dozen seconds have passed. An elite Shangren died under the strangeness of the kaleidoscope pupil technique. Shinwei can make Li blurred, and can freely travel through space. It's just a projection of a different space, invisible and intangible, which is unbelievable in the eyes of outsiders. Usually, they will think that they have been caught in the illusion of the wheel eye, but they don't know that when they have this guess in their hearts, they are dead. Time. The Uchiha family's Sharingan really lives up to its reputation. After saying this, Tang Ren's head tilted and he lost his vitality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing one of the elite Sharingan. The reward points are worth 10,000. Please pay attention to the host. Ha! The price of elite Jounin is actually double that of Jounin? Li raised his eyebrows when he heard the system's prompt tone. The price of a lower ninja is 1,000, a Chunin is 2,000, an elite Chunin is 3,000, an upper ninja is 5,000, and an elite Shinin is 10,000. The gap between them is too large. But when you think about it, it's not strange. Kakashi became a shinobi at the age of 12, but at the beginning of the first Hokage, Kakashi's strength should be an elite shinobi. At that time, Kakashi could definitely hang. By hitting 3 of his 12-year-olds, we can see here how big the gap is between the elite Jounin and Jounin, and there are hundreds of Jounin in a village, but there are probably no more than 10 elite Jounin. Needless to say, this ratio is too disparate. At this time, the points are already 31,000, and it is still far from 1 million. For the time being, I don't need to think about the eternal eye. When I looked up at Sharan, Li Weiwei was stunned. The Sharan actually turned and ran away, facing the moon. Color is galloping on the roof, running towards the outside of Konoha village. The black figure flickered 3 times in a row, and every time it disappeared until it appeared, the figure was already 100 meters away. Although the Sand Ninja fled first, after 3 consecutive moments, Li soon approached the Sand Ninja. Maybe he felt that he was leaving right behind him. Shanin's escape speed was happier. He had no confidence at all. This kid's strength was too unreasonable. An elite Jonin was killed within a few seconds. He couldn't even support him. Run away quickly, then it will really be the same as Li said before. All the Sand Ninjas who came to take the Chunin exam will be killed in battle. Seeing that he was about to leave Konoha village, a smile appeared on Sharen's face. As long as he left the door, wouldn't it be Tian Gao Ren Niao Fei? Without Ying's approval, the ninja could not leave the village without permission, otherwise he would be severely punished for the crime of escaping forbearance. He believed that as long as he escaped from Konoha, the kid who was chasing him would not dare to follow him out of the village. Uchiha Li, no matter what you can do, you will still be bound in Konoha village. Let's see how you come after me. At the end of the roof, Sand Shinobi jumped into the air, trying to find another foothold, but at this moment, the space in front of him suddenly distorted, a figure suddenly appeared, and the sole of a shoe was directly printed on his face. What? Shanin screamed and was kicked back directly and fell on the roof, knocking over how many tiles? I won't let anyone who wants my life let go. If you still want to escape, just try, Li said, levitating in mid-air, looking coldly at Sand Ren, who fell on the roof. Shinwei is a high-level space-time pupil technique, which is even weirder than Flying Thunder God. The speed is naturally top-notch. In the original book, Obito stopped Kakashi, Naruto and others alone, and 7 or 8 people ran separately, but Obito was left alone. Everyone stopped them. No matter how fast Kakashi and the others were, Obito could reach them in an instant and give them a blow to the head. This kind of speed can only be achieved by the time-space pupil technique of Shinwei. San Ren had been scared crazy for a long time, and he didn't care about Lee. He turned around and ran away. In his opinion, Lee was a demon, and he could appear out of nowhere. He had never heard of this kind of ninjutsu, and it was as terrifying as a ghost. The game is almost over. Looking at San Ninja's back, Lee squinted slightly, and the kaleidoscope in his left eye spun violently. Shinwei. San Ren, who was escaping, suddenly stopped, his face twisted, and his eyes began to turn white. Above his head, a black vortex exuding terrifying suction was constantly twisting his head. Noisy. The blood is like a fountain, and the space is calm, leaving only a headless corpse that continues to bleed. Shinwei's attack method is too strange, no one knows where it will attack, a shadow-level powerhouse like Deidara. They were all twisted by Kakashi, the elite Jinwei of the shinobi, and this was a higher-level kill. Kakashi is not a member of the Uchiha family. Using a kaleidoscope has a lot of restrictions. It takes a while to condense chakra when using Shinwei, but Lee is different. Shinwei is the exclusive pupil technique for his eyes, and it is almost completed in an instant when activated. So weird, so fast, how could a mere elite Junin escape? Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an elite Jonin, the reward points are worth 10,000, please pay attention to the host. Hearing the sound of the system, Li Weiwei exhaled, and the kaleidoscope disappeared. This time, Li felt a trance, and his eyes were a little sore. From opening his eyes to now, he used Susanoo and Shias to kill 3 people. 1 Shinin, 2 Shangnin, and now 2 elite Shangnin have been killed. This is only within 2 days, and the kaleidoscope is used too frequently. In the original book, Uchiha Obito's use of divine power is as simple as eating and drinking water, but that's not how awesome Obito is, but half of his body is made up of the cells of the Senju pillars. It can be said that Obito has it. The immature immortal body, this is the reason why he uses Shinwei just like playing, and there is no immortal body until now, so frequent use, the eyes do not bleed due to the long-term use of life potion, if not because of life potion. Uchiha Itaki in the original book is a good example. Uchiha Itaki almost every time he uses the kaleidoscope, his eyes will bleed. The more powerful the pupil technique, the greater the side effects. Compared with Amaterasu, the power of the gods is much greater, the side effects should not be underestimated. System, can you use the integral value to restore the eyes to a perfect state? Li Weiwei sighed and asked the system. Yes, as long as the host has enough points, even if you use the forbidden technique of Inatsuikai, you can use the points to offset the side effects caused by Inatsuikai. The system quickly gave the answer. Hearing the system's words, Li Weiwei raised her eyebrows and asked again, how much does it take? The system will judge the amount of charges based on the condition of the host's eyes. If the use of the forbidden technique of Inazaki leads to complete blindness, 10,000 points are required to restore it to a perfect state, such as the host's current point. Side effects, the system can't count, the host's eyes haven't gone wrong, the pain is just because of frequent use, and there's no vision loss. Hearing the system's words, Li Weiwei nodded. He didn't feel that his eyesight decreased, but the words in front of the system made Lee think, and even the side effects of Unaziki could be eliminated. With enough points, wouldn't that be the same as having an immortal body? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, 3 masked ninjas appeared in front of Lee, who were members of Konoha Zumbu, and their costumes should be directly under the Hokage lineage. Uchiha, what just happened here? One of the ninjas asked. It's just a few little mice, and they were wiped out after I discovered them. Lee Vinian glanced at the 3 Umbu lightly, then passed them directly, and disappeared in a flash. He hated this kind of situation the most. It's all over, you just came here, what are you doing here? Grab credit or collect corpses for others? The 3 Umbu were helpless. They knew about Uchiha Lee, the first genius of Konoha, so they dared not to speak out. Lee's strength and identity were not something they could offend, but since they already knew that the thief was dead, then the body can be found out and the trade can be made. Strange, where did the body of this corpse go? Looking at the corpse with only the corpse and no corpse, the 3 Umbu were puzzled. They had searched all over the area and did not see the corpse. Oh, you mean that San Ninja Village sent 3 Shangnin and 1 elite Shangnin to assassinate you? And they were all killed by you? Where Uchiha Jean lives, 1 old and 1 small are sitting opposite each other. Uchiha Jean is making tea carefully, with a smile on his face. After listening to Lee's story, Uchiha Jean's old face is almost wrinkled. After the tea was good, a cup of hot tea was handed to Lee in front of him. It's just a few rubbish, dare to shoot at me, why don't you kill it and keep it? Li Weiwei pouted, picked up the teacup and drank it, watching Uchiha Jean shaking his head. Lee's posture of drinking tea is really unsightly. Yes, but Uchiha Jean is also used to it. In the past 3 years, he has been very clear about Li's temper. Speaking of which, when Madame Madara was there, no matter which village it was, no one dared to be presumptuous in front of my Uchiha clan. Now Madara is gone, these clowns dare to send someone over to assassinate you, huh? It's just that there is more than enough to die for. Li, you did a good job in this matter. Uchiha snorted coldly, disdain for Sand Ninja Village. Elder, I have turned on the kaleidoscope writing wheel. Li Weiwei sighed for a while, and then said lightly. Snapped. Uchiha Jean, who was drinking tea, heard the words, his hands trembled in fright, and he didn't hold the teacup, and fell on the table. After a while, Uchiha Jean came back to his senses, grabbed Li's hands, and his face was flushed. Said, Li, what did you just say? You said that the kaleidoscope was opened? This is why Uchiha is not excited about the war. Back then, Madara Uchiha relied on the kaleidoscope to fight the world, making everyone fear the strength of the Uchiha family. Now Li also opened the kaleidoscope. Does this mean that Li has already with a spot so powerful? Seeing Uchiha Jean so excited, Li shook his head slightly, and then said, Elder, it's too early for you to be happy, the distance between me and Madara is still far away, I can feel it, the kaleidoscope is not a writing wheel. In the final stage of evolution, perhaps Madara back then had already evolved his eyes to the final stage to be so powerful. The people of the Uchiha family don't know the existence of the eternal kaleidoscope. In fact, Madara didn't know it before. It was only after Izumi's eyes were transplanted that the kaleidoscope evolved into the eternal kaleidoscope by mistake. Uchiha Madara is still like this, don't not to mention, Uchiha Jean thought that this kaleidoscope was the final stage of Sharingan. Oh, I'm sorry, cough. Uchiha came back to his senses, let go of Li's hand in embarrassment, and after sitting back in place, he stroked his beard and said with a smile, actually, you don't say anything. I also know that Madame Madara's eyes were almost blind when he was fighting the Qianshao family, but for some unknown reason, Madara's eyes not only recovered, but became stronger. I think Madara-sama must be there. It's time to evolve the eyes to a higher level. Speaking of which, Uchiha Jean shook his head slightly with a look of emotion on his face. Well, maybe it is. Li Wei nodded, of course he knew what was going on. Telling Uchiha about the kaleidoscope is not reckless, the value of oneself is higher, others will bet more, and Li also believes in the person of the elder, he will not spread this matter out. Elder, it's getting late at night, I have to take the Chunin exam tomorrow, so I won't stay here for a long time. Looking at the sky, Li stood up and said goodbye to the elder. Wait. The elder hurriedly got up, stopped Li, sighed slightly, and then said, Li, can you show me your kaleidoscope writing wheel? Speaking of this, Uchiha Jean is also of the face expects that since Madara disappeared, the Uchiha family has never seen a pair of kaleidoscopes again. Hearing this, Li hesitated for a while, then turned to look at Uchiha Jean, his black pupils were already dyed blood red, and a tadpole-like circle appeared in Li's pupils. Uchiha Jean was immediately excited when he saw this. Recognize this kind of eye that is different from the 3-column jade writing wheel eye, this complex pattern is the symbol of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Old man, if it's okay, I'll go first. Li Weiwei sighed, and the divine power was activated, the space in front of Li was suddenly twisted, and then a black vortex was formed, gradually sucking Li in, but after a few seconds, then it has disappeared, and the distorted space has returned to its original state, as if there has never been this person here, everything seems so calm and easygoing. Is this the pupil technique of the kaleidoscope Sharingan? This. Uchiha Jean was completely excited, looking at the bright moon in the sky, his dirty old eyes were full of excitement, and the Uchiha family was hopeful for the revival. The next day, the whole Konoha was noisy again. One after another luxurious carriages entered Konoha and went to the final assessment arena. These are the dignitaries of the Fire Country. They can live a stable life, thanks to the Konoha ninjas. Guard, so, whether it is a daimyo or some officials, they are very concerned about this Chunin exam. They must always know the situation in Konoha village and the situation in other villages. All will enter Konoha to watch the exam. Brother Li, you are too powerful. We have just become Genin, and you are about to become Chunin. I believe that in a short time, Brother Li will definitely become Shangnin. On the way to take the exam, Uchiha Mikato chatted with Li behind her, without stopping, her face was filled with a happy smile. Mikato, I'm just going to take the exam. Whether or not I can become a Chunin is after the exam. Hearing Uchiha Mikato's words, Li shook her head helplessly. She always likes to watch half of it. I simply omitted taking the exam, as if Li would definitely be able to become a Chunin. Defeat all opponents. It can indeed be done, but it does not mean that if you defeat all opponents, you will be able to become a Chunin. Just like the Chunin exam in the original book, it stands to reason that both Naruto and Sasuke can become Chunin, but because Orochimaru attacked Konoha village, this led to the death of the 3 generations of Hokage, and the promotion of Chunin was also put on hold. Although it is impossible for Orochimaru to attack Konoha village, it is impossible to guarantee that there will be no other accidents, so Lee also thinks that he will definitely be able to become Chunin. But Uchiha Mikato thinks that Lee now is Chunin, which makes Lee a little speechless. With Lee's ability, becoming a Chunin is easier than putting on clothes. Uchiha Mikato pouted and retorted. Yes, that's all Mikato said. Lee Wei smiled, patted Uchiha Mikato's head, and said, okay, let's go quickly, you will occupy a close position for a while. Of course, I have asked Fuya to take a seat for me first. I must sit at the front and cheer on Brother Lee. Uchiha Mikato giggled, and then increased the speed, jumping happily, very happy. Is lively. The first Chunin exam 3 years after the end of the Second Ninja World War. In order to understand the quality of ninjas in Konoha village and other villages, many officials and even daimyo from the Fire Kingdom came to watch this exam. There was no accident. The 3 generations of Hokage personally sat on the top floor to watch the game. The public seats were almost full. Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku sat together, and Uchiha Hiroshi was the one who led the security department. While patrolling, Umbu was also dispatched, and the defense measures were very in place. Haha, this kind of competition, Lee Zizi should be able to pass easily. Uchiha Jean sat in the front row, smiling and looking down at Lee, who looked indifferent. Compared with other nervous examiners, Lee seemed out of place. Looking at Lee from a distance, Uchiha Hiroshi, who was patrolling, was also full of his face was helpless. Once upon a time, he was also proud of Lee's talent, but today, Lee has almost come to the opposite side of him. Even if they met, Lee would just call out to the patriarch. Fuyu he is too different. Uchiha Hao shook his head helplessly. This time in the Chunin exam, among the new Jinin, only Lee, Namikaze Minato, and Kushina took part, and the rest were Uchiha, Fuyu, Uchiha Mikato, and the Hinata brothers did not participate. People in these big families know that this time the Chunin exam is unusual. Forbearance, but because of the Great War, I have always been a shinobi. This time Konoha held a Chunin exam, and almost all of these people came over. In such a long-running exam, who would dare to take their sons from the heads of these big families? Or is the genius of the clan joking? Below the examination room, 10 ninjas stood in a row. This time the invigilator was a jonin with a scar on his face. He was obviously someone who had gone through a lot of fighting. Standing in front of the 10 people, a pair of sharp eyes glanced at everyone. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe. The murderous aura on this jonin was too heavy. I have 10 sticks here, with your respective names written on them. Now, each of you will come up to draw one. Whoever draws will be your opponent. If you draw your own, it means that you will automatically choose the one that will be drawn. People, do you understand? Shangren glanced at everyone coldly, and shouted in a serious tone, full of anger. No one answered, but they all nodded to show their understanding. Now you all come to choose your opponents. The examiner saw this, his expression still indifferent. He held 10 bamboo sticks in his hands and asked everyone to take them. Soon, everyone got their own bamboo sticks, but these 10 people were from various villages, so no one knew each other. Rain Fox? After reading the name on the bamboo stick, Lee had never heard of the name. After returning the bamboo sign to the examiner brought the bamboo sign in front of the 3 generations of Hokage, and asked him to decide in which order to play the game, while everyone waited for the examiner's next arrangement. A piece of white paper rolled up in his hand. I believe that everyone has their own opponents. Then, according to the order of the competition, except for those who will take the first round of the test, the rest will wait on the second floor. The examiner spread out a blank sheet of paper. Is the game order? Is the first game about Minato's stubbornness against Kusanagi village? Lee squinted slightly, nodded at Minato, and then Shunbu disappeared directly into the examination room, and when he reappeared, it was already at Jiraiya next to it. Litsaizi, is this a flashing technique or is it? Zilla was also taken aback. After reacting, he asked excitedly. Even if he was one of the 3 ninjas, he had never seen such a thing before. This kind of instant body technique does not even have a seal, and it disappears directly. This is a bit like the legendary space-time ninjutsu. This is the pupil technique I used to write round eyes, and I call it Shunbu. Li Zhang told Jiraiya about the way he used to fool Uchiha Fuyu. Teacher Jiraiya, don't disturb Lee, let him rest for a while, it will be his battle in a while. Kushina pouted while pouting, then turned to look at Lee and asked again, Lee, you said Minato, can you beat your opponent? Hearing this, Lee looked at the 2 people who were fighting below. The opponent of Namikaze Minato was a emaciated young man in his 20s. The attack was very violent. Watergate will win. Seeing this, Lee lost interest. Although Watergate's strength is slightly lower than the opponent's, as long as the difference in strength is not too big, the winner is not necessarily the stronger side. No, I think it's very difficult for Minato to parry. Kushina asked in confusion. That's right, Lee Ziazi, how do you know that Minato will win? Zilla's eyes lit up and he asked with great interest. Hearing this, Li Weiwei glanced at Zilla, knowing that this old boy saw it too. He was just testing himself. Li didn't mind. He just explained to Kushina, although Minato's strength is slightly inferior, however, the gap between the two is not large. When the strength is only a fraction of a cent, the mentality and combat experience determine the victory or loss of the battle. Watergate's opponent is obviously too eager to win, and the offensive is very fierce, but it is often able to turn danger into danger. At this time, if the attacking party cannot attack for a long time, there will be impatience in their hearts. The attack will also become chaotic, full of flaws, which means, again and again, and three and exhausted, the ninjas of this grass ninja village have attacked no less than 5 times, and the momentum in their hearts has disappeared. Nervousness and impatience, whether it is using taijutsu or ninjutsu, are full of flaws, and in one more minute, Minato will win. Being able to parse it out so quickly, of course, is due to the credit of Sharon Yan. At this time, Li's eyes have already seen all the dead ends of Kusanagi. From the first few dead ends, to now all the dead ends all over the body, this has already been answered. If you leave. Boom! Seizing a neutral block, Minato kicked the opponent into the sky with one kick, and then a gale palm hit the opponent's abdomen, which directly made Kushinen lose his combat effectiveness. The first game, the winner, Konoha Village, Minato Namikaze. Following the referee's announcement of the result of the game, the Konoha ninjas watching the game cheered one after another. The more geniuses Konoha has, the greater the benefit to them, and Minato Namikaze is a genius among civilian ninjas, and his popularity is even greatly, you guessed it right. Kushina looked dumbfounded at the Minato Neikes below, and then jumped into Li's arms and cheered. The victory of Minato Namikaze was completely expected by Li. Don't mention how happy he is. The stronger and more powerful Li is, the happier Kushina will be. Okay, Kushina, everyone else is watching. Li shook his head slightly and patted Kushina's head. He already felt a line of sight lingering on him, and this line of sight was very sharp. There is a feeling of sweating. That's right, this line of sight belonged to Uchiha Mikado. At this moment, her eyes were spitting fire. If it wasn't for the fact that too many people here were watching, she would have rushed up to break Kushina from Lily. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, and Kushina seemed to sense Uchiha Mikado's gaze. She looked towards the auditorium, raised her eyebrows at Uchiha Mikado cheerfully, and gave Uchiha Mikado a provocative look back, and smugly rubbed Li's body twice with a look of pride, not caring at all that it was in the public eye, which was very in line with Kushina's stubborn temper. Uchiha Fuya sat next to Uchiha Mikado and saw Uchiha Mikado's abnormal expression. He soon discovered the problem, his eyes suddenly closed, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "It seems that I like this vortex." As for Zine, I found out that there was something wrong with the two of them before, but now it seems that the geniuses in our clan are mortals after all. These words are really sinister, but Uchiha Mikado doesn't seem to like this trick. She turned her head and stared at Uchiha Fuyu and said viciously, "Nonsense, Li brother will not like that savage girl, they are just companions, you be careful with me, tell your father." Uchiha Fuya choked up when he heard the words. He thought he could provoke the relationship between Uchiha Mikado and Li, but he didn't expect that not only did it fail, but he also made Uchiha Mikado angry. Seeing the disgust in Uchiha Mikado's eyes, Uchiha Fuyu suddenly felt start to twist. "Uchiha Li, when I become the patriarch, I must let you get out of Uchiha and ruin your reputation." Uchiha Fuyu glanced at Li in front of him. After Namikaze Minato won the victory, he greeted the audience implicitly, and came back and forth to them. "Li, although it's easy to win with your strength, but here, I wish you success." Minato Namifang said with a slight smile. That's of course, how could Li fail?" Kushina snorted and raised her chin, as if she was going to win next. Hearing Kushina's words, Li was at a loss as to how to answer. He only nodded to Minato Namikaze, and then waited for the examiner to announce the next battle. In the next game, Konoha Village Uchiha Li vs Urin Village Yahoo, the two contestants please come to the examination room. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, a young man in a white kimono had already appeared on the field. It was Li's opponent, Yahoo. Instant body technique? It's actually an instant body technique? Many people in the audience were surprised. This shunjutsu can move quickly, and the speed is only lower than that of time-space ninjutsu, but the only drawback is that the shunjutsu is not a time-space shuttle, but uses the chakra in the body to explode in an instant. Let the body reach the limit speed, it looks like it moves instantaneously, but because of this, the use of the body instant technique is very demanding on the body. After all, at such a high speed, the body and the resistance in the air rub against each other. If the body does not pass the test, not to mention that it will cause the body to collapse, at least it will cause immeasurable damage to the body. Therefore, the basic requirements for using the shunshu technique are that the strength must reach the upper limit, and the control of chakra must reach a certain level. Only in this way can we use chakra to form a protective net on the surface of the body to weaken the resistance in the air. Now this Rain Fox uses the instant body technique, and it is so light, the strength cannot be underestimated. Generally the Jonin is no match for him at all. Brother Li, beat him and kick him. Looking at Yahu's smile on the field, Juzine felt that Li was despised by him, and said angrily. Li Wei squinted his eyes, and was very surprised. This Yahu is a master, and his strength is at least at the level of Shang Nin, but before this, Li didn't have any impression of him, and this Yahu's age is estimated to be 25. Around, at such an age, he has the strength of Jonin, and he can be regarded as a little genius, and this person knows very well. He has been unknown until then, and he began to show his edge in the last exam, and a blink technique pushed his popularity to vertex. Whoosh! Li's figure flashed, and the person had come to the opposite side of Yahu. Seeing such a handsome figure, Yahu's eyes showed a gleam, knowing that the rumors were true. Although this kid in front of him was only 9 years old, his strength was very terrifying. The examiner saw that someone had arrived, stepped forward, glanced at the two of them lightly, and then announced the start. Is Uchiha Li? You are very strong. I heard that you can make a giant dozens of meters high, and you can also twist other people's heads silently. I wonder if this rumor is true. Yahu didn't start the fight immediately, but chatted with a smile on his face while crossing his hands and pinching his chin. If you want to beat me with this mouth, then don't waste my time. Li Weiwei raised his head, his tone was indifferent. He didn't like this Yahu at all, not because Yahu offended him, but it's this guy's smile that is so fake, it makes people look very disgusting, and I always feel that there are thousands of calculations in this smile. The so-called giant of dozens of meters and the ninjutsu that silently twists other people's heads is probably Uchiha. The family's bloodline limit, it is known that Uchiha is the largest family in Konoha, and his family's middle-class eyes are even more powerful, but it is no wonder that without such a strong bloodline limit, why maintain this Konoha's number one is for the name of the big family. Speaking of it, I really envy you people who came from the blood family. Although they are young, their blood is excellent. Just a few years of practice can be worth more than 10 years of ordinary people like us. Even more time for assiduous practice. Yahu put away his smile and shook his head. Li Vinian squinted his eyes immediately, he already knew in his heart what this guy was paying attention to. Listening to what he said, on the surface, he seemed to envy the Uchiha family's riding wheel eyes, but if he listened carefully, he could hear it. Sinister intentions. Sharingan is just a tool of my Uchiha clan, it is just the power we use to protect our important things. Our strength is not because of Sharingan, but because of our hearts. Garbage, since you think that my strength comes from my eyes, then let you see today, the power beyond my eyes. Hearing Li's words, Yahu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, a smile appeared on his face, he cupped his hands slightly, and said dissatisfiedly, what are you talking about, little brother? Sharingan is the bloodline boundary of your Uchiha clan, if you don't use it when you fight with me, it's probably not fair even if I win, that's not good. I won't have the opportunity to suffer this unfairness, next, I will crush you. Li is the most disliked of this kind of face, and the words just now are clearly because he is afraid of his own kaleidoscope of pupils, so he will say although he is young, but his blood is excellent, just a few years of practice can be worth more than a dozen of us. Years of hard work and even longer. This sentence clearly means that Li can stand out from hundreds of candidates at the age of 9, relying only on eyes, but it is not very powerful. If you don't have eyes, you are nothing. Do you mean? But this Yahu was too embarrassed to say it outright, so he turned a corner and used the aggressive technique in a subtle way, so that Li could throw himself at the mouse. A person in his 20s is so aggressive against a 9-year-old child. For such a person, Li wants to slap him in the face, so he directly says that he does not rely on the power of his eyes to fight against him. The so-called arrogance in the minds of these people are all labeled as worthless garbage. I admire your courage, but do you underestimate me too much? Can you really beat me without relying on the shaker? Yahu's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't care about Li's sarcasm. As long as you can win the first day of defeating Konoha, after returning to the village, the leader will definitely admire him. The so-called ninja must know how to forbear, but he insists on his ninja to the end. Only have the skin. Li has been too lazy to talk to him, and he has already sentenced this guy to death in his heart. Anyone who dares to provoke himself must first be prepared to be killed. Seeing Li didn't speak, Yahu's face changed, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already behind Li, with a black light flashing Kyo in his hand, and cut to Li's neck. Kill away. Compared to speed? Li Weiwei curled his lips. When Kyo was about to approach, he launched Shunbyu, and Li had disappeared. He also appeared behind Yahu. Kyo made a few knives and cut to the ground. The back of Yahu's neck. Yahu is also a person with rich combat experience, the attack was ineffective, and the instant body technique was activated again. Both of them were competing for speed, one was using the Shunshu technique and the other was using the Shunbyu. For a moment, the figures of the two of them were constantly flashing in the entire examination room, and the people in the audience were amazed. In this case, they were still. It was the first time I foresaw that the Shunjutsu has always been a very difficult ninjutsu. Even if it is a short time, Shangnin only dares to perform the Shunjutsu once or twice. However, now, the two of them are constantly using the Shunjutsu. Whoever falls first, loses. Interesting, since I became a ninja, this is the first time I have seen someone who can compete with me in shunjutsu. I didn't expect you, a 9-year-old child, to be so powerful. Yahoo was surprised, knowing that his opponent's strength had surpassed him. Unexpectedly, he has begun to regret a little in his heart and is about to leave. Now it seems that he is difficult to ride a tiger. If he loses like this, then his face will be embarrassed. Rare and strange. Li Lang snorted, and for 3 consecutive moments, he came to Yahoo's back, his hands formed a few simple seals, and suddenly, a group of thunderlight began to flash on Li's right hand. Along with the flash of thunder, a piercing chirping of birds resounded throughout the examination room. Let you die on my new trick, it's cheap for you. Rachel. The thunder continued, like 1,000 birds hissing. The movement was so great that all the people in the audience stood up excitedly. The flashing blue thunder, the shrill sound like a death movement, so gorgeous, so dazzling. This technique? The 3 generations of Hokage couldn't calm down either, and stood up from the chair with a slam, and the pipe in his mouth almost fell. That's right, no one has ever used this ninjutsu, even if the first generation adults stayed. The Book of Seals in the book has never recorded this ninjutsu. There is no doubt that this ninjutsu was created by Li, and looking at this momentum, it can at least reach a rank or even higher. The lightning flashed, the soil on the ground was smashed by the lightning, and the riding wheel appeared, leaving a rush. Under the stimulation of the lightning, the speed of leaving almost reached the limit, and it spanned more than 10 meters in an instant. In the distance, in Yahoo's astonishment, Li's right hand directly penetrated his chest, blue thunderlight emerged from his back, and the sound of birdsong began to gradually disappear. I'm going to die? Yahoo opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood that contained the broken heart, with an unbelievable look on his face. When Li Chong came over, he couldn't react. Body. Did you create this ninjutsu yourself? What's its name? Yahoo's face turned pale for a while, and he said weakly while holding Li's hand. The name of this ninjutsu is Licky. After speaking, Li pulled out his hand. So that's the case, is this a genius? In the face of absolute strength, conspiracy has become a ridiculous inaction. Yahoo smiled palely, and then fell to the ground, losing his voice with a face full of bitterness. Deaths in the final stage of the game are rare, but it happened now. Neither the examiner nor Yahoo himself could react at the speed of Licky. After the cells were stimulated by lightning, they left. Speed they were almost catching up with the shun technique, and after they reacted, it was time for the birdsong to disappear, and in the same way, the disappearance of the birdsong also meant that the enemy's lingering breath also disappeared. Examiner, announce the results, Li said lightly, looking at the examiner who had been stunned. Hearing Li's words, the examiner also came back to his senses, no longer the indifferent expression on his face, and hurriedly announced the result of the competition loudly. This competition, the winner. Konoha Village, Uchiha Li. When he said the word Konoha, the examiner deliberately increased his voice a lot. After the announcement of the result of the competition, almost everyone in the audience shouted. Konoha did not know how many geniuses came out. Forbearance, but no matter who it is, at this moment, all the auras of genius will be eclipsed in front of this 9-year-old child below, that gorgeous lay done. I don't know how many girls' eyes have been blinded. At this moment, Konoha people in the village forgot their surname Uchiha and started cheering one by one. In the final assessment, there were 5 games in total, but after the end of the game, no matter how wonderful the next 3 games were, they were all overshadowed. It was destined that no one would pay attention. Everyone was discussing that gorgeous thunder ninjutsu. There were no accidents until the end of the Chunin. Of the 10 people, 5 were unsuccessful, and 5 succeeded in becoming Chunin. 1 in Kusanagi village, 1 in Yunin village, 1 in Takanan village, and the last 2 were Li and Namikaze Minato. When the green vest belonging to Chunin was delivered, even Minato Namifang couldn't help but get excited. It didn't matter if he was away. Fame is just a foreign thing, and strength is the most important thing. There will be a lack of respect and fear of others for you. Li, was that lay done created by you? In the Hokage office, the 3 generations of Hokage were smoking a pipe, while Li was standing at the desk. At this time, 3 days had passed since the end of the Chunin exam, but Li was not wearing a Chunin vest, and was still wearing a black high-neck short-sleeved shirt and trousers. Yeah, Li Weiwei nodded. After receiving the affirmative answer from Li himself, the eyes of the 3rd Hokage flashed a gleam, and then he smiled and said, Li, this thunder ninjutsu is very powerful. I think it already has an S rank, which is enough to be included in the legacy of the original Hokage, the Book of Seals that came down. Having said that, the 3 generations of Hokage paused and said again, this Book of Seals is a precious treasure left by the first Hokage, and some of the ninjutsu that can appear on it are at S rank or it is a ninjutsu of the forbidden jutsu level. Since the Book of Seals has been handed down to the present, except for the previous generations of Hokage who used their talents to write dozens of powerful ninjutsu, no one can create S-level ninjutsu alone. But now, you already have this qualification. How about you? Are you interested in recording your own ninjutsu, and nurture the next generation of ninjas together with the past Naruto? Turning the corner and talking so much, it is nothing more than wanting to hand over the use of Rachel. The Book of Seals does seal a lot of powerful forbidden techniques, all of which are the first and second Hokage and the current third Hokage. The self-created ninjutsu and forbidden arts, although the 3 generations of Hokage mean to hand over Rachel's practice method, but it is undeniable that you can keep your own ninjutsu on the Book of Seals, which is true for ninjas. It is a great honor. After all, in name, the ninjutsu created by oneself is already qualified to go side by side with the Hokage of all dynasties. But will Lee care about this illusory glory? Of course not. However, Lee also will not object to the request of the 3 generations of Hokage. You can come and go and communicate with each other to get more benefits. Yes, Hokage-sama. Li Wei nodded. Hearing this, the old face of the 3 generations of Hokage smiled even more happily, and happily took out the Book of Seals, and then handed it to Li. After taking over the Book of Seals, Li opened it calmly. Suddenly, the names of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques appeared in front of him. Li didn't read much. He quickly passed these ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, and completely removed them. Open it, and after reaching the blank space, Lee spread it on the table on the side, then picked up the pen and started to write, but it turned his back to the 3 generations of Hokage, and took advantage of the time to open the writing wheel, and quickly I found the forbidden technique of reincarnation from the dirty earth, and copied it with the shaker. After a while, Likey's cultivation methods were all recorded. After closing the Book of Seals, he handed it back to the 3 generations of Hokage. From beginning to end, all 3 generations of Hokage were he was sitting leisurely on the side, as if he didn't notice Lee's small movements at all, and he was acquiescing to Lee's behavior of exchanging one ninjutsu for one ninjutsu. However, after taking over the Book of Seals and looking at Likey's practice method, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage. Likey has certain drawbacks, and ordinary people can't use it at all. It needs the cooperation of a writing wheel to use it perfectly. See here, the 3 generations of Hokage quietly closed the Book of Seals, looked at Lee and smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, go down first if you have nothing to do." Lee nodded slightly, and then left the office. The smile on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly disappeared. He shook his head helplessly, and murmured, "It goes without saying that the power of this Rachel is not too difficult to practice, but the drawback is to find a way to solve it, otherwise it is a forbidden technique." Thinking of this, the 3 generations of Hokage also had to sigh the talent of Lee, who was able to create such a powerful forbidden technique at a young age. "It would be great if I wasn't born in Uchiha. Brother Lee, our class has graduated and invited us to the party, will you go?" While studying the reincarnation of dirty soil, Uchiha Mikato came to Lee's courtyard. "Party?" Lee Vinian put down his research on the reincarnation of dirty soil, and frowned slightly. There are only a few Xenopus who graduated in the same class, all of them are family children, such as the 3 Zulidi, the Hayaga brothers, Namikaze Minato, Jusina, and Uchiha Fuyak, Uchiha Mikato, and herself. Well, this party was proposed by Minato Namika and Kushina. Brother Hayaga and Ishiro also agreed, but Fuya refused. "Will I go to my brother?" Uchiha Mikato nodded, but when it came to Q when Shin'e was there, Uchiha Mikato looked unhappy. "Is Mikato going?" Lee Vinian smiled slightly. "Brother Lee will go, I will let Brother Lee get along with that tomato alone, Uchiha Mikato snorted and pouted. When he was in the exam room last time, Kushina deliberately talked to Lee like that. Being close, this almost made Mikato dizzy, and at the same time made Mikato feel a crisis. Hearing Uchiha Mikato's angry words, Lee was a little speechless. Shenring took a moment and said, "Mikato, you and Kushina are the people I value most. I hope you can get along well, don't have any so much prejudice, you know?" For Lee, Uchiha Mikato is like family, and Kushina is his favorite person. Maybe they will live together in the future. If they make noise every day, that's okay. "Brother Lee, Uchiha Mikato became anxious when she heard the words. She felt that Lee seemed to have misunderstood her feelings and wanted to explain, but Lee didn't give her the opportunity. "Okay, hurry up and change your clothes, you look like a little cat, go to the meeting with me in a while." Lee glared, and then helped Uchiha Mikato wipe the black stain on her face. "Mikato, the practice has been very hard these days, this is just to be able to get closer to himself, which makes Lee Kanwei feel a little distressed." "I see." Uchiha Mikato was a little gloomy when she was interrupted to confess, but it was the first time that she could say something like that with an aura. Head trotted home and changed clothes. Looking at Uchiha Mikato's back, Lee shook his head helplessly, and murmured, "You're still so naughty at 9 years old, and she's far from the gentle and graceful patriarch's wife in the future." It was getting late at this time. When Uchiha Mikato changed her clothes and came over, the sky turned dark. Uchiha Mikato was dressed in a white kimono and stood pretty at the door of the yard. On the top of his head, a smooth forehead was revealed, his beautiful big eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and a smile on his face. "Brother Lee, let's go quickly, everyone is probably in a hurry." Uchiha Mikato beckoned to Lee. Seeing Uchiha Mikato's outfit, Lee Wei was stunned for a while, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. Hearing Mikato's cry, Lee also came back to her senses, and quickly walked out of the yard, came to Uchiha Mikato's side. Uchiha Mikato quickly put Lee's left hand on her wrist with a smile on her face. Mikato. Lee frowned. Such intimacy can only happen between couples. He and Mikato are relatives who grew up together. They belong to the same family. Although they are not blood relatives, they are also very close relatives. Such a life experience, is it really okay to make such an intimate gesture? Although he was a little repulsive, subconsciously, Lee didn't want to break free from Uchiha Mikato's hand, especially seeing Mikato's beautiful dress and cute big eyes. Lee felt that his heart seemed to twitch, and he felt strange. Even more. Brother Lee, what are you stunned for? Let's go quickly. Uchiha Mikato didn't notice Lee's abnormality and urged. Yeah. After regaining his senses, Lee yet didn't take care of so much, just hold him. It shouldn't be a big deal to do some intimacy between relatives, right? After leaving Uchiha, I came to the street of Konoha, and all the pedestrians who came and went immediately turned their attention to Lee and Mikado. This is Uchiha Lee, the first genius of Konoha. He seems to be only 9 years old this year. Yeah, 9 years ago, his parents came to me to buy diapers with him. Time flies so fast. A few years ago, this child was only as tall as my waist, and now it's Konoha's first genius. Some seniors started to talk about it, all lamenting that time flies too fast. The kid who was thought to be autistic at the beginning has grown into such an excellent ninja now, that gorgeous Lei done is really good for him. Konoha fought for a lot of light. Master Lee? Is that Master Lee? Konoha's children are all very precocious. Some students who were wandering on the street saw Lee by chance and shouted excitedly. Now Lee's reputation is booming in Konoha, and almost every household is discussing Rachel. They are envious of Lee's ability to create such a powerful ninjutsu. No, parents are talking, their children are listening, plus Lee once read a book at the ninja school, and people who know Lee have begun to chase after him. The group is getting bigger and bigger, and everyone in the whole ninja school knows that Konoha has a genius, and created an S-level ninjutsu at the age of 9. Precocious children will never be less nympho. Damn, who is that girl next to Lee-sama? It seems to be from the family of Lee-sama, called Uchiha Mikado. No matter who she is, you have to let her walk away from Lord Lee. It's unbearable to dare to hold Lord Lee's hand so intimately. The fan group had a lot of resentment towards Mikato, but no matter how fierce they said, they didn't dare to really come forward. Everyone could see that Lee was very good to this girl who held hands, and they were of the same clan. Uchiha Mikato is indeed very beautiful and cute. In such a situation, who would dare to go up and pull Uchiha Mikato away? Brother Lee, those people's eyes are so terrifying. Uchiha Mikato also felt a chill down her spine, and the hand holding Lee tightened slightly, her whole body almost hiding in Lee's arms. It's okay, no one can hurt you with me here. Lee Wei shook his head and patted the back of Mikato's head. Oops. Just as she was about to answer, Uchiha Mikato suddenly twisted her foot and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Li Xiao quickly hugged her. Looking down, she realized that Uchiha Mikato accidentally stepped on a broken stone, and he was wearing clogs again. When he stepped on it, he immediately lost his center of gravity and twisted his feet. Are you okay? Lee asked with a slight frown after helping Uchiha Mikato up. No. It's okay, it's just a sprained foot, I'm afraid I can't walk. Uchiha Mikato was sweating in pain, but she didn't want to worry about Lee, so she gritted her teeth and said it was okay. Really, you were too careless. Lee reluctantly sighed, and then flicked Uchiha Mikato's forehead. Being hit by Lee like this, Uchiha Mikato bared her teeth in pain, and felt very aggrieved. She had sprained her foot and it hurt a lot, so it's fine if she didn't comfort her. She even came to play someone's forehead, just about to have a seizure, but Lee came. In front of Uchiha Mikato, she crouched down slightly. Come up. Hearing Lee's words, Uchiha Mikato suddenly forgot the pain, looked at the pedestrians on the street awkwardly, lowered her head and whispered, Is it alright? Of course you can, you always call me Brother Lee, so you should do your brother's duty. Lee nodded, and then urged, Come up quickly. Lee has no head, and if he turns his head, he will definitely see when Uchiha Mikado's pair turned from happiness to sadness eyes, in her heart, have never regarded Lee as a brother, but, after carrying Uchiha Mikato on her back, Lee felt her unexpected lightness, softened her heart, and said softly, Don't practice so hard in the future, with me here, no one can bully you, now I'll take you home first, as for forget the party, just go and explain it to them tomorrow. Oh. Uchiha Mikato lay on Lee's back and replied weakly, What's the matter? Do you want to go to the party so much? Lee was a little helpless, thinking that Uchiha Mikado was unhappy because she couldn't go to the party. She thought about it, and said again, When your feet are healed, I'll take you out to eat delicious food. Now, you have to keep your feet at home obediently, and don't leave any dark diseases, you know? I see. Uchiha Mikato snorted, then buried her face on Lee's back and felt very irritated. Brother Lee is really an idiot, I don't understand girls' minds at all, I really hate it. Uchiha Mikato kept complaining in her heart, but she was too embarrassed to say it, so she could only be sullen. Lee, thank you for sending Mikato back. Hey, this child Mikato is so careless, I didn't expect to sprain her foot. After sending Uchiha Mikato home, Lee met Mikato's grandfather, the third elder of the Uchiha clan. Lee knew that the third elder was a moderate, but this was not absolute. The third elder was a moderate on the surface. In fact, he is a swaying person. He said that he was standing in the same boat with Uchiha Hao, but when suppressing the martial arts faction, the third elder did not dare to do too much. It's easy to meet in the future. If it's bad to say, it's just grass on the wall. See where the wind blows. If the wind is in the direction of the moderate faction, the third elder will completely become a moderate faction. He would immediately defect to the martial arts faction, so at this moment, even if he knew that Lee was a member of the martial arts faction, he still had a warm expression on his face. The third elder is serious. Mikato is a very good girl, and she will definitely become a great ninja in the future. Lee said indifferently. He did not despise the third elder as a person. The world looked down on the grass, but from the point of view, steel is too easy to break, too soft and will go with the flow. Between the two, is the king of survival, but here is talking about survival. If you want to be a big thing, it will not work. This child Mikato doesn't get close to anyone in the clan, only close to you. My granddaughter will ask you a lot in the future. As long as she doesn't suffer a big loss, my old man will thank you. The third elder shook his head, but with a smile on his face. The intention in his words is obvious. Let Uchiha Mikato get on the boat, and he will continue to act as a moderate. When the moderate and the martial arts will fight, no matter whoever wins or loses, he can retreat. Why not do it? Don't worry, as long as I, Uchiha Lee, are still alive, no one in this world can make Mikato feel wronged. Lee Waiwei pouted and said with a serious tone, with unparalleled confidence in his tone, whether you are Madara Uchiha or Kagaya-ji, as long as you give me enough time, what can stop you? Third elder, it's getting late, I'll take my leave now, and I'll visit Mikato again tomorrow. After Lee finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the yard. Looking at Lee's back, the smile on the third elder's face disappeared completely. He squinted his eyes slightly, and murmured, Weird faction? Haha, the two factions have been stalemate for so long, and the winner will be decided in a few years. At that time, Uchiha was amazing and brilliant. If he had the heart to defeat the moderates, no one could stop him. Although I am a moderate, as long as Mikato is around, Uchiha will definitely not do anything excessive to himself. Thinking of this, the third elder showed a smile again, planning when to get his granddaughter and Lee Zayazi to get engaged, so that it is foolproof. As for Uchiha Hiroshi, just say something and respect the choice of young people. You can fool past. Lee can also see the thoughts and intentions of the third elder, but he doesn't care. In the entire Uchiha family, only Uchiha Mikato is the one who must protect Lee. Since the third elder is Mikato's grandfather, he will be his enemy in the future. Seeing Mikato's face, he couldn't kill the third elder himself, even if the third elder did not use Mikato to protect his body, so the third elder's idea was just superfluous. It doesn't work either. Time is like a white horse, no one can catch up, no one can catch it. Since the end of the Second Ninja War, the ninja world has been calm for 6 years. The peaceful days always pass very fast, and everyone is passing in happiness. However, there are also some young ninjas with great dreams who are practicing hard. Uchiha Lee, Hokage-sama is calling for an urgent call. Please hurry to the Hokage building to gather. After finishing the morning exercise in the morning of the new day, I just wanted to take a breath, but an Umbu suddenly appeared in front of Lee and hurriedly announced the order of the 3 generations of Hokage. Umbu came and went quickly. Disappeared. I wanted to come to inform other ninjas. Seeing this, Lee immediately frowned. What is it that can make the 3 generations of Hokage issue an emergency call? Since the end of the Ninja World War, this emergency call has not been used for 6 years, unless the village encounters a crisis of annihilation or when the war starts, in order to quickly gather the ninja army to issue this emergency call order. Why do you think so much? Go and see it first. Thinking, Lee has disappeared in place. Firehouse. When Lee arrived, hundreds of ninjas had gathered in the hall on the first floor of Naruto. Each of them were ninjas above the Chunin level. Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Shiraido were all present, standing at the top of all ninjas. In front, right in front, where the 3 generations of Hokage stood with a dignified expression, even the 2 advisors of Danzo and Konoha had arrived. It seemed that this matter was no trivial matter. Several batches of ninjas came one after another. After a while, the wide hall was filled with people. Minato and Kushina also arrived, and they stood beside Lee and were puzzled, but it was because so many people in Hokage were there. They are not easy to ask. In the past 3 years, everyone has changed a lot. The biggest one is Namifeng Minato and Lee. Both of them are now Sharingan. In fact, Lee was already a Sharingan as early as a year ago. He was already about 1.6 meters tall, his long black hair was about to reach his waist, and he was casually draping it. His right eye in front was covered by his long hair, only his left eye was exposed, and he was still wearing that black turtleneck coat. The more you grow up, the more Lee looks like Madara. There are already many people in the clan who think that Lee is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. Letting go of his appearance, this talent is simply shocking, and his strength is unfathomable. Leaving brother? Uchiha Mikato is the only one who can call it that. 12-year-old Uchiha Mikato has been born very well. Beautiful, 1.6 meters tall, only a few centimeters shorter than Lee. She is also a Chunin now, and she is also a member of the Uchiha family. Naturally, she was summoned to participate in this meeting. Seeing that Lee has already arrived, she immediately surprised, he ran over to say hello, and Uchiha Fuyu, who was following behind him, had a gloomy expression and didn't make a sound. Mikato, don't approach Lee so intimately, so many people are watching here. Kushina saw that Uchiha Mikato grabbed Lee's hand as soon as she had a chance. She was immediately dissatisfied and said angrily with her eyes wide open, this is my brother Lee, why can't I get close to her, but you, why are you so close to my brother Lee? Uchiha Mikato is not to be outdone, the two have been bickering about their separation in the past 3 years. But every time it ends with Uchiha Mikato's failure, so what? Kushina's temper is just like that. Uchiha Mikato is not as open as Kushina in some aspects. Okay, the 3 generations of Hokage are going to start talking, you two stop. Li Wei shook his head, although he was used to this situation, he still felt a headache. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage coughed slightly, glanced at the ninja below with a dignified expression, and said, I received a report from the intelligence department last night. Grass Ninja Village, Long Ninja Village, and Rain Ninja Village will be divided into 3 directions. The country of the Vortex is surrounded, its heart can be punished. The country of the Vortex, as an ally of our country of fire, must not sit idly by this matter. When the Vortex clan was destroyed, there is no clear explanation in the original book. Most of them are guessing randomly, but now I hear support for the country of the Vortex. I think it cut off the mountain pepper fish and hide it for an hour. Lee frowned slightly. Sanjiayu Hanzo is indeed very powerful, and even the 3 ninjas can't defeat them together. Now Lee's strength is at the elite level. If you add the kaleidoscope shaker, the combat power can leapfrog the ordinary shadow level. But Sanjiayu Hanzo is obviously not as simple as a shadow level, and his strength may only be at the level of an intermediate shadow level, but his one-handed poison technique is amazing, and the 3 of them can fight Sanjiayu Hanzo for so long, thanks to this. Tsunade, the top medical ninja. Leave. At this time, the sad-faced Kushina came to Lee's side, looking like he was hesitant to speak. Don't worry, I will definitely not let Sanjiayu Hanzo pass here. Lee Wei sighed, not to mention the system task, even if it was for Juxina, Lee couldn't let the Sanjiayu Hanzo go. Jirei also frowned, looked at Lee, and looked at Minato Namifang, and finally sighed helplessly. Although Minato Nami had the strength of Shangnin, he was also at the bottom of Shangnin. Although the strength is unknown, but relying on him and himself, he still can't deal with Sanjiayu Hanzo. It seems that these 3 villages are determined to destroy the Whirlpool clan. Zile also shook his head. At first, he thought that Sanjiayu Hanzo would not take action in person, so he didn't worry too much, but now it seems that this battle is terribly dangerous. Seeing that the large group of Sanjiayu Hanzo arrived at the foot of the mountain, Jirei's pupils shrank, and with a wave of his right hand, countless kunai lashed out with the detonating talisman, inserted into the opposite mountain wall, and made a violent explosion. The boulder rolled and fell to the bottom of the valley. Attack! Jiraiya jumped down first, and Lee also followed. His mission was to join forces with Jiraiya to block Sanjiayu Hanzo for an hour. There is an ambush, everyone be careful. Yurin below never expected that someone would be ambushed here. The valley is narrow, the boulders rolled down and there was nowhere to hide. The high-strength ones were still able to resist this wave of boulder attacks, and the weaker ones were directly smashed and shattered. The neat army of thousands of ninjas was in chaos for a while, and this wave of attacks took the lives of hundreds of ninjas. Kill! Although Konoha only has more than 100 ninjas, they are all Chunin, and they will not be defeated so quickly for a while. They rushed into the already chaotic enemy group and started to fight. Sanjiayu Hanzo was furious when he saw it, and his heart was full of wood. Ya was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he was about to make a move, but at this time, Lee and Zilla also blocked his way. Jiraiya? Seeing the person coming, Sanjiayu Hanzo automatically ignored Lee, looked at Jirei and said lightly, the 3 of you fought against me back then, and the 3 of you couldn't defeat me together. Now 6 years have passed. Is it because you are good at your skills, and think you can defeat me alone? Sanjiayu Hanzo looked disdainful and warm, and last time he gave Jiraiya the title of 3 Sunin, just to show his goodness to Konoha. From the bottom of my heart, Sanchoyo Hanzo didn't look like Jiraiya and the 3 of them at all. It's a tricky man. Although he really doesn't want to fight you, he can't help it. The old man's orders can't be disobeyed. Having said that, Jirei also bit his fingers, and then made a few seals and pressed his palm to the ground. Roared in a low voice, the art of psychic, boom. A big toad carrying a short knife appeared at Jiraiya's feet, sending Jiraiya high into the sky. Jiraiya, what troubles have you encountered again, and you even summon me? This toad, with a cigarette in his mouth, said carelessly, "This toad is Wentai. Mida Wen, there will be a fierce battle this time. If it doesn't work for a while, you can go back to the psychic world by yourself." Jiraiya's face was solemn, and he glanced at the Konoha ninja who was fighting Ninja. Lee, with a calm face on the other side, said loudly again, "Lee, Sanjiao Hanzo is best at using poison, so be careful when fighting for a while." At this time, Jirei also agreed to Lee to fight with him. Sanjiao Hanzo too strong, blindly bragging will only lead to mission failure. "I see." Li Wei nodded, his black pupils were dyed blood red, and the three-hooked jades slowly rotated, and then connected to each other, forming a state of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. "The strongest, if you are not careful, you may die." "Oh? Jiraiya, do you think you can defeat me by joining forces with this kid? Do you think this kid is more powerful than your original companions, Orochimaru and Tsunade?" He suddenly lost interest. Although he was about 1.6 meters tall, the childishness between his eyebrows had not completely faded away. At first glance, he knew that he was very young, and at most he could only be regarded as a new genius ninja from Konoha. "It's hard to say." Zilla snorted unconcernedly. To be honest, Zilla didn't know where the bottom line was. Sanjiao Hanzo heard the words, looked at Lee slightly, and when he saw Lee's pupils, Sanjiao Hanzo showed a hint of understanding. He smiled, and said lightly, "It turned out to be a member of the Uchiha clan, and look at these eyes, the level is not low." "Eyes?" Hearing this, Zilla also turned his head to look at Lee. He didn't know that Lee had turned on the kaleidoscope. At that time, Jirei also shouted, "Sanjiao Hanzo, if you retire here, Konoha, will never embarrass you, you're in village. If not, I have to compete with you today." "I'm not young, and my tone is not too small. Don't forget, the name of your son was given by me, Sanjiao Hanzo, and I can take it back at any time." Threatened, he suddenly became furious, bit his finger, and pressed his palm to the ground. Spirituality. Sanjiao Hanzo's psychic beast is Sanjiao, which can burrow into the ground and release poison. The attack is really unpredictable. It is accompanied by the launch of psychics, but the so-called Sanjiao has not been seen, but at this time, he left it jumped away from the spot, and in an instant, the ground it just stood on broke apart, and a pitch-black head, like a lizard, came out. It was about to sneak away, but it fell short. "You're still as despicable as before. You also use sneak attacks to deal with some juniors." Seeing that Lee was fine, Jirei was slightly relieved, and then looked at Sanjiao Hanzo and mocked. There is no such thing as despicable among the enemies. The lion still needs all the strength to fight the rabbit. This kid looks good. It would be good to kill it first, but I didn't expect this kid to be so alert. I snorted coldly, and then looked at Lee. A trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Why did the geniuses of Konoha village come out one after another? This child is better than the Sunin of the year. "Old ghost, you screamed like a little devil, but you really think I'm transparent?" After Lee escaped from the attack of Sanjiao, he landed on the opposite side of Sanjiao Hanzo. His face was very ugly, and it was enough to be looked down upon by others. I even got a sneak attack on me. If I hadn't known about the person of Hanzo, and I had a bit of strength, wouldn't that have been eaten by that Sancho fish just now? If you want to gain respect from others, you must first look at your own strength. Sanjiao Hanzo narrowed his eyes slightly, then rushed forward. His figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Lee with a kicked towards Lee's head. This guy's body blinking technique is still so fast. Jirei was also shocked when he watched it. In addition to the powerful poison, Sanjiao Hanzo also had first-class fire escape and body blinking techniques, not to mention physical skills. Only when the three of them joined forces was it able to withstand the physical skills of Sanjiao Hanzo. Snapped. Lee's physique is naturally not bad, and he has been training since he was a child. Although Sanjiao Hanzo's offensive is fierce, but relying on the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye in his own physique, Lee does not feel difficult, and the two fought with physique for several rounds in a row, left a wrong body, and then launched Shunryu, and disappeared in front of Sanjiao Hanzo. Now it was Sanjiao Hanzo's turn to be stunned. He didn't even see the other side seal just now. Boom! At the critical moment, Sanjiao Hanzo turned around to block Li Yi's sweep, but he couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Boy, did you use the instant body technique just now?" Being kicked back a few steps, Sanjiao Hanzo didn't care, but looked at Lee with a surprised expression. In terms of the harmony of the instant body technique, Sanjiao Hanzo couldn't dare to be the number one in the ninja world, but he can surpass himself by less than 5 fingers. Now this kid has just disappeared suddenly, and he can't react. How fast is this seal? Even if it's the Shunbo technique, I think we should stop talking nonsense so much. When we fight, we should have the appearance of fighting. After speaking, Lee started Shunpo again, and instantly arrived in front of Sanjiao Hanzo with a punch. Passed. This kid. Sanjiao Hanzo scolded secretly, raised his hand to block the blow, then took a step back, pressed his hands on the ground, layers of detonating talismans rolled up from the ground, and quickly wrapped Li's feet in them. The detonating talismans quickly there was a sound of burning. Little devil, the ninja battle is not just a blind attack. Although your strength is good, your combat experience is. Having said this, Sanjiao Yu Hanzo closed his mouth, and he actually saw a smile on Li's face. There was a hint of disdain in those scarlet eyes. Impossible, does he have a way to survive my fire escape attack? Sanjiao Yu Hanzo shook his head. This kind of thinking is too unrealistic. The original Sunin had suffered enough to face this trick, if not Jiraiya discovered it early. Tsunade had already died under this fire at that time. He did not believe that Li was so young that he could ignore the blasting power of this fire. Boom! Countless detonating talismans detonated, and the violent explosion blew away countless soils, and the thick smoke scattered. Jiraiya also widened his eyes and jumped off the back of the toad. He was just stopped by Hanzo's psychic beast. After thinking about it for a while, Li was caught in Hanzo's trap. However, at this moment, Li, who was supposed to be killed by these countless explosive talismans, came out of the thick smoke unharmed, from his feet to his body, spotless, not even his hair was messy, as if the one who had just been exposed to the explosion was not his average. Playing with my Uchiha clan with Huo Dun, it's really an axe. Li Lang snorted, made a few seals on his hands, and took a sharp breath. Huo Dun, the arrogant fire is extinguished. The flames were like a sea, filling the entire valley, and there was no way to go back. The flames fiercely moved towards Sanjiao Yu Hanzo. Jiraiya was also dumbfounded watching from behind. The coverage area of this fire escape was too large, right? What a huge amount of chakra is needed. The water escape can't stop it. Sanjiao Yu Hanzo kept retreating, his face changed dramatically, and he wanted to put out the fire. Hanzo was also helpless, stopped his back steps, quickly formed a seal with his hands, and then slapped the ground with his palm. Tu dun, tu liubi, call. The sea of fire whizzed past, and was taken by the earth wall, and the sea of fire suddenly rushed towards both sides. How could Yurin, who was fighting against the Konoha ninja, think that such a fire would come and kill the ninjas who were too late to escape? Engulfed by fire. The screams came one after another, and after a few seconds, Li stopped the release of the extinguishing fire and heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he had increased the power of extinguishing the fire to the maximum, and the lethality was enough to reach the S level. If it wasn't for this group attack ninjutsu, even the Sanzo fish Hanzo is no better. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 10 genin, the reward points are worth 10,000. The arrogant fire just now extinguished but did not hurt Sanjiao Yu Hanzo, but killed 10 Yurin who were too late to escape, and brought 10,000 points to Li. Snapped. Snapped. The gravel fell off, and Sanjiao Yu Hanzo stood up with a gloomy look on his face. The earth wall used to protect his body was already burnt by the flames, and turned into a black ash scattered on the ground. However, Sanjiao Yu Hanzo himself did not suffer much damage, just the hair was burnt a little. It's really a hero, and Konoha village is indeed a place rich in genius. Although he said this compliment, his face was extremely gloomy. After a cold snort, he said again, but no matter how talented, before you grow up, it's still an ant, kill me. Sanjiao Yu Hanzo was very angry at being killed by Li by mistake, not because he was distressed by 10 genin, but because a 12-year-old kid was fighting with him. When you can kill your subordinates from under your own eyes, doesn't this mean you were slapped in the face? Take advantage of your tongue. Li Lang snorted, the kaleidoscope in his left eye spun rapidly, the huge pupil power exploded, and the space beside Sanjiao Yu Hanzo suddenly distorted, but at this time, Li felt a tingling in his eyes and wanted to stop release the divine power, but gritted his teeth. He still endured this thought, and the pupil power continued to be delivered. After Sanjiao Yu Hanzo led Yurin to retreat, Li couldn't hold on any longer, the kaleidoscope disappeared, Susanna collapsed immediately, and after a while, it turned into purple energy and disappeared. Li exhaled fiercely, the kaleidoscope pupil. The side effects of the surgery are too great. If I hadn't taken the potion of life for a long time before, how could it have been able to support it for so long? It has been 3 years since the kaleidoscope was opened. Although the number of times of use is not frequent, it is not a lot, but bleeding is still the first time. Once. Susanna needs a lot of chakra and pupil power to cast, and after casting, it also needs physical strength to maintain, which is undoubtedly a huge burden on the body. Li, are you alright? Leave brother. Kushina and Uchiha Mikato squeezed out from the crowd. Seeing the dark red blood on Li's face, they were immediately frightened, and hurriedly took out the gauze from the ninja bag and wiped it for Li. Kushina and Uchiha Mikato were not hurt, but their faces were dirty, and it was obvious that they had fought hard. I'm fine, it's just a side effect of the pupil technique. Li shook his head slightly, grabbed the hands of Kushina and Uchiha Mikato, took the gauze over, and wiped the blood off his face at will, then dyed it. The red gauze was thrown aside and looked up at Konoha ninja. Everyone looked in awe. It was just this 12-year-old Jonin who summoned a huge skeleton god of war to end this hard battle. They were afraid of the power of Li and summoned the skeleton giant. It's unheard of, and I can't help but worship while fearful. This powerful ninja is Konoha's ninja. He is only 12 years old. With time, he will become another White Fang. Who else will dare to invade Konoha village in the future? Jiraiya also handed a secret letter to a communication ninja and asked him to bring the secret letter back to Konoha. Then he came to Lee, with his hands on his back, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Lee boy, well done. Back then, Orochimaru and Tsunade couldn't defeat Sanjiao Hanzo together, but I didn't expect you to defeat him alone today. It's really a new generation replacing the old." Speaking of this, Zilla also had a face full of expression. SHHHH, Lee Vinian shook his head undeniably, to say that it was a fluke to defeat Sanjiao Hanzo. The strangeness of the kaleidoscope writing wheel made Hanzang of Sanjiao suffer 2 losses, and the last time he injured his right arm. No one is familiar with the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha family. With the cautious character of Sanjiao Hanzo, he naturally dare not gamble. After all, there is Jiraiya who is also eyeing him. Although Jiraiya 6 years ago can't beat him, who knows 6 years ago? Afterwards, Jiraiya's strength became stronger, and various factors added up, and this was the reason why Sanjiao Hanzo decided to retreat. Okay, it's over here, let's go to the country of Vortex to expel those invaders. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of intercepting the mountain pepperfish Hanzo. The reward points are worth 10,000, please pay attention to the host. After completing the task, Lee will have 81,000 points. Although it is far from the number of eternal kaleidoscopes, it is already an astronomical number for Lee at this stage. Using the forbidden technique of Inazaki will cause the eyes to completely disappear. Sexual blindness, but Lee can recover by spending 10,000 points, which means Lee has 8 lives. After the rectification was completed, Jiraiya took the lead, and the ninjas of Konoha headed towards the country of the Vortex. Although they repelled the Sanjiao Hanzo, they didn't know what happened to the other 2 sides. Rare, the whole clan probably has no more than 100 people. With such a number, even a few hundred ninjas from the other 2 villages can smash the Vortex clan. After marching for more than half an hour, I finally came to the border of the country of the Vortex. At a glance, there were lakes everywhere. It should have been a peaceful country of the Vortex. There was a faint smell of blood inside. No, the country of the Vortex has been conquered. Zilla's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly walked towards the clan of the Vortex clan. The rest of the ninjas also knew that this matter was no trivial matter, and they followed. What's going on? Lee frowned slightly. It stands to reason that he blocked Urin, and it was not difficult for Orochimaru and Hatake Sakumo to block the other 2 villages, but how did the war burn come in? The strength of Orochimaru is not lower than that of Jiraiya, and the strength of Grass Ninja Village is not as good as that of Urin Village, not to mention Sakumo Hatake. His strength is much stronger than Jiraiya and Orochimaru, let alone a Long Ninja Village. Even any village in the 5 major countries would not be able to pass Hatake Sakumo's block as long as he did not exert his full strength. Could it be that the Vortex family must be destroyed? Lee shook his head and looked at Ju Xian next to him. The little girl looked anxious and pale. Compared with Worry, no one could compare with Ju Xian. She is the princess of the Whirlpool clan. The higher the status, the heavier the responsibility. How can she sit back and watch her clan be destroyed? After coming to the clan of the Whirlpool clan, everyone was dumbfounded. The famous clan of the past was now in a state of dilapidation. The billowing smoke continued to rise into the sky, and when I walked in, there were countless corpses lying on the ground, most of which had red hair, and a few were ninjas from other villages. Father, mother. Seeing such a tragic situation, Kushina couldn't care about anything else and rushed into the burnt-down house. They are angry that they let themselves become a monster, but blood is thicker than water, and in the face of family affection, everything disappears. Looking at the attire of the ninja, it should be the Long Ninja who was blocked by Shuo Mao. Why is this? With Shuo Mao, why is there Long Nin running over? Jiraiya also took off the forehead guard on the head of a dead ninja. Hold tightly in hand, the blue veins on the back are straight up. But no matter how much effort you put in, the Uzumaki clan is still destroyed, and the Konoha ninja's ninja uniform still has the logo of the Uzumaki clan. Lee frowned, crossed the corpses, and entered a half-burned house. Inside, Kushina knelt on the ground lonely, with 2 corpses in front of him, 1 male and 1 female, middle-aged. I think it is Kushina's parents. Ju Zin-A. Lee Weiwei squatted down and hugged Ju Zin-A in his arms. He didn't know how to comfort others. At this time, he only hoped that his embrace could warm Ju Zin-A and not let her feel it. Lonely and cold. The Whirlpool family was destroyed, and Kushina's parents were not spared, but Kushina didn't cry, but this was not strong. On the contrary, people whose feelings were too fragile would fail when they suddenly changed and their minds fell into dullness. The crying situation, after staying in Lee's arms for a while, fell asleep unknowingly. Lee couldn't bear to wake her up, so he hugged her out the door. As for the corpses of the Whirlpool family, Zilla will also deal with it. It is good. Leave, brother. Uchiha Mikato looked at Kushina, who was in her arms, opened her mouth and stopped talking. The whole family was destroyed. Kushina must be very sad. When she heard the news of her parents' death, she was also very sad, but at that time, I was still young, and it didn't take long to get rid of my sadness, but now, Mikato, let her get a good night's sleep. Li Wei shook his head, killing intent in his heart. Before he set off, he had assured Kushina that the Uzumaki family would be fine. Comforting Kushina, from the very beginning, he planned to intervene in this war and change the fate of the Vortex clan. Indeed, defeating Urin village was supposed to be done, but the final result still did not change. The Vortex clan was still defeated. Extinct. Glancing at the ninjas who had lost their breath on the ground, Lee immediately narrowed his eyes. Longin village. A hint of anger flashed in Lee's eyes. This Longin village was blocked by Heitake Sakumo. What the hell is going on? Why did Long Ren, who should have been blocked, appear here? Heitake Sakumo's strength is stronger than Sunin. If it is said that Jiraiya's side is successfully blocked because of the relationship, but there is no problem with Orochimaru, why is Heitake Sakumo's problem? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a large group of Konoha ninjas appeared, led by Orochimaru. There was still blood on his face. It was obvious that he had just gone through a fight. However, after seeing the tragic state of the Uzumaki family, Orochimaru's pupils were too shrinking. A trace of anger flashed in their eyes. They have done so much, and the Whirlpool family is still being exterminated, so why are they desperately blocking the enemy? Isn't this a joke? Lord Jiraiya, there is still one person alive here. When everyone was silent in sadness, Minato Namikaze's slightly surprised voice came over, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at each other when they heard the words, and ran forward quickly. Breathing hard in the ruins, there were traces of darkness on her face. The girl opened her eyes, and immediately saw the surprised and excited face of Minato. Minato Namikaze burst into tears. Encountered by the Great Change, a group of strange ninjas rushed into the clan of the Uzumaki clan, killing anyone they saw. Everyone was vicious, and the surprise and excitement on Minato Namikaze made the girl feel very at ease. Okay, it's alright, as long as we are here, no one can hurt you. Minato Namikaze felt a lot in his heart. He was a kind-hearted person. Seeing this girl undergoing such a drastic change, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. The tone became more and more gentle, trying to heal the wounds in the girl's heart. The gentle tone of Namikaze Minato seemed to be able to dispel the dark sunlight, and the girl cried even more sadly, but soon, the girl fainted. Finally, the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan has been retained. Hey! Zai shook his head slightly, his tone indescribably melancholy. Each family has its own secret escape route. Although the Vortex clan has undergone great changes, some clansmen should have escaped through the secret escape route. Moreover, the Vortex clan has existed for many years, and some bloodlines have flowed out, so it should be a matter of cutting off the bloodline. Not really. But it's true to use the surname Uzumaki in the future. Orochimaru also said, with a touch of helplessness on his face. Even if he was indifferent by nature, he couldn't help but feel shy at this time, and the powerful family in the past could not escape being destroyed. The fate of this world, I am afraid that only the legendary gods can really lie forever. Minato, bring this girl, we will go back to Konoha now. Orochimaru continued. Wait, Shuumao hasn't come yet. Zilla also frowned and hesitated. Jiraiya, are you really stupid or fake? This Shuumao hasn't come here yet, but Long Ren came one step ahead, and he won't come for as long as we wait here. Orochimaru sneered, said lightly. Everyone is not a fool. When Orochimaru said this, everyone understood that Long Ren would come here, which may have something to do with Heitake Sakumo. Is Heitake Sakumo? Lee squinted slightly and suddenly remembered what happened to Heitake Sakumo in the original book. Could it have something to do with this? Conjecture is always conjecture. Long Ren will come here. There are too many possibilities. This matter is very involved. Just guessing can't solve the problem. As long as you return to Konoha, everything will be clear. After the two forces are integrated, stay. Dozens of ninjas came to take care of the Uzumaki clan's funeral, and the rest were led by Orochimaru and Jiraiya, heading towards Konoha. Suomao, don't you have any explanation for this? After returning to Konoha village, I didn't even have time to rest. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as well as the joinin who had participated in this mission, were all called to the Hokage Tower. Lee and Neike's Minato was among them, and Kushina was among them. He was sent home and was taken care of by Uchiha Mikato. Lord Hokage, I am to blame for this matter. No matter what the punishment is, I have no complaints against Sakumo Heitake. In addition to the jonin who was on the mission, Danzo and two advisors were present. In the field, in addition to Danzo, the two advisors also looked at Heitake Sakumo with a livid look. If Heitake Sakumo had a special status, they really wanted to scold people. The cause and effect of the incident is very simple, which corresponds to the plot in the original work. Heitake Sakumo had an accident when he blocked Longnin village. 1/3 of the 100 ninjas were killed and injured in an instant, and then more than a dozen ninjas died in the battle, and even 3 of the Shangnin were wounded and dying. Heitake Sakumo saw that his companions were killed and injured so badly, but the long inside there are at least 1,000 ninjas, and if they continue to fight, except for Heitake Sakumo, I am afraid that all of them will be killed. If it was before, Heitake Sakumo will definitely insist on performing the mission, but at the end of the Second Ninja War, one thing had changed him and made him feel the value of his companions. The mission is always dead, and the companion is a living life. It is because of this change that Heitake Sakumo chose to give up the mission and lead the companion to retreat. While Long Ren, after losing the block, he successfully entered the country of Vortex and destroyed the Vortex family. Does he regret it? Heitake Sakumo will say that he has no regrets, because he saved the lives of dozens of his comrades, so he does not regret it, and Heitake Sakumo can't do it in exchange for the lives of his comrades in exchange for the survival of the Uzumaki family. At this time, Lee doesn't know what to say. Lee knows how Heitake Sakumo is a person. It's hard to say who's right and who's wrong. Everyone has their own insistence. Heitake Sakumo has the final say. It's just to save his companions, and the one who destroyed the Uzumaki clan was Long Nin village, and he would never vent his anger on Heitake Sakumo. The hair of the 3 generations of Hokage is about to turn white. It would be easier if someone else did it, but this person is Heitake Sakumo. Not to mention how much credit he made for the establishment of Konoha during World War II, it is just his absolute strength. Konoha's indispensable pillar talent, the Whirlpool family, has been wiped out. If he commits another crime against Kisakumo, wouldn't Konoha be hit even harder? Everyone in the hall looked at Heitake Sakumo with bad expressions, and even the 3 joinin he rescued stared at Heitake Sakumo with shame. If it wasn't for Heitake Sakumo's order to retreat, how will the Uzumaki clan be exterminated? How will Konoha lose allies, and the mission will not fail? The 3 generations of Hokage are now reprimanding Heitake Sakumo here. It is not equal to reprimanding them, saying that they are greedy for life and fear of death, so they did not complete the mission. What? In the end, the 3 generations of Hokage did not accuse Heitake Sakumo too much, and let him go home with a gloomy face, but as soon as he exited the Hokage tower, there were whispered ninjas in the past, although they did not know what they were talking about. However, that instruction fell on Heitake Sakumo without exception. It's none of our business, we didn't issue the order to retreat, we're not people who are greedy for life and fear of death. After walking to an alley on the street, Heitake Sakumo saw a few ninjas arguing. Looking sideways, Heitake Sakumo happened to see 6 ninjas arguing about something, and 3 of them were already arguing. The other 3 were flushed with anger, but they didn't dare to fight back. Seeing this, Heitake Sakumo frowned. The 3 bullied ninjas were the 3 Junin he rescued, and he couldn't bear to watch. When his companion was insulted, Heitake Sakumo quickly stepped forward and walked into the alley. What are you doing? Heitake Sakumo's prestige is still very high, this roar, although the 3 ninjas who started to look down on Heitake Sakumo's greed for life and fear of giving up the mission, they still dare not say anything, and glance at Heitake Sakumo disdainfully. Then they left together. Seeing this situation, Heitake Sakumo shivered with anger, but thinking that the Uzumaki clan would be exterminated for his own reasons, Heitake Sakumo calmed down the anger and looked at the 3 people he rescued. Forbearance, he said lightly, if they dare to insult you like this again in the future, don't be afraid, just do it directly. I didn't save you back to let you be bullied. Hey, who asked you to save us? If it wasn't for your order to retreat, our allies, the Uzumaki clan, would not have been exterminated, and the 3 of us would not have been looked down upon by Konoha's comrades. It's all your fault. I really misread you at the beginning, but I thought you were a great hero, but I didn't expect you to be a life-threatening person. One of the ninjas snorted coldly, pointed at Heitake Sakumo, and said excitedly. When he was besieged by thousands of ninjas, Heitake Sakumo was afraid that all his comrades would die, so he issued an order to retreat. However, it seemed that the 3 ninjas were indeed frightened by the thousands of enemies, so he released retreat order. The 3 ninjas snorted in unison and passed by Heitake Sakumo, leaving Heitake Sakumo standing in place with a stunned face. Did I do something wrong? Isn't protecting your companions the first thing a ninja has to do? Heitake Sakumo was puzzled. At first, he was a mission-oriented person. Even if he abandoned his companions, he would complete the mission. One thing made him change his mind and start to love his companions. Now Heitake Sakumo believes that the mission is just a fixed dead thing, and the companion is the living existence. Is it wrong to give up the mission for the companion? Heitake Sakumo didn't understand, so he turned around and headed home. Along the way, ordinary residents and ninjas who came and went all pointed at Heitake Sakumo with a look of contempt on his face. Everything hurts Heitake Sakumo's heart deeply. He suddenly fell from a person sitting on the throne of honor to a big sinner in Konoha. Heitake Sakumo felt that everything was so ridiculous. Kushina, come, have something to eat first, and I'll accompany you to go out for a walk. One in Kushina's house, Lee was carrying a bowl of white porridge, scooped a spoonful of it with a spoon to cool it, and brought it to Kushina's mouth, but she didn't respond at all. Seeing this, he sighed slightly, remorseful in his heart, put the spoon back into the bowl, put the porridge bowl on the side table, and then forcibly helped Kushina up. At this time, Kushina only had a little in response. She stared blankly at Lee, her blue pupils without a trace of focus. Jushina, the deceased is gone, what you have to do now is to live well with the hope of your clan. If you were like this, if your parents and mother find out, even if they die, they will not be able to rest in peace, as your parents, what they want more is that you live strong and find your own happiness. Speaking of which, Li Weiwei pursed his lips. He didn't know how to comfort people. These words were all he said with reference to his previous life. No matter how much more, he would also unable to tell. Seeing that Kushina still didn't react at all, Li Wei gritted her teeth and hugged Kushina. Suddenly, Kushina responded and began to struggle. "What are you doing?" Juzine asked loudly while struggling. She was very angry. She had been exterminated, and Li still made fun of herself like this. "Don't move." Li glared at Ju Xian with an irresistible determination in his eyes. Suddenly, Ju Xian calmed down, staring blankly at Li, unable to speak. Seeing that Kushina was quiet, Li Weiwei bent down, picked up the porridge bowl, and then carried Kushina out of the door, went to the wooden corridor under the eaves and sat down. While Kushina let her sit on his feet, he held her in his arms. At this time, the sun was gradually setting in the west, and the afterglow shone in, dyeing the whole yard into a golden color, making it look peaceful. "Kushina, no matter who leaves you, I will always be by your side. Your pain, your sadness, and your happiness, I am willing to share with you, so even if your family is destroyed, you will never be alone." Looking at the golden afterglow, Li Wei squinted his eyes and said softly. Li didn't know why he was able to say such affectionate words, but he didn't want to see Kushina sad. At the corner of the room, Uchiha Mikato looked at Li, and Kushina opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't say anything. She couldn't speak, she didn't know what to say, she could only stare blankly. Li and Kushina's back. 1 month after the Uzumaki clan was exterminated, this matter not only did not subside, but became more serious. Almost everyone was talking about Heitake Sakumo's greed for life and fear of giving up the mission, which led to the extermination of Konoha's allies. Sakumo caused a huge blow. He didn't take a step out of the house for a month. Even the 4-year-old Kakashi was pointed at him. This had a great impact on Kakashi's young mind. After a month, Kushina also got out of her sadness and returned to her former liveliness. She often bickered with Uchiha Mikato. Although I saw Kushina and Li intimacy last time, Uchiha Mikato didn't seem to mind. As usual, I didn't mention this to Zionli, and I didn't go to make trouble with Kushina. It's still the same as before, I can do whatever I want. Chakra has reached the critical point of the elite, and after a while of refining, it should be able to reach the shadow level. After refining the chakra, Li opened his eyes, exhaled slightly, then touched his eyes and murmured, "These eyes are a little blurry." Thinking of this, Li sank his consciousness into the system space and found the system ask about the points needed to restore pupil strength. The host's eyes have lost 10% of their pupil power. To fully recover, 1000 points are needed. Soon, Li got the answer. After thinking about it, Li decided to restore his pupil strength first. At this time, he already had 81,000 points, and he could just use this 1000 points to restore his eyes to a perfect state. After all, the eternal kaleidoscope needs 1 million points, and he is too far from this number. At this stage, there is no problem with this kaleidoscope. Hey, it would be great if I had a blood brother, and I took his eyes directly, and I didn't have to waste so much time. Li Weiwei sighed, and could only sigh that his parents died early, and he did not leave a younger brother for himself. Or my sister, otherwise, how can I use so many points? But this is just a talk. If you really want to have a real brother, Li may not be able to do such a thing. Of course, the premise is that the younger brother or sister will not fight against him, otherwise, it doesn't matter who you are. Say it again. After spending 1000 points to restore the pupil strength, Li immediately felt a cool breeze blowing across his eyes, removing all the fatigue, and opened his eyes to see that his vision was much clearer, and he knew his pupil strength has fully recovered. It is estimated that the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye has been known by the senior management of Konoha, and Susanoo has also been exposed. As for Shinwei, although it has been used in front of others, it is impossible for them to know the characteristics of Shinwei, but it is for others to have it. Be prepared, it looks like I'm going to exchange a new pupil technique for emergencies. Li Weiwei squeezed his chin. He now has the pupil technique of Susanoo, which combines attack and defense. Shinwei is a unique trick to escape and save his life, but it can be used alone. Attacks can also be group attacks, but I always feel that something is missing. Shinwei's single attack is good, but group attacks are not very powerful. Stronger ninjas can dodge. System, help me exchange the pupil technique Amaterasu. After some consideration, Li still decided to exchange for Amaterasu. Although Uedo and Byakushin are both good, one needs to look at each other and the interval is too long. At this stage, Li doesn't need this kind of pupil technique. Like Shinwei, as long as you condense your pupil power, you can appear instantly. It is very strange, and it cannot be extinguished. This is the best way to kill enemies first, and it is especially suitable for group attacks. A day shines in the past, no matter how many ninjas you have, all burn. After spending 10,000 points again, the information of Amaterasu appeared in Li's mind, and he could also feel some kind of power in it with his right eye. Li knew that this was Amaterasu. Whoosh! At this moment, a masked ninja suddenly appeared in Lee's yard. Judging by his attire, he was from Umbu, but he was not directly under Hokage, but belonged to Danzo's troops, Gen/Mini. Uchiha Lee, Danzo-sama has something to discuss with you, please hurry up. After saying this, the Umbu didn't go back immediately, but stared at Lee with a pair of exposed eyes, as if he and Lee set out together. Danzo? Lee Vinian narrowed his eyes slightly, pacing back and forth in the yard. The last time I blocked Urin village, my kaleidoscope writing wheel eye has been exposed. The powerful power of Susanoo and Shinwei must be known by Hokage and Danzo. The 3 generations of Hokage will not act rashly because of the Uchiha clan, but this Danzo but he has no scruples. This guy has completely inherited the thinking of the 2nd generation of Hokage. He wanted to get rid of Uchiha for a long time, but there was no reason for it. Now calling himself over, if there is no accident, he must want to stage a snatch for the kaleidoscope. The plot, if you resist, you can't say that this Danzo will put him on the charge of rebellion, and then there will be a reason to take action against Uchiha. No matter how bad it is, you can also remove the genius of the Uchiha family. This kind of thing is 100 times for Danzo. Profit without harm. Uchiha-sama, Danzo-sama said that this matter is urgent, and I hope you can go there as soon as possible. If the major event is delayed, even your Uchiha family can't bear it. Seeing that Lee didn't want to go, the name Umbu suddenly became more serious. With a tone of voice, I want Lee Guai to obey. In any case, this is Konoha, even the 3 generations of Hokage dare not ignore Danzo's words. He does not believe that Lee dares disobeying Danzo's orders, and he does not allow disobedience. In his eyes, Danzo-sama is God, and no one can disobey God's orders. Hearing this Umbu's words, Lee, who was pacing in small steps, suddenly stopped. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes glared at this Umbu, his figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Umbu. He kicked Umbu's stomach, and the huge force directly kicked him out, hitting the wall of the yard, making a dull crashing sound. A mere dog dares to bark in front of my Uchiha clan. Didn't Danzo teach you manners? Lee Lang snorted, then turned around and said again, go back and tell Danzo, my Uchiha today clan. Busy, no time to go out. If there is something, let him come over and tell me. Uchiha Lee will definitely listen. Uchiha Lee, what do you mean? You dare to disobey Danzo-sama's orders. Do you Uchiha clan want to rebel? Umbu was kicked. After getting up, he stared at Lee and said coldly, sissy murderous intent emanated from his eyes. Get out of here. Lee turned back suddenly, a huge bone arm appeared behind him, punched Umbu's body, and slammed him directly into the wall. The wall couldn't bear the force and collapsed suddenly. Nanbi rolled out directly. After being hit hard by this Umbu knew that Lee didn't take Danzo in his eyes at all, and he dared to stay there. After getting up with difficulty, he directly activated the instant body technique and disappeared. He had to rush back and tell the story. Danzo, as to how to decide is not his consideration. Watching Umbu leave, Lee took Susanoo's arm back, and the kaleidoscope also disappeared, turning into black pupils. Looks like this Tuanzang has already started to attack my kaleidoscope idea. Li Weiwei squinted his eyes, and then snorted, if you don't come, if you dare to come, now my strength is not afraid of Jirei, relying on divine power, who can catch me, Ignoring the damaged yard, Li went straight out of the door and headed towards the place where the great elder lived. Now the time is almost ripe, and some plans can also begin to enter the implementation stage. The night is like water, and the bright moon hangs high in the sky. Under this bright moon, Uchiha Jean and Lee are sitting opposite each other. As first seen, Uchiha Jean is still brewing tea leisurely, while Lee is sitting cross-legged and watching quietly. Watching Uchiha's battle for making tea. You mean Danzo has already sent someone to look for you, and he wants to take you to the root// department? Uchiha Jean brewed tea, put the kettle aside, and looked at Lee Tan and asked. Yeah. Lee nodded, picked up a small cup of tea, took a sip. The mouth was bitter, but after swallowing, a sweetness rose from the throat, but soon, Lee raised his head and sipped the whole cup of tea. After drinking it, put down the cup, and said lightly, this tea is really not for me. This tea is bitter and then sweet, which is not in line with my style. You can still taste the sweetness without tasting the pain. This is Lee's life goal, and he has been moving towards this goal. Young people are impatient, there is no bitterness, how come it is sweet? My martial arts faction has endured for so long, not only to face the suppression of the moderates, but also to face the suppression of the Hokage. The pain has been exhausted, but now you are a young genius in the Uchiha clan, and it is a good thing. Uchiha Jean laughed, and after he finished speaking, he also learned the same way, drank the tea in one gulp, smashed his mouth, and said again, although there is a lack of taste the order of suffering, but this tea is still sweet, but my craftsmanship has not declined, old man. There is no order to taste the bitterness, the tea is still sweet? Li Vinian smiled, the meaning of Uchiha war is very simple, if you want to taste the sweetness without tasting the bitterness, this strength is essential. Uchiha wars he has the ability to make tea, and Lee also has the ability to not have to suffer. This can be regarded as an endorsement of Li's method of slamming Umbu out of the house. Li, now Danzang has been eyeing you, and you beat his subordinates out. Although I don't know Danzang to complain to Naruto, there will be a lot of small actions in the future. As the saying goes, gun-yi hiding, secret arrows are hard to guard against. Danzo is a very sturdy person. If he really wants to target you, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. What are you going to do? Uchiha Jean sank slightly and returned the topic to the topic. Well, before that, I want to know what you think, old man. Li Wei nodded, and then said again, do you think my Uchiha clan must bring down Hokage, and then let their clan sit on the Hokage place? This is of course. Back then, Madara-sama and Kishao Juma worked together to create Konoha. Kishao Juju was the first Hokage, and the second generation should have been inherited by my Uchiha clan, but the Senju clan, in order to suppress my Uchiha clan, the position of the second generation was passed on to Senju Tobirama, and now, the purpose of our Uchiha clan is to defeat the Hokage lineage, so that no one dares to underestimate us. Speaking of this, Uchiha Jean Lian was in the mood for tea. No more, blowing his beard and staring angrily. Li Vinian shook his head slightly, reached out his hand to stop Uchiha Jean's words, and said, old man, don't you think your mind has gone into a dead end? What do you mean? Uchiha Jean asked in confusion. This ninja world is huge, and there are countless villages. My Uchiha clan used to traverse the ninja world. How big is a small Konoha village? Is it worth fighting for such a slap-sized place with 3 generations of Hokage? After pouting, I feel that Uchiha's idea is like a child who has a temper. If you don't pass me the position of Hokage, I will grab it myself. I really did this kind of thing, don't you feel bored? Why is it called Hokage? Obviously we are the Uchiha family who are famous in the world for Sharingan. Why should the hat of Hokage cover the 3 words Uchiha? Even if it does become Hokage in the future, then Hokage is still Hokage, and it has nothing to do with the Uchiha family for $50. Is it really interesting to fight like this? Kinshao Zujian is the best in the world, Uchiha Madara is unparalleled, the two became famous, who is relying on the name of Hokage. In the ninja world, only the god of the ninja world, Senju Hajime, is recognized, and only the evil god Uchiha Madara is recognized. Who recognizes you, Konoha village Hokage? Oh, what do you mean? Uchiha has lived for a long time, so naturally he will not be impulsive. Although Li refuted his words, he did not refute it, but wanted to hear Li's thoughts. Humph, old man, the meaning in my words is very clear, just like the literal meaning, entangled in a small kimura, even if the fight for the position of Hokage succeeds? It was Uchiha. When Konoha was not yet established, in the entire ninja world, just the word Uchiha was enough to make any family ninja shudder. Today, although Uchiha still enjoys the shadow left by his ancestors, he is more, when others are afraid of Konoha village, not Uchiha. Li Dan snorted and said his thoughts. Uchiha Jean heard the words, his eyes lit up. He was not a fool, although Li did not express his meaning clearly, but he was able to guess everything when he heard the words. During the Warring States period, the 3 words Uchiha had enough weight. Thousands of pounds, no one dares to fight hard, but now, if you are obsessed with Hokage of Konoha village, no matter how famous you are in the future, it will only be the 3 words Konoha village, not Uchiha. Li, if you have any idea, just go ahead and do it. Old man, although I have a lot of old bones, our faction will definitely support you. Uchiha Jean stood up and said firmly with an excited look on his face. Lord Patriarch, Danzo has something to ask for. Uchiha Hiroshi sat in the study with a sad face, his hair was almost white. He already knew that Li opened the kaleidoscope. Originally, he was from the Uchiha clan, so he should be happy, but Li is from the martial arts faction. People and their moderates are the enemy, which makes him feel an unprecedented crisis. When he can't do anything, his confidant Jinin came to the study to report the news of Danzang's arrival. Danzo? Hearing this, Uchiha Hao frowned slightly. The Uchiha family has always had a bad relationship with Konoha. Among them, Danzo is the one who dislikes Uchiha the most. Since the establishment of the security department, Danzo is even more. I haven't set foot even a step, so why are you here today? Let him in. Unable to figure out Danzo's intentions, Uchiha Hiroshi couldn't keep Danzo from the door. Yes. After a while, the study room was pushed aside and Danzang walked in slowly, leaning on crutches. His right eye was wrapped in white cloth, and his right hand was also hung with white cloth, like a man with a broken arm. Uchiha Hiroshi saw this and was happy. He stood up from the chair and walked towards Danzo. I don't know why Danzo-sama is here late at night. Uchiha Hiroshi is also a man who can bend and stretch. In this regard, he is much stronger than his son Uchiha Fuyu. Although he hates Tuanzang so much that his teeth itch, he has a smile on his face. They all called out, Uchiha Hao, there is no need to be so polite between you and me. The old man is here late at night, and he has something important to discuss. Danzang's face was indifferent, and after passing by, he sat on a chair beside him. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiroshi flashed a trace of anger in his eyes, but it did disappear in a flash. After sitting down opposite Danzo, he sighed slightly, frowned and said, "Then tell me your purpose." Recently, Uchiha Lee, the genius of the Ai family, has become more and more famous in Konoha, and it seems that he has opened the supreme eye of the Uchiha family, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, which is really gratifying. Tuanzang smiled lightly, but his face didn't change, and he couldn't understand what it meant. Although this child lost his parents since he was a child, he practiced very hard. With today's achievements, I am also very happy as the patriarch. Uchiha Hiroshi nodded slightly, and said something insincere, "You have to go around in circles, I just accompany you around. I really want to congratulate you, the Uchiha family has successors, and they will definitely become the pillars of Konoha in the future." Danzo nodded slightly and looked at Uchiha Hiroshi with a mocking expression. Sure enough, when Uchiha Hiroshi heard this sentence, his face suddenly changed, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Danzo's words could be said to hit his spine. The better Lee was, the more frightened he felt. If there is no accident in the position of the patriarch of a generation, it will definitely be Lee, not his son Uchiha Fuyu. Uchiha Hiroshi, I believe you also know the energy of Uchiha Lee, speaking of which, let's not beat around the bush. Danzo laughed, his face light and calm. Danzo, what do you mean? Do you want to provoke the relationship between my Uchiha clan? Uchiha Hiroshi glared at Danzo with a gloomy face. Hearing the words, Danzo shook his head slightly and didn't mind, and continued, Uchiha how, a few days ago, I asked my subordinates to find Uchiha Lee, hoping to learn about the genocide of the Whirlpool family that day, but I didn't expect him to directly injure my subordinates and threw them out the door. To be honest, I don't want such a person to become the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hiroshi. I don't think you want to, otherwise, it's going to be a bad day. What are you trying to say? Uchiha stood up with a loud voice, his face was full of anger, and he didn't know whether it was in the air mass or the air. Seeing this, Danzo's eyes flashed a gleam of light, but he didn't stand up, and continued, let's cooperate, Uchiha is too strong now, even I wouldn't dare to touch him easily. For today's plan, only you and I cooperate, only then can we get rid of Uchiha, and no matter how bad it is, we can drive him out of Konoha. How about that? Don't even think about it, Uchiha Lee is the genius of my Uchiha clan, as the patriarch, how could I possibly harm him? Uchiha Hao snorted coldly, then waved his hand, turned around and said lightly, Danzo-sama, please come back, you can't send it away if you are angry. Danzo chuckled lightly, then turned and left, but stopped halfway, without turning his head, and said lightly, Uchiha Hiroshi, if you think about it, just find someone to come and find me. I, Danzo, are your best ally, no one can help you except me. After Danzo left, Uchiha Hao staggered 2 steps, put his hands on the desk, rubbed his aching scalp, and muttered, Uchiha Lee, how do you want me to treat you? Why did you enter the martial arts class? Dove faction. Brother Lee, why has more than a month passed, and the incident has not subsided yet, and it is still getting worse? Walking on the street, people can be heard talking about Heitake Sakumo everywhere. Without exception, they are all talking about Heitake Sakumo's greed for life and fear of death, and abandoning the mission, which led to the annihilation of the ally Uzumaki clan. How ugly this is. What they say. The strong will always be hated. Isn't this kind of thing commonplace in Konoha? Lee Weiwei snorted, this kind of thing is not even pursued by the 3 generations of Hokage, even if it happens again, it should take a month. It has also faded away. After all, Heitake Sakumo has made a lot of credit for Konoha, and the merits and demerits are equal, but these are to seize this matter, and it cannot be said that someone is behind the control. As for who? Brother Lee, it's Kushina. Uchiha Mikato suddenly pointed the crowd in front said happily. Looking up, he saw Juxi walking with a lost face. Seeing this, Lee frowned slightly, stepped forward quickly, came to Juxi, and asked, Juxi, what happened? Yet? Lee, Kushina opened her mouth when she saw Lee, but when she thought about what the 3 generations of Hokage explained, she didn't dare to say it, and she hesitated. Seeing this, Lee frowned slightly, then took Kushina's hand and said lightly, follow me. Regardless of whether Kushina agrees or not, she just pulled it and left. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikato knew that something was going to happen, so she hurriedly followed. After arriving at the unmanned training ground, the 3 of them sat around, looking at Kushina's uneasy look, and left the mouth to ask again, Kushina, can you talk now? After the genocide of the Uzumaki family, Uchiha Mikato's attitude towards Kushina was much better, and the number of quarrels was reduced. Sometimes she also cared about Kushina's problems. Uchiha Mikato and Lee's eyes focused on Kushina. On Zine, I hope she will tell her troubles. Lee, Mikato, 3 generations of Hokage said that this matter cannot be told to others, even you, so I. Kushina's face was a little anxious, the words were held in her heart, and the feeling of wanting to say but not being able to say it made me. She was going crazy. Hearing Kushina's words, Lee squinted slightly and thought about the human Zulai. At this time, Kushina was 12 years old and had been in Konoha for 6 years. The vitality of the first generation of 9-tailed human Zulai was gradually exhausted. I thought it was time to replace the man column force. Kushina, did the 3 generations of Hokage prepare you to become a human pillar? Li Chenling said lightly after a moment. How do you know? As soon as he finished speaking, Kushina covered her mouth, but seeing Li's appearance as expected, Kushina helplessly put down her hand, sighed slightly, and said again, since you have already I know, then let me tell you, when I was sent to Kana, the real purpose was to become a 9-tailed person, but Mito's mother-in-law saw that I was young and said that she could last a few years, so she let me later, I became Renzhuli, but now, Mito Granny's life is about to come to an end, and the 9 tails are about to break out, so the 3 generations of Hokage came to me and explained this to me. Speaking of this, Kushina for a while, Uzumaki Mito was her only clan of Konoha. Mito had always cared about her like a kind mother-in-law. Now that she is about to die, Kushina is very sad. The fate of becoming Renzhuli and the death of her clan's mother-in-law, 2 things happened to Kushina at the same time. Even though she was already mentally prepared to become Renzhuli, she still couldn't help but be afraid. Human Zulai? What is this? Uchiha Mikato asked in confusion while listening. The so-called human pillar power is to seal a tailed beast into the human body, using the human body as a cage and the sealing technique as a shackle, connecting the fate of the tailed beast with the human being. But no matter how powerful the sealing technique is, it is also impossible to completely suppress a tailed beast. Therefore, as a human being in a cage, we must constantly use our own strength to strengthen the power of the seal technique to fight against the tailed beast. If the tailed beast breaks through the seal accidentally, then as a human being of human strength, your reason will be occupied by the tailed beast, and eventually you will become a monster that only destroys and kills. Li Weiwei exhaled and explained. Uchiha Mikato's face tightened when she heard the words. She knew what a tailed beast was, but she didn't expect that such a monster could even be sealed inside a human body. I can't help but feel injustice for Kushina. Why should a 12-year-old girl suffer such inhuman treatment, and how did Kushina come here in the past 6 years? The 6-year-old leader of the Weak Crown was forced to accept the fate of becoming Renzhuli. He was worried every day and night. As a normal person, who wants to become the Renzhuli that everyone hates? At this time, Uchiha Mikato also felt distressed for Kushina. Jushina, are you afraid? Li looked at Juxina and asked softly. I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid, who wants to be that kind of monster Zulai? Kushina nodded, but soon, she said again, but Granny Mito once told me that the reason why a person is afraid, that is because her heart. After the genocide of the Uzumaki family, Uchiha Mikato's attitude towards Kushina was much better, and the number of quarrels was reduced. Sometimes she also cared about Kushina's problems. Uchiha Mikato and Li's eyes focused on Kushina. On Zine, I hope she will tell her troubles. Li Mikato, 3 generations of Hokage said that this matter cannot be told to others, even you, so I. Kushina's face was a little anxious, the words were held in her heart, and the feeling of wanting to say but not being able to say it made me. She was going crazy. Hearing Kushina's words, Li squinted slightly and thought about the human Zulai. At this time, Kushina was 12 years old and had been in Konoha for 6 years. The vitality of the first generation of 9-tailed human Zulai was gradually exhausted. I thought it was time to replace the man column force. Kushina, did the 3 generations of Hokage prepare you to become a human pillar? Li Chenling said lightly after a moment. How do you know? As soon as he finished speaking, Kushina covered her mouth, but seeing Li's appearance as expected, Kushina helplessly put down her hand, sighed slightly, and said again, since you have already I know, then let me tell you, when I was sent to Kana, the real purpose was to become a 9-tailed person, but Mito's mother-in-law saw that I was young and said that she could last a few years, so she let me later, I became Renzhuli, but now, Mito Granny's life is about to come to an end, and the 9 tails are about to break out, so the 3 generations of Hokage came to me and explained this to me. Speaking of this, Kushina for a while, Uzumaki Mito was her only clan of Konoha. Mito had always cared about her like a kind mother-in-law. Now that she is about to die, Kushina is very sad. The fate of becoming Renzhuli and the death of her clan's mother-in-law, 2 things happened to Kushina at the same time. Even though she was already mentally prepared to become Renzhuli, she still couldn't help but be afraid. Human Zulai? What is this? Uchiha Mikato asked in confusion while listening. The so-called human pillar power is to seal a tailed beast into the human body, using the human body as a cage and the sealing technique as a shackle, connecting the fate of the tailed beast with the human being. But no matter how powerful the sealing technique is, it is also impossible to completely suppress a tailed beast. Therefore, as a human being in a cage, we must constantly use our own strength to strengthen the power of the seal technique to fight against the tailed beast. If the tailed beast breaks through the seal accidentally, then as a human being of human strength, your reason will be occupied by the tailed beast, and eventually you will become a monster that only destroys and kills. Li Weiwei exhaled and explained. Uchiha Mikato's face tightened when she heard the words. She knew what a tailed beast was, but she didn't expect that such a monster could even be sealed inside a human body. I can't help but feel injustice for Kushina. Why should a 12-year-old girl suffer such inhuman treatment, and how did Kushina come here in the past 6 years? The 6-year-old leader of the Weak Crown was forced to accept the fate of becoming Renzhuli. He was worried every day and night. As a normal person, who wants to become the Ren Zulai that everyone hates? At this time, Uchiha Mikato also felt distressed for Kushina. Jushina, are you afraid? Lee looked at Juxina and asked softly. I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid, who wants to be that kind of monster Zulai? Kushina nodded, but soon, she said again, but Granny Mito once told me that the reason why a person is afraid, that is because her heart is empty, so she is helpless and helpless. If she wants to never be afraid, she must fill her heart with love before fear fills it up. In this way, you can do anything. I'm not afraid anymore, now I've found it. So, I'm not scared. After speaking, Juxina lowered her head. She was excited for a while, but now she came back to her senses, and her face suddenly turned red. How could such words be said in front of Lee? Then do you want to be a human Zulai? Li Chenling asked again after a moment. Hearing this, Kushina raised her head, glanced at Li, blinked her eyes, and said, of course I don't want to, but the fundamental purpose of my being sent here is to become a human force, and now my mother-in-law is about to die, even if I can't do anything if I don't want to. Having said that, Kushina felt sad again, although she had found love to fill her heart, but she didn't want to get along with a monster every day, and this monster was still in her body. It is difficult to guarantee that one day there will not be a thing that cannot be suppressed by oneself and is occupied by monsters. What should I do if I miss and hurt Li? Hearing Kushina's answer, Li nodded slightly, then stood up, looked into the distance, and said softly, Kushina, go back and have a good rest first. A nightmare is always a dream. As long as you wake up, it's all over. Really? Is this really just a nightmare? Kushina stood up and asked in confusion. Of course it's true. I once said that was the last time you were injured, so no matter what happens, I will protect you from the front. Li nodded, and then patted Juzine's head again. Said, go back quickly. Well, thank you, Li, if it weren't for you, I would be very scared now. Kushina nodded happily, with a moved face. At this moment, she was very fortunate that the family sent her to Konoha. Seeing Kushina's back jumping away, Li Wei sighed, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and it seemed that he had to take action. Brother Li, what are you going to do? Uchiha Mikato stood up sadly. Although she knew that Li liked Kushina, she still felt a little heartache. Although Li was also kind to her, she could feel it. Kindness is not the kind between partners. Mikato, you. Li opened his mouth. No, I know what to say. After all, Mikato is a moderate person, and she is a martial artist. If she becomes the leader of the martial arts faction, what will Mikato do? You go back first, I have my own plans for this matter. Leaving aside, the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge, and there will naturally be a solution at that time. The big deal is to let Mikato's grandfather go. After thinking about it, once again he said, Mikato, don't say anything about Kushina. This is Konoha's secret. If others find out, Kushina will be very dangerous, you know? Well, don't worry, Brother Li, I know what to do. Uchiha Mikato nodded lightly and whispered. After getting Mikato's answer, Li didn't delay any longer, turned around and left. The next thing to do is no trivial matter, and you need to make some preparations. Brother Li, why can't you see my feelings? Mikato pouted and kicked her feet on the ground angrily. To release the 9 tails, this is the solution that Li Ji came up with. Kushina doesn't want to become a human pillar. The only way is to defect to Konoha. It happens that Li also wants to leave Konoha with the people of the martial arts faction, but it is obvious that he wants to leave safely. No, so many people leave the village at the same time, it will inevitably lead to a war, and maybe it will be completely wiped out by then. The current Konoha is still very powerful, the 3 generations of Hokage, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and even that one more. Heitake Sakumo, who didn't go out of the moon. If these people came to chase at the same time, Li Yushin's great ability would not be able to resist, so Li thought of releasing the 9 tails, so that he could attract the 3 generations of Hokage and others. Look! The 9 tails are huge, the tail moves and the ears collapse, and countless ninjas keep attacking, but in the past, these ninjutsus that were enough to kill a group of people hit the 9 tails, but they couldn't even bubble up. Orochimaru and Jiraiya have already participating in the battle, both of them channeled their own psychic beasts, Wenta from Jiraiya, and Wanshi from Orochimaru. The 3 monsters fought immediately. As for the result, it goes without saying that Wenta and Wanshi are not opponents at all. Hokage-sama, I found Mito-sama. When the 3 generations of Naruto were devastated, a Konoha ninja rushed over to report, and then several medical ninjas carried the dying Uzumaki Mito over, and several medical ninjas took turns to treat them, hoping to save Uzumaki Mito's life. Mito-sama, what's going on? Why did the 9 tails suddenly break free from the seal? 3 generations of Hokage crouched down, looking at the whirlpool Mito and asked anxiously. It's Uchiha. It's the riding wheel of the Uchiha family who took control of the 9 tails while I was unprepared and let it out. Uzumaki Mito's vitality was extremely weak, and after the 9 tails broke out, the situation even worse. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a candle in the wind. Sharing eyes? The pupils of the 3 generations of Hokage shrank, but soon, he shook his head and said again, impossible, although the writing round eyes of the Uchiha clan can control the tailed beasts, but since Madara died, Uchiha has no one in the family can control the 9 tails. Mito-sama, are you sure you read it right? After several medical ninjas' non-stop treatment, Uzumaki Mito seemed to have recovered a little bit of vitality. He struggled to sit up, looked at the majestic 9 tails, sighed slightly, and said lightly, what is the truth? It's inconvenient at this time. Let's talk about it in detail. Let's solve the problem of the 9 tails first. Mito-sama, the ninjas are trying their best to capture the 9 tails, don't worry. Sarutobi Hyazan nodded and looked at the 9 tails helplessly. Although he is known as the doctor of ninjutsu, he can deal with such tails. Beasts, ordinary methods are useless at all. From ancient times to the present, apart from the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and the Mudon of the first Hokage, only the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan can deal with them. Also became a joke. Let the ninja step back, and the 9 tails will be handed over to me. Uzumaki Mito sighed slightly and stood up from the ground. Although he staggered, he finally did not fall. Mito-sama, you. 3 generations of Hokage froze for a moment and stretched out his hand, but he didn't stop Uzumaki Mito. Sarutobi, human beings will die eventually, it's just the difference between sooner or later. I'm no longer able to do so. Once the human pillar force is pulled away from the tailed beast, death is certain. Now I just hope to use my last life to save a few more people. After all, this is the hope left by Hajime. Uzumaki Mito shook his head, and then said again, bring Kushina over here, although it's a bit hasty, but now I can't care about so much. I can only be sorry for that child. It's gone. Hearing this, the 3 generations of Hokage were stunned for a moment, and their eyes began to scan the battlefield. Minato was there, and other ninjas were there, but only Kushina and Lee were missing. Seeing this, the 3 generations of Hokage were anxious for a while. Maybe they were already dead. Under the 9 tails? Come on, hurry up and bring Uzumaki Kushina over here. The 3rd Hokage shouted to the ninjas around him. A few ninjas heard that, although they didn't know why they were looking for Uzumaki Kushina, they hurriedly dispersed to look for it. Lee, have you really made up your mind? At the entrance of Konoha's village, a large group of ninjas gathered again. Most of the ninjas stared at the 2 old men and a young man in front of them with scarlet eyes. That's right, this is our chance. Only by leaving Konoha village can our Uchiha clan rise completely. Lee stared at the scarlet writing wheel and glanced at Uchiha Jean and another old man. This old man was the 2nd elder, he is also one of the leaders of the martial arts faction. Okay, since we put our bets on you, then no matter what you want to do, we will support it. The 2nd elder was also a cheerful person, and immediately said loudly when he heard Lee's words, Lee, it's up to you to make up your own mind in the future. Uchiha Jean nodded, he was the first to express his attitude at the beginning, and naturally it would not change at this time. Hearing this, Lee looked at the 2 elders, then looked at the more than 200 ninjas ahead, raised his head slightly, and said in a straight voice, from now on, I will be the head of the Uchiha clan, and there will be no Konoha Yuji in the future. Only I, Uchiha, do you understand? Everything obeys the instructions of the patriarch. More than 200 people shouted in unison, their faces flushed. At this moment, they have been waiting for a long time, and they finally got it. Seeing this, Lee Wei nodded. It seems that the 1st elder and the 2nd elder have cultivated very good people, but soon, Lee saw the person in the front. Seeing this person, Lee Wei pouted. This person, it was the person who came to make things difficult for him when he first entered the security department, Uchibo Lin. He was also a member of the martial arts faction. Seemingly feeling Lee's gaze, Uchibo Lin raised his head and looked at Lee, but soon, he lowered his head. This young man was only a small Chunin back then, but now he has become the new patriarch with a very different identity. Uchibo Lin also gave up the idea of competing with Lee. The weight of the 3 words kaleidoscope, everyone in the Uchiha family knows that no one has any objection to becoming the patriarch, and he is no exception. Lee, do you really want to take this girl from the Uzumaki family with you? At this time, Uchiha Jean pointed at Kushina who was asleep on the bench, and asked lightly, well, I must take this girl away. Lee nodded with irresistible determination in his eyes. Uchiha Jean nodded slightly and didn't say anything. He had been with Lee for so long, and he naturally knew what the relationship between Lee and Kushina was. Although intermarriage with foreigners would lead to thin blood in the descendants, in the future, as long as Lee and Lee were in the clan again, just find a native to marry, it's not a big deal. Lee brother. At this moment, an anxious voice came from behind the crowd, and all of them suddenly turned their heads and looked behind them, their scarlet eyes staring at the person who came. Mito, you're out of breath, why don't you hide and enjoy your last moments? Why do you come here? Do you think you can conquer me with your broken body? Stop kidding, hurry up. Get off me. Juwei's aura was like a rainbow. Seeing the person who had detained him for so many years, Juwei burst into laughter. Although his tone was hateful, he didn't have much murderous aura. After all, they had lived together for decades. Time will enlighten it. Even if the Nine Tails can't listen to it, they can know that the Uzumaki Mito is not as bad as other humans, and the Nine Tails are not a white-eyed wolf, although it will not cause the Uzumaki Minato to reseal it and keep the whirlpool water. He's thinking, but he won't kill Uzumaki Mito either. Nine Tails, you haven't told me your name for so many years, so I can only call you Nine Tails now. Are you really happy now? Uzumaki Mito shook his head slightly and said lightly, Uzumaki Mito, in the eyes of you humans, we tailed beasts are just beasts. Although I admit that you are different from others, so what? You are about to die now. Beast, your life will come to an end, you will end up like this. It can only be said that the will of God is like this. Isn't it too late to say this now? Jue said angrily, wagging his tail. In the end, we are all creatures in the world, and there is no need to distinguish the difference between beasts and humans. If we really want to distinguish, the only difference is the heart. If the heart is a beast, it is a beast, and if the heart is a human being, that is human beings. It depends on how you look at this problem, but this answer cannot be solved whether it is for you or for me. Whether it is human or beast, they all have their own persistence and survival. I will not deny your existence. As for whether you are denying me, or denying the whole world, you have to ask your own heart. Having said that, Uzumaki Mito coughed twice, the scarlet blood flowing from the corners of his mouth flowed out, and after wiping the blood, Uzumaki Mito shook his head slightly, and said again, it seems that my time is running out, and I will seal you again. As for the answer, one day, you will find it, and good luck to you, my longtime companion. Violent white light erupted from Uzumaki Mito's body, illuminating the entire dark night. Lord Hokage, I didn't see the figure of Uzumaki Kushina, and I didn't even see Uchiha. The ninja who was looking for Kushina came back. Hearing the news, the 3 generations of Hokage went black and almost fainted. He is not a fool. This matter is definitely not that simple. It just disappeared at this time. Now, even if Uzumaki Mito sacrifices himself to seal the tailed beast, what can he do? Without the strength of the people, he can only be trapped for a while. Minato, are you alright? Don't die. A red-haired girl burst into tears while hugging Minato, who had been knocked unconscious by the Nine Tails. This girl was the orphan brought back by the Uzumaki clan after the extermination. Seeing this girl, the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage lit up, and they walked over quickly, first looking at Minato Namifang. There was no big problem. Child, what's your name? Sandai Hokage squatted down and said gently, my name is Uzumaki Xiling. The red-haired girl, no, Uzumaki Xiling recognized this old man, who was Hokage from the village. Hearing the question, he didn't dare to neglect and reported his name. Is it Whirlpool Xiling? The 3 generations of Hokage nodded after hearing the words, then pretended to be Shenling, and said again, Xiring, would you like to do Konoha a favor? Lord Hokage, is there anything I can do? Uzumaki Xiling wiped the tears from her face and asked. Well, you have seen it, now the Nine Tails suddenly appeared in the village for some unknown reason. Countless ninjas lost their lives because of it, and even Minato was seriously injured and dying. If it continues like this, I am afraid that the entire Konoha will die, destroyed by the Nine Tails, when the time comes. Sandai Hokage sighed helplessly, and did not continue, but his eyes flicked over Minato and Uzumaki Xiling from time to time, and he could see that Uzumaki Xiling was right. Namikaze Minato has a lot of goodwill, and maybe he'll be willing to become a human pillar for Namikaze Minato. Lord Hokage, please teach me what I dare to do and how to protect Minato. Uzumaki Xiling asked the 3rd Hokage with a firm face. When the 3 generations of Hokage heard the words, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then he frowned, and said with an embarrassed expression, if you want to save the village in Minato, you must first seal the Nine Tails, but the life of the predecessor, Zulai Vortex Mito-sama, has already passed. The end is about to come to an end, and there is no one else in the village, so I can't seal the Nine Tails. Lord Hokage, let me be Zulai. Mito-sama is a member of my Uzumaki clan. Although I am not as good as Mito-sama, I am willing to give it a try. Uzumaki Xiling heard the words and said without hesitation, but in this way, you will lose a lot of freedom in the future, don't you regret it? Although the 3 generations of Hokage were relieved, they still asked with a face of embarrassment. As long as I can save Watergate, I'm fine. No matter how loud the battle between Kuo and Konoha is, it has nothing to do with the more than 200 Uchiha clansmen at Konoha village. Everyone turned to look at the girl behind them with their writing wheels open. The granddaughter of the 3rd elder was sent, but he did not dare to embarrass her. They all knew that this girl had a good relationship with the elder of her own family. Brotherly, why did you leave Konoha? Why did you leave Uchiha? Uchiha Mikato seemed to have run for a long time, unable to catch her breath. He put his hands on his knees slightly, breathing heavily. Seeing this, Lee looked at the 1st elder and the 2nd elder, and said lightly, you guys go out with your clan first, and wait for me in the Valley of the End. The Valley of the End is the place where the 1st Hokage and Uchiha dueled. There was no so-called valley, but because the energy of the 2 battles was too great, the terrain was changed abruptly, and the Valley of the End was formed. The statues were carved by Konoha to commemorate the strongest ninja world at the time. Yes, the patriarch. The first elder and the second elder nodded, then greeted the rest of the clan, and took the lead towards the outside of Konoha village. More than 200 famous clansmen followed, but within a few seconds, the land was empty. Only Lee and Mikato and Kushina, who was still asleep, were left. Brother Lee. Before Lee could speak, Uchiha Mikato threw herself into Lee's arms, sobbing and continued, Brother Lee, are you going to betray Konoha and the family? Betrayed the family? Betrayed Konoha? Lee was speechless, because what he was doing now was indeed like this, at least in the eyes of outsiders, it was betrayal. Brother Lee, are you unhappy in Konoha? Is there something wrong with the patriarch? If so, I will go back and make it clear to the patriarch, he will definitely treat you better. Uchiha Mikato was like a helpless child, holding Lee tightly, for fear that if she let go, the person in front of her would suddenly disappear. At this time, Lee didn't know how to comfort Mikato, so he stretched out his arms to hug her and patted her back gently. In this world, only Kushina and Uchiha Mikato were his most important people. Big Uchiha Mikato is always on her own, and like her own sister, she cares about her life and daily life. All these are kept in my heart, but there are some things that must be done, whether Uchiha or Kushina. The first elder entrusted himself with the heavy responsibility of Uchiha's revival. For such an old man, Lee must carry it up. Kushina, this is the person he loves. For her, even against the world, he cannot shrink back. If you want to protect, you must have power, and you must have frightening power. Although you are not a person in this world, you know the trajectory of the rotation of this world like a god. This is not allowed. You will always be caught in the whirlpool of this world, whether it is Uchiha or Kushina. Since you were born into this world, your destiny has been connected to this world, to stand out, to master your own destiny, and to protect the people you cherish. The premise is based on strength, and both the strength of oneself and the strength outside the body are indispensable. When the strength of oneself and the outside world has reached the top of the world, at that time, who would dare to question their own existence? Who dares to hurt someone they hold dear? After a while, Uchiha Mikato stopped crying, broke free from Lee's arms, looked up at Lee. There were 2 teardrops hanging on the eyelashes of her big eyes, and she looked pitiful. Mikato, everyone has their own way of living. For me, fighting and becoming stronger are the value of my existence in the world. In Konoha, I can only be subservient to others. This is not what I want. It's not the life I'm allowed to have. Lee said softly, wiping away tears for Uchiha Mikato. Why? With Brother Lee's current strength, even the entire Konoha can defeat you with just one palm. Isn't this strength enough? Uchiha Mikato sniffled and asked with a weeping voice. Not enough at all. It's not that I am too strong now, but Konoha today is too weak. It is impossible for me to stop here. I have to step on a higher level. Lee shook his head, his eyes flashed. A trace of firmness. All injustices are caused by the lack of one's own ability. I will never forget this sentence. The path of strength will never end. If you sit and watch the sky, you will be satisfied with a small world. Sooner or later, you will be overcome by this. Experts outside the world will be swallowed up, and then not only themselves, family members, lovers, brothers, friends, clansmen, but everything will be wiped out because of their own lack of ability. Hearing this, Uchiha Mikato lowered her head sadly. She could hear the firmness in Lee's tone, the irreversible firmness. She was silent for a while, then raised her head again and asked, Brother Lee, can you tell me why you are right? The strength is so persistent. Why do you put so much burden on yourself? Because I don't want to make mistakes. The simple 7 words made Uchiha Mikato stunned. These 7 words were too familiar to her. From childhood to adulthood, these 7 words appeared most frequently in Lee's mouth. But now, she understood the meaning of these 7 words. Even if you don't want to make mistakes, as long as you stay safe and don't hurt others, who will deal with you? There is no hatred for no reason in this world, and there will be no hatred for no reason, as long as we live well in the village and don't provoke right and wrong. Mikato, you are wrong. This world is a maelstrom, where you can see people if you look, you can hit people if you stretch out your hand, and you will meet people when you take a step. In such a crowded world, even if you are careful, people will be dragged into the whirlpool. People are group animals. No one can stand loneliness. Everyone wants to have fetters. People's feelings are the most complicated. Once you are bound, you will not be able to escape from the vortex. If you don't struggle hard, you will be completely swallowed up by this vortex sooner or later. Before Uchiha Mikato could finish speaking, Lee interrupted her. Uchiha Mikato had never experienced war and didn't know the cruelty of war. As the only granddaughter of the 3rd elder, and the son of the patriarch, Uchiha Fuyu, she was also pursued by this. Konoha was only guarded on the first day, and the whole Konoha's people, the whole Uchiha, did not dare to show her face. This kind of environment made Uchiha Mikato develop a naive character, thinking that she could keep the world at peace. Uchiha Mikato was speechless. Although she was naive, she was not stupid. To this point, she understood that the bond is the most precious thing for human beings, but it is also the source of disaster. The bond of Lee is Juxin, Nyan herself, but their own fetters are more, Lee, Grandpa, Clan, Juxin Nai. If someone hurts Juxin Nai, Lee will definitely pay it back 100 times. If someone hurts Lee, I will also not let go of those who hurt. Brother Lee, can you take me with you? After being silent for a long time, Uchiha Mikato looked at Lee firmly. When she said this, there was no hesitation in her eyes. Looking at Lee, Uchiha Mikato knew exactly what she felt in her heart. Nose followed Lee and kept shouting brotherly. In this life, she could never leave the boy's side again. Mikato, you really decided? What about your grandfather? Lee Wei was stunned. Uchiha Mikato's words were indeed unexpected. Brotherly, although Grandpa is very old, but there are so many people in the clan to take care of him, there will not be many problems in thinking about it, but you are different from Brotherly. The people around you are all from the martial arts faction. They only like to fight and don't know how to take care of people, and as you know Kushina's character, others take care of her just as well. If I'm not by your side, who will take care of you in the future? So, Lee Ge, don't leave me behind, As he spoke, Uchiha Mikato's eyes turned red again, tears streaming down unsatisfactorily, her voice turned into a cry at the end, and it looked distressing. Seeing Mikato so sad, Lee was very distressed. She couldn't help holding her in his arms, and said softly, Mikato, don't say it, Brotherly won't leave you, no matter where you want to go, I will take her with me. Lee is not a hard-hearted person, no matter how he pursues power, the ultimate purpose is only to protect the things and feelings he cherishes. After all, Lee is still a common man and cannot get rid of the feelings between people. After a while, Uchiha Mikato stopped crying, looked up at Lee, her nose twitched, and whispered, Brotherly, let's take Kushina and go. If the village finds out later, I'm afraid we will go. No more. Yeah. Lee nodded, and then picked up Kushina, who was still in a drowsiness, and rushed out of Konoha with Uchiha Mikato. Now that the 9 tails are destroying, there is no one guarding the door of Konoha. It can be said that they can come and go freely. Fortunately, the people in other villages have not received the news. Otherwise, Konoha village can be said to be over. Uzumaki Mito, you won't let me go until you die. Remember, one day I will break the seal again. I want to see who can stop me. After the tossing to the middle of the night, most of the Konoha village was also destroyed. Finally, after the Uzumaki Mito paid all the price, the 9 tails were sealed up again, and the second generation Zilai was the Uzumaki Xiling, who was willing to make waves for the wind and water. The sacrificed girl, although her bloodline was a little worse than that of Kushina, she was barely able to suppress the 9 tails. Son, I'm sorry, I just experienced the disaster of the genocide, and now I let you pay for Konoha alone. As Uzumaki Mito was dying, he held Uzumaki Xiling's hand with a look of guilt. Only after she became a human pillar did Uzumaki Xiling know what a terrible thing it was. She could even feel that there was a ferocious monster in her body that was roaring. She didn't even hear a word of Mito's words. In the end, Uzumaki Mito closed her eyes and lost her voice. She didn't even have time to teach Uzumaki Xiling how to be a person. With the 9 tails being sealed, this matter has come to an end. The ninja did not die much, but the number of wounded was numerous, and the houses destroyed were countless. Fortunately, the 9 tails were finally resealed. Lord Hokage, hundreds of people in my clan have disappeared, and Uchiha Lee and the 2 elders have disappeared together. A wave of unresolved, another wave, the 3 generations of Hokage have not yet recovered from the incident of the 9 tails, and suddenly heard the news of Uchiha Hiroshi. The 3 generations of Hokage only felt dark in front of him, almost fainted. Barely after a moment of anger, he looked at Uchiha with a gloomy face and asked, come on, what's going on? After the disaster of the 9 tails, all the ninjas in Konoha were fighting against the 9 tails, and Uchiha Lee and the first and second elders of our clan led their respective wings to disappear. During the battle, I escaped from Konoha village. Speaking of this matter, Uchiha Hiroshi also had a gloomy expression on his face. There are more than 200 clansmen, and more than 150 of them have turned on the riding wheel. What a powerful force! If all of them defected, how much power would the Uchiha clan have left? Uchiha Hiroshi can't believe what the status of the Uchiha family in Konoha will become in the future. That's right, Uchiha Hiroshi wants to get rid of the martial arts faction, but to get rid of it doesn't mean to kill all of them, just to get rid of the leader, and then receive this power. Only in this way will not shake the foundation of the Uchiha clan. If the real shopping can be finished, then why wait until now? It has already started, and now losing more than 200 clan members is equivalent to losing half of their strength. It can be expected that the Uchiha clan will be in Konoha in the future. What kind of situation? After listening to Uchiha Hiroshi's words, the third elder on the side had a gloomy expression on his face. After rolling his eyes a few times, he left silently. Organize the manpower to hunt them down, and they must be chased back. The 3 generations of Hokage were out of breath. Originally, because of the 9 tails, Konoha lost so much. There are more than 100 ninjas, this is going to be spread out. What face does Konoha have to face other big countries? Maybe it will spark a war. Mr. Sarutobi, Jiraiya and I are going to hunt down Orochimaru stepped forward, arched his body, then glanced at Jiraiya. Jiraiya understood, nodded slightly, and then nodded 100. The injured ninja headed out of Konoha village. The sky gradually turned bright, the night was dispelled, and the sun climbed up from the foot of the mountain to the east. After waking up and learning that he was knocked out by Lee and then defected to Konoha, Kushina was very angry at first and wanted to go back, but heard from Lee that Konoha had a new manpower, and sent after the chasing soldiers came. Kushina was obedient. Since she already had the strength of the people, it did not cause much trouble to Konoha. It was useless to go back by herself. Instead, she would be executed. Kushina was not so stupid. She doesn't have much affection for Konoha. Since she came to Konoha, she has never had a good life and is bullied every day. In such a situation, where is there any sense of belonging? For Kushina, Lee is her since she didn't want to stay in Konoha, she had to leave. Boom! An explosion sounded behind him, sending up a plume of smoke. Ding! Congrats to the host for killing 3 people, the reward points are worth 3,000. Lee Wei rolled his eyes when he heard the system beep. He set up a lot of traps behind him, just to delay the time. He didn't expect to get points for killing enemies with traps. It's worth it, but I can't be happy at all from now. If someone encounters a trap, it means that Konoha's pursuers are already behind him. Mikoto, Kushina, we have to speed up. This time we are a collective defection. There must be a lot of pursuers sent by Konoha. We need to join the clansmen quickly. Well, I see. The speed of the few people was a little faster, and the 3 figures were shuttled in the woods. Behind them, there was always a sound of explosions, and it was unknown how many traps had been set up along the way. How many traps have this kid set up? Jiraiya and Orochimaru led hundreds of ninjas in pursuit. I don't know how many thunderbolts they stepped on along the way. From time to time, some people were killed. 100 people have now died, a dozen or so, and they have not seen the shadow of them. With so many dead already, wouldn't it be a joke? Boom! There was another explosion, and someone stepped on the thunder again, but this time they learned to be good. They ran fast, and there were no casualties. Since there are traps here, it means they haven't gone far. Don't complain, hurry up and chase. Orochimaru snorted lightly, stepped down, and accelerated. The Valley of the End is the place where Senju and Uchiha Madara fought in the final battle. To commemorate the 2 strongest, Konoha erected 2 huge statues for them in the Valley of the End. The 2 statues stood opposite each other. It was glaring, and a waterfall in the middle was constantly being hit by turbulent water. This was just a plain, but the 2 of them abruptly punched a natural water valley. After coming to the Valley of the End, I saw more than 200 clansmen on the opposite side of Mizutani. The statue of Senju is close to Konoha, and Uchiha Madara's is opposite, and the people are standing on Uchiha Madara's. The statue is waiting for the head of the family to come. Master Patriarch. Seeing Lee coming, the clansmen gathered around one after another. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Lee did not fight. They waited here. What they were most afraid of was that Lee and Konoha fought, although they knew since the head of the family opened the kaleidoscope shaker. But there are many experts in Konoha. If they are besieged, the kaleidoscope will also hate it. Yeah, Lee Wei nodded, glanced at everyone, and then turned to look at the opposite side. Patriarch, what should we do now? Should we just leave or not? The second elder took a step forward and said, Shenlingam, Konoha has already sent chasing troops here. If we leave here, they will definitely chase after us. We have just left Konoha, and we have no foundation, so many things are inconvenient to start. Li Dan snorted. Wei shook his head. What does the Patriarch mean? We are here to kill these pursuers. The elder frowned slightly when he heard the words. If Konoha wanted to pursue, the person sent must be Sanran or the White Fang, and the number of them must be different. Little, if you fight recklessly, although you will win, you will lose a lot of ninjas, which is a bit of a loss. Li has no idea of this, but now there is no other way than to kill the pursuers. As long as the pursuers are killed this time, even Konoha will not dare to send a second wave. After all, after experiencing the 9 tails in the war, Konoha is already in the stage of scarcity. Even if they are willing, they are powerless. For future development, they must go through this shopping experience first. First elder, second elder, pay attention to my orders when fighting for a while. When I tell you to withdraw, don't hesitate, withdraw immediately, understand? Li said lightly, looking at the 2 elders. When the 2 elders heard the words, they looked puzzled. After looking at each other, they nodded in unison. They believed that this young patriarch, although only 12 years old, was excellent in both talent and character. If not, who would dare to pin the fate of the family on him? Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 15 genin and 1 shinin. The reward points are worth 17,000. Hearing the sound of the system, Li nodded slightly, thinking that the traps laid out along the way played a big role. From the beginning, Li planned to make a break with Konoha in the Valley of the End, so he didn't want to be on the road. Stop laying traps. If it wasn't like this, why would they be caught up after walking a few hours before them? Konoha's pursuers were trapped and killed 19 ninjas, 18 were under ninjas, and 1 was Chunin, bringing a total of 20,000 points to Lee, plus the remaining 70,000. Now Lee has 90,000 points worth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru finally appeared, followed by a large group of disgraced Konoha ninjas, both under the ninja and in the Chunin, but not in the upper ninja. And there are 2 of the 3 ninjas leading the team. Even if you don't send a ninja, it will be fine. Ding! The mission is triggered, and the pursuers of Konoha are repelled. The reward points for completing the mission are worth 50,000. If the mission fails, the host's points are worth 50,000. The reward for this mission is very rich, with a full 50,000 points value, but if you think about repelling the Konoha pursuers, you will know that this 10,000 point value is definitely worth the money. You must know that Orochimaru and Jiraiya are also famous. Although the long-time shadow-level masters are only ordinary shadow-level masters, if there are 2 at the same time, even the more powerful shadow-level masters may not be able to win the 2 of them. Jiraiya was also very angry. He did not expect that his students would defect from Konoha without a word. After seeing the hundreds of Uchiha members on the opposite side, Jiraiya jumped to the statue of Senju, looked at Lee and said loudly, "Why defected to Konoha? Lee, you grew up in Konoha, and the old man Sarabi accepted you as a disciple when you were young and taught you ninjutsu. What you are doing now is right. Did the old man Sarabi cultivate you?" The clansmen were furious when they heard the words. What they said was better than what they sang. The 3 generations of Hokage took over as their disciples and did not teach half of ninjutsu at all. Later, for the benefit of Konoha, they also let a 6-year-old child from Lee and Sand Chunin battle in Shinobi Village. Is this what a master should do? It's good not to mention this. When I mentioned it, all the clansmen were angry, and they wanted to rush to fight and fight. They were not afraid. They died for the battle, and they died for Uchiha. This is an honor. Lee Waiwei pouted, stretched out his hand to stop the clansman, and then jumped onto Madara Uchiha's statue and looked at Jiraiya on the opposite side. Jiraiya, teacher, as a student, this is also the last time I will call you a teacher. Everyone knows how the 3 generations of Hokage treat me. Moreover, the matter has come to this point, and it will be hard to stop. Now you stand against me instead of walking side by side. This has already determined the attitude between you and me, and also the attitude of my Uchiha clan and Konoha. The black pupils have been dyed blood red, and 3 black hook jades have emerged. At this time, the sun has fully risen, and the sun shines on Lee's face through the trees. A breeze blows and lifts the hair covering the right eye. The binocular writing wheel is more clear. This was the place where my ancestors Uchiha and the first Hokage fought, but it ended with Madara Uchiha's defeating Madara Uchiha, and Senju Hakama became the recognized god of the ninja world in the ninja world, and my Uchiha clan. Since Madara Uchiha died, he has been suppressed again and again by Konoha. Today, I represent the entire Uchiha family to make a break with you Konoha. I want to see, it is the writing wheel of my Uchiha family. The eyes are powerful, but the will of fire in your Konoha village is tenacious. Speaking of which, Lee joined his hands, and a purple skeleton rose violently, overflowing with enormous energy. This is Susanoo. This is the pupil technique of kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and Madara-sama has used it before. The first elder and the second elder saw the giant more than 10 meters tall, and their faces flushed with excitement. They watched Lee, who was standing in the center of Susanoo, with black hair fluttering. Their eyes were blurred, and they looked too much like Madara-sama. Might, this kind of domineering arrogance that is unparalleled in the world, this incomparable Susanoo. All the clansmen were also very excited. It was the first time they saw the legendary kaleidoscope writing wheel eye pupil technique. Although they had heard about the opening of the kaleidoscope, they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now they see it and feel it for themselves. Susanoo's unparalleled sense of oppression, they could even see the glory of the Uchiha family during the Warring States period. Susanoo took shape, Lee's whole body was constantly exuding huge energy, black hair was flying, and the pair of kaleidoscopes in his pupils was terrifying. Before they could speak, Susanoo pulled a bow and arrow. Huge, the purple arrow was aimed at the more than 80 Konoha ninjas. No, let me get out of the way. The target of Jiraiya Jian Lee turned out to be the Konoha ninja behind him. His color suddenly changed, and he turned around and shouted. However, when his voice just fell, the purple arrow rushed towards the crowd like a streamer. The distance between them was not far, and the speed of the arrows was fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, the purple arrows rushed into the crowd. How big are the arrows used by the 10-meter-tall giant? It is no exaggeration to say that it is a beam of wood. As soon as this pure energy arrow rushed into the crowd, it exploded like a bomb, and the energy spread in a circle. Boom! The sound shook the sky, the trees next to it shivered, countless leaves fell, and the purple energy spread like a vortex, and the ninjas who could not escape in the future swallowed it up. In the big pit, more than 20 ninjas lie in the pit and do not know whether to live or die. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 15 genin and 3 chinin. The reward points are worth 21,000. Have you killed 18 people? Li Weiwei pouted and looked at Jiraiya with a gloomy face. Is this the pupil art of kaleidoscope Sharingan? Is this the power of Susanoo? The clansmen behind them killed so many ninjas in an instant when they saw Li, all of them blushing, looking at Li's back with excitement, and looking up at the giant who seemed to be able to stand upright. The patriarch is mighty, the patriarch is mighty. Countless roars came from the mouths of the clansmen. They hadn't raised their eyebrows so proudly for a long time. They just wanted to express all the forbearance for so long. This is incredible. The Konoha ninjas who have just suffered a heavy blow are terrified one by one. Even if they escaped, they are now afraid of this giant who can only look up. How can this giant be like a god? Can it be beaten? Coupled with the passionate roar of more than 200 people from the Uchiha clan, this roar seemed to shake the world, and Konoha Ninja was horrified. Whether it's a duel or a group battle, the emphasis is on the momentum. In the case of evenly matched opponents, the side with the strongest momentum often wins. What's more, there are more than 200 people here, and the Konoha side passes through traps and Lee. With a heavy blow, 100 people directly lost nearly 40 ninjas, leaving only a mere 60 or so. With such a proportion, how can this Konoha ninja still have the momentum to fight? Uchiha Lee, do you know that what you are doing now is forcing you to the road of no return? Zi Lai also had a gloomy face, shouted at Lee, and danced wildly with white hair. This time I was really angry. I tried to persuade him before, but Lee ignored it and killed more than a dozen Konoha ninjas directly in front of him, which made Jiraiya unbearable. Jiraiya, calm down, although there are more Uchiha Lee there than us, but the high-end combat power is only Uchiha Lee. As long as the two of us take him down, this rebellion can end here. At this time, Orochimaru also jumped on the statue of Senju Hashirama and came to Jiraiya. Want to bully the less. Seeing this, all the clansmen glared angrily, took out Kyowu, and looked like they were swarming up. Uchiha's clan listens to the order. You quickly kill all the other Konoha ninjas. Jiraiya and Orochimaru will be handed over to me to deal with. Lee crossed his hands and did not look back. Although the voice was not loud, but every time everyone is listening. Master Patriarch. When the first elder and the second elder heard the words, they looked surprised and wanted to step forward to stop them. This Orochimaru and Jiraiya are also one of the three ninjas, and their strength is at least at the level of shadows. Will it be too reluctant? After all, it's only 12 years old now. No matter how talented you are, but age limits the amount of chakra. How can you fight one-on-two? Two elders, you are only responsible for dealing with the rest of Konoha's ninjas. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, I have a way to deal with it. Li Dan snorted. His tone was a lot more serious, with an irresistible meaning. When the two elders heard the words, they looked at each other helplessly, and had to nod their heads in agreement. Since they made Li Tui the patriarch, they must obey the orders. Is to die. After receiving the order, the first elder and the second elder immediately led more than 200 people and their clansmen across the water valley and came to the front of the Konoha ninja, each with a humiliating look, and the Kyowu in the book flashed a cold light. Orochimaru, leave it to me to deal with it, and you go to preside over the battle over there. Zilla was also anxious. If this continues, the ninjas brought out this time are expected to be wiped out. Thinking beautiful. Li Vinian snorted coldly, his right eye was full of flowers, the tube was bloodshot, and the pupil power condensed in the pupil and burst out in an instant. Suddenly, a large group of black flames burned behind Orochimaru and Jiraiya, forming a wall of black flames, dividing the battlefield. Orochimaru and Jiraiya also saw this, and their faces changed dramatically. Although this raging black flame could not feel the slightest heat, the burning speed was amazing, and it ignited when it met anything, and even the ground was burned with a crackling sound. Then, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, let's start our battle. If you don't kill or defeat me quickly, your companions will go to Huangquan together. Li Weiwei raised her chin. The scarlet kaleidoscope was indifferent. He stared at Orochimaru and Jiraiya with gloomy faces, these two men who were bestowed with Sunin by Sanchoyo Hanzo. The black Amaterasu flame was burning like a black sky screen, cutting the two battlefields apart. No one dared to step over. The popping sound of beans. Who dares to touch this fire? Even the ground can burn, which is unbelievable. Seeing the giant more than 10 meters tall, Jiraiya and Orochimaru both had solemn expressions on their faces. Listening to the screams that kept coming from behind, Jiraiya didn't even mention how anxious he was. Jiraiya, don't be stunned. Although Uchiha Lee's ninjutsu is powerful, it must be very exhausting and won't last for long. Orochimaru is an indifferent person by nature, and he completely ignores the screams of the Konoha ninjas behind him, biting his thumb as he spoke. The art of psychic, boom. After the smoke passed, a giant snake appeared in the water valley below. Orochimaru, why did you call me here again, and you put me in the water? Are you looking for a fight? She didn't look away as soon as he came out, but stared at Orochimaru and cursed furiously. No wonder he helped Orochimaru to fight and eat people in the later period. Since it's a monster, then it's up to the monster to fight. Orochimaru glanced at Wanshi lightly, and then looked at Lee with interest. Looking at the enchanting kaleidoscope writing wheel, a trace of Orochimaru's eye showed. Inexplicable meaning. the art of psychic. Zilla was not to be outdone, and channeled Tai went out. This was incredible. A snake and a toad, the enemy of life and death, met, and they didn't care about leaving, so the two started scolding directly. Why does this stinky snake of yours here? Hurry up and go back to me, I can solve it here, you will only get in the way here. When Tai said boldly with a pipe in his mouth, you stinky toad, believe it or not, I will eat you in one bite, and even if you don't look at yourself, I can bite you to death in one bite. Wan Shi countered with disdain. Zile also looked at the black line above, and said loudly to Wen Tai, now is not the time to quarrel, hurry up and solve the boy on the opposite side. Wan Shi, you also do it together, and your benefits will be indispensable in the future. Orochimaru grinned and said lightly to Wan Shi, understood, urging what urging, isn't it just a kid? The two giant beasts yelled at the top at the same time, and even the voices were the same, but after the two turned to look at Li, Wentai, and Wan Shi were dumbfounded again. What happened to the distance of more than 10 meters? It's definitely just a kid. Jilei, this guy is making trouble for me. Wentai snorted in dissatisfaction, but he had already pulled out the short knife in his lower back. He said it was a short knife. This is only for a big toad like Wentai. For Li, this short knife is still very long. Wenta jumped and immediately rose from the water surface, and then quickly jumped on the statue of Uchiha Madara and rushed towards Li, and one snake also started to move, sliding up the statue. Two psychic beasts on the left Yi moved towards Li with a pinch attack. Boy, don't think that you can be safe by hiding in the turtle shell, eat your grandpa Wentai's knife first. Wentai jumped away, jumped into the air, and then swooped down, aiming the short knife at Susanoo's head. Down. Hiss. Hiss. One snake spewed out its core and emerged from under the statue, biting towards Li in one bite. It didn't believe that it couldn't bite through the turtle shell with its sharp teeth. Jumping clown. At this time, Li Wei slightly lowered his eyelids and looked at Wan Shi's bloody mouth. The kaleidoscope in his right eye suddenly kicked, and his pupil power turned into flames, appearing directly in Wan Shi's mouth, and then raised his head again. Looked at Wentai above, his eyes kicked, pupil power poured out again. The originally aggressive Wentai suddenly froze, and in its pupils, 3 Guya were looming, and then fell straight down towards the bottom. With Li's current pupil power, it is very simple to control a psychic beast. Even Sasuke, who has not opened the kaleidoscope, can control the 10,000 snakes, let alone Li's kaleidoscope? Ow! One snake was also caught by the seedlings. Originally, he wanted to bite him to death, but he did not expect that a flame would suddenly appear, and it even ran into its mouth. At this time, it was still burning. One snake roared in pain and jumped off. After reaching the water valley, I kept walking in the water, trying to put out the flame, but this day, the flame ignited when it met something. Not only did the water not help the snake to extinguish the flame, but it burned like oil. The lake was ablaze with raging fire, and it was very hard for Wentai. As soon as it fell into the water, it was immediately covered by the Amaterasu flame, which burned it away from the illusion, and screamed in pain. A toad and a snake were fiddling on the water, but the fire was getting more and more fierce, and it didn't mean to go out at all. What kind of fire is this? I've never heard of such a powerful fire escape from the Uchiha family. Zile also sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Orochimaru next to him. Obviously, Orochimaru was also shocked and stared blankly at the dying Wentai and Wan Shi who were burned below. Wentai, hurry up and get to the psychic world. As long as you return to the psychic world, you'll be fine. The psychic world is a world that does not exist in this world, but it is not absolute. It can also be said that it does not exist. It is equivalent to a small world. In layman's terms, the laws of the two worlds are different. Amaterasu is in this world. In the present world, he has adapted to the laws of this world. If he reaches the spirit world, the Amaterasu flame will become rootless duckweed, and it will naturally be extinguished at that time. Wentai and Wan Shi were also burned and lost their minds. They forgot the trick to return to the psychic world, and heard Jireiya's reminder. Were dared to delay, hurriedly opened the psychic world and went back. Wan Shi didn't even say hello to Orochimaru, and went back to the psychic world by himself. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, if you still have the ability, just use it. If you drag on like this, the ninjas you brought will die. Li Weiwei squinted his eyes and said lightly, but it was because of the pain that he continuously activated Amaterasu, wore a Susanoo, and used a kaleidoscope to control Wenta. This one-time expenditure of pupil power was too much. I really dare not use it like that. Through the wall of black flames, Jiraiya and Orochimaru can see that Konoha's ninjas are being killed one by one. On the contrary, among the more than 200 people in the Uchiha clan, there are probably no less than 20, and the rest are almost all Chunin, not even the lower ones. Such a poor strength, Konoha, how can a ninja be an opponent? Konoha's ninjas are still quite tenacious. In the face of nearly 4 times the number of enemies, they are still not completely destroyed. However, the situation is not optimistic. People are constantly injured. There are many people, it is too bullying, and Uchiha has no shinobi here, except for the 20 jounin, all of them are Chunin. This kind of fighting power, how can more than 60 ninjas in Konoha be able to deal with it? One-on-one, turn around and flee, not to mention that it is almost 4-on-1 now. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru took the lead in attacking, running on the statue of Uchiha Madara, and pointed his right handedly, and immediately, 3 poisonous snakes flew out of his sleeve, spit cores around Susanoo and hit him circle, tied up. Lee Weiwei exhaled, then looked at Orochimaru in front of him, curled his lips slightly, and said lightly, "Is that the only way you can attack? Then it's up to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the trapped Susanoo there was a sudden roar, and the huge energy began to overflow, and then it directly broke several snakes into pieces, and then punched Orochimaru. Although Lee Susanoo here used the ancient hemp bow, the attack mode is still changeable. For example, with his fist, how big is Susanoo's fist? A fist bigger than Orochimaru slammed over. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Ninja, Needle Hell. A mass of white hair rushed over, wrapped around Susanoo's arm, blocking the blow to Orochimaru, and Susanoo's offensive was stopped immediately. Kneaded together, it was very tough. Even with Susanoo's arm strength, he couldn't break free. Roar! Susanoo roared and continued to exert his strength. Jiraiya squatted on the ground desperately, not moving a single step, thinking that he had tried his best. Seeing this, Orochimaru took a step back and quickly formed a seal with both hands, apparently wanting to take advantage of this to almost break Susanoo's defense. Interesting, Lee didn't expect this hair to be so tough. Although he was confident that Susanoo's defense would not be broken by Orochimaru, he didn't want to try it at all. It's been too long to open Susanoo, and his eyes are a little bit shaky. I can't bear it anymore. If I eat another attack from Orochimaru, even if Susanoo can handle it, my eyes will be seriously injured. Call! The kaleidoscope stopped instilling pupil power on Susanoo. Suddenly, the mighty Susanoo collapsed and dissipated in a short while, and the origin was unclear. So, still pulling on the mission, Susanoo as soon as it collapsed, he rolled down the back directly following the inertia of his strength, and fell into the water valley. Orochimaru's gesture of making a seal paused, but soon, he ignored it and continued to make a seal. Ninja, Evil Snake Wrist Report. Orochimaru pressed one hand on the ground, and suddenly 4 giant snakes with thick waists suddenly appeared, tumbling and charging towards Lee. The giant snake neighed, and its sharp fangs flashed cold light. This ninjutsu is Orochimaru's specialty ninjutsu. The giant snake swallows the enemy in its stomach, and then uses chakra to detonate the poisonous snake, which is equivalent to burying a person in an explosive storehouse and then setting it on fire. The enemy will be smashed by the explosion. Nengu, but now he is away from himself to unlock Susanoo, and without defense, Orochimaru turns to attack its body. Looking at the 4 giant snakes with their teeth and claws, Lee did not dodge, and looked at them indifferently as they bit towards him. Is it so easy? Orochimaru frowned slightly, but at this time he was too lazy to think about it. The arrow was on the string, so he had to send it. A violent white light spreads out. Boom! The chakra detonated, and the huge power shook the underground lake water twice. It was said to be the lake's surface, but it was actually a black sea of fire, and the Amaterasu flames had covered the entire valley, burning everywhere. Such a powerful explosion should have killed him. Jiraiya finally climbed up from under the water valley. Although he fell, he rescued himself before encountering the Amaterasu flame, and finally did not fall into the water. Otherwise, he still does not know if he is alive or not. Lee, don't blame me and Orochimaru, the trouble you have caused this time is too great. Don't worry, I will definitely ask the old man Sarutobi not to care about your clansmen, you just. Jiraiya, who are you saying was killed? Before Jiraiya finished talking to himself, Lee's voice came out from the smoke, and then, Lee, dressed in black, walked out slowly, and the scarlet writing wheel on his body cast a glance at Orochimaru, then looked back. To Jiraiya also. Impossible, such a violent explosion, there is nothing at all. The jaws of Jiraiya and Orochimaru are about to fall to the ground, let alone hurt, even if there is no dust. How is this possible? Isn't this nonsense? Orochimaru gritted his teeth, and his heart was shocked. He knew the power of the ninjutsu just now, let alone Lee. Even if the 3 generations of Hokage resisted hard, they would be bombed to half-death. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, it would be impossible. There is nothing at all. Orochimaru doesn't understand how many secrets this kid has. Orochimaru, it's a gift. You gave me such a big gift, and I have to give you a little bit. Take it. As soon as the voice fell, the kaleidoscope in his right eye shrank suddenly, and then released. When Orochimaru heard this, his face turned sideways, especially when he saw the kaleidoscope in Lee's eyes. It was even worse, and he left the place with a flash. When he reappeared, he was already beside Jiraiya, but his left hand there was a small black flame throbbing. Jiraiya anxiously wanted to shoot it out with his hands. Orochimaru frowned slightly, grabbed Jiraiya's hand, and said in a deep voice, "It's useless, this flame can't be extinguished, and it will burn when it encounters something. If you rush to put it out, your hands will be burned too. Then what should I do?" Jiraiya was also anxious. Although he didn't like Orochimaru on the surface on weekdays, his companions who fought together for many years had long since formed a deep friendship. How could he just sit and watch Orochimaru get burned by this flame? There's no way. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, grabbed his left arm with his right hand, and then twisted it hard, tearing it off. Blood splashed out, and hit Jiraiya in the face. Jiraiya, everyone was stunned. Orochimaru, you really are a person. I didn't expect a strong man to break his wrist, but now you are missing a left arm. I am afraid that you can save one in 10 steps. Next, you only need to solve Zilla. Then this time the pursuit, this is the end. Li Weiwei pouted and looked at Jiraiya, who had not recovered. At this point in the battle, it has no meaning. The Konoha ninjas were all killed, leaving corpses all over the ground. No one in Uchiha died. Only a few people were careless and were cut by kunao, but it's just a skin injury. Seeing the end of the battle over there, the kaleidoscope in Li's right eye turned frantically. Suddenly, the black flame wall disappeared little by little, and finally disappeared completely. After doing this, Li could feel a pain in his right eye. But seeing the rising Amaterasu flame on the lake, continue to use pupil power to extinguish it all. Once the Amaterasu flame appears, it will burn for 7 days and 7 nights before it will automatically extinguish. If you let it go, the fun will be great. After extinguishing all the Amaterasu flames, Li squinted his right eye slightly to relieve his fatigue. At this time, the clansmen who had already dealt with the enemy ran over, gathered behind Li, and confronted Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Jiraiya also saw this situation, and finally came back to his senses. With a sad face, looked at the Konoha ninja who fell to the ground behind, and looked at Orochimaru who had broken one arm. Not to mention Jiraiya, there were so many fires. I thought that he and Orochimaru would be able to capture it, but I didn't expect that it would be nothing to achieve, and the entire army was wiped out, which made him and Orochimaru how to deal with each other after returning. Everyone in Uchiha looked at Li's back in awe, and raised their heads one by one. What about Sunan? Even if the two joined forces, they were not defeated by the Patriarch, and Orochimaru was also cut off. The arm, this is the Patriarch of the Uchiha clan today, and this is the real power of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are like lonely boats in the sea. More than 100 pairs of scarlet riding wheels are staring at them. Even if it is Sunan, Jiraiya can't help sweating coldly. There are enough Uchiha clansmen to let them eat and walk around. You must know that the 200 people, except for the 20 Jonin, are all Chunin. If there is no special secret technique, even Jiraiya will drink hatred. Orochimaru now has a broken arm, his face is pale, although the blood has stopped, but he can't adapt to one-arm combat, and there is no way to form a seal. The combat power can be said to be inferior to even the upper ninja. Such combat power, if you fight recklessly, only a dead end. Damn! After Yin Qing's uncertain face changed for a while, Zai Lai also shouted up to the sky, and then took out a few smoke bombs from the ninja kit and threw them on the ground. Suddenly, a layer of purple mist spread out, covering it. People's sight. The riding wheel eye is not a blank eye, and can't see the situation in the smoke clearly, but everyone knows that Zilaya and the others are about to escape, and they all want to rush up to intercept them, but they are stopped by Li reaching out. Lord Patriarch, this Jiraiya and Orochimaru are very powerful, we have to take this opportunity. Before he finished speaking, the second elder closed his mouth, and a large cloud of dark red blood flowed out of Li's right eye. Even after closing his right eye, the blood still couldn't stop flowing down. Master Patriarch, are you alright? Seeing this situation, everyone crowded around nervously, for fear of leaving the problem, but their new Patriarch is also the most talented person in the Uchiha clan. If there is a problem at this juncture, it will really fall short. Leave brother. Kushina and Uchiha Mikato squeezed in from the crowd, took out gauze and began to wipe the blood for Li. The two of them were very distressed when they saw the unstoppable blood, how much pain it took to bleed so much. I'm fine, it's just that the kaleidoscope is overused. Li Wei shook his head, exhaled, took the gauze to dry the blood on his face, and turned to look at the group of people. Now Konoha's pursuers have been repelled by us, and except for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the entire army has been wiped out. In addition to the previous 9-tailed attack on the village, Konoha at this time has not much energy to chase us again. Having said that, Li looked at the great elder and said again, take out the map and show it to me. If you want to develop, you must first have a foundation. If you don't have a foundation, you will be eradicated sooner or later, so what you need to do now is to find a place as a foundation in the future, and then gradually expand the power of the Uchiha clan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of repelling the chasing troops. The reward points are worth 50,000. Please pay attention to the host. Just as I was about to go to the grounding map, the system's voice became louder. After getting the 50,000 points, I now have it. The value of 161,000 points is a huge amount. Although it is far from the price of the Eternal Kaleidoscope, if you just activate Inazuki's backup, it will be equivalent to having 16 lives, and even if you want to die in the future. Disaster. Ding! Stimulate this world's S-level mission and lead the Uchiha clan to restore the status of the #1 clan in the ninja world. The reward points for the completion of the mission are 1 million. If the mission fails, the host's 1 million points will be deducted. If the host has no points, it will be deducted. Items of equal value to the owner. This quest is mandatory and cannot be given up. You can check the progress of the quest in the system. Hearing this quest, Lee just took over the map, and his hand trembled. This time he was really frightened by this quest. He didn't expect to trigger an S-level quest under such circumstances, although he didn't know what the S-level represented. Meaning, but the value of 1 million points in the back is very heavy, and a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes is only 1 million. Lord Patriarch, what's wrong with you? Uchiha Zanjian Lee suddenly changed his face and asked in confusion. Nothing. Lee came back to his senses and checked the progress of the mission. It showed 0, indicating that there was no progress in the progress of the mission. After putting this matter aside, Lee spread out the map and quickly looked for available bases. If you want to complete this task, you must lead the Uchiha clan to recover the glory of the Warring States period. No, it was even more glorious than the Warring States period. After all, there is a thousand-handed family in the Warring States world. Although the Uchiha family is powerful, it is not the largest family in the ninja world, and Lee's task is to make Uchiha become the largest family in the ninja world must not allow the existence of the second thousand hands. When choosing a family base, the first thing to consider is the geographical location. There must be enough development space and a place that can be eaten with the current strength. After all, you can't go directly to attack the Sand Ninja Village or the Cloud Ninja Village. Doing so is equivalent to courting death, even if you have 16 lives away, is not enough to pay. Soon, a place name caught Lee's attention. Seeing these 3 words, Lee thought of the last incident of the genocide of the Whirlpool clan. Wasn't it annihilated by this village? Longnan Village. This is a village close to Konoha. Although it is not within the 5 major countries, its strength should not be underestimated. Especially the terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack makes Longnan Village impregnable. Even if there is no spare energy to invade other countries can also delusional attack on this village. The last time they attacked the country of Vortex, Urin Village and Cao Ninja Village were blocked. However, due to the retreat of Heitake Sakumo, they broke into the country of Vortex and wiped out the Vortex clan. Lee K remembers this. Not only it made Kushina sad for a month, and it was a big sin. Patriarch, where should our next base be? Seeing that Lee had not spoken, Uchiha Jean couldn't help asking aloud. After looking at the map roughly, some of the optional places were included in Lee's mind. He sighed slightly, and said, according to the current situation, the country of Grass is the most suitable for our development. Grass Ninja Village was in World War II. The village has already been wiped out during the period, and the remaining ninjas are divided into the main battle faction and the moderate faction, and their respective strengths are not too strong. As long as we control the main battle faction with Thunder, we will soon be able to establish a new base. The ninja village in the country of Grass was wiped out. This happened during World War II. The last time I went to attack the Uzumaki family was just the struggle of the main battle faction to revive the ninja village. Now the ninja world has returned to peace, but the Grass because the ninja village is divided into 2 parts, one part advocates moderation and the other part advocates fighting, and the 2 often fight each other. Moreover, the number of ninjas in the Grass ninja village is not many. It is estimated that there are only about a few thousand. After division and several years of struggle, each faction has the ninja is estimated to be no more than 1,000 ninjas. With the more than 200 clansmen led by Lee, if the plan is properly planned, it is not too difficult to conquer the main battle faction. The base is located in Cao Ren Village, which has been carefully considered. First of all, Cao Ren Village is located in the center of Long Ren Village and Yu Ren Village. The country is not as good as the country of fire, but it is also much better than the rest of the small villages, suitable for the current stage of development. Elder, where are the people who were arranged first? Lee folded the map and put it in his arms, looking at the elder and asked lightly. The bridge not far ahead. Uchiha Jean nodded and said. The clansmen who went out first were some women and children who were not strong enough. These were all family members of the martial arts faction. All the martial arts faction sentenced Konoha, and they would naturally follow, but in order to prevent Konoha from chasing they caused damage, so Lee ordered dozens of clansmen to first send them out of Konoha for protection, and then join them after all problems were resolved. After all, children and women are an indispensable part of the rise of the family, and children are the future support the talents of the family. What use women have, needless to say. Let's go to meet with the rest of the clan now, and prepare for the battle in 3 days. We will send the main battle of the Grass Ninja Village in one breath. Li Kangxiang said lightly to the first elder and the second elder, everything is difficult at the beginning. This action is no trivial matter. Whether the Uchiha clan can develop in the future is very important. I see. Uchiha Jean and the second elder, Uchiha Aki, nodded in unison, and a gleam of light flashed in their turbid old eyes. They also knew that this was the first stop for the Uchiha clan to face the world again. Towards the bridge ahead. The bridge, named Tiendi Bridge, is located at the edge of the country of Grass, bordering the country of Fire, and the dividing line between the two countries, so it is called Tiendi Bridge. I remember this place, and Yamato pretended to be a scorpion and a snake in the later period. The place where Maru met was T&D Bridge. After arriving at the T&D Bridge, a large group of people soon poured out from the valley next to it, led by more than 30 ninjas, followed by more than 100 children and dozens of women, all of whom belonged to children. Mothers and girls or not. All the people of the Uchiha family, whether boys or girls, will be taught ninjutsu since childhood. Before they get married, they are ninjas. After they get married, they are the mothers of their children. Master Patriarch. A group of people came to Lee and bowed respectfully. Before they set off, they already knew that the 12-year-old child in front of them was the new leader of their martial arts faction and the new chief of the Uchiha clan. A group of children looked at Lee curiously. They also knew that their new patriarch was only 12 years old, not much older than them. From the beginning, they grew up listening to Lee's story, and everyone was full of curiosity and enthusiasm for Lee worship. Many of them even vowed to marry this young patriarch when they grow up. Lee glanced at everyone, and then began to pick up a lot of the surrounding terrain. The heaven and earth bridge spanned the center like a deep valley, dividing the country of fire and the country of grass. A bridge was lost at both ends of this deep valley. If they go out, they have to go through this bridge of heaven and earth. Let's not talk about the opposite side. The place where they are now is a rock, and there are not many plants and trees. It is like a natural basin, and the area is also wide. As long as you build a tent on the ground, you can live. Everyone listened to the order and built a temporary base on the spot. After one day, I will lead you to invade the grass ninja village, so during this period of time, everyone should give me a good spirit, and if they understand it, they will all take action. Lee glanced at everyone and said in a straight voice, "Yes, the patriarch." The men started to take action one after another. The materials for building the temporary base have already been prepared. Now they only need to take it out and build it. The children are resting on the side, and the women are starting to cook. Master Patriarch, can you teach me ninjutsu? While thinking about her next course of action, a little girl when I came to Lee's side, I looked down and saw 10 little girls of 6 or 7 years old, only about Lee's waist, with jet black hair and big eyes full of hope, making people unable to bear to refuse. Ninjutsu, Lee Wu helplessly sighed. He really had nothing to do with a child. If it was an enemy, it would be fine, but this is his own clan, and a little lowly, and he looks up to him very much. Whether it is in the past or present, this is the first time that Lee has met. He sighed slightly, nodded and said softly, "Come with me." When the little girl heard the words, her face flushed red, her little head lit up quickly, and then happily followed behind Lee. After coming to the edge of the cliff, Lee looked at the little girl and said, "You remember me remembering the next order of seals." After speaking, Lee started making seals, trying to keep the speed as slow as possible, so that the little girl could see clearly. It took half a minute to complete a simple sea-level fireball seal. After the seal was completed, Lee took a breath at the bottom of the cliff, and then spit it out. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. A fireball 2 meters in diameter rolled down like a wheel, illuminating the bottomless valley, and one lasted for dozens of seconds before it ended. Seeing this powerful fireball technique, the children widened their eyes, and then cheered in unison, and after this incident, the children seemed to think that Lee was not a difficult person to get along with, and they all gathered around to ask for advice. They are ninjutsu, which makes Lee a little depressed, but seeing the cheering, adoring eyes and small faces on the children's faces, Lee Weiwei sighs. These children are the pillars of the Uchiha family in the future, a family the top players are one part, but the bigger part is still the pillar of the central beam, and only they can provide the family with a steady stream of talents. 2 days in a row passed. On the third night, the women and children fell asleep. There were still several bonfires shining brightly outside. On a quiet and peaceful night, 200 Uchiha people stood on the bridge of heaven and earth, and everyone stared at them. The Scarlet Sharingan looked at Lee in front of him. That's right, these 200 clansmen are the people who have opened Sharingan, and they are also all the people who have opened Sharingan under Lee's hands. There are a total of 200 people, and it can be said that they belong to Uchiha. Pillar. Tonight is the time for us to act. Follow my attack orders for a while, and no one can act without authorization. Lee glanced around the crowd with his scarlet riding wheel eyes. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. This is the face of the Uchiha family. The first battle of the whole world. If successful, Uchiha will be reborn. On the contrary, if it fails, it will definitely collapse, so there must be no mistakes. All the clansmen did not speak, and the determined expressions on their faces showed their will. Set off, Lee said, took the lead and walked towards the opposite side of the T&D bridge. The 200 clansmen responded to the sound and followed them. Everyone had a solemn expression and was ready to shed blood. For Uchiha, they would not hesitate to give their lives. "Mom, when will Dad be back?" The child who was supposed to be asleep woke up, hugging his mother and crying. Although he was young, he knew that fighting meant death, either the death of the enemy, or the death of himself. "Don't be afraid, children, our Uchiha clan is the most powerful, and the patriarch is the most powerful. Even Kanaha's son was beaten by the patriarch. Dad will be fine." The woman in her 20s patted gently. She comforted her daughter's back. In the pitch-black tent, the double-hooked jade writing wheel eye in the woman's eyes was particularly eye-catching. Before she became a mother, she was also an excellent ninja and an excellent uchiha clan. The country of grass is not considered rich and powerful. With the years of fighting and infighting, the population of the country of grass has dropped sharply. At this time, it is already late at night. Ordinary citizens have already returned home to sleep with their families. However, in such a peaceful environment, on the street, a group of ninjas with scarlet eyes and black turtlenecks moved forward quickly. The leader at the front was Lee, and the scarlet Sangha Jade kept turning, observing the surrounding situation, with a solemn expression. The grass ninjas were divided into the main war faction and the moderate faction, but the main war faction lost in the battle, so they were kicked out of the grass ninja village, and now they live in the Ghost Lamp City. The terrain is steep, and because of this, the Ghost Lamp City became the place where criminals from all over the world are imprisoned, and their purpose this time is to break into the ghost town. After half an hour, Lee finally brought his clan to the vicinity of Ghost Lantern City. The Ghost Lantern City was built on a cliff and surrounded by water. It was very fast. Ordinary people couldn't attack at all. The river below is bottomless and turbulent. Let the ropes go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen clansmen moved when they heard the sound, and threw the iron rope in their hands to the opposite mountain. After pulling it, a group of people quickly climbed on the rope, moved towards the opposite side, left a vertical leap, and after jumping on the rope, walking like a fly, more than 200 clansmen followed one after another and climbed the ropes. This is too simple for ninjas, not to mention that the Uchiha clan has a writing wheel eye, which is unique in terms of control. Although it was night, the entire Ghost Lantern City was brightly lit, and many patrolling ninjas passed by. More than 200 people bullied the grass on one side, quietly watching the patrolling ninjas passing by. "You are here waiting for my order," Lee said lightly, looking at the clan behind him. If only Lee could break through directly, but if he couldn't fight, he could run away, but now it's a family, and the number of people is not large. If you rush in rashly, even if you win this war, you will lose a lot of people. Uchiha can't afford this kind of price. After explaining the good clansman, Lee quickly got out of the grass, took out 4 Kunao ninjas from the ninja kit and threw them away. Before they could speak, Kunao had already pierced their throats and was stuck by Kunao. They couldn't even let out a scream of pain and fell to the ground motionless. Killing these 4 ninjas earned 4,000 points. Value did not stop, quickly ran up the long stairs. At the top, after finding no one, Li Zuan made a gesture behind him. Suddenly, the people who were hiding in the grass ran out and came to Li's side. Now, in groups of 4, go search all the rooms, kill all the ninjas above the Chinin, and all those who don't have much resistance are stunned and scattered. With a wave of his hand, all the clansmen separated in an orderly manner, as if they had negotiated in advance, and a family of 4 surrounded Ghost Lantern City in all directions. It was already late at night. Although the lights in the Ghost Lantern City were bright, everyone except some ninjas who were vigilant fell into sleep. Moreover, the Ghost Lantern City was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It has long protected the Ghost Lantern City from being attacked by other countries. They all trust the terrain defense of Ghost Lantern City. Even some ninjas who watch the night just walk around symbolically with a boring attitude. They go all the way and kill several waves of patrolling ninjas. Even the screams can't come out. What? The scream just now was considered unlucky for Uchiha. When one of the people assassinated in the past, they encountered a person who got up to go to the toilet. In order to gag their mouths, they had to kill them. No matter how fast it was, the person who went to the toilet let out a scream. In this quiet dark night, the scream was no less than a bomb exploded, and all the people who were asleep suddenly woke up, one by one in a hurry. Putting on clothes, I wanted to come out and see what happened. By this time, the assassination was no longer possible, and the 200 Uchiha people also began to fight directly and aboveboard, in groups of 4, without running through a room. It almost became a one-sided killing, although these grass shinobu woke up, but none of them understood what was going on, and he was so sleepy that he couldn't even use half of his strength. When he was in a trance, he almost became a puppet of Sharingan, which could be easily killed. But this is only temporary. After all, there are as many as 1,000 ninjas in the Grass Ninja main battle faction. After a few minutes, many people united and fought against each other. Fortunately, these 200 Uchiha tribesmen are all Chunin. The ninjas above the strength, and there are still 20 Jounin, will not be defeated immediately. The quiet black clothes have been broken by the sound of fighting, and there are the sounds of Kunao collisions everywhere. Various ninjutsu battles have dragged the entire Ghost Lantern City into a war. In the central courtyard of Ghost Lantern City, there is a person standing in the center, and the grass is blocked in all directions. Seeing that Lee is young and acting alone, these people naturally want to come and bully. "Why do you want to invade my Ghost Lantern City, say?" An old man angrily pointed at Lee and asked, but when he looked at the Sharingan in Lee's pupils, the old man's expression changed, his fingers were put down, and he said gloomily, "Are you from the Konoha Uchiha clan?" Late at night. What is the purpose of coming to my ghost town? Konoha's power is still great. The old man who was just angry now looks like he's eaten a fart. No matter how angry he is, he has to bear it. He doesn't want to offend a big village like Konoha without knowing the reason. Lee Weiwei glanced at the old man, and then set his eyes on a middle-aged man behind the old man. The middle-aged man was silent, and the other ninjas were also standing behind him, thinking that he was the city owner of this Ghost Lamp City. There are two paths for you now, first, surrender, and second, death, Lee said lightly as he squinted at the Lord of Ghost Lantern City. The city lord of Ghost Lantern City looked gloomy, took 2 steps forward, past the old man, looked at Li Shensheng and said, "It's not profitable to be the city lord of Ghost Lantern City. Please forgive me for asking one more question. I have always been friends with Konoha in Grass Ninja Village, for many years. There was no conflict. Why is there a sudden attack now? I am the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan. What about Konoha? What does it have to do with my Uchiha clan? And now asking you to surrender is to submit to my Uchiha clan, not the so-called Konoha. Now I ask again, surrender or death." Li Wei slightly raised his chin, and his scarlet writing wheel eyes did not fluctuate at all. Although he was surrounded by many ninjas, to Li, these were just ants. Hearing Li's words, Wu Lai squinted his eyes and said, "That means your excellency has defected to Konoha, and today's affairs have nothing to do with Konoha's will." Defecting Konoha. Li Vinian snorted coldly, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and said lightly, "This Konoha was jointly created by my Uchiha clan and Qianshao clan. Our Uchiha clan is the owner of Konoha. Why come to defect?" This time, the unprofitable complexion suddenly changed, the gloominess just now disappeared completely, showing a smile, the corners of his mouth curved a trace of disdain, and said with a smile, "We are not interested in knowing the old past of your Uchiha clan. Since your actions now it has nothing to do with Konoha, then I will punish you traitors in Konoha's place. Come here, arrest me this ignorant yellow-mouthed child." When a group of grass ninjas heard the words, they immediately took out kunao and moved towards Li Wei. The number of people at least reached hundreds. It can be said that most ninjas are concentrated here. It's really a bunch of things that don't know how to live or die. Li Wei shook his head, the 3-hook jade in his pupil spun up, and then connected together to form a kaleidoscope. Boom! The purple energy burst out in an instant, directly rushing out several ninjas that were relatively close, and a purple energy rose into the air, forming a backbone, and then quickly formed. Susanoo was formed, and immediately went crazy. Roaring, violent energy overflowing. What is this? A group of ninjas retreated, terrified. They had never seen such a powerful and strange ninjutsu. They did not dare to step forward. Wu Lai and a few old men were also terrified. I don't know much about the Uchiha family, but I only know that a long time ago, the Uchiha family produced a very powerful ninja named Uchiha Madara, who was recognized as the god of the ninja world with Qianshao Hajime. But today, Uchiha the clan has gradually degenerated, and now they only know that the Uchiha clan is very powerful, but they have never heard of such a strange ninjutsu. Let you all pay the price for your ignorance today. Li Leng snorted, benefiting the center of Susanoo, constantly instilling his pupil power, and controlling Susanoo to start attacking. Boom! How wide is the attack range when the giant more than 10 meters high punches down? It was easy to kill a few ninjas casually, and the grass ninjas were immediately terrified, and they all started to retreat, where they dared to take a step forward. "You are not allowed to retire. Come to me, kill him for me." Seeing that their subordinates are so incompetent and scolded in anger, the grass ninjas will not dare to disobey even if they are afraid, and open them one by one. Hajime rushes forward, melee ninjas play the front, and ninjas who are good at ninjutsu play ninjutsu at the back. Fire dungeons, water dungeons, earth dungeons, all kinds of ninjutsu are being performed. Grass Ninja Village is good at studying the ninjutsu of other villages. It's good looking, but it's useless to hit Susanoo. City Lord, this giant not only has a very high attack power, but also has a very strong defense. If it continues like this, it will be very disadvantageous to us. An old man frowned and whispered to the unprofitable side. "Yeah." Wu Lai nodded. Shenling paused, and said, "If I guess right, this should be the pupil technique of writing round eyes. Recently we just developed a method to seal chakra. I don't know. Can it work on the writing wheel eye?" When the Whirlpool clan was destroyed, although Cao Ren village was blocked by Orochimaru, Longren village still destroyed the Whirlpool clan. The 3 villages belonged to the alliance. Even if the other 2 villages did not participate in the direct extermination of the clan in the end, they still started from Longren. The ninja village has a little benefit. This sealing technique of chakra is one of them. In today's ninja world, the Vortex clansmen who live outside are not counted. I am afraid that the only ones who understand the sealing technique of chakra are Ghost Lantern City and Uzumaki Kushina. In the later period, the reason why this Ghost Lantern City could become a prisoner of felons from various countries is because of the dangerous terrain, and finally the sealing technique. In the original book, Kushina was already dead at that time, and only the Lord of Ghost Lantern City understood the sealing technique. Susanoo was raging, Kusanagi kept being blasted out, the ninjutsu hit Susanoo, the fire became a small flame, and the water became a willow. In front of the giant more than 10 meters high, the ninjutsu Yahoo, even a ninja, they are just a small ant. Fire escape. Heavenly prison. At this moment, Wooleye took advantage of Lee to swept away several ninjas, and hit Lee's head with a palm. Wooleye's palm was covered with red flames. This ninjutsu is based on the whirlpool. It was transformed from the demon sealing technique of a family. It is a ninjutsu specially used to seal chakra. It is also the most powerful ninjutsu in Ghost Lantern City. Only the city owner can master it. In fact, this ninjutsu has only been developed for a few days. Those who understand are only useless. Looking at this palm, there was a trace of disdain at the corner of Lee's mouth. This Huo Dunshin Prionly remembered that Kushina used this one to seal Jiraiya's chakra before, but at different times, the fire attribute was unprofitable, and Kushina is a pure seal. However, in comparison, this unprofitable prison is more powerful. After all, it has an attribute attack. After Kushina's magic sealing method seals other people's chakra, it is sealed. You can break free with your own strength, but this is not the case. Once sealed, if you want to forcibly break free, you will only get burned. Of course, this is just relativity. If the strength reaches Madara Uchiha or Naruto Sasuke in the later stage, this sealing technique cannot work. Although the current strength has not reached the level of Naruto Sasuke in the later stage, the sealing technique is powerful, and the question is who is using it. Amaterasu. Lee didn't make a move at all. The kaleidoscope in his right eye shrank suddenly, and the pupil power erupted. Suddenly, the unprofitable right hand ignited the Amaterasu flame, which directly burned his seal, and the Amaterasu flame and the object were destroyed, burning, directly following the unprofitable hand and starting to burn upwards. What kind of fire is this? Wooleye's face was on the side. He didn't even have time to shout in pain. He took out a handful of kunao from his forbearance bag in a cold sweat, cut off the whole right arm, and the broken arm fell to the ground. It would be burned to ashes in the blink of an eye, but the Amaterasu flame still did not go out, and immediately began to burn the ground. Seeing this, his face changed dramatically, and he stepped back in fear, for fear that the black flame would touch his body. Playing with my Uchiha clan, you are still 100 years early. Lee Weiwei pouted, the scarlet kaleidoscope glared unprofitably, and Kusanagi, who was constantly attacking by Susanoo, had a systemic sound in his mind from time to time. From then on, it will prompt you how many points you have left. The Uchiha clan really lives up to their reputation. This time it is considered that I have no interest to admit defeat. I am willing to lead my subordinates to surrender to Uchiha, and I beg you to stop. Wooleye gritted his teeth and lowered his head, but his eyes were full of anger. Now surrendering is just a matter of the expedient measure. As long as his life is still alive, next time he can take advantage of Lee to kill all of Uchiha's people in one fell swoop, but even if he comes back, it will only be difficult to support. Anyway, these subordinates have followed him for many years, even if he surrendered temporarily. Only if you have your own leader, it is impossible to be completely included. After the unhelpful words fell, the attacking Kusanagi stopped attacking one after another, and they retreated far away. They had long wanted to fight. Facing such an unshakable giant, they felt like they were fighting a monster. At this time when they heard Wooleye surrender, they ran faster than rabbits, as if they had been waiting for Wooleye's words. Oh, Lee Venian squinted his eyes slightly, and then stopped instilling pupil power on Susanoo. Suddenly, the mighty Susanoo collapsed and gradually disappeared as energy. Lee glanced at Nui Kusanagi, then looked at Wooleye and said lightly, "Don't worry, my Uchiha clan treats enemies with ruthlessness, but treats their allies and subordinates very generously. Since you are willing to surrender to my Uchiha clan, then in the future, you will be the affiliated forces of my Uchiha clan, and naturally I will not treat you badly." Lee's words were spoken to many grass ninjas. As expected, the grass ninjas breathed a sigh of relief as soon as they said those words, and the hands that were holding kunao also loosened. They really didn't want to continue fighting, after fighting for so long. I didn't even hit the corners of other people's clothes. On the other hand, I really sacrificed no less than 50 people on my side, and more injured. Even the city lord lost an arm. In this one-sided battle, as the loser, who would be stupid run to die? Master Patriarch. The battle was almost over. The Uchiha people who were assassinated everywhere came to the compound one after another. After greeting them respectfully, they stared at the grass ninjas one by one, their scarlet writing will eyes full of murderous intent. Lee turned around and glanced at his clan, and frowned immediately. There were only 156 left in the original 200 people, which made Lee greatly distressed. More than 40 people, this. Sir, don't you know us? Seeing that the boy who had been fighting with him and others was the patriarch of the Uchiha family, he stepped forward and bowed slightly in front of Lee Humph. Lee Lang snorted, directly took the long knife in the hands of a clan behind him and stabbed it into Wooleye's abdomen. He looked up at Lee with a puzzled face. He didn't understand why he suddenly turned his face when he said he would not pursue it. Before there was no battle, I gave you 2 choices, but you chose to fight. Combat means death. Your subordinates were killed and injured so much because of your wrong decision. You, the city lord, are to blame. The long knife was drawn back, and then the blood on the knife was thrown off, and the long knife was returned to the clan behind him. You. Wulai covered the wound with one hand, blood flowed from his mouth, his eyes stared at him resentfully, and then he shouted, "Everyone in Ghost Lantern City obeys the order and kills all the people of the Uchiha clan, all." Before he could speak, Lee directly kicked him out, cutting off his last vitality. The grass ninjas were dumbfounded. They didn't understand why Lee suddenly started killing people, but some savvy people quickly understood that one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. Only by swallowing another tiger can they fully control this power, but they know that don't dare to say it. Even the city lord has been killed, whoever stands up will die, although it is the main battle faction, but knowing that it is going to die to fight, this is not brave, it is a slap in the face. After cutting the unprofitable, Lee raised his head to look at the previous two old men. If it is correct, these two old men should be elder-level characters. In addition to the unprofitable whole Ghost Lantern City, these two old men have the most power. There are naturally many wings. Being stared at by Lee like this, the two elders immediately sweated coldly. They had long since lost their arrogant look before. Looking at the enchanting kaleidoscope in Lee's eyes, the two hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look at him, and waited anxiously. Hair fall away. The two elders are very old, so let's find a place to spend the rest of your life. If your family wants to become a ninja, you can stay, and if you don't want to, you can take it away yourself. Lee glanced and lost it. Interests, the two old men are old and frail, and there is not much time to live. It is the same if they are killed and released. The two old men's faces darkened when they heard the words. Although they knew that saving their lives was the ideal result, being kicked out of the Ghost Lantern City was still a bit unacceptable to them. They had known that they would not have encouraged the city lord to kill the young patriarch at the beginning. "Thank you, my lord." One of the old men arched slightly, and then left with the other old man. As for the family members, I am afraid they will not rest assured to leave them in the Ghost Lamp City, and they also know that Lee will not allow it. Their family members stayed here, it was just polite words just now. Even after the last two people in power left, the grass ninjas put down their weapons one after another, stuffed Kiwa back into the ninja bag, and waited for the departure one by one. Uchipolitan, rectify the rest of Kusanagi, and report the number to me later. Lee Wei turned his head and looked at Uchibolin behind him and said lightly, "Yes, the patriarch." Uchibolin nodded, and then greeted the rest of the clan to rectify the rest of the Kusanagi. Today, Uchibolin is completely out of temper in front of Lee. He has been completely convinced, and overnight Kusanagi the village's Ghost Lamp City was broken, and he also dragged hundreds of ninjas by himself, and killed the opponent's city lord by the way. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. If it wasn't for the clan chief who dragged down hundreds of ninjas, why would the 200 clans fight? Can it be so easy? You know, this is 200 versus 1000. The difference is 5 times the number of people. No matter how powerful Sharon Yan is, they can't fight. After coming to the discussion hall of Ghost Lantern City, Lee sat in the main seat in front and closed his eyes slightly. He had just used the kaleidoscope for a long time, and he used it unrestrainedly in the Battle of End Valley. It hurts, and it's hard to just open it. When I have nothing to do, I sink my consciousness into the system space, but after staying with the system for so long, I have a little understanding of how much Lee is. That is, I don't have to sink all my consciousness, I can leave a part of my consciousness outside come over and attack. This part of consciousness will automatically drive Lee's hands and feet to resist. Is there already 260,000 points worth? After opening the balance of points, Li Wei let out a sigh of relief, and his points increased by 100,000, which means that he killed at least 100 Jinin, and this battle was quite rewarding. System, how many points does it take to restore the pupil power of the kaleidoscope? Rubbing the eyes that he wanted to spit out, he asked with a headache. The host uses the kaleidoscope too much, and the degree of blindness exceeds 30%. If you want to recover completely, you need 5,000 points. If one eye is completely blind, as in the case of an Azaki, it would take 10,000 to recover, and if both eyes lost 30% of the light at the same time, it would have cost 6,000 in proportion. But the system has always been discounted, only 5,000. Without hesitation, Lee directly paid 5,000 points to restore the eyes to a perfect state, but only the pupil strength was restored, but the pain was still there, just like someone cut off your hand and then took it back, although it recovered yes, but the pain of the severed hand is still the same. Master Patriarch, after recovering his pupil strength, he originally wanted to look at other things, but the consciousness outside reminded Lee that someone was coming, but he had no choice but to temporarily withdraw from the system space, opened his eyes, and saw Uchiha clansman holding a knife stands below. What's the matter? Li Wei exhaled and said lightly, Lord Patriarch, this is the cutting tool found in the study of the city master of Ghost Lantern City. This knife is as sturdy as iron. Please take a look at it. The clan respectfully held his head forward and handed it to Lee. Hearing this, Lee raised his eyebrows immediately. After taking the knife, he looked around and saw 3 words. When he saw these 3 words, Lee smiled slightly, and then said, well, you go down first. Seeing the faint smile on Lee's face, the clansman's face was filled with joy. He had never seen this young patriarch smile before. At this time, he smiled because of a knife, which made him flattered, knowing that he after offering a treasure. When he heard Lee's words, he slightly arched his body, then turned and left. It turned out to be Murasame Maru. It's incredible, this sword didn't appear in the original book. That's right, the 3 characters on this knife are exactly the 3 characters of Murasame. In Hokage, this knife is very unfamiliar and has never even appeared before, but Lee knows that this Murasame is a magic weapon. After killing someone with this treasured knife, the murderous aura condensed on the knife will turn into a light mist washing the blood stains. This situation is like Murasame cleaning the leaves, so the name Murasame has been named, but there are other legends. The ghosts congealed and did not disperse, all gathered on the body of the knife. Whenever they saw an enemy, these ghosts would launch a curse to infect the wounds of the wounded, and then quickly spread them to the heart, destroying the heart of the wounded in an instant. The reason why it is called the demon sword. I don't know if it's really so magical. Li Zhang pulled out Murakami, and the bright blade could print out a person's face. The blade plus the handle had a total length of 90 centimeters, neither long nor short, just right. Murasame's hilt was black, and it was engraved with dense runes, but Lee couldn't understand it. Although I really want to know if Murasame really has the curse function, I don't dare to try it out on my own. If it really has such a function, then I'm not finished. Anyway, when I kill the enemy in the future, I will have the opportunity to try it and return Murasame to the scabbard. After that, Lee got up and walked outside. Now that time has passed for so long, it must have been integrated. Lord Madara, I received a very interesting news. I wonder if you are interested in knowing it. In a dark stone cave, a huge statue of Demon Beast was erected in the middle. In front of the statue, an old man with white hair sat on a stone chair, which was filled with lines. By Ju, what else is there in this world that I'm interested in? Well, let's talk about it first. That's right, the man in this cave was Madara Uchiha, who was a ninja back then, but now he has become a twilight old man. If it weren't for the outsider golem behind him hanging him, I'm afraid he would have turned into a pile of bones. Mr. Madara will definitely be interested in this matter. Baiju smiled, but seeing the impatience on Uchiha Madara's face, Baiju didn't dare to sell anything, and said, "A few days ago, half of your clan broke away from Konoha and came to Kusanagi village, but in one night they slaughtered the main fighting faction of Kusanagi village and occupied Ghost Lantern City, and the patriarch seemed to be a kid named Uchiha Lee, who was only 10 years old. 2 years old." Having said that, Baiju paused, seeing the unhappy expression on Madara's face. He knew that he was looking down on Uchiha for letting a 12-year-old kid lead him. "Sir Madara, don't underestimate this 12-year-old kid. I heard that he opened the kaleidoscope shaker, but I saw him start the Susanoo battle. This should be your Uchiha family's kaleidoscope shaker. The pupil technique that was born," Baiju said with a smile on his face, indescribably frivolous, worthy of the name of rap. "Oh," Uchiha Madara reacted immediately when he heard the words, and a pair of lifeless eyes also flashed a little light. At the age of 12, he opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. If this was in the Warring States period, it was definitely a hero. At least he can compete with himself and Qin Shaozu. What's the appearance of this kid? After a brief surprise, Madara Uchiha came back to his senses and turned into a lifeless old man with a calm tone. "I don't know much about it, but according to some information I have learned, a few days ago, Konoha's 9 tails suddenly broke away from the seal of Renzhuli and appeared in Konoha. That night, there was a person wearing a mask who seemed to be wearing a mask, standing on Kuwabai's body, but he left the scene very soon. I was afraid of being discovered by Konoha's people and didn't dare to get too close, so I didn't see it clearly, but now it seems that the person is probably Uchiha who has left. In today's ninja world, the only people who can control the tailed beast are your Uchiha clan, and at least you must reach the level of a kaleidoscope. These conditions, the entire Uchiha clan is only satisfied by Uchiha. If the 9 tails are really controlled by him if you let it out, then this kid will be scary." Baiju shook his head and said lightly, "If Kuwabai gets out of trouble, does that mean Mito is already dead?" Madara Uchiha shook his head, a bit of a shush, as the people of his own era are almost dead. Yes, Kishao Hajime also died, Kishao Tobirama died, and now the last Uzumaki Mito cannot escape the fate of death, and the only one who survives is himself. Everything will perish, only faith will not dissipate. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed a ray of light, looked at Baiju, and said lightly, "Baiju, why did this kid betray Konoha? It stands to reason that with his strength, in Konoha is already at the top level, and with the identity of the Uchiha family, no one dares to give him a face in Konoha. Why is he leaving Konoha and running to Kusanagi village now? This kid has great ambitions." Madame Madara left some followers when he left Konoha. What they want to do most is to restore the glory of the Uchiha family during the Warring States period, and this kid is valued by them, pushed to be the leader. Now the Uchiha family is divided into two, one part stays in Konoha, and Uchiha Lee leads the other part out of Konoha, and now he ran to Kushinin village and captured Ghost Lantern City with thunder. Isn't the purpose very obvious? Having said this, Baiju suddenly smiled, unable to say anything meaningful. These guys are quite ambitious." Uchiha Madara snorted lightly. Back then, he was mad at Uchiha's clansmen, and all but a few followers betrayed him. I want to congratulate you here for having an excellent descendant. With time, Uchiha will return to its former glory, Baijupai said with a smile. Baiju, don't talk too much, you should know that I am no longer interested in that kind of thing. Uchiha Madara glared at Heiju, and after seeing Heiju shut his mouth, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly and said again, since the little ghost is so capable, then we must make good use of it. Baiju, go and prepare. For Lee, Madara is only at a level worth using. As the person who has opened the Eye of Reincarnation, he clearly knows the evolution of the Eye of the Wheel. The higher level eternal kaleidoscope, such a genius, is best to control, and there is no need to worry about the problem of backwater in the future. Sir Ban, what do you want to do? Baiju asked suspiciously. If you want to make people despair, you must first give him irreparable pain, only in this way will that kid lose hope in this world, and things will be easier to handle then. Baiju, this matter will be handed over to him. I'll do it for you. Madara Uchiha looked indifferent and didn't feel anything wrong with what he did. I see, Mr. Ban. Baiju heard the words and silently sank into the ground. I was busy in the middle of the night, until the early morning, when everything was done, the number of people had been counted, and a total of 700 grass ninjas survived, including 10 upper ninjas, 100 middle ninjas, and the rest are lower ninjas. I have to say, the strength of Grass Ninja Village is really not very good. If it hadn't relied on this dangerous terrain, I'm afraid it would have been conquered long ago. After counting the number of people, soon a lot of documents were sent to Lee. These are all the properties and land of Ghost Lantern City. After all, ninjas also have to eat. Grass Ninja is so weak and has few commissions. The only way is to control the outside business and some land. To support so many ninjas, Lee did a careful calculation. There are 4 industries in this Ghost Lamp City, and there is a lot of land. If you plant it, you can harvest enough for 1,000 ninjas to eat for a year. Uchibalan, lead 100 tribesmen and 200 Kusanagi to go to TND Bridge to pick up the women and children. In the hall, Lee called Uchibo Lin over and asked him to pick up the people who stayed at TND Kiao. Of course, there was no need for so many people to pick up people. After all, the Ghost City has been captured, but Lee thought of Uchiha Madara. If I remember correctly, Madara was lurking somewhere in Kusanagi village. In order to prevent Kushina and Mikato from getting hurt, Laya kept them there. Although Madara didn't think Madara would suddenly come out and embarrass them, there were still a lot of them. Be prepared, Madara and Heiju are really scary, and the layout is better than the other. Yes, the patriarch. Uchibo Lin slightly arched his body and stepped back. In fact, it was too much to worry about. 300 ninjas went to TND Bridge to pick up the women and girls of the Uchiha clan. There were no attacks along the way. Everyone came to the ghost town safely. The status of home. The terrain of Ghost Lantern City is dangerous. As long as you always pay attention to the surrounding movement, even if you dispatch several times the number of ninjas, you will never be able to enter the Ghost Lantern City. It is mainly because the grass ninjas rely too much on the defense of the Ghost Lantern City. People dared to come and attack, which allowed them to land successfully. After capturing the Ghost Lantern City, Lee incorporated the Grass Ninjas and gave them the title of the Grass Clan. As an affiliate of the Uchiha clan, they guarded the outskirts of the Ghost Lamp City. Naturally, the Grass Clan did not dare to disobey. The Grass Clan just changed their name, nothing serious. Leave, brother. Kushina and Mikato came to Lee's study, and Lee called them here. Come on, Kushina, Mikato, I have a sealing technique here, both of you should learn it and improve your combat effectiveness. Lee stood up from the chair, holding a sleeve in his hand, the sealing technique also at his Woolai's Huo Dungeon prison, which was adapted from the demon sealing technique of the Vortex clan, and its power is much stronger than that of the demon sealing technique. Sealing technique. Juxina heard the words and immediately took it over with great interest. She was a little curious. Who else knew the sealing technique besides the Uzumaki family, but opened it and looked at the principle of the entire sealing technique. After reading it once, Kushina's face turned a little ugly. She wasn't a fool. It was natural to see that this fire escape sealing technique was adapted from the sealing technique, which reminded Kushina of the genocide. Jushina, don't worry, I'm already asking the ninjas of the Grass Clan to find the orphans of the Vortex Clan in the country of grass. If they are found, they will be sent here. Lee also knew that Juzine was thinking what, said comfortingly. If I remember correctly, there are also some Uzumaki orphans in this country of grass. In the later period, Uzumaki Zionlin once went to Konoha to take the Chunin exam. He participated in the name of the Grass Ninja. I think most of them were sent by the moderate faction of the Grass Ninja village. From this point of view, there must be some Vortex orphans living outside the country of grass. Of course, the search for this Vortex orphan is, on the one hand, for Juxina, and on the other hand, for the family. Although this Ghost Lantern City is dangerous and cannot be attacked, it is like leaving them alone, and the Ghost Lantern City will be made overnight by a sneak attack. It is natural to avoid this kind of thing. Although it is possible to increase the patrolling intensity, there are too many people in the dark, and some guards will only patrol with the mentality of walking around. Setting guards is the same as not setting them. If you want to avoid being attacked, the barrier is essential. For example, Konoha has her own barrier. Once someone invades, it will immediately warn you, but unfortunately, the Uchiha family is not good at arranging such barrier. No, it should be said that there are very few ninjas who can set up a barrier, and the Uzumaki family is a family of sealing techniques, and setting up a barrier is as simple as eating and drinking. The huge barrier of Konoha is the help of the Uzumaki family. Arranged. Lee's plan is to find as many vortex orphans as possible, and then use their power to set up a huge barrier in Ghost Lantern City, so that the problem of being attacked by others can be avoided. Brother Lee, if there is nothing to do, Kushina and I will go to practice first, Uchiha Mikato said aloud. Hearing Mikato's words, Lee was a little surprised. From an early age, Uchiha Mikato didn't like to practice. Compared with becoming a powerful ninja, Uchiha Mikato should like to be a good wife and mother, but now it seems that Uchiha Mikato seems to meditation is hard work. Lee was a bit stunned in terms of emotions. He didn't know. Every time he saw Lee charging in front, she could only watch silently from behind. Not to mention how uncomfortable this feeling was, not only her, but also Juzine. It is also the reason why they have been practicing so hard recently. Well, you should practice this day in prison as soon as possible in the past few days. Lee nodded, willing to practice is a good thing. In the troubled times in the future, strength is the capital of survival. Qualifications. Uchiha Mikato and Kushina heard the words, looked at each other, and then turned to leave, but halfway through, Uchiha Mikato stopped, turned around again, hesitated a little, and said, Brotherly, although dealing with family affairs it's very important, but I hope you can take care of your health, don't stay up too late every day. Staying up too late is not good for your health. I just captured Ghost Lantern City, and there are too many things to deal with. As the patriarch, Lee is naturally very busy, and he is lying on the pile of documents every day. Mikato and Kushina see all this, and it hurts in their hearts. Lee's age is old as them, but with so many things on their backs, it is really unfair that the responsibility of revitalizing Uchiha rests on his 12-year-old child. The more outstanding a person is, the more things they have to bear. Their appearance is bright, and I don't know how much polishing they have gone through. Well, I see, so do you. You don't have to work too hard, some things are hard to come by. Li Wei nodded and said with a smile, this matter is nothing to Lee. As long as you pass this in a few days, it will be easy in the future. The main thing is to understand the structure and industry of Ghost Lantern City, and plan for future development. What? The Ghost Lantern City in the country of grass was breached by Lee and his clan. In the Hokage office, the 3 generations of Hokage were shocked when they heard the news. This Ghost Lamp City is notoriously easy to defend and difficult to attack in the ninja world. It has only been a few days since he defected? 3 days, the Ghost Lantern City will be conquered in 3 days, and the 3 generations of Hokage have no words to express the shock in their hearts. Orochimaru and Jirei were also shocked, but neither of them expressed their opinions. After Orochimaru was shocked, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. At this time, he was still one-armed. When it was burned, Orochimaru reluctantly cut off his left arm. The title of one of the 3 endures no longer lives up to its name. Now Orochimaru is not half as powerful as he used to be. No hate, but fortunately, he has found a way to recover. Lee's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Judging from his appearance, he wants to revive Uchiha. I hope he won't be the next Uchiha Madara. 3 generations of Hokage shook his head sadly, and the office followed suit. Fell into peace. From that time on, I've seen that Uchiha Lee is not a quiet master, and Konoha still treats him as a treasure. It's alright now, asking for trouble, it really deserves it. Konoha suddenly lost with so many Uchiha tribesmen and being attacked by the 9 tails. Konoha is definitely weaker than ever, and we may find a way to start the next step. Sand Ninja Village, the conference room. When Grandmacho heard the news that she had defected to Konoha, she immediately burst into laughter, and then she began to make up Konoha's idea. Yeah, the current Konoha is not as good as before. This is a good opportunity. Maybe we can take this opportunity to destroy Konoha in one fell swoop. Hai Lao hid in the side to help. He and Cho's mother-in-law are brothers and sisters. It can be said that is a temperament. Sandai Fengying's face was cloudy and sunny, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Lord Fengying, this matter is no trivial matter, we need to make a decision early. Another elder saw that the 3 generations of Fengying did not speak, and couldn't help saying aloud. Yeah, everyone began to agree. The Land of the Wind is the largest among the 5 major countries. However, compared with the rich, it is the most barren place. The desert land cannot be planted, and the weather is bad, and the business has become a luxury. To be able to survive, it is still relying on the previous generations of Fengying to use the blood to refine the gold and sand to sell for money, and the Land of Fire is the most fertile place in the 5 countries, and every village is very envious, otherwise it will not happen a few times in the ninja world. The war, and several wars were provoked by other villages. Konoha passively accepted it, and it was nothing to be defeated before. Now that such a big thing has happened in Konoha, all countries and villages are watching. Who is going to be a step behind? Then this is completely insulated from this piece of meat. Okay, stop arguing. The 3 generations of Fengying were upset by the noise and snorted coldly. Suddenly, everyone closed their mouths. It is not unreasonable for the 3 generations of Fengying to be known as the strongest Fengying in history. The right to speak. As soon as the 3 generations of Fengying spoke, none of these elders dared to let go. Glancing at the many elders, the 3 generations of Fengying said coldly, "You only saw the superficial phenomenon. Although Konoha seems to have greatly reduced her strength after passing through the 9 tails, have you ever thought about it? The Sharingan can also control the tailed beast, and there is also the candidate Zulai of the Whirlpool family. With such a lineup, it is not too difficult to conquer the 9 tails, and, don't forget, how did we do when we were in Konoha? Embarrassed Uchiha, and later attacked and killed him before the Chunin exam. Although Uchiha was just a kid, he has been forbearing until now, which shows that his behavior cannot be judged by his age. His long-planned conspiracy, such a terrifying scheming. If we act rashly, I am afraid that this Uchiha will immediately put a dark trick behind us." Speaking of this, the 3 generations of Fengying's eyes were like electricity, and they glanced at the elders. Wherever they passed, everyone lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look at them. The aura of the 3 generations of Fengying was too powerful. Seeing this result, Kazekage's 3 generations nodded with satisfaction, and then said lightly, "Now what we have to worry about is not how much fighting power Konoha still has, but the hidden danger of Uchiha. Let's take a look at what's happening in other villages for now." "Yes, Master Fengying." All the elders nodded helplessly. Even the 2 elders, Cho and Heilao Zhang, did not dare to make trouble. They still respected these 3 generations of Fengying. Regarding the series of events that happened to Konoha and Lee, each village has a different attitude. This incident spread very fast, but it spread throughout the entire ninja world in one day, which is incredible. When Lee received this news, at that time, his face was also very ugly, not because he was afraid of those big villages, but because he knew that someone was thinking about him. If I guessed correctly, it should be Ban and Baiju hiding in a cave. There are countless copies of Baiju, and it is really easy to spread the news throughout the ninja world in one day, but what Lingli did not expect was that he would be targeted by Madara so quickly. It seems that the days in the future will not be so easy. We must seize the time to improve the strength of the clan. Thinking of this, Lee no longer hesitated. After leaving the study, he held a family meeting. To hold a meeting. In the hall of Ghost Lantern City, all 230 clansmen have arrived. This is Uchiha's last fighting strength, and more than 50 clansmen who have not opened their eyes are added. At this time, everyone is standing quietly in the hall. Look at the head of the family in the front. Lee stood at the forefront, glanced at the many clansmen, and then said, "Everyone may already know that now the entire ninja world knows that we have betrayed Konoha and captured Ghost Lantern City. For them, we are now just a small group. Power, it can be easily destroyed, and my Uchiha family's Sharingan enjoys a great reputation in the ninja world. I don't know how many people are thinking about our Sharingan, in order to prevent others from being killed due to lack of strength during the battle. Now, I hope that all people can put their energy into practice. Do you understand?" Clear. More than 200 people responded in unison. Not only did they not show fear on their faces, but they were also full of excitement. For them, it was a good thing that the reputation of the Uchiha family was spread. After all, what they did the effort is to make the entire ninja world recognize Uchiha and fear Uchiha. Now it's just a step forward. Of course, they also know that if they want to truly make others fear, strength is the most important thing. I believe that in the next paragraph in time, the entire Uchiha will fall into a crazy practice. Li Wei nodded, and then said again, "The first elder and the second elder stay, and the rest will go down to practice." Suddenly, everyone started to leave the hall one after another, one by one. There was an excited smile on his face. "Lord Patriarch, I don't know what else to order," Uchiha asked respectfully after the tribe disappeared. "Old man, there are no outsiders now, so don't be so unfamiliar." Li Vinian waved his hand, and then took out 2 rolled sleeves from the ninja bag and handed them to the first elder and the second elder, one for each. "This is..." Seeing this, the 2 frowned slightly. One of these 2 sleeve rolls is the practice method of Likey, and the other is the practice method of the crow's technique. "Great elder, I hope you can pick out the clansmen who have the thunder attribute chakra from the clansmen, and then let them practice this thunderbolt." Che, and the second elder is responsible for letting all the clansmen practice this crow technique. These 2 ninjutsu are very practical. Likey has a huge attack power, and the crow technique is strange and difficult to prevent. As long as the clansmen practice these 2 ninjutsu will definitely increase your combat power, Lee said lightly. This is the way he thought about it for a long time. For today's plan, slow development is no longer suitable for the Uchiha family. Since it is targeted, it must be counterattacked at a faster speed in order to use evil to defeat evil. Although it will take a little more time to recuperate the ghost city just now, but it is necessary to use extraordinary measures in extraordinary times, and I have also thought about it. Maybe the moderates are also preparing. They won't sit idly by, and since that's the case, they will suddenly launch a fierce attack and catch them off guard. Uchipolitan, go down and inform the first elder and the second elder, and let them too send me the latest practice status of the clansman, Lee said lightly. Knowing yourself and the enemy can help you think about your next actions. If you don't even know where the bottom line of the clansman is, it will be a bit difficult to command this battle. Yes, the patriarch. Uchibo Lin heard the words, nodded slightly, and then exited the study. After Uchiha Lin left, Lee also got up and walked out of the study, and found Kushina and Uchiha Mikato who were practicing. I didn't find it when I came over. I didn't bother to see the two of them practicing so ninja, and then sat down in the wooden corridor of the eaves. Kushina, you're cheating, I won't fight you. Uchiha Mikato was kicked away by Kushina, and she quit immediately. Uchiha Mikato is a ninja who mainly focuses on ninjutsu, and is not skilled in physical skills. Dominant, and Kushina's chakra volume is very large and difficult to control, which also creates a situation where Kushina does not know any ninjutsu except for sealing, but in terms of physical skills, she is very good. After all, when she was at the ninja school, she defeated the 3 boys who bullied her by herself. As a Uzumaki clan, Kushina's physique is very strong and belongs to the Xiaoqian level. You are obviously weak, and you blame me. Ju Xin Nai raised his chin, showing a victorious attitude. Just as she was about to retort, Mikato saw Lee who was sitting on the side, and a smile appeared on her angrily little face. Without looking at Kushina, she trotted to Lee's side and said happily, "Brotherly, why do you have time to come and see me and Kushina practice today?" Kushina was still wondering about Uchiha Mikato's transformation, but after seeing the departure, Kushina quit. I didn't expect that the first person to pass was not me. Lee, is the family affairs finished? Kushina also trotted over and asked, standing beside Uchiha Mikato. Yeah, Lee nodded, and then said again, the strength of the two of you can already be regarded as an elite Chunin who stands alone. If you add the Tianjing Huo Dun, even the Chunin may be in your hands. After receiving Lee's affirmation, Kushina and Mikato's eyes suddenly lit up, and they looked sideways at each other with smiles in their eyes. They worked so hard in order to gain Lee's approval, so that they would be able to take them by their side when fighting in the future. Brotherly, since you have recognized our strength now, don't put us anywhere else when we fight in the future, Mikato said with a smile. Her big eyes turned into crescent moons, and her cute appearance made people look so cute. Can't refuse. That's right, Mikato and I are already very strong, Kushina said carelessly with her arms crossed. Lee heard the words and nodded slightly. He also hoped that Kushina and Uchiha Mikato could get in touch with the battle earlier. Some time ago, the strength of the two was too weak, and Lee was afraid that they would be hurt. After all, it was a battle of 200 people against 1,000 people. The mortality rate is too high, I can't take this risk. I thought about it, and said, Kushina, I found 4 orphans of the Whirlpool family in the country of grass. Li Wei waved his hand to stop Kushina's words, and then continued, but they have now become ninjas of the moderate faction in Kusanagi village. In order to take over your clan, there must be a battle, and now I'm here, just so that you can prepare in advance. This time, you will also go together. Real. Hearing Lee's words, Kushina and Mikato's eyes suddenly lit up, and they were very happy. They practiced so hard in order to carry those heavy burdens with Lee. Now that everything has come true, there is no reason to refuse. The small heads of the two people nodded quickly, indicating their intentions. Seeing this, Li Wei smiled, stood up, bent the index fingers of both hands, and flicked them on the foreheads of the two of them, ignoring the two who were grinning, and said, I don't have much to prepare for you. 3 days later, I will lead the way. The clansmen went to Cao 9th village. If you really want to follow along, take advantage of these 3 days to adjust your state to the best, understand? Yes, the two of them covered their foreheads, with tears in their eyes, and responded aggrievedly. They didn't understand why Lee liked to flick their heads every time. This way of expressing love is too strange. Seeing the grievances of the two of them, Li Wei smiled and felt very comfortable in his heart. He dreamed of living this kind of life without any worries, being with those he cared about every day and enjoying family happiness, but Lee knew that this everything is built on the basis of strength. Without strength, no matter how beautiful things are, they are just flowers in the mirror and moon in the water. The efficiency of Uchibalan and the two elders was not bad. The next morning, Uchibalan and the two elders called a document to Lee's hands. Patriarch, this is the recent practice of the clansmen. Uchiha Jean nodded and said. The atmosphere in the study room seemed a bit solemn. The three of them knew that the war was going to start again. Uchibo Lin was full of blood and wanted to go up and fight the enemy now, but the two elders understood the danger, no matter what it was. There are pros and cons. War represents death. It may be the enemy, it may be yourself, but the two elders will not be afraid of war because of this. The Uchiha family is always fighting. How can races be afraid of war? It's just that when they reach the position of elders, they think more than young people, and they won't be blindly enthusiastic. After opening the document and looking at it for a while, he closed the document. He already understood the preliminary situation. Among the 230 clansmen, there are only 5 people with Thunder Attribute Chakra, so there are only 5 people in this Likey. Cultivation, the age is over 20 years old, but Likey is an S-level ninjutsu. It is not so easy to practice, so no one masters it, mainly because the time is too short. The practice is less than 5 days, even a genius is not possibly so quickly. As for the art of crows, most of the clansmen have mastered it. This art of crows belongs to illusion. Uchiha is the ancestor of illusion. It is not too difficult to learn this art of crows. Patriarch, when will we start attacking Kusanagi village? Uchiha Akira said solemnly when he saw that the document was put down. The excitement on Uchiha Lin's face on one side did not hide at all. As long as the moderate faction of the Grass Ninja village was subdued, the Uchiha family could be regarded as the only ninja force in the country of Grass. If the whole ninja world knew that Uchiha was in such a short time, what kind of situation would it be like to unify the Grass Ninjas who have been fighting for so long within the time limit? Go down and prepare. Tomorrow night, we will gather all the clansmen and the ninjas of the Grass Clan in front of Ghost Lantern City. We will conduct a night attack again this time, and take the Grass Ninja village in the fastest time and with the least sacrifice. Lekin glancing at the 3 of them, they said lightly. Yes, the Patriarch. The 3 of them nodded when they heard the words. Uchibo Lin looked excited, and the 2 elders were very solemn, and the 3 left the study one after another. Nunu, it's time for you to drink blood. Lee picked up Nunu, who was on the desk, and muttered. As night fell, both Kushina and Uchiha Mikato came back, and they both sat happily at the dining table, humming little songs. Have you encountered anything good? Lee Weiwei asked in confusion. Well, we are only happy to be able to fight alongside you. Uchiha Mikato shook his head, then picked up Lee's rice bowl, filled it with a bowl of rice and handed it to Lee. I don't know what happened to my clansmen, but they actually joined the Grass Ninja village. Did they forget that the Grass Ninja village and other villages joined forces to attack the country of Vortex? Thinking of this, Juzine was a little annoyed. Maybe there is a last resort. Let's not talk about this now, just eat. Lee shook his head and did not explain. In fact, the last time to attack the country of the Vortex was only the main battle faction of the Grass Ninja village, and the moderate faction did not go to participate, but Lee won't underestimate this moderate. After the Whirlpool family was exterminated, he was able to quickly find some Vortex orphans who were left out. It is conceivable that this moderate is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and his behavior is better than the master. The direct attack of the war faction is even worse. Just like robbers and thieves, the main war faction is a robber, but he is here to rob. There is still a way to prevent it, but if it is stealing, it is impossible to prevent. As the saying goes, guns are easy to hide, the dark arrow is hard to guard against. Lee K will not take this moderate fact lightly, and will not have any good feelings. After dinner, Lee took the 2 of them to sit outside to admire the moon. Tonight is the last peaceful night. Tomorrow, the war will ignite the country of Grass again. Prepare the ropes, hurry up. Opposite the Ghost Lantern Cliff, countless ninjas stood on the opposite side in an orderly manner, and the iron ropes ran to the cliff wall on the side of the Ghost Lantern City. This method is the way to lead the Uchiha family to conquer the Ghost Lantern City, but now this group of ninjas it is forward with a Grass Ninja. Boss, it's ready. A Grass Ninja came to Long Ming and said respectfully, well, tell everyone to act immediately, we have to break into the Ghost Lantern City as quickly as possible. Long Ming's face was solemn. After giving the order, he grabbed a rope and took the lead to climb forward. With a sound, one by one grabbed the iron ropes, coiled on it like a snake, and crawled quickly. This is from the moderate faction of Kusanagi village. After discussing for a long time, they still feel that they are quick to attack, so that Uchiha can make a sneak attack before he can react. Only in this way can victory be possible. A group of people landed quickly. There were ninjas on the ropes, and there were also ninjas who had successfully reached the other side of the shore, but they did not act immediately, but hid in the grass on one side. There are many flowers and trees planted in Ghost Lantern City, which is very suitable for hiding. Sakusa Shinobi's actions were exactly the same as when they were originally. The lights in the Ghost Lantern City are bright, and there are Grass Clan ninjas passing by from time to time, but they have not found what happened on the edge of the cliff. I have to say that there has been an enemy invasion, but these Grass Clan ninjas still do not long memory. This is why I was so eager to find the Whirlpool clan to set up a barrier. The Ghost Lamp City is very large, and it is impossible for Kushina alone to complete such a huge barrier. After the thousands of ninjas all landed, this time they did not learn to attack like them, but rushed directly towards the gate of Ghost Lantern City. After all, they did not have the kind of strength to kill the guards silently. With a large number of them and a sudden attack, it was already late at night, and most of the ninjas had already slept. In such a situation, 1,000 ninjas suddenly descended from the sky and rushed in. It is conceivable what kind of impulse it would cause. Open the city gate and rush in. Long Ming roared, and soon some ninjas pushed open the city gate. Suddenly, thousands of ninjas rushed into the compound. A small silver thread shone with a silvery white brilliance under the moonlight, but because it was too thin and almost stuck to the ground, if you hadn't opened your eyes and searched inch by inch, you wouldn't be able to find this silver thread, a grass. Forbearance passed, and 1 foot was mixed on the silver wire. Snapped. The silver wire was broken, and the crisp voice was particularly harsh in the tranquility of the night. Long Ming, who took the lead, suddenly changed his face, and before he had time to speak, in all directions, the overwhelming kunao shot towards the grass ninja in the center of the yard. What? This time, they were caught off guard. Who would have thought that there would still be a mechanism here, and the stronger ninjas could barely open the kunyu, but some of them suffered, and were directly pierced by the kunyu body, and some even tied into a brush. With so many screams, the sleeping Grass Clan ninjas and Uchiha's people woke up one after another. They didn't need to think about it. They knew that there was an enemy attack, and the Grass Clan had already been nervous after being attacked by them last time. When I heard the scream, the first thing that came to my mind was the enemy after the attack. Everyone got up from the bed one after another, and the good combat material went out. For a time, the entire Ghost Lantern City flickered, and countless ninjas gathered. It's not bad, as I expected. This moderate is not a fuel-efficient lamp. In the study, Lee listened to the noisy voice outside, and immediately pouted. Long after the Ghost Lamp City was destroyed, Lee knew that the moderate people would definitely not be able to sit still, and would definitely find a way to solve Uchiha. This stab in the eye. Of course, Lee naturally doesn't know when the Grass Ninja will act, but Lee has decided to attack before tomorrow night, so in order to prevent the other party from having the same idea, these days, as long as it is night, Lee will let people set up an organ in the large courtyard behind the gate of Ghost Lantern City, which is the silver wire. No one will go there at night, and the patrols and guards know the location of the organ. Therefore, it is impossible for the people on my side to touch the organ, but once the people of Cao Ninja Village enter this yard and unknowingly mix the silver thread, the organ will be touched, that is, the sky full of kunao. The night attack has been used before, and others have planted it in his own hands. Naturally, Lee is not so stupid to let the same thing happen to himself. Since it is possible to raise the barrier in a short period of time, then the arrangement of the mechanism can always be done. Litsaizi, I really have you. Uchiha Jean and Uchiha Akira grinned with admiration on their faces. Both of them were very happy in their hearts. This patriarch of his family is not only powerful, but his head is so easy to use. As long as there is enough time, why can't the Uchiha family be worried? Arise. Okay, let's go out and have a look too. Let this farce end soon. Li Weiwei pouted, stood up and said, Farce? Uchiha Jean and Uchiha Akira looked at each other. The only person who could call the 1,000 people war a farce was Madara Uchiha. No, now there is another Uchiha Lee. After reacting, the two old men can't get along. Close your mouth. This is the domineering arrogance of the Uchiha clan's patriarch, who is like the cowardly son of Uchiha Hiroshi, who actually lives under Konoha. At this time, the entire Ghost Lantern City ignited the flames of war again. The Grass family and the ninjas of the Grass Ninja Village fought each other. They were originally dead enemies, but now they have Uchiha's backing. He also joined the battlefield and fought with the ninjas of the Grass Ninja Village. 1,000 ninjas of the Grass Ninja Village, after a random sweep of the traps, died hundreds of them. It can be said that they have suffered setbacks before they started fighting, and the ground is full. The corpse of the Grass Ninja instead aroused the blood of the Grass family and Uchiha, killing one by one. Retreat for me. Long Ming saw that the people on his side were being killed continuously, his eyes were about to bulge out, and he kept shouting to retreat. This attack was over. Not only was it unsuccessful, but he lost so many people, and his strength will be greatly damaged in the future. How will I gain a foothold in the ninja world in the future? Old man, stop for me. He grabbed the empty Kushina and used the Huo Dungeon prison, and slapped Long Ming with a palm, but Kushina remembered that several of her clansmen were still in Kushin's hands. How could he let him leave so easily? Looking for death. Seeing that a kid dared to attack him, Long Ming couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He pulled out the sword from his waist and slashed at Juxina's right hand. Master, the knife is extremely tricky. No, I can't take it back. Kushina's eyes widened. She didn't expect that she would be unable to defeat the leader with a sneak attack. Seeing the bright knife getting closer and closer to her hand, Kushina immediately became anxious. What if a hand is cut off? Kushina. Uchiha Mikato, who happened to seal an enemy, saw that Kushina was in danger, and immediately wanted to come forward to rescue, but was stopped again by a few Kusanagi, and became in a hurry for a while. Began to resist. Whoosh! A blade of light flashed by and directly hit the abdomen of a Grass Ninja. The huge impact did not stop because of this. The whole knife flew towards Long Ming with such a Grass Ninja's body at a very fast speed. On the back of Long Ming's knife, Long Ming was taken aback, instinctively retracted the knife, and kicked the Grass Ninja. Poor Grass Ninja still had a knife stuck in his stomach, and he was not completely dead yet. With this kick, he rolled his eyes and flew towards Kushina, just in time to meet Kushina's palm, and the sealing technique hit the back of the grass ninja. "Who is it? Come out for me." Long Ming's face was like ink, and he yelled in the direction of Li. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Long Ming in an instant. The person who came was Li, wearing a black turtleneck coat. After pulling Morasame out of the dead Kusanagi, he looked at Long Ming. "You are the current leader of Grass Ninja Village?" Li Weiwei raised his chin, his scarlet writing while I was terrifying. "Your Excellency is the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan?" Long Ming squinted slightly, and clenched the hilt of the knife with his right hand. He knew that this kid in front of him couldn't judge his strength by his age. "Two choices for you. First, surrender to my Uchiha, and second, die." Li Weiwei turned his eyes away and looked at him lazily. When Long Ming heard the words, his face suddenly turned gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, "Although your strength is good, and you control the power of the Uchiha clan and Ghost Lantern City, I also have thousands of ninjas under my command, but after this battle, your Uchiha clan will also be in a state of collapse, and you won't get the slightest benefit. Why don't we both stop here?" "Failed to recover?" Li Vinian sneered, and directly rushed towards Long Ming, and Morasame in his hand slashed fiercely. "When?" Long Ming hurriedly raised his knife to block, but the huge force made him almost unable to hold the hilt of the knife. "As long as I kill you, everything can be over." Li sneered, the right hand holding the knife violently used force, directly slashing Long Ming and flying out. How can this kid's physical skills and strength be so powerful? Long Ming was in the air, looking at Li in horror. After landing, he looked down at his trembling right hand. He couldn't imagine standing on his own. The person in front of him is really just a 12-year-old kid. After so many years of life potion transformation, although Li's body is not comparable to that of an immortal, his quality is twice as strong as that of ordinary people. In addition, he has been exercising since he was a child. How can ordinary people's arm strength be comparable to Li's? If you can't do physical skills, then you can only rely on ninjutsu. Long Ming put the knife in his hand on the ground, and then quickly formed a seal with both hands, fire escape, the art of fireball. Grass Ninja Village is worthy of being good at studying other people's ninjutsu. The power of this flamboyant fireball is even better than that used by many Uchiha clansmen. This fireball is at least 1.5 meters in size, rolling like a huge Hot Wheel, and I don't know how many floors are smashed along the way. Comparing me with fire escape? Interesting. Looking at the fireball that was getting closer and closer to him, Li Weiwei pouted and quickly formed a seal with his left hand. Yes, it's just the left hand. One-handed seal is a part of Li's practice since he was a child. The course, up to now, although the speed is not too fast, but there is also a speed of 5 prints per second. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. After the attack, a fireball with a diameter of 2 meters was formed, and it directly hit Long Ming's fireball. The two collided, and the separated fireball instantly drowned Long Ming's fireball. The superposition of the two flamboyant fireballs was very powerful. When they hit Long Ming, a violent explosion sounded. The flames spread like falling meteors, and also backed away, leaving the grass forbearance on the spot. Let's show you today the real power of fire escape. It seems that the next time you want to imitate, you have to imitate me a little bit. Don't lose the face of my Uchiha clan's ninjutsu. Turn back from 1, take 2 steps back, the hands begin to seal. Not good. Long Ming showed his figure, his face changed greatly, and hurriedly greeted his subordinates to spread out. He has seen the power of Li's fire escape. If he hadn't used the stand-in technique to avoid it, he would have been bombarded and killed. Now, although he doesn't know what fire escape ninjutsu Li wants to release, it won't be too bad. Where to go? Huo dun, how fireball. After the end of the Indian style, a huge fire spit out from Li's mouth. The flames were like a sea and spread all over the courtyard. Seeing the flames like a sea, Long Ming's whole face turned green. He didn't expect this fire to be the group attack ninjutsu. What he did not expect was that such a powerful fire escape ninjutsu existed in this world. Quick, give me water and earth. Long Ming immediately shouted when he came back to his senses. Water escape. Water array by. Water escape, water dragon bomb. No need for Long Ming to say, at this time of life crisis, no matter what your order is, they have already made the seal one step ahead, and suddenly dozens of ninjas stepped forward, sent the water out, and collided with the sea of fire. The interweaving of water and fire made the sound of steam, and the whole ghost town was filled with white mist. All the silhouettes were instantly swallowed by the white mist. When I saw this, I stopped the fire and pulled out the plug. On the ground, Murakami's figure rushed directly into the white mist. The only thing that the white mist could block was the naked eye, and it could not cause any obstacle to the riding wheel. He's here. A Cao Ren's eyes widened in horror. In front of his eyes, a black shadow flashed away, and then the voice stopped abruptly. A smear of blood was printed on the white mist, and then scattered. On the ground, Kusanagi immediately fell to the ground clutching his neck. Noisy, noisy, noisy. The scarlet riding wheel eyes are like the eyes of a devil, shaking constantly in the white mist, Li carrying Morasame, everywhere you Ren falls down. Where is it? Where is it? Get out of here. Long Ming is now blind, he can't see anything but a layer of white fog. The bloody smell of the nose, the eyes of Long Minky were red, and the sword in his hand was slashing randomly, hoping to kill the demon. A few minutes later, the white fog was gradually blown away by the breeze, and the sight became clearer. However, the end of the white fog also represented the end of Kusanagi. Li was carrying a water-misted knife, and the tip of the knife pointed at him. Long Ming's neck can pierce his throat with just a little advance. Bang! A trace of cold sweat slid down Long Ming's face, the knife in his hand was still on the ground, and there was a crisp knocking sound. The rest of the grass ninjas also threw Kyu and their ninja tools on the ground. In any sense, even the leader has been captured, what else is there to fight? And they were just killed by Li Yitang in the white fog, and they were blindfolded by the white fog again, like a blindfolded pig waiting to die, waiting for the fear of coming to slaughter with the butcher's knife is too unbearable, and no one has the desire to continue fighting. I'm willing to surrender to Uchiha. Long Ming moved his lips and said these words with difficulty. The matter has come to this point, and there is only one dead end to refuse. The only thing he regrets is the one who came to fight this evil star. Idea. When Li heard the words, he squinted slightly, and let out the murderous death without concealment. He really wanted to kill this Long Ming, but after thinking about it, Li restrained this thought again. Since the Uchiha clan wants to conquer in the future in the world, you have to conquer all the clans. You can't kill the patriarchs of each clan, and even if you kill them, the newly raised patriarchs will have different hearts. A few words are very useful in this world. System, is there anything that can allow me to permanently control others? After sinking part of his consciousness into the system, Li found the system and asked. Bi Tianxian can permanently control the consciousness of others. The indifferent voice of the system came from the light group. When you hear the words of the system, Li will directly filter it, and the gods can control others. Don't you know that? The key is that this interval is too long. 12 years, this kind of restriction is powerful, but it is not very practical at this stage. After all, there are not many 12 years in a person's life, although after obtaining the body of a fairy, the interval time can be shortened, but the body of the immortal needs 1.5 million points, and now there is not even a fraction of it, it is too far away. However, the system will never set targets for no reason. Is there any solution? Thinking of this, Li Wei squinted his eyes and asked, System, is there any way to shorten the interval between the casting of this god? Yes, every time you use Bi Tianxian, you only need to spend 10,000 points to use it for the second time, no need to wait for 12 years. 10,000 points are worth once? Li Vinian was speechless. This system is too black-hearted. In this way, it is like using Bi Tianxian to control this Long Ming today, then Bi Tianxian will fall into the cooldown time and spend 10,000 yuan. The point value can eliminate the cooling, immediately activate the second time, and after the activation, Bi Tianxian will fall into the cooling again. If you want to eliminate the cooling, you will need another 10,000, and so on. If you don't control a person in the future, you will need 10,000 points. Worth it. Although it feels very pitiful, but after thinking about it, Li still decides to exchange for other gods. Anyway, he only wants to control the patriarchs and leaders of various clans. Without fighting a clan, he can gain tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of points. Value, for example, this time, Li has gained 115,000 points, plus the previous 26 points, a total of 375,000 points value, calculated, he can be considered a big profit. System, help me exchange other gods. After deducting 10,000 points, Li once again felt that his left eye contained the pupil technique of Bi Tianxian, Xinwei and Bi Tianxian coexisted in his left eye, and his right eye was Amaterasu. After exchanging Bi Tianxian, Li exited the system space, and his consciousness completely returned to his body. Long Ming still lowered his head in a cold sweat. Although he didn't know why Li didn't speak just now, the chills emanating from Murasame's blade made him he didn't even dare to lift his head. Long Ming, raise your head. Li said lightly, and the three-goose jade writing wheel rotated a circle, and then formed a kaleidoscope writing wheel. After using Bi Tianxian, the battle is over. Bi Tianxian is worthy of the name of the strongest illusion. Long Ming was controlled, and he didn't realize it at all. He just thought silently in his heart that he must be loyal to Li, and then Long Ming I took a Hate Ninja Village and returned to Cao Ninja Village. Ghost Lantern City is only so big and can't live with so many people. Anyway, it can be mobilized with an order when we fight in the future. It's the same wherever we live. Before leaving, Li told Long Ming to let him send all the shares of the Vortex clan to Ghost Lantern City. Under the influence of other gods, Long Ming could not refuse, but in one day, the orphans of the Vortex were sent to the city for 4 days. Ghost Lantern City, 3 women and 1 man, the bright red hair is exactly the same as Ju Xian Nai. Sir Madara, Uchiha Li is indeed very capable of that kid. The ninjas of Kusanagi village attacked him, but they failed unexpectedly, and they also became a subordinate force of Uchiha. I really congratulate Madame Madara, you are out of the clan. Such a great talent. In the dark cave, Baiju reported the recent movements of the ninja world with a smile on his face. Baiju, your mouth is really ill-disciplined, are you making fun of your master like this? Uchiha Madara said in a low voice, his eyes unwavering. Hey, who told us that Baiju has a nickname called Raoshi? Baiju didn't care about it and smiled, but seeing Madara really angry, Baiju hurriedly closed his mouth and changed the subject. Seriously said, so Madame Madara, this Uchiha is so powerful and scheming, I'm afraid it's not so easy to control. And the current situation of the entire ninja world, there are not many people who want to find out how to deal with the kaleidoscope, some from the big village. Ying also has to take into account the interests of his own village and won't be dispatched easily. I really have no choice now, I spread the news, but no village has taken action. Baiju sighed helplessly. You don't care about this, we still have something to do with time, he is in the light, we are in the dark, sooner or later, he will give us a chance. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and then looked at his body, as if sighing, he said helplessly, if I can get out of this golem now, who in the entire ninja world can stop me? Don't worry, Madame Madara, your eyes have been sent out, and then you just need to find another guide, wait for you to die, and then resurrect again, then you will be the strongest and most perfect state, then there will be no ninja world. People are your opponents. Baiju looked flattering, but it looked a little weird. Uchiha Madara glared at Baiju when he heard the words, he didn't like Baiju's mouth very much. What do you mean by waiting for me to die in the future? Does it mean that? Speaking of which, since the battle between me and the Valley of the End, I have been hidden from the world to this day, the Uchiha clan is no longer what it used to be, and he died shortly after the battle with me, and Tobirama succeeded the second Hokage. However, after Tobirama died, the Qianshao clan disappeared from the world and hid in the country of the river. Although they did not ask about the world on the surface, they were always monitoring the movements of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. There is a strong dissatisfaction with the Qianshao family in his tone. Who told you that the Uchiha clan and the Qianshao clan are mortal enemies, who don't they monitor Uchiha? This guy Baiju was outspoken, and he said what was in his heart without thinking, causing Madara to stare again, and finally closed his mouth angrily. Since the death of Hajime and Tobirama, the prestige of the Qianshao clan has been greatly diminished, for fear of being suppressed by the Uchiha clan, so they retreated as their advance and hid in the country of the river, secretly monitoring Uchiha. If there is no movement from Uchiha, then if there is a little momentum of rebelling against Konoha, I am afraid they will immediately jump out to suppress Uchiha. Moreover, Konoha was co-founded by Uchiha and Qianshao. After Tobirama's death, the prestige of the Qianshao clan has been greatly reduced, and over time, many people in the village no longer have any respect for the Qianshao clan, which makes the Thousand Shao clan people very dissatisfied. Presumably they left the village for this reason. So, Mr. Ban, what do you mean by saying so much? Baiju blinked his eyes and looked puzzled. When Uchiha Madara heard the words, he glared at Baiju with a look of hatred for not turning iron into steel. Talking to Baiju was so tiring, except for a powerful mouth, his whole head became mush. The Uchiha family was suppressed by Konoha, and they felt unhappy. They felt that they were rejected by some servants as their original masters, and the same was true for the Senju family. They thought that Hashimama and Tobirama had paid so much for Konoha, but the two after the death, the Qianshao family was forgotten so quickly. It is normal to have resentment in their hearts. Now Uchiha Lee led half of the clan to sentence Konoha. The Qianshao family must have received the news long ago, plus Konoha's experience. After World War II, the strength of the village is not as strong as before, and the Qianshao clan has endured for so long, and must have accumulated a strong strength, enough to suppress the strength of the major families of Konoha. Look, they will return to Konoha soon. Speaking of which, Madara Uchiha had a weird smile on his face, and murmured, it seems that this world will become more and more exciting. I just don't know how long Uchiha Lee will be able to struggle in the hands of the Qianshao clan. What? Ha ha. Baiju listened to this laughter, couldn't help sweating coldly, and silently dived to the ground. The stone cave returned to silence again. Lord Patriarch, Uchiha's group of rebels unified the Kusanagi village last night. Now the whole ninja world is full of uproar. I don't know what we should do. Should we continue to hide from the world or not? Somewhere in the country of rivers, there is a large building under the ground. In a room similar to a conference room, 5 people are sitting at a long table, 4 old men are sitting side by side, and a middle-aged man with dignified faces. The clothes they wore were engraved with a family crest, if it was Konoha's. When people see it, they must be able to recognize it. The family represented by this clan emblem is the Shinzi Qianshao family that dominated the world of forbearance. Well, the Uchiha clan has made a lot of moves recently. We can't sit idly by, and Konoha is getting weaker day by day. It's time for our Qianshao clan to be born. The middle-aged man nodded lightly, and there was a glint in his eyes. Since Lee led half of the Uchiha clan to defect to Konoha, and there is still a lot of uproar in the ninja world, the Kishao clan, who are mortal rivals, can't sit still. If the Uchiha clan has been staying in Konoha honestly, they may not be able to find it. What excuse was born, but now, Lee gave them this excuse. The Qianshao family was born, but within 3 days, the news swept the entire ninja world. The famous Qianshao family had been hidden from the world since the death of the Qianshao Tobirama. Today, more than 20 years have passed, and now they are again. When he was born, all the villages who wanted to fight Konoha's idea were quiet. Although Konoha lost most of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, but now that the entire Qianshao family has joined Konoha, the strength has soared, and all the villages are secretly hated. Now it seems that the plan to attack Konoha is a long way off. Can't the Qianshao family be lonely too? In the study, Li placed the letter on the table, and the news on it was the news of the birth of the Qianshao clan. In just 3 days, they had already entered Konoha. Li boy, the Qianshao clan has been in hiding for so many years, and their strength must have been preserved a lot. After the Second World War, my Uchiha clan's strength has not been accumulated, but has declined. Now that Qianshao is born, I am afraid that we will be the first to deal with it. This. Uchiha Jean frowned. He didn't expect that the Qianshao family would be born so soon, but it caught him by surprise. Akira Uchiha was also worried, and no one in the Uchiha family looked down on him, but only Qianshao. They did not dare to underestimate it at all. It seems that this world will become more and more exciting, and it won't be so boring in the future. Li Dan snorted, then looked at Uchiha, and said lightly, the Thousand Hands will definitely come to deal with us. In the days to come, you will personally supervise the cultivation of the clansmen, and be ready to meet the arrival of war at any time. Yes, the patriarch. The eyes of the two elders flashed, and the worries on their faces disappeared completely. They saw the confidence in Li's face. This patriarch gave them great confidence. They believed that Li would lead them to conquer the world, just like Madara. Even thousands of hands are not afraid. 3 generations of Hokage, this Konoha is not as good as before. In Hokage's office, Qianshao Sen, the current patriarch of the Qianshao clan, was sitting at the desk for no reason. His sharp eyes made people dare not look at him. Beside him, stood a stern boy. The boy's left eye was wearing a black eye patch, a godless right eye, and a dark red armor, which is very similar to the one worn by the first Hokage, but the godless right eye is far from the Senjutsu, and it seems that there is nothing worthwhile. He goes to pay attention. Whether a village is strong or not depends not on its combat effectiveness, but on whether the villagers live comfortably. When the first Hokage-sama established Konoha, what he pursued was not power, but peace. The third Hokage smiled indifferently. He smiled and took a breath. Shut up. As soon as the blindfolded boy heard this, his numb eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at the third Hokage with his right eye, and shouted in a deep voice, the so-called peace and happiness are always based on strength, only by making the power of human fear can make all people happy. Shut up, Huang. Qianshao Xinyu glanced at Qianshao Huang, but there was a faint smile on his face. Humph. Qin Shao Huang snorted coldly, ignoring his father. The third Hokage squinted his eyes slightly, his heart was burning with anger, and his face was a little ugly, but it was not easy to attack. After all, the other party was only a junior. Even if he couldn't bear the face of a monk, he had to look at the face of the Buddha. 3rd generations of Hokage, there is no other reason for our Qianshao clan to come back this time. We just heard that there was a rebellion in the Uchiha clan. We must not let the efforts of the 1st and 2nd generations of Hokage be destroyed. Please let me out for my clan to live in. I wonder if it's okay. Qianshao Xinyu squinted his eyes and said lightly. The former site of the Qianshao family is the place where Uzumaki Mito lived before he died, but except for one building, the rest of the site has been built as a house for civilians. Later, the 9 Tails broke out and all the buildings were destroyed. Once, it is now being rebuilt. The 3 generations of Hokage frowned slightly, sighed for a while, and finally nodded helplessly. Well, I will let the construction workers rebuild it. This is also impossible. Now Konoha's strength is unprecedentedly weakened. This time, half of Uchiha's clansmen defected, and then the 9 Tails broke out. Finally, when Jiraiya and Orochimaru led 100 ninjas to pursue, they were all killed. Destroyed, Orochimaru has broken a hand, and his strength has been greatly reduced. Today's Konoha is at least twice as powerful as it was during World War II. Although he said that Konoha's purpose is peace and happiness, it is just like Qianshao Huang said, everything is built on the basis of strength, which is also one of the reasons why the 3 generations of Hokage are not prone to collapse. And the Qianshao clan has been hidden for decades and has accumulated a lot of strength. If Konoha can get this batch of strength, why can't he live and work in peace and contentment in the future? After getting a satisfactory answer, Qianshao Xinyu also showed a smile, and then took Qianshao Huang out of the Hokage office, leaving behind the gloomy 3 generations of Hokage smoking a cigarette. Walking on the streets of Konoha, everyone pointed at Qianshao Xinyu and Qianshao Huang, each with a strange expression. Who are they? It seems that Hokage-sama is very polite to them. They have badges on their clothes, but they just can't read them. Listening to these comments, Kinja Moriwa's face was gloomy, and he was very dissatisfied with Konoha. As the founder of Konoha, shouldn't the Qianshao family tell the deeds of the Qianshao family to the younger ninjas? A group of ants. Qianshao Huang snorted coldly, and gave a murderous look at the ninjas and civilians who were talking next to him. Hey, how did you talk? This is Konoha, I thought it was your home. How dare you say that? If you are rude, Hokage-sama will definitely drive you out of Konoha. When a group of people heard Qianshao Wang's words, they immediately scolded him, and they dared to be so arrogant when they came to someone else's house. Qianshao Huang's face was like water, and his fists were already clenched, as if he wanted to kill these bastards with one punch, but Qianshao Sima took his hand. It's boring to care about these people. The fault of all this is Konoha's education. What we need to do now is to let these ignorant Konoha ninjas get to know our Qianshao clan again. There is already a care in his heart. If you want to make the people of Konoha fear, you must first let them know that Shinji Senju is the strongest family in the ninja world. Let go! Qianshao Huang snorted coldly, broke free, cast a cold glance at his father, and walked away without looking back. Presumptuous, I am your father. Qianshao Sen shouted angrily. Qianshao Huang, who had walked 2 steps, heard the words, stopped slightly, looked sideways at Qianshao Sima, and said lightly, I only respect strength, you better be polite to me, or I will kill you. Said after finishing, Qianshao Huang left, leaving behind Qianshao Sima with a gloomy face. Could it be that the original decision was wrong? Seeing his sons disappearing back, Qianshao Sima sighed slightly. After all, it was his own son. That matter was the decision of the clan, and he was not the clan leader at that time. Cannot be violated at all. And number 160. Lord Patriarch, this is a letter from the Kingdom of Ghosts, please take a look. The Country of Ghosts. Li Vinian took the letter in doubt, and then asked the clan to retreat. I opened the letter and read it briefly, and I immediately understood that the content of this letter is very simple. I hope that the witches from the Kingdom of Ghosts will come to live in Ghost Lantern City for a period of time, and follow the orphans of the Vortex clan to learn the sealing technique. As for the remuneration, it is generous, and the amount of remuneration can be changed according to the actual situation. The Country of Ghosts knows a little bit. There are no ninjas in this country, only the witches, but it is a family. In fact, it is only a single lineage. In the ancestral hall of the Country of Ghosts, there is a monster, Sprite, which is the witch of the past dynasties. The monsters suppressed at the cost of their lives, the sprites are very powerful. After each generation of witches seal the sprites, they will die, that is, they will perish together. The people of the Country of Ghosts are deeply saddened. The witch is an indispensable character in their Country of Ghosts. It can be said that she is revered as a god. The witch has the ability to see through the fate. The Country of Ghosts, as a country without a village, has been able to stand up to now, thanks to the power of the witch. But since the monster, the witch, every session of the witches died at an early age, which made the name of the Country of Ghosts try everything possible. Later, I heard that the Vortex family is an authentic family of sealing techniques, so the name of the Kingdom of Ghosts started the idea of the Whirlpool family, but the Whirlpool family started a few days ago. The clan was exterminated a few months ago, and the clan members were either killed or scattered all over the place. Later, I heard that there were orphans of the Whirlpool clan in CAO 9th Village, and I even knew that the Whirlpool orphans were all in the City of Ghostlights, so the name of the Country of Ghosts sent this letter. Ask for consent. Don't underestimate the power of a country. Being able to build a country in the ninja world has a wide range of personal connections. As long as these big names have the heart, they can know clearly about the things in the ninja world, not to mention the people who are close to conquering CAO Ninja Village. The matter is still open and above board. As long as you understand the name of the Country of Ghosts a little bit, you can find out the orphans of the Whirlpool family in CAO Ninja Village, and they have been sent to Ghost Lantern City. The letter said that learning seal art is actually just a form of communication. As an authentic family of seal art, the Uzumaki family has an unparalleled understanding of seal art in the ninja world. Even the witch family is the same. It must be the name of the Country of Ghosts. He believed that the death of the witch was the reason why the sealing technique was too weak, so he wanted the witch to come to the Ghost Lantern City to communicate with the Vortex clan, learn from experience, and improve the power of the sealing technique. Thinking of this, Lee picked up the pen, took out a blank piece of paper, wrote a reply, and then called the clan to send the letter out. For this kind of communication, Lee will naturally not refuse. He is not a pedantic person. If you want to be strong and powerful, you must first communicate with others. Now in this ninja world, all villages and families use their secret skills and forbearance. As a treasure, it is impossible to communicate with others at all, like the policy of seclusion and isolation, which also limits the development of the ninja world and the development of the village. The country just wants to exchange sealing techniques, and also pays a lot of money in return. What is Uchiha lacking most now? Money and talents cannot be solved in a short time in terms of talents, so we must start with money. With so many people to support, how can we live without money? Presumably the Country of Ghosts also sent a letter to Konoha, who has a Vortex orphan, but with the current thinking in the ninja world, Konoha is impossible to agree. This deal can be done. Lee Weiwei curled his lips and sent it to the door. I don't need any money. I can only say that the ninja world that deserves it is much weaker than it was during the Warring States period. The water flows to other places, and the water from other places cannot be poured into the river. Then, with the passage of time, the river water will only dry up between the columns, and eventually there will be no water left. Every village is a river, and they do not want it. Your own ninjutsu and secretaries are just like the flow of water, cannot communicate with each other, and will only end in decline. How strong was the ninja world 1,000 years ago? How strong was the ninja world in Madara Uchiha's era? Compared with the current ninja world, one generation is not as good as one generation. This is the impact of seclusion and isolation. Whether it is ninjutsu or a secretary, this is just a weapon. Whether you are strong or not depends on yourself. Therefore, you will never care if your ninjutsu or your secretary is learned by others. I'll give it to you, and then come and fight with me to see who is the best? In the evening, Li Jiang told Kushina about this matter, but Kushina hesitated. After all, the sealing technique is unique to the Uzumaki family. Is it bad to pass it on to outsiders? Li, this is my family's secret technique. Communicate with others casually. This. Kushina, now we are in a state of waste and need huge resources to supply. We don't have so much time to develop slowly. If a river cannot be connected with other rivers, it will only slowly dry up in the end. Zine, I asked you to exchange sealing techniques with the witch in the land of ghosts, not for you to teach her the sealing techniques in your family, but to teach the structure and principles of your own sealing techniques, that is, the basics, to that witch. It's not like leaking family secrets, is it? Li Wei shook his head and said lightly. Hearing the words, Ju Xin nodded, seemingly understanding, and then said softly, since Li said so, then I will definitely try my best. As long as it is for Li, I will not be stingy no matter what it is. Juxin Nai pursed her lips. Every time she saw Li a person provoking such a big family, she felt distressed and always wanted to help, but she couldn't do anything with her ability. Now she finally has what she can do. Kushina couldn't bear to refuse, and the Uzumaki family no longer exists. This sealing technique can only be regarded as her personal secret technique. Whether it is taught or not can be decided by her. The apprentice is Ju Zine. Li Vinian was very moved in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Nodded, and said again, the witch from the land of ghosts should be here in a few days, so prepare well. Well, I see. Kushina nodded, showing a slight smile. Uchiha Mikato looked at her with envy. She also wanted to help Li, but she didn't know the sealing technique, and the only sealing technique she mastered, Huo Dungeon Prison, was left to them. Brother Li, eat. Uchiha Mikato gave Li a bowl of rice and said softly. Noisy, noisy, noisy. In front of a waterfall, Li Dijian plunged into the turbulent waterfall, and the piercing thunder sounded suddenly. A blue light flashed in the right hand, and then followed the water flow, quickly swimming on the body. The piercing thunder became louder and louder. He got up, but soon, the thunder and lightning disappeared, and gathered again in Li's right hand, flickering constantly. This Chidori really isn't so easy to practice. Li is currently practicing Chidori's form changes, so that he can save a few more tricks for future battles. Of course, it could have been exchanged with the system, but this feels like a waste of points. Lord Patriarch, the witch of the land of ghosts has arrived and is waiting in the hall. A clansman came to the waterfall and said respectfully, it's coming so soon. Li Vinian dissipated Likey in his hands, then walked out of the waterfall, dried his clothes with chakra, and walked towards the hall. The current witch of the ghost country is called Maithreya, and she is the mother of Shin in the later period, but she is only a 12-year-old girl. At this time, she is sitting indifferently on the chair in the hall, waiting for the master here. After a day's journey, it was already night. She didn't even eat dinner, she was tired and hungry, and she felt very suffocated when she thought that she was left here as a guest and no one was entertained. Tread, tread, tread. Hearing the footsteps, Maithreya's expression finally changed a bit. He looked up at the door, and suddenly saw a black turtleneck coat with an unruly hairstyle walking in step by step. It's rude to let the guests wait here alone for so long. Maithreya was not at all divided, and his tone was very indifferent. When you arrive at someone else's house, as a guest, shouldn't you report your name first? Li didn't mind. After passing Maithreya, he came to the main seat in front of the hall and sat down. His black and deep pupils looked at Maithreya. Seeing this, Li immediately had a sense of seeing Kushina. If Maithreya's hair was black, he might have admitted his mistake. I'm the witch of the land of ghosts, Maithreya. You must be the Uchiha Li that has been rumored in the ninja world recently. Maithreya cast a faint glance, but soon, he said again, but I didn't expect it. Yes, the ninja who dominated the grass ninja village in just a few days was just a teenage child, and it seems that the power of the ninja is nothing more than that poison. Maithreya's mouth was really poisonous, and she was furious after hearing it. Are you here just to discuss the issue of ninjas with me? Li faintly snorted. If Maithreya was a daughter and the same age as himself, then it would not be a satire to solve. When Mithraea heard the words, he choked up and had nothing to say, and muttered dissatisfiedly, "What are you talking about, strong people, such narrow-mindedness?" Hearing Mithraea's muttering, he almost vomited blood. Mithraea's personality changed too fast. One moment he was like a high-ranking queen, and another moment he was like a little princess, hoping to be coaxed. Could it be that witches have arrogant attributes? The person who taught you the sealing technique will be here soon, you can go with her in a while. Lee waved his hand, then got up and wanted to leave. He didn't have so much time to accompany this witch here. "Hey, do you want to leave the guests here?" Seeing that Lee wanted to leave, Mithraea got up in a hurry, blocking Lee's way, with a look of anger on her face. She hated being ignored so much when she was a child. When she grew up still like this, is the witch really so scary? You. Before the words were finished, Lee's face changed suddenly, his black pupils were instantly dyed red, and a group of thunderlight appeared in his right hand, and suddenly, a harsh thunder sounded in the entire hall. "What do you want to do?" Mithraea was startled, looking at Lee's scarlet riding wheel eyes, the flashing lightning. She thought she had caused some trouble. Lee was going to teach her a lesson, and she backed away in fright. A few steps. Lee K didn't have so much time to spare, so he threw Likey in his hand to the roof, and several blue electric lights that jumped suddenly rushed to the roof, smashing the roof, and a red figure flashed away and disappeared. "What's wrong?" Mithraea calmed down, knowing that Lee was not targeting her, and asked suspiciously. "You stay here and don't run around." Seeing Mithraea's unhappy face, Lee couldn't help but sank and shouted, "Did you hear that?" Mithraea was taken aback, looking at Lee's scarlet riding wheel eyes. She felt her heart cool, lest she anger this evil star. She nodded hurriedly. Seeing Mithraea nodding, he left without caring for others, and ran out of the hall. The figure just now was definitely not someone from the ghost town. With that kind of speed and strength, he was probably no weaker than himself. Such an enemy ran silently. Ghost Lantern City, there must be a plan. Even if you can't kill the other party, at least you must know who the other party is, otherwise, you may not be able to sleep peacefully in the future. This guy, it's terrible. Seeing Lee's figure disappear in an instant, Mithraea's body suddenly went limp and slumped on the chair. She had just deeply felt the murderous aura on Lee's body, and the strong murderous aura made her breathless. When he got angry, he calmed down, and a strange color appeared in Mithraea's eyes, and he muttered, "Such a terrible person must have no friends when he was a child. What just happened?" At this moment, Kushina ran in, panting as she looked at Mithraea and asked. She just happened to come to the hall when she heard a thunderous sound, and then the sound of the roof cracking. Kushina was worried. Leaving the safety, quickly ran over. Juxian Nai suddenly appeared, which startled Mithraea. After seeing Juxian Nai's bright red hair, Mithraea's face changed, the panic color on his face disappeared completely, replaced by solemn. After getting up, he looked towards Juzine. Xian Nai said lightly, "Just now your leader seems to have seen something suspicious, and now he has gone out to chase." Mithraea guessed that this red-haired girl might be the person who would exchange sealing techniques with her in the future. She didn't want to lose her worth when they first met. People in high places should first think that they should not fall behind, otherwise they would inevitably be punished in the future. Others are restrained everywhere. "Hey, let's not talk so much, I want to go out to see the situation of Lee. I'm sorry." Kushina didn't even look at Mithraea at all, and after hurriedly said a word, she turned around and ran away. Seeing the situation, Mithraea almost didn't make it in one breath, feeling very aggrieved, and silently followed Kushina. She also wanted to see how the battle between ninjas was different from that of ordinary people. The peeping person ran really fast. Even if he went out to chase, he still hasn't seen a shadow, and he doesn't know where he ran. The night was thick, the trees were swaying constantly, the leaves made rustling noises. Lee stood in the woods, squinting at the surrounding situation, although he didn't see a figure, but he felt that someone must be peeping at him in the dark. If I guessed correctly, it must be the one who just peeked from the roof. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few bursts of air sounded, and the three kunao exuded a little bit of cold light in the moonlight, and the stamina of the piercing, without thinking, turned around, and there were a few darts in the hand, aiming at the three kunao and threw it. When the two collided, and the sound was almost the same. Kunao and the dart were thrown out at the same time, stabbing into the tree trunk next to them. "Come out, since you have the guts to go to Ghost Lantern City alone, it shows that you have some confidence in your own strength. If you are still afraid to hide, then I will look down on you." Li Wei squinted his eyes. The Scarlet Riding Wheel kept looking around. This person's hidden skills are very high. So far, Li Du can only feel the slightest trace of chi, but he can't precisely lock where it is. It can show that the other party is a ninja who is very good at hiding, or that his own strength is very strong, at least not under him. Whoosh! Not long after Lee's voice fell, a figure appeared in front of Lee. The person was wearing dark red armor, with an eye patch on his left eye and a short knife around his waist. His right eye exposed outside was as tight as staring at prey. Staring at Lee, this young man is the young patriarch of the Qianchao clan, Qianchao Huang. Rat, sign up. Lee squinted his eyes, his face was cold. Since he opened the kaleidoscope, no one has dared to look at him with such eyes, which made Lee very annoyed. There are only two kinds of people who can know my name, one is a dead person, and the other is a person who defeated me. Which one do you want to be? Qin Shaohuang grinned slightly, with a hint of excitement on his face. I can feel that the person in front of me who is about the same age is very strong. This is the strongest person he has ever seen, and he is still the same age. This makes Qin Shaohuang very excited. There is nothing better than killing a genius of the same age. Interesting to come. Then, die for me. Li Vinian didn't say any more, pulled out Murakami from his waist, then kicked his feet and rushed towards Qin Shaohuang. Interesting. Seeing this, Qin Shaohuang's eyes lit up. He pulled out a short knife in his right hand and rushed up. When the two knives collided, and the huge chakra exploded, directly blowing the gravel out of the body, Qin Shaohuang's face was crazy, and the body slammed forward, and the huge force forcefully to retreat. After a few steps, Qin Shaohuang did not stop there, pressing him step by step, with the short knife in his hand, knife after knife. The more he attacked, the heavier the joy on his face. When? Jin Ji kept talking, and Li had a look of astonishment. It was the first time he had ever seen someone who could overwhelm him in terms of arm strength. This young man was very powerful, and his knife was extremely fast. Downwind. When? After fighting each other again, Li grabbed a neutral block and kicked Qin Shaohuang's back with a kick, and then used this strength to jump to the back and distanced himself from Qin Shaohuang. Interesting, it's so interesting. Qin Shaohuang suddenly grew nervous, his face full of hideousness, the short knife in his hand pointed at Li, and he shouted frantically, "You guy, you have such a powerful power, are you and me the same? Say, are you the same as me?" Seeing Qin Shaohuang talking to himself like a madman, Li frowned slightly. He couldn't understand what this guy was saying at all. He carefully planned Qin Shaohuang's outfit. Soon, on the armor part of Qin Shaohuang's neck, a sign came into Li's eyes. Seeing the sign, Li's pupils shrank instantly. It turned out to be the Qianshao clan. Are you planning to start a war with the Uchiha clan? Li Wei squinted his eyes. If the other party is really the Qianshao clan, he can't let him go. Thinking of this, Li directly Morrisame put the scabbard back into the scabbard, and just had a round of physical skills confrontation. Li didn't have the upper hand. Oh? Are you planning to use a kaleidoscope to write round eyes? Qin Shaohuang Jianli put away the knife, and suddenly showed a hint of playfulness. I hope you can laugh again later. Li snorted coldly. The three-hooked jade spun for a while, forming a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and then a violent energy overflowed from Li's whole body, and a purple spine rose into the sky. Susanna quickly took shape. No, after a while, a purple giant more than 10 meters high was formed. What is that? Kushina and Miller, who just arrived, saw Susanna who was leaving, and Maithreya's eyes widened. As a witch, she had never seen such a strange ninjutsu before. Summon such a huge giant out of thin air. Shh, be quiet. Kushina hurriedly covered Maithreya's mouth, then dragged behind a big tree, quietly glanced at them, and found that they didn't pay attention to this side. Kushina looked again. Siang Maithreya said in a low voice, "This is the pupil technique held by Li's kaleidoscope Sharingan, called Susanoo. Alright, be quiet now. I'll go up and attack in a while. Don't make any noise, lest the bad guy find out. Do you know?" Maithreya nodded hurriedly. She was about to be suffocated by Kushina's cover, and a small white face flushed red. Interesting, this is your kaleidoscope writing wheel eye pupil technique, Susanoo. It's the first time I've seen it, but I don't know how powerful it is. You can hold me back and let me enjoy it. Feeling the pressure on Susanna's body, Qin Shaohuang was not surprised but delighted, and put the short knife back into the scabbard, and then his hands quickly formed a seal. Wu Dun, the technique of the wooden man. Boom! The ground seemed to tremble. A wooden figure of 10 meters emerged from the ground. Qin Shaohuang sneered, and then jumped on Kanaha's forehead, looking down at Susanoo in the center of Li. It's actually the technique of wooden escape. Li's eyes widened. He never thought that there were still people in this world who could use the technique of wooden escape, but after thinking about it, he suddenly understood that this Qin Shaohuang must have been transplanted from the first generation. Cells, and they are not in a small amount, they are simply crazy, and even the corpse of their ancestors is not spared. Two giants more than 10 meters high were fighting. This scene was simply eye-popping. Susanna slammed a fist against the wooden man, and the powerful energy caused a storm, uprooting the surrounding trees and blowing them away. What? Kushina and Maithreya, who were hiding behind the big tree, were blown away by the hurricane and almost couldn't stand. They quickly grabbed the small sapling next to them. Fortunately, the two were far away, otherwise they would have been blown into the sky long ago. Liar, is this a battle between ninjas? It's really a monster. How can humans have such power? Maithreya put one hand in front of his eyes, preventing the wind and sand from entering his eyes, squinting from the slits of his fingers to watch the two fighting a giant. She was shocked. Before, she boasted that the power of ninjas was nothing more than that, but now it seems that any one of them can completely wipe out the kingdom of ghosts. Thinking about it is creepy. A country, is this really something that humans can do? Who is that guy? To be able to fight Heli to such an extent. Juzine was also horrified. She had been with Lee for a long time, but she deeply knew the horror of the kaleidoscope. She didn't expect this sudden attack. The guy who came out was evenly matched with Lee. Boom. The movement of the two of them fighting was very loud. The huge energy made the ground seem to tremble. The people of Ghost Lantern City ran out one after another and came towards the place of the incident. However, when they saw the two giants fighting, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that such a big movement was actually just two people fighting. This is too scary. The Grass family is even more cold sweat, but fortunately, the young patriarch of Uchiha did not use this giant to fight, otherwise, they would not be alive. It's impossible to use the technique of wood escape. After the death of the first Hokage, no one in this world understands the technique of wood escape. Who is that guy? The Thousand Hand family. Uchiha Jean and Uchiha Akira looked at each other in dismay. As the elders of the clan, they naturally recognized that this wooden man was the technique of wood escape. The first Hokage used this technique to fight Madara. Haha, Uchiha Lee, you really are my worst enemy. Come on, have a good fight with me. Qian Shao Huang controlled the wooden man and Lee with a punch, and the two giants immediately took a step back. Qian Shao Huang completely in a state of madness, a total lunatic. This guy, Li Weiwei squinted his eyes. This Qian Shao Huang is more difficult than imagined. I didn't expect to use the technique of wood escape to be so powerful. Although it is not comparable to the original Hokage, there are also 7 or 8. With the power of success, Susanoo couldn't take him down for a while. However, it is not surprising to think that this guy is from the Thousand-Handed clan. Spotted Body has the extreme of yin escape. After transplanting the cells of the first generation, he reconciles with yin and directly uses the secret technique of descending the flower tree realm. Come out, this Qin Shaohuang is estimated to be the direct relative of the first Hokage. Although there is no chakra of Azura, he cannot have the body of a fairy of Qin Shaozujian, but there is a little bit of light in the bloodline of Qin Shaozujian, and now it is transplanted again. The cells of the first Hokage, the two merged. How could the power be comparable to inferior goods like Yamato in the later stage? System, is there a way to change Susanoo's attack mode? Lee Susanoo is a long-range attack type, not suitable for melee combat. It is not suitable for those who use Mudun, and it is not suitable for singles. Lee thought of changing Susanoo's attack mode, such as turning into a spot. The type of four-handed, two-sided, holding a long sword. Yes, as long as you pay 10,000 points, your Susanoo will have 2 attack modes. The system quickly gave the answer. Li Vinian gritted his teeth. Anyway, there are still 36 points worth, 10,000 points or 10,000 points. He directly chose to exchange. Suddenly, a strange force melted into Li's eyes, and soon Ledley learned how to change Susanoo's attack pattern. Roar! With the change of pupil power, the purple Susanoo roared wildly, and a purple longsword appeared in each hand, looking even more formidable. Oh, it even changed the attack mode? Interesting. Qian Shao Huang saw this, his eyes lit up, his hands were sealed again, and he shouted, Wudun, the tree world is coming. Boom! This time, the ground shook even more violently, big trees burst out of the ground, and tree roots as thick as an arm burrowed out of the ground, heading towards Susanoo like a snake. Turning into a two-handed sword mode, Susanoo quickly cut off the roots of these approaching trees, and then charged towards Qian Shao Huang's wooden man. What happened this time? Maitreya was about to collapse, and she felt that her worldview had completely collapsed. Looking at the mighty Susanoo, the huge wooden man, and the trees and roots that kept poking out of the ground, all of this was beyond what humans could do. Range of understanding. Lee, you must win. Kushina's hands were sweating. It was the first time she saw someone who could fight against Lee's Susanoo. This was before killing Kushina and her. Won't believe it either. Uchiha Akira and Uchiha fought with solemn faces. It was no surprise at this time. The strength of this thousand-handed clan was beyond their expectations. This battle has almost evolved into the battle between Madara and Hashirama, that is, the sense of sight. Too strong, the same Susanoo, the same wooden escape technique. Brother, do we want to call the clan to help? Uchiha Ming was a little guilty, but Madara really lost to Mudun of Qian Shao Hashirama. He was afraid that Li Luo would end up the same as Madara, and Li was still young. Is only 12 years old. If he suffers failure because of this matter, it is really inappropriate. No need, this kid from the Qianshao clan doesn't have the power of Qianshao Zujian, regardless of the size of the tree world, or the size of the wooden man's art, it is twice as small as the one in the Qinshao Zujian. With the ability of the patriarch, he will not be defeated by this kid. Uchiha Zhan shook his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. He had seen the wooden escape technique of Qianshao Zujian. Qianshao Zujian used the tree world to descend, and a radius of hundreds of meters would become a tropical forest. The technique is as high as tens of meters, and the young man in front of him, the size of the tree world is only about 100 meters, and the technique of the wooden man is only a dozen meters high, which is obviously much. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A tree sticks around Susanoo like a snake, fast and dexterous. Fortunately, the attack mode of Lijiang Susanoo has changed, otherwise it is really bad. Susanoo uses 2 swords. It seems like a heroic warrior, constantly cutting off the approaching trees and uncles, but when one is cut off, 2 more rush over, almost endlessly. Haha, uchiha, only my chakra is not broken, there are thousands of trees, I want to see how long you can support it. Seeing this situation, Qian Xiao Huang laughed wildly. Stand up. After a while, countless tree stalks were like thousands of ropes, directly tying Susanoo together firmly, and when they were bundled up, they were actually absorbing the chakra to strengthen themselves. The tree is wrapped and still growing slowly. Give me death. Qian Xiao Huang laughed loudly, and then drove the wooden man towards Susanoo step by step. This level of would escape. Staring at the kaleidoscope from his eyes, the pattern in his pupils spun rapidly. Susanoo, who was originally quiet, suddenly roared up to the sky, and his form changed again. 2 hands grew behind his back, and a hideous face appeared on the back of his head. The terrifying figure was the 4-handed and double-faced Shura. The 2 hands that Noburai grew out of appeared a blob of blue light, and then quickly elongated to form 2 swords. Susanoo clenched a little, and then the 4 hands expanded outward, and each of the 4 swords emitted a sword energy, and directly chopped the tree bar that tied him into pieces. Qian Xiao Huang, who was rushing forward, would have expected such a thing to happen, and hurriedly used the wooden man to block the menacing wind. It has changed again. Is this the pupil technique of the kaleidoscope shaker eye? It's really weird and changeable. Qin Xiao Huang squinted his eyes, but soon, he snorted coldly, looked at Li lightly and said, even if you broke free once, but a burst like this requires a lot of chakra and pupil strength, how many times can you burst with your chakra? As soon as the words fell, countless notes rushed towards Li. Kaleidoscope Shireen Eye's pupil technique is more than Susanoo, Amaterasu. Li Lang snorted, the kaleidoscope in his right eye shrank, his pupil power was released, and immediately, the overwhelming black flames of Amaterasu wrapped these tree strips. It began to burn rapidly in a short while, and soon, even the roots of the trees on the ground began to burn, and the radius of 100 meters was completely surrounded by a sea of fire. The faces of the spectators were horrified, and even the members of the Uchiha family were no exception. They had never seen such a magnificent battle scene. These 2 teenagers were as powerful as gods. After swallowing, watching the black flames that were burning and swearing to burn through the sky, everyone was terrified, and at the same time secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they hadn't fought with Uchiha at the beginning, otherwise they would have become a pile of ashes. The wooden figurine took 2 steps forward, and suddenly knelt down on one knee. Qian Xiao Huang himself also squatted on the wooden figurine's head and took a deep breath. Is there enough chakra? Damn! Qian Xiao Huang scolded secretly, the power of this wooden escape technique is very powerful, but the chakra consumed is indeed huge. Even with the physique of his Qian Xiao family, he can't fight for a long time. Boom! Li originally wanted to control Susanoo to kill Qian Xiao Huang, and then his eyes suddenly hurt. After taking 2 steps forward, Susanoo almost knelt. Fortunately, Li used chakra and pupil strength to stabilize. Next, it will be decided by ninjutsu and taijutsu. Li and Qin Xiao Huang looked at each other, and then a strong murderous intent erupted in their eyes. Li's general Susanoo was relieved, and the giant suddenly collapsed. Li pulled out Murakami with his backhand and rushed towards Qin Xiao Huang, who was also there. Instantly pulled out his short knife, jumped off the wooden man's forehead, and rushed towards Li. Art fire escape ho fireball. Running halfway, he quickly formed a seal with his left hand, opened his mouth and spit out a huge fireball that rolled towards Qin Xiao Huang. But the speed under his feet did not slow down at all. While maintaining the fireball, he rushed towards Qin Xiao Huang. Water escape, the technique of water dragon bombs. A huge water dragon roared and collided with the fireball. The 2 cancelled each other out, and the white mist spread out suddenly, shrouding the battlefield between the 2, and the onlookers suddenly became anxious. He scratched his head anxiously, but no one dared to make a sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although he was in the white fog, he could see Qian Xiao Huang's position with his sharp eyes, and took out a few kunao from the knife bag and threw them at Qian Xiao Huang. Brainless attack. Qian Xiao Huang sneered. Under the observation of his left eye, he could clearly see the trajectory of kunao, and immediately avoided it. However, at this time, Li's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Qin Xiao Huang's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't understand how Li could appear in an instant, but the time left for him was only enough for him to be surprised. His left waist was immediately cut open with a knife. This is Shunryu. The scarlet riding wheel glared at Qin Xiao Huang and said lightly, I didn't expect you. Qin Xiao Huang just wanted to say something, but his face changed suddenly. Without thinking, he ripped open the left half of his clothes, and then cut off the flesh at the wound with a knife. Doing this kind of thing, he didn't even frown. This is a ruthless man, and he didn't hesitate to cut himself. Boom! In the battle of the strong, it is possible to lose in a second. When Qin Xiao Huang cut off this piece of meat, Li directly swept his foot on Qin Xiao Huang's head, and the huge force directly kicked him out. The head is the most important part of the human body. With this kick, Qin Xiaohuang suddenly rolling his eyes, he fell to the ground motionless, although he would not faint, but he had no strength to get up again. The white fog gradually dissipated, revealing the entire battlefield. The people watching the battle suddenly widened their eyes and stared at the two figures in the field. They wanted to know who lost. Soon, all the fog was dissipated. The field of vision became clear, and everyone was relieved to see the situation in the field. The person standing was their chief patriarch, and the person lying down was the intruder who used the wooden escape. Li Ziazi really didn't disappoint me, I'll just say, Mu Dun is definitely not as powerful as the Uchiha clan Shakers. Uchiha shouted Li's name in battle, and he didn't even call the patriarch. It was obvious that he very happy in my heart. Well, what eldest brother said is, Uchiha Ming also showed a slight smile, and at the same time he was relieved. Ended. In the field, Li squinted at Qian Xiaohuang lying on the ground, Murasame in his hand raised up, and the tip of the knife was aimed at Qian Xiaohuang's heart. Qian Xiaohuang is quite a bachelor, and has no fear of dying at all, not even closing his eyes, staring directly at the tip of Li's blade, waiting for the sharp blade to pierce his heart. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a few piercing sounds came, and 3 pitch-black kunao pierced the night sky and flew directly past Li's side. Did it go wrong? Li frowned slightly, then woke up suddenly. Looking back, the 3 kunao turned out to be heading towards Juxina and Methreya. The person who threw out the kunao was obviously a master. The speed is extremely fast, and because it was a sudden attack, Kushina and the others were unable to react, and the pain was already in front of them. Cut! Li saw this. Without any hesitation, he launched Shunpo continuously, and in the blink of an eye, he stood in front of Kushina, and used Murasame to knock 3 Kyu away. When he looked up, Qian Xiaohuang, who was lying on the ground, was already there. He was held by a middle-aged ninja, and there were 2 young ninjas standing on either side. Looking at the clan emblem on their armor, it was obviously a thousand-handed clan. This battle is over. The damage and humiliation you brought to Huang today will definitely be repaid by the Qianxiao family in the future. Qianxiao Xinliu's face was gloomy. There was no hesitation. It's a thousand-handed family, everyone chase after me. Seeing this, Uchiha Zhan, who was not far away, suddenly shouted, and wanted to take the ninja to pursue it. I don't know the strength of the patriarch of the Qianxiao clan, but the strength of the young man just now was very clear, and it was only lower than Li. The front line, such a big problem, don't take the time to remove it now. Stop for me, Li shouted loudly, stopping Uchiha Zhan and the others. Patriarch. Uchiha Zhan heard the words, he was in a hurry and couldn't help shouting aloud. Don't tell me, I have my own plans. Li Weiwei sighed, closed his eyes, 2 lines of dark red blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes, and then opened his eyes again. The scarlet writing wheel eyes combined with this dark the red blood, the whole face has become very terrifying from now on. What? Methreya, who was standing next to Kushina, saw Li's eyes bleeding, and was immediately startled. He pointed at Li's eyes and stammered, "You are injured." Juxina looked guilty, took out the gauze and wiped it for Li. If it wasn't to save her, the enemy might have been killed by Li. This time, he escaped, and he had been busy for so long tonight. The Qianxiao clan just broke into my Ghost Lantern City to save people, and they must have brought a lot of clansmen. If we go after them, maybe we will be ambushed. Now our Uchiha clan is developing, and every clan's life is precious. First elder, second elder, you all go back with your clan, and I will find a way to solve the rest. After wiping off the blood, Li said lightly to Zhan Uchiha and Akira Uchiha. Both of them were speechless, and felt very ashamed. Is it really safe to do this for such a big family to let this 12-year-old child carry it? The two shook their heads. Now that the arrow has been sent, unless they die halfway, they can only stop by stabbing the target. After a helpless sigh, they returned to Ghost Lantern City with a group of clansmen and ninjas from the Grass Clan. Li, I'm sorry, if it wasn't for me just now, the intruder might have been eliminated by you. Juxina lowered her head and said in a low voice, knowing that she wouldn't come to see this battle, it didn't help. Forget it, it turned out to be a drag, which made Kushina very sad. Li Vinian was stunned for a while, knowing what Kushina was thinking. Kushina, yeah. Kushina raised her head when she heard the call, but was greeted by a crooked finger. Boom! Juxian immediately covered his forehead, took a step back, bared his teeth in pain. The shame he had just disappeared, stared at Li viciously, looking as if he could not wait to go up and take a bite. Don't say that again next time. For me, no matter how I pursue power, it's just to protect you and Mikato and the things I cherish. If I lose these, I will kill all the enemies in the world and set foot on the road. The top of the world, that's meaningless. So, you don't need to feel guilty. Li also knew that since leaving Konoha, Kushina and Mikato have practiced very hard, in order to help themselves take on Uchiha. Although the heavy responsibility of the family has never been stopped, it does not mean that he really needs Kushina and Mikato to help him take on anything, just so that they can save their lives in the chaotic ninja world in the future. It was the first time that Li had said such a thing. Juxian was stunned, and even forgot the pain in her forehead. Deep fear, just fighting, the monster-like fighting power makes Maitreya feel scared, so she thinks that people likely must be very scary at ordinary times, but now it seems that this young man seems to have two sides, and both reach extremes. The extremes of love and the extremes of evil are willing to give everything and bear everything to those they love, and kill their enemies without hesitation. What are you in a daze? It's the middle of the night, hurry up and go back to sleep. Seeing that Kushina was still in a daze, Lee suddenly wanted to knock her on the forehead, but Kushina reacted at this time and quickly took a step back while covering her forehead. I know, don't always flick my forehead. Juzine pouted, then pulled Maitreya to turn around quickly and left. The words of leaving were still reverberating in her heart. Tonight is a sleepless night. Seeing Kushina's back, Li Wei smiled, then turned to look at the direction where the Qianshao clan was leaving, and murmured, this Qin Shaohuang is a threat, it must be removed as soon as possible, and in terms of clansmen, Uchiha is no better than Qianshao. It seems that I, the patriarch, will be busy next time. The Qianshao clan has been hidden from the world for so long, and they have been accumulating strength. On the other hand, Uchiha, after World War II, many people were killed and injured. Coupled with the deliberate suppression of Konoha, the development was even more difficult. It can't be compared with Qianshao. Fortunately, he has conquered more than 1,000 grass ninjas. Although his strength is not strong, he is better than Qianshao. As for the top combat power, Uchiha has a little bit of strength. There is a shortage. The middle-aged man who came to save Qianshao Huang just now has a shadow-level strength. If Qianshao Huang is added, it is impossible for Li to deal with them both at once. What? You want to go to Longnan village alone? No, absolutely not, Patriarch. Longnan village is not as powerful as the 5 major countries, but its strength is not comparable to that of grass ninjas. It is too dangerous for you alone. If you really want to attack, go to Longnan village, just mobilize the ninjas together. In the study, when Uchiha Zhan heard Li's thoughts, he immediately retorted excitedly. He wanted to go to Longnan village alone. Isn't that crazy? Although he is very confident in his own Sharingan, it is still a bit reluctant to attack a village, not to mention that Longren village is a village with tailed beasts. Uchiha Ming also shook his head with a look of disapproval. Li was their current pillar. If something happened, the Uchiha family would really be finished. Okay, this matter can't be changed. When I'm not in the clan, the two of you will handle clan affairs. Li waved his hand to stop Uchiha and Uchiha's persuasion. Among them, the danger is naturally known, but it is inevitable for the Uchiha family to have the power to compete with Qianshao in a short period of time. Among all the villages, except for the 5 major villages, only Longin village has won. The tailed beast, the 5 major villages, did not want to provoke them for the time being, but in Longrun village, they had destroyed the Whirlpool clan before, and Li just took advantage of this opportunity to find some interest to come back. The chakra of the tailed beast is very large. After eating the meat of the tailed beast, they can have the power of the tailed beast, just like the golden horn and the silver horn. After they ate the meat of the 9 tails, the chakra increased sharply, the combat power doubled, and the chakra increased dramatically. The purpose of the fight is exactly this, to grab Nanwei from Longin village, and then let Uchiha's clansmen eat Nanao's meat. Even if they can't eat it by then, they can also use other methods to kill the chakra of the tailed beast. Separately and sealed into the bodies of a few outstanding clansmen, the combat power of the Uchiha clan will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. It is based on this that Li wants to go to Longnin village. Uchiha Zhan and Uchiha Ming heard the words and looked at each other helplessly, but there was nothing they could do. They knew too much about their patriarch, and they were almost the same as Madara at the beginning. No one could change the things they solved. Seal, this kind of thing is actually very simple, that is. In a quiet room, Kushina and Maitreya sat opposite each other. There was a table in the middle with a rolled sleeve that had been spread out. Kushina was explaining some principles of sealing, and Maitreya listened very carefully, for fear of missing a word. Whoa! The sound of sliding the door interrupted Kushina's explanation. Suddenly, the two of them showed a trace of dissatisfaction. Then, when they saw that the person was Li, Kushina smiled, and Maitreya hurriedly lowered his head and silently sitting without speaking. Li, why do you have time to come here? Juxina stood up happily, came to Li's side and asked with a smile. During this time, Li has been dealing with family affairs and is almost very busy. Well, I just came to see you and tell you something by the way. Li nodded, then sat down opposite Maitreya and looked at the rolled sleeves on the table, which read something Li couldn't understand. Are all about the principle and basic application of sealing technique. Li has never learned sealing technique, so naturally he can't understand it. What? How did you learn? Li looked at Maitreya and asked lightly. The sealing technique is extensive and profound, and I'm just ignorant now. Hearing Li suddenly questioning himself, Maitreya answered nervously. If it was before, she wouldn't have been able to do this, but the battle that night was very difficult. Her influence is too great, and she is instinctively full of awe for Li. At this time, she still has the aloof look she used to be. Li didn't mind, looked sideways at Kushina beside him, and said again, I'm here just to tell you that I'll be leaving Ghost Lantern City in the next few days to do some errands outside. You and Mikato are at Ghost Lantern. Chang, don't run around, you want to go out. Kushina heard the words, and suddenly pouted, and said inexplicably, why can't you bring me and Mikato? Because you're going to teach Maitreya a sealing technique now. As for Mikato, she's practicing right now, so I can't disturb her, and I'm going out for business, not to play. Li nodded and said lightly. He couldn't say that he went to Longnan village to catch the tailed beast, otherwise, with the temper of Kushina and Mikato, he would definitely follow him secretly. What's the matter? Is it important? Kushina heard the words, no doubt about it, and asked with blinking eyes. Well, it's very important. Li nodded, seeing that Kushina had a lot of questions to ask. Li hurriedly waved his hand, stood up, and said again, okay, you should hurry up and teach Maitreya to seal. Come on, I'll go see Mikato. After finishing speaking, Li went straight out of the door and pulled the door closed. Seeing this, Juxina snorted dissatisfiedly, then looked at Maitreya, who was still nervous, and asked suspiciously, you seem to be afraid of Li. The two fell into a state of chatting again, and as soon as they left, Maitreya said more, and she and Kushina got along well. Huo done, how fireball. By a small stream, Uchiha Mikato was practicing hard. Seeing the size of her fireball, Uchiha Mikato was a little dissatisfied. I don't know how Brother Li cultivated, why is he so powerful? Uchiha Mikato didn't realize that Li was standing not far behind her. The more I thought about it, a blush soon rose on Uchiha Mikato's face, she must be thinking of something else. Li stood not far away, looked at it for a while, then turned to leave. Uchiha Mikato is much smarter than Kushina, especially when it comes to dealing with some issues. She feels very keen. I am afraid to leave. Mikato is very the problem will be discovered soon. Since that is the case, it is better not to talk about it. Anyway, Kushina will tell her at night. Longren village is located on the left side of Cao Ren village, and it is not too far from the country of grass, but it took half a day to reach the vicinity of Longren village. This village is known to be easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is said that surrounded by mountains and rivers on all sides, the mountain peaks are dangerous, and it is difficult for intruders to enter the sky on a large scale. However, for Li, it is not difficult to sneak in. After avoiding a few patrolling ninjas, Li entered the area of Longnan village. Boom! A long wren was kicked directly on the iron net by Li. Just as he was about to say something, he was strangled by Li's neck. He couldn't even shout. He could only look at the young man in front of him in horror. He didn't understand why there would be someone. The enemy infiltrated Longnan village. I won't tell you. If you want me to betray the village, it's better to kill me. This long wren is still a backbone, although his face is full of fear, but morality fills his heart. Some things are not just what you want, such as. Li Black's pupils suddenly dyed blood red, and the three Guyas slowly spun, sharing the eye? You. Before he could speak, the name Long Ren's eyes dimmed, becoming as godless as a puppet. Let me ask you, where is the seven-tailed man Zuri? I'm cultivating at a waterfall in the east. Long Ren, who was controlled by Sharon Yan, still had the backbone he had just now. He has now completely become Sharon Yan's puppet. Knowing the whereabouts of Nan-tailed Zulai, it was useless to keep this Long Ren. With a slight force from his subordinates, he directly broke his neck. Immediately, Long Ren broke away from the illusion, took a breath, pointed at Li, and stared in horror. Eyes, and then fell to the ground and lost his voice. Longren village is a village that is surrounded by mountains and rivers. It is only the periphery of the place where it is located, and there is no real sense of entering Longren village. After arriving at a lake, Li Weiwei looked at the entire lake. If I remember correctly, Longren village, the location of Shinobi village, is just below this lake. It is like a water dragon digging a hole. No wonder it has not been captured for so many years. If there is no traitor in such a hidden place, no one will find it. The Longnan village in 2008 was also almost facing the crisis of destroying the village. The number of ninjas in the village decreased sharply. The reason may be that the Longin village couldn't help but jump out during the third battle. Thump! After finding the position, Li jumped straight down, and as soon as he entered the water, he saw an extremely dark, bottomless pothole. Along this pothole, Li quickly swam to the bottom, but it was another after a scene. After getting out of the head, I soon saw Longnan village. Several ninjas passed by here. When they saw someone in the water, they immediately wanted to shout, but the speed was faster, and they came to a few in an instant. In front of a ninja, he wiped their necks directly, and then threw the corpses into the water. There's a big waterfall in the east of the village. Li squeezed his chin, pinpointed the direction, and rushed over quickly. Fortunately, he was not Lu Chi, otherwise it would be a bit of a hassle. Longnan village is very confident in the concealment of his own village. Along the way, he encounters other ninjas. Of course, this is also the reason why Li deliberately avoided it. After running for a few minutes, he soon heard a stream of water. The sound is very fierce, and it should be undoubtedly a waterfall. Roar! At this moment, a beast roar came from not far away, and Lee suddenly stopped, squinting his eyes and looking forward. Since it was a forest, he couldn't see the situation on the other side of the waterfall. Could it be that the power of the human column is out of control? The only possibility of making such a painful roar is that the human column is out of control, and it is possible that he is competing with the tailed beast for body control. After walking a few steps, he looked away from the grass and suddenly saw a young man kneeling on the ground with a big mouth. He gasped for breath, and did not see the so-called tailed beast. I think this battle ended with the victory of Renzuli. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to approach me when I'm practicing? Do you want to die? The boy who was gasping for breath suddenly raised his head and stared in the direction of Lee. As a man Zulai, his perception was very keen. Lee didn't deliberately hide his breath, and this time he felt it. Now that he was discovered, Lee did not hide and walked out directly. The current Renzuli was not a woman like the later one, but a handsome young man, but he was wearing a very simple, tattered sackcloth. Like an uncivilized savage, it fits the style of a beast very well. You're not a ninja from Longnin village, who are you? What are you doing in my Longnin village? Nan-tailed man Zulai stared at Lee and said, the murderous aura he had just fought against the tailed beasts had not completely subsided. Released, the murderous aura of this man Zulai is as terrifying as a beast. Since you know that I'm not from Longnin village, why bother asking so much? If you don't want to die, just resist as much as you can, but this will only aggravate the pain of your death. It has become a 3-go jade riding wheel eye. Since you know the entrance to the village, then no matter what your purpose is, you can't leave the village alive today. Zulai Nantai grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. As a schizophrenic, compared with the later Fu, this guy is much more tragic and has not been recognized by Nanao. Whoosh! Nantaran Zulai was lying on the ground like a beast, and rushed towards Lee quickly. When he got close, he punched Lee's face. Snapped! Li Weiwei turned his head to the side, then grabbed the fist of Nanao Renzulai with one hand, glanced at Nanwei Renzulai slightly, and said lightly, your meager strength can't do me any harm at all, so hurry up and transform. Otherwise, you won't be able to save your life for a while. As he said that, Li kicked directly on the abdomen of the Nantail jury. The huge force made him grow his mouth. He didn't go straight in one breath, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. They all flew out, and then fell into the waterfall. Roar! Not long after falling into the water, a beast roar came from the bottom of the lake, and then a red figure quickly emerged from the water surface, turning into an afterimage and rushing towards Lee. Powerful chakra, sacrifice his sanity to gain unparalleled attack power and explosive power. Good day. Seeing this, Lee turned around and rushed into the woods, galloping fast on the big tree. Roar! At this time, Nantailed Zulai had lost his mind, and he just wanted to tear the human being in front of him. He didn't care about anything else, so he rushed into the woods and chased after Li Humph. Li Yi stepped on a tree trunk, twisted his body in midair, and quickly formed marks with his hands. Rachel. A piercing thunder sounded. Li stepped on a tree trunk behind him, bent his feet slightly, and then charged towards Renzulai. With this flashing thunder, Li's speed was increased to the limit, and he collided directly face to face. Past. Noisy. Like he pierced the arm of the Nan-tailed man Zulai, and the flashing lightning beams dissipated. The Nan-tailed man Zulai let out a mournful roar, then fell straight down, fell to the ground and kept groaning, his scarlet eyes staring at him. Away from the top. In the half-tailed beast mode, the speed and explosive power of the human column force is very strong, but it loses its reason. Just like a beast, after using Likey, the body is stimulated by lightning, the speed is naturally fast, and the shot is sudden. This man Zulai didn't even have a chance to dodge and then penetrated his arm. Of course, it was the heart that was aimed at, but the instinct of the beast made it stagger the heart at a critical moment, so it only penetrated the arm. But with the powerful power of Likey, the man Zulai still badly injured. Li stood on the tree trunk, quietly watching Ren Zulai, who was shaking constantly. On its body, red chakra was bubbling continuously, looking like a piece of magma. After a while, Ren Zulai suddenly stood up, second hand. His hands landed on the ground, like a beast, his back squirmed a few times, 2 fiery red wings grew from his back, and a tail also grew out of his tail vertebra, and his head was gradually deformed, and disappeared in a short while. The human form looked like a beetle, and the reminder suddenly doubled in size, completely turning into a monster. Is this the human Zulai in the form of a tailed beast? Li Weiwei pouted, then jumped off the tree trunk and landed in front of the 7-tailed human Zulai. The form of this tailed beast is not perfect, and now the consciousness of the human Zulai has been blocked. The tailed beast devoured it. To put it bluntly, it can only be counted as a small-tailed beast. Due to the sealing technique, the 7 tails cannot exert their full strength. The body size is only 3 or 4 meters, like a dragonfly, but it is also human hands and feet. Nondescript. Roar. Nantaran Zulai roared and rushed towards Li quickly. Wherever he passed, strong winds were blowing, and powerful chakras continued to overflow. Boom! Nanao punched Li's stomach with a punch, but was blocked by a layer of purple energy. Soon, Susanoo took shape, and a giant of 10 meters was like a behemoth for Nanao, who was only 3 or 4 meters. Pressing it down, it was like a mountain was pressing down. Although Nanao Renzulai was irrational now, he also knew how to avoid danger. He quickly fled from the place, dodging Susanoo's hand, and went around behind him. His tail twitched on Susanoo's body, causing ripples. Well done, Lee sneered. Susanoo didn't turn around at all, just bent down, swept his fist to the back, and swept it on the chin of Nanao Renzulai. Boom! Boom! How powerful is the punch of a giant more than 10 meters high? Nanao's 3 or 4 meter-sized body was directly knocked out, and a deep ravine was drawn on the ground. Nanao was even more miserable and angry. If it could exert its full strength, its body size would be at least 10 meters. Where can it fall to this point? If human Zulai and tailed beasts reach a consensus and cooperate with each other, their combat power will increase exponentially, but on the other hand, if the two are not compatible, then Nanao's strength will be weakened by half, which is definitely a tragedy. Nanao stopped, did not rush forward, roared at the sky, and suddenly, drops of blue and black energy began to condense on Nanao's mouth. Is the tailed beast jade? Upon seeing this, the kaleidoscope in his right eye stared, and a black flame suddenly ignited on Kuei's body, which was condensing the tailed beast jade. Kuei was in pain. Where was he still in the mood to condense the tailed beast and tumbled quickly on the ground? He got up and wanted to put out the black flame, but the more it rolled, the more intense the flame burned. Its huge amount of chakra became the fuel for the Amaterasu flame. After a while, the entire body of the 7 tails was wrapped in black flames. A shrill scream came out of Nanao's throat, and the sound was so loud that it spread out for an unknown distance. Although the battle between Lee and Nanao did not last long, the battle was very loud, especially Nanao's roar from time to time. The ninjas in Longin village had already heard it. The treasure that the village is proud of, if there is an accident, it will be finished. Nanao was burned by the flame of Amaterasu for more than a minute. From the initial morning, he was now lying on the ground dying, letting the flame of Amaterasu burn without moving. After seeing this, he knew that Nanao had reached the limit. If you continue to burn it, you will have to catch a dead-tailed beast and go back. After dispersing Susanoo, the kaleidoscope in the right eye shrank violently, and the flames of Amaterasu suddenly went out, revealing the strength of the human column that had returned to its original shape, but it was already exhaust more, less intake, and looked like he is about to die. If it is a perfect-tailed beast, it might not be so easy to defeat. When he came to Renzulai, Lee launched his divine might, and the space in his left eye immediately formed a vortex, sucking the dying Renzulai into it. Who are you? Let go of Nantai Renzulai, otherwise you will never want to leave Longin village. As soon as the Nan-tailed Zulai was cleaned up, a large group of ninjas suddenly appeared. There were in all directions, forming a huge encirclement, and after a brief glance, the number of people was probably not less than 1,000. Little devil, hurry up and return Renzulai, otherwise, you won't want to leave alive today. A middle-aged man walked out from the crowd, with a black beard all over his face, bulging muscles on his body, and looking very strong. Are you the leader of Longren village? Lee took back his glance and looked at the middle-aged man. At this time, Lee's riding wheel had disappeared. Otherwise, they would not have asked Lee's identity. In the ninja world, who does not know? Who does not know? I am the leader of Longnan village. No matter who you are, we don't need to hold you accountable for what you have done. As long as you return the power to us, you can leave safely. Such as what? The middle-aged man's face is gloomy, his eyes are like sharp swords. This is a decisive ninja. Li Vinian sneered suddenly, stretched out his right hand, pointed at the middle-aged man, and said lightly, in the entire ninja world, as long as I want to leave, no one can keep it, even if you have twice as many ninjas here. But compared to this, the sins you committed in the past will be repaid soon, and if you have time to worry about people's Zulai, you might as well think about how many days you have to live. Having said that, Lee's pupils have become a kaleidoscope. The space is gradually twisted, and Lee's body is gradually inhaled into it. No, he's going to escape, stop him quickly. Seeing Li Zhang disappearing little by little, he didn't have time to think about the meaning of Li's words, and hurriedly shouted hello to the ninja and wanted to intercept Li. But in just a moment, a group of ninjas just rushed up, and there was no one in the place, and the space returned to normal. If there were no traces of fierce fighting in the woods, I am afraid no one would think that someone had been here. Chief, I recognized the pair of eyes just now. Those are the Uchiha clan's riding wheel eyes. Although the shape is wrong, in the entire ninja world, only the eyes of the Uchiha clan have this kind of change. An old man stepped forward and came to the middle-aged man said, "The Uchiha clan, Naruto dimensional system failed. MTL Books logo MTL Books report settings term replacer toggle play / pause TTS add to library reading history chapters toggle invert mode previous next 110 failed. Mobile phone direct access m.xin1ben.com Why go to Ghost Lantern City alone to find Uchiha Li? Don't you know it's dangerous to do so?" In a certain room in the newly built Qianshao clan, Qianshao Ximia scolded Qianshao Huang who was lying on the bed with a gloomy face. During the battle with Li that day, Qianxiao Huang suffered very serious injuries, especially his waist. A piece of flesh the size of a fist was gouged out in between. If it weren't for the powerful vitality of the Qianxiao clan plus the first generation cells, I am afraid he would have died. Shut up, what I want to do, you are not qualified to ask. Although he was seriously injured, his tone was still cold. His sharp right eye stared at Qianxiao Xinyu like a sharp sword, and then turned away. Bastard, I'm your father, I'm not qualified. Who is qualified? Qianxiao Xin didn't hear the words, his body trembled with anger, his fists creaked. If it wasn't for the guilt in his heart, he really wanted to slap him past. Interesting, you just said you were my father. Qianxiao Huang sneered when he heard the words, looked at Sen Wu and sneered, I am your son? My brother is not your son? My mother is not your wife? Don't you forget what you did to the three of us before? For someone like you who gave up everything for the sake of your family, what qualifications do you have to talk about family love in front of me now? Qianxiao Xin didn't hear the words, he was stunned for a moment, the whole person was stunned. Looking at Qianxiao Wang's profile, he couldn't say anything. He vaguely remembered that his wife gave birth to a pair of twins. The elder brother came out first, and then the younger brother came out. Such a family should have been very happy, but at that time, the elders and patriarchs of the clan actually completed a study that spanned nearly a decade. The first-generation cells were transplanted to master the technique of wooden escape that once calmed down the chaotic world. As the bloodline of Qianxiao Zima, Qianxiao Huang, and his younger brother became the first users of this experiment, but the first-generation cells were limited. Only one person can be selected for fusion. After many tests, the clan believes that Qianxiao Huang's potential is stronger than that of his younger brother. In the end, Qianxiao Huang became an experimental body and was immersed in cells filled with first-generation cells every day. Countless drugs are put into the liquid tube every day for better fusion. Fortunately, Qianxiao Huang seems to be blessed by the ancestors, and the first-generation cells are perfectly fused, but they have been injected with drugs with strong medicinal properties for a long time. Qianxiao Huang was subjected to inhuman torture every day, which also caused him to have a dark side. If it was just like this, it would be fine. Later, the people in the clan found that Qianxiao Wang's wooden dungeon could not be compared with the first Hokage, so they used their crooked brains again. The three-goose jade writing will eye that was taken away was transplanted into Qianxiao Wang's left eye, and then in order to obtain Uchiha Madara's power, the people of the clan even frantically locked Qianxiao Huang with his younger brother and asked them to face each other. Killing, only the living are qualified to get out of the cage. In the end, Qianxiao Huang, who had been tortured for a long time, killed the murderer and killed the younger brother who followed him every day and called his elder brother. As a result, his Sanguyu was punished. Great stimulation, he successfully evolved into a kaleidoscope. When he got out of the cage, the news was that his mother committed suicide in anger because he couldn't accept the arrangement of the family, which made Qianxiao Wang's spirit almost collapsed. At the beginning, a perfect family became fragmented, just to gain strength, to get the strength that can revive the Qianxiao family. If I could withstand the pressure of the clan, maybe. Qianxiao Xin closed his eyes painlessly. Everything has become the past, no matter how painful and regretful, it will not help, and because Qianxiao Huang because of the reason, he became the patriarch, and then executed several elders who decided on this plan. The ninja world has always admired the benevolence and righteousness of Senju Zuma, but as long as there is light, there will be darkness. The Qianxiao family used to be so bright, but the dark side is bigger than any family. Leave the adults. In the dim basement, a grass clan ninja respectfully bowed to Li in front of him, and looked around slightly. In front of Li was a steel bracket with a fainted teenager locked on it. The bracket was engraved with dense incantations, like a seal technique, and there was an iron table next to it. Apart from that, there was nothing left. What are you thinking? The atmosphere is a bit weird, so the grass clan ninja can't help but feel a little uneasy. Eat this piece of meat. Li turned around, holding a plate in his hand, with a piece of blood-red meat on it. It was Nanwei's meat, which was cut while Li was fighting, just to make in terms of an experiment. The power of the tailed beast is very violent, and ordinary people can't bear it at all. So I plan to let people eat it first. If there are serious side effects, then I have to think of other ways to use the power of the seven tails. Gollum. The ninja of the grass family turned pale. He was not a fool, he knew that this must be an experiment, and he was just a victim in the experiment. He thought that he was called here to do something important. He was very happy for a while. After all, he could get the appreciation of Lord Li, and the days in the future would definitely be much better, but he didn't expect that this important thing was actually becoming an experimental subject. This is the meat of the tailed beast. After eating it, if you can withstand the ferocity of power, then your chakra will increase several times in the future, Li said lightly as he handed the plate to the ninja of the grass family. Seeing this, the ninja of the grass clan turned even paler, eating the meat of the tailed beast. Does this really work? If you endure it, the benefits will be great, but if you fail, the consequences will be unimaginable. But seeing Lee's indifferent face, knowing that things cannot be violated, there is still a chance to eat. If you don't eat, I'm afraid you will be killed by this adult now death. Thinking of this, he also struggled, took the plate, then picked up a big fistful piece of meat in the plate, and sent it to his mouth tremblingly. At this moment, Lee and Uchiha Jean both stared at the ninja of the Grass Clan. If nothing happens after eating, then this plan can be implemented. At that time, the fighting power of the Uchiha clan will be too strong. Imagine. Gollum. Finally, the ninja of the Grass Clan endured the fear and put the whole piece of meat into his mouth. After chewing for a while, he swallowed it. Tears were about to come out. Eating raw meat was unimaginable to outsiders. It's so hot, so hot. But in the blink of an eye, the face of the Grass Clan's ninja turned red, like a boiled crab, and after a while, a layer of blood-red chakra began to appear on his body, and his eyes became even more red, like a beast. Lee and the two elders stared at this Grass Clan ninja. Success or failure once again. If he survives, the Uchiha clan will gain unimaginable benefits. Roar! The ninja of the Grass Clan suddenly landed on the ground with both hands, and bursts of beast roars erupted from his throat, staring at Lee with beast-like eyes, with a murderous look on his face. Did you fail? Li Wei shook his head, and sure enough, not everyone can eat the meat of the tailed beast. Although the shaking will I can't see through the chakras and the meridians of the human body, it can see the huge chakra outside the body. Carrot, this has already reached the limit that this Grass Clan ninja can achieve, so naturally there is no need to say more about the result. Boom! The originally ferocious Grass Clan ninja suddenly exploded with blood flowers all over his body, blood-red chakra overflowed from the wound, and then dissipated in the air. Heart pulse is no exception. This Grass Clan ninja is already dead, lying on the ground motionless. Patriarch, the chakra of Nanao is too violent. This grass ninja died after eating it in a few minutes. It seems that this plan is going to be scrapped. It is better to take Nanao out and find someone with excellent physique. How does the tribe seal it with the sealing technique? Uchiha had a pity on his face, but it's good to have someone with a pillar of strength. The riding wheel eyes of the Uchiha family are born to restrain the tailed beast. I believe that after a long time, Nanao will definitely give in, and then the time comes. Human Zulai can perfectly transform into a tail beast, and the strength will be unimaginable. Li Vinian shook his head slightly. He did not agree with this plan. The strength of the people is strong, but it is limited, and it takes a lot of time to subdue Nanao. Now the Uchiha family lacks the mostest time, leaving a person the purpose of breaking into Longnan village is to improve the strength of the clan in a short period of time, and then destroy Qin Shao Huang. Otherwise, why should he spend so much time doing such a boring thing? I'll leave this matter to me, and the family affairs for the past few days will be handled by the two elders. Li waved his hand and was about to leave, but when he saw the Grass Clan ninja lying on the ground, Wei after a pause, he said, "Bury this ninja well. If he has a family, send more money to let them live." Yes, Patriarch. Uchiha Jean and Uchiha Akira nodded and watched them leave the basement. I didn't expect the Patriarch to run out to catch the tailed beast. Uchiha Ming let out a long sigh. When Li came back with the seven-tailed man Zulai, Uchiha was startled and broke into Longnan alone. The village not only was not arrested, but also arrested the opponent's person Zulai. Thinking of this, he couldn't help his blood boil and capture the tailed beast. This is something that only the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara dared to do, but the current Patriarch also dares to do it, and also succeeded, although it is only human Zulai, but this cannot deny the fact that Li has indeed captured the tailed beast. Unfortunately, Uchiha Jean shook his head helplessly. When he heard Li's plan, he thought it could be successfully implemented, but now it seems that whoever eats this tailed beast will die. Shaking his head for a long time, Uchiha Jean said again, "Hurry up and call a few clansmen to come in and deal with this Grass Clan ninja." There are many seal techniques in our family that are used to seal the tailed beast chakra. Of course, there are also sealing techniques for ourselves. Although our family's chakra is huge, it is pitiful compared to the tailed beast. So, in order to better suppress the tailed beast, we will use the sealing technique to seal the chakra that is not usually used, and when the tailed beast is restless, we will use the sealed chakra to suppress the runaway tailed beast in one fell swoop. Hey! Kushina and Maitreya sat face to face. After a period of time together, the two seemed to be very close, almost to the point where there was nothing to talk about. They even talked about the tailed beast. Kushina has never been forgotten. Then, how did you escape the fate of Ren Zulai? Maitreya listened very seriously, and couldn't wait to start asking questions. After listening to Kushina tell about her life experience, she felt that she had lived on a dog for more than 10 years. Speaking of this, I have to talk about leaving the body. Li, who was just about to enter the door, heard the conversation between the two, and suddenly fell into contemplation. The sealing technique Kushina said should be the yin seal used by Uzumaki Mito, and later passed on to Tsunade, a foreigner. His granddaughter is not a rumor, and as the princess of the Uzumaki family, Juxina must know the secret techniques and sealing techniques in the family very well, and it is normal to understand the unseal. But this is not what Li was thinking about. What really attracted him was that he thought of an excellent way to complete this experiment. Thinking of this, Li opened the door and walked in. Li? Juzine looked back, suddenly smiled, got up and took Li's hand, as if remembering something, and asked in a low voice, "When did you arrive?" "Just arrived." Li glanced at Juxian. Just now they were all discussing about their own affairs, and Juxian also said some inner feelings, and now this look is obviously shy. Sure enough, hearing Li's words, Kushina breathed a sigh of relief, but she was a little disappointed. After adjusting her mood, Kushina asked suspiciously, "Li, what are you doing here this time? Do you want another one? People go out?" "No, I need your help with something." Li shook his head and looked at Mithreya. I don't mind, if you have something to do, go and do it." Mithreya waved his hand quickly, indicating that he was fine. Although he learned from Juxina's mouth that Li was a man, but for some reason, when facing Li, she will still be nervous, and it will be stronger than before, but this kind of nervousness is different from the previous fear. "Well, then you can practice by yourself these few days." Li nodded, then looked at Kushina and said again, "Let's go." "Okay." Kushina nodded happily, waved at Mithreya, and left the door. After arriving at the basement where Nantai Ren Zulai was imprisoned, Kushina looked curiously. After seeing the person Zulai locked with the sealing technique in front of him, Kushina frowned slightly. She wanted it, but she didn't know what it was used for at the time, so she taught it to Li. This sealing technique is a sealing technique similar to enchantment. It can strengthen the chain, and even a tailed beast can't break free. "Li, who is this person?" Kushina frowned and asked, pointing at Zulai, the Nantails. "It's the Nantai Ren Zulai of Longnan village. I just left the Ghost Lantern City just to catch him a few days ago." Li carried his hands on his back and looked at Nantai Ren Zulai lightly. When Kushina heard the words, her brows furrowed even deeper, and she asked suspiciously, "Li, you asked me to help, shouldn't it be just to unlock the sealing technique in this person's body? Do you want to release Nanao?" At this point, Kushina quickly shook her head and said again, "If that's the case, I won't promise you. Once a monster like Nantai is released, isn't the ghost town going to be destroyed?" Seeing that Juzine himself was caught in the brain tonic, Li was a little helpless. If he really wanted to break this sealing technique, Li didn't need Juxina's help. He directly controlled the tailed beast with a riding wheel, and let it go out of control. Power, a mere seal can't stop it at all. "Juxina, don't think about it, you'll know in a while." Li patted Juxina's head and said softly, "Boom." At this time, the iron door of the basement was pushed open, and Uchiha Jean and Uchiha Akira came in with two Grass Clan ninjas. The two ninjas were both young people in their 20s. At this time, the two looked panicked. Follow behind Uchiha Sen and Uchiha Akira. "Lord Patriarch, I brought the person you want." Uchiha Jean and Uchiha Akira slightly arched their bodies, then moved away, exposing the two Kusanaga's exposed legs behind them. "Leave, away from the adults." The two ninjas were nervous, but they knew that there was a grass ninja who didn't come back after being called away. Now they see this dark basement again. Just think for a moment and know that this is a laboratory, the previous Grass Clan. Ninjas must have fallen prey to experiments. Li nodded, ignoring the panic of the two Grass Clan ninjas, but looked at Kushina and said, "Kushina, now you put a yin seal on each of them, this should be nothing to you." Question: Li, what are you trying to do? Juxina was even more puzzled. The yin seal was used to store chakra, and it was just an auxiliary sealing technique. However, she understood Li's temper. Although she was puzzled, she still went to in front of the two Grass Clan ninjas. They began to condense the technique of the yin seal. After a while, a black tetrahedron engraved on their foreheads, which was the yin seal. Seeing that Kushina finished the work, Li turned to Uchiha and Yu. Chiba Ming nodded, and the two understood, picked up two thin white tubes from the iron table next to them, and plunged them into the dantian of Nantai Ren Zulai. "Both of you," Li said lightly after glancing at the two ninjas of the Grass family. "Master Li, please let me go. I am willing to be your slave and your shield, as long as you can let me go." One of the Grass ninjas knelt down on the ground in fright and begged for mercy, his whole body violent the trembling, obviously fear to the extreme. "All the experiments I did are to make you stronger. This thin tube can transmit the chakra of the tailed beast. As long as you connect the other end of the thin tube to you, the chakra of the tailed beast will flow into your body. Of course, this will make you explode and die, but with the yin seal on your forehead, the chakra of the tailed beast will be sucked into the yin seal after entering your body, so you don't have to worry about it." Death. Li ignored the ninja who was kneeling and begging for mercy, and then looked at the ninja who was still standing, a little hesitant. These two ninjas were carefully selected by Li, instructing Uchiha Jean. One was a genius and the other was a mediocre. If the experiment was successful and both survived, then the entire Uchiha clan could have the chakra of the tailed beast. If only geniuses survived and mediocrity died, then how many Uchiha tribesmen can have tailed beast chakra depends on the situation. "Lord Li, I am willing to accept the tailed beast chakra, but if I die, I hope Lord Li can treat my family kindly." The standing ninja hesitated for a while, and made a decision with gritted teeth. Everyone wants to get power, he is no exception, but he is afraid of his own death due to the failure of the experiment. What will happen to his relatives at home? Well, as long as I die for my family, I, Uchiha, will definitely treat anyone's relatives kindly. Lee nodded, a glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes. Those who want to get something in return without paying are the most despised, no matter what it is. If you want to get it, you have to pay. The more you get, the more you have to pay. Now this grass forbearance is very satisfied. If the experiment is successful, it can be promoted. Thank you, Lord Lee. The standing ninja bowed respectfully, and then without hesitation, he came to the Nantai Renzulai, turned around, and turned his back to him. Second elder, catch him too. Lee pointed to the ninja who was still kneeling on the ground and said lightly, yes, Patriarch. Uchiha Ming heard the words. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and grabbed the ninja and dragged him over. Lord Lee, forgive me, I don't want to die, Lord Lee. Noisy. Noisy. The other end of the thin tube had already been pierced through the back of the necks of the two Grass Clan ninjas. Immediately, the sound of begging for mercy stopped. After seeing this, he came to the Nantai Renzulai, raised his head, and opened his eyelids. After that, Sharingan's pupil power instantly entered the consciousness of the seven tails, and then came to the place where the seven tails were sealed, and directly controlled the seven tails. Suddenly, a stream of red chakra flowed into the thin tube. The two bodies were quickly absorbed by the yin seal, and the black tetrahedron engraving was also flashing a faint red light. Lee, what are you doing? This will kill them. Juzine was watching from the side, and seeing that Lee's work was over, he couldn't help pulling Lee to the other side and asked, Joshina, I didn't want you to be involved in this matter, you just need to live a happy life, I'm really sorry. Li Wei shook his head, although what he did was compared to the rest of the village and his family it's really not worth mentioning, but for Kushina, this is indeed a very dark thing. Lee, I know you want the power to protect Uchiha, but you can't make fun of other people's lives because of this. Isn't this the same as saving one person and killing one person? He kept saying what was in his mind. Don't be ridiculous, now the strength of the Qianshao clan is much stronger than my Uchiha clan, and they regard my Uchiha clan as a thorn in their eyes. If we fight in the future, won't we be wiped out? Now if we sacrifice one or two people, we can do it. Experiment, the strength of our side will definitely increase by then. Isn't this equivalent to saving the lives of hundreds of people in the entire Uchiha clan? Li Wei shook his head and said lightly, if you want to get something, you have to give something, blindly pursue, but always think of empty gloves and white wolf. This is not the pursuit of dreams, but self-destruction. Kushina also understood this principle, pursed her lips, and finally did not say anything. As a child of a big family, although she never personally touched the dark side when she was a child, the education she received was an iron rule that must be followed. As long as she can protect the family, she will not hesitate to sacrifice thousands of lives. Therefore, she understands Lee's mood and understands his wishes. What's more, it is only two people who are sacrificed from now. If it can really save the whole family, hundreds of lives were lost. This was not only a fault, but a merit. Lord Patriarch, the chakra that the yin seal can seal has reached saturation. At this time, the voice of Uchiha Zhan came. Li Vinian patted Kushina on the head, and then quickly came to Renzulai to release the illusion. Suddenly, the tailed beast stopped the supply of chakra, and the two ninjas slightly breathing out, the thin tube was pulled out from their necks, and the two stood there blankly, feeling that they were still alive, and couldn't help showing a smile. Alive? Am I still alive? The terrified kneeling ninja looked happy before, but the other one frowned. He could feel that there was no chakra of the tailed beast in his body. I'm afraid this experiment is not over. There should be another one. Step. Kushina, tell them how to lift the yin seal. Li turned to look at Kushina, who was still confused. The reason why the two were not affected by the tailed beast chakra, of course, is because the tailed beast chakra is in the yin seal. Now as long as the yin seal is unlocked and the chakra flows into the body, the results of the experiment can be known at that time. The yin seal uses the tailed beast chakra and eats the meat of the tailed beast. It won't wake up in an instant, and there won't be a flood that breaks the embankment. Moreover, the yin seal is divided into 3 liberations. The first liberation is to release a small amount of chakra of the tailed beast. The second part is to release some of the chakra of the tailed beast. The last stage is the desperate stage. Released in an instant, such a condition is indeed much more reliable than eating tailed beast meat. In the future, you can choose to unlock several seals. How much can be released? There is no bottom in centrifugation, otherwise there would be no such experiment. A genius, a mediocrity. If this genius can withstand all the liberation of the triple, then the experiment is half completed. If the mediocrity can also withstand the triple perfect liberation, then this experiment is a perfect success. After more than half an hour of explanation, the two Grass Clan ninjas remembered to understand the steps and handprints of the unsealing technique, so they kept Kushina far away, otherwise the release of the tailed beast chakra might hurt her. Now, each of you unlock the first seal. Looking at the two Grass Clan ninjas, Lee said lightly. With the liberation of the first level of the sealing technique, a layer of red chakra began to appear on the bodies of the two Grass Clan ninjas. The face of the ninja who knelt down immediately turned hideous, his eyes were red, and there was a faint trend of losing his mind. This is only the first liberation, and I can't stand it. Seeing this, Lee shook his head slightly, and then looked at another genius ninja. There is no tendency to lose one's senses. It seems that even with the help of the yin seal, no one can control this tailed beast chakra. Li Weiwei pinched his chin, glanced at it, and then said lightly, unlock the second seal. Wait, that person will die if it goes on like this. Zhu Xin'ei couldn't help holding Li's hand, she still couldn't bear to see a life disappear like this. Jushina, the arrow of Li Xian is already gone, I can't take it back. Li frowned slightly, and then continued, release the second seal. The ninja, who was about to lose his senses, had the only sanity left to gain more powerful power. Hearing the word seal, he immediately began to liberate. Suddenly, the blood-red chakra rose into the sky like a beam of light, and the wind blew across the hole. In the basement, the red light turned the entire basement into a red. What? As soon as this power came out, the ninja screamed in agony, and the meridians of his whole body were smashed by this violent chakra, and countless blood blew out from his body. After a while, the red light dissipated, leaving only a corpse that had lost his voice. His clothes were all burnt and tattered, and even a layer of the skin on his body was burnt off. After the release of the second power just now, this chakra power has at least reached the level of Shang Nin. Li Wei squinted his eyes and looked at another ninja. The death of his companion is vivid in his mind, but as Li said, the arrow was on the string, and he had to send it out. He gritted his teeth, and he also released the second seal. Suddenly, another violent chakra burst out. Beside him the iron table was overturned by this chakra. Li grabbed Kushina with one hand, and observed the ninja's appearance, and found that his face was only flushed, his face was slightly smaller, and he had no pupils or black pupils. Not losing his mind. What? The ninja shouted. All the overflowing chakra metal converged, forming a layer of chakra outsiders on his body. Feeling the continuous chakra in his body, the ninja showed a trace of excitement, happily facing Li. After bowing, he said, Lord Li, I feel that my current strength can defeat Shangnan. Li Vingyan nodded slightly. This power can indeed defeat Shangnan. The chakra of the tail beast is fierce, full of explosive power, and when fighting, the movement speed and attack strength have increased geometrically. It should be a Chunin ninja. Once the second seal is unlocked, his strength is comparable to that of Taiju Jonin. What is the concept of Taiju Junin? If the opponent does not have any special secret techniques or the limit of blood, even an ordinary elite Jounin can't win a Taijutsu Jonin. It's useless if you can't keep up with the speed of Taijutsu ninjas. You must know that Taijutsu ninjas put in 100 times more effort than ninjutsu ninjas. It doesn't make sense if they're not powerful. Just look at Xiao Li in the original book, Uchiha Suzuki. It was the first genius, and he was the first tail of the crane. Before Suzuki didn't have such a special ninjutsu as Reiki, he was not beaten by Xiao Li like a fool. The third kind of liberation should be able to raise the strength of a ninja to the level of an elite Jounin. There is already a bottom line in the centrifugation. Chunin liberates this chakra, and in a short period of time, he can achieve the level of elite Jounin. If the Jounin is liberated, it should be able to compete with the general shadow level in a short time, but the chakra of this tailed beast is very powerful. Even if the violent factor is put to sleep by the yin seal, if you fight for a long time, the tailed beast's chakra is very powerful. The tyrannical factor was quickly awakened, and even if the meridians were not broken by this violent chakra, the mind would be affected by the chakra of the tail beast. Kushina, reseal his tailed beast chakra into the yin seal. Now that the result is known, there is no need to continue this experiment. Li also can see that unlocking the second seal has already been done. The limit of this ninja, if you continue to unlock the third level, it will be cruel and immortal. Hearing the words, Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid of letting the ninja continue to liberate, and hurried forward to seal the ninja's chakra. Lord Li, the Grass Clan ninja wanted to say something excitedly, but was stopped by Li. I don't want to know what your name was before. Now, how about I give you the surname Uchiha? Would you like it? Li said lightly. Giving surnames to foreigners is a rare occurrence in the ninja world, but it is not uncommon. For example, some potential geniuses will be included in various families and given surnames. Of course, this age group is in the under 5 years old. This kind of situation rarely happens from now on. Of course, the surname is given to the surname, but it is almost impossible to put this person's name in the family tree, especially Uchiha, who mainly writes Round Eyes the Big Clan. Without the writing wheel eye, without the blood of the Uchiha family, it is more difficult to enter the genealogy. Unless his descendants can open the writing wheel eye and have a certain talent, it is possible to include his name in the genealogy. Li. No, the patriarch, I do. The Grass Clan ninja immediately knelt down on one knee in excitement, and being able to become a member of the Uchiha clan is something that many people can't ask for, from the Warring States period to the present, but anyone who hears Uchiha, except for an ignorant 3-year-old child, who does not know the meaning of these 3 words? Tell me your name. Li nodded slightly, looking at Kusanagi who was kneeling on the ground and said lightly, Lord Patriarch, my name is Uchiha Protector. Uchiha Guard? Li Vinian smiled, and then continued, from now on, you will be just like your name, protect the prestige of my Uchiha clan, get up, from today onwards, you will be my personal guard. Many thanks to the Patriarch. Uchiha stood up excitedly and was able to fight with Li, thinking about it was a bloody thing. The giant that was more than 10 meters high still couldn't be erased in his heart, only to follow this only a strong person can truly get out of the narrow sky in his heart. Patriarch, since the experiment is over, I don't know what we will do next. Uchiha took a step forward and asked with a frown. From the capture of the tailed beast to the subsequent experiments, it was just preparations for successfully killing Qianshao Huang. Now that the experiment has been successful, as long as you are prepared, this plan can be started at any time. 2 elders, next, you will find the best talents in the 10 clans, and then inject Nanao's chakra into their bodies according to the method just now. After speaking, Li paused, and then looked at Juxinai, said again, Jushina, I need to trouble you in the next few days, teach them all the methods of using this yin seal, no problem. You can't ask Kushina to unlock the seal when you want to use it, and let Kushina seal it back when you don't want to use it. It's not realistic. The only way is to teach them the entire sealing technique, and unlock it by yourself when you need it. Kai, you don't need your own seal, they are all from the Uchiha clan, and these 10 people will become Li's exclusive guards in the future, so it's not a loss to teach them the yin seal. What are you talking about? I'm also very happy to be able to help you. Juzine nodded, nodding happily. She now has the meaning of marrying her husband and following her husband. The people who are from Li are her people. Sealing is a big deal. Jushina. Li Wei sighed. No matter what he did, it was just to not lose anyone or anything. For this goal, he had to reach the top, not only with his own strength, but also with the strength outside him. Uchiha Jean and Uchiha Akira looked at each other, and the two happily took Uchiha's guardian away. After being away from work for so long, it was time to let him relax, and disturbing the young couple was really not something the elders did. For the thing. Day by day, 10 of the best clansmen have been selected, and they are all between 15 and 16 years old. They are all ninjas at the Chunin level now, but the writing wheel has opened to Shuanguyu. In the middle, this age group can be regarded as an excellent talent. After all, you can't expect everyone to be like a genius like Kakashi. It's 12 years old, let alone Uchiha, the whole Konoha period is not it. Just a Kakashi. Now 10 people have yin seals, filled with Nanao's chakra, and then they will learn how to use the yin seals, which will be left to Kushina. Speaking of which, Nanao was hit by 10 people in a row for chakra, and he was also on the verge of dying. Fortunately, the tailed beast made chakra very fast. The carrot extractor, the tailed beast chakra is used up, just go to refill it. For half a month, Li ignored the family affairs and handed over everything to the 2 elders to manage, while he was practicing non-stop, hoping that he would not have to fight as hard as last time in the decisive battle. Noisy, noisy, noisy. The piercing sound of thunder cut through the entire waterfall, and the falling water seemed to be full of electricity. The lightning flashed and looked very scary. After walking out of the waterfall, the Rachel on the right hand was still flashing, and the writing wheel was still flashing. With his eyes fixed on a big tree not far away, Likey threw it directly. Immediately, Lai Guang turned into a javelin and extended his legs. The speed was extremely fast, and he directly pierced the big tree, but Likey also announced the end. Can you extend your legs for 15 meters? Li Wei squinted his eyes. His practice was naturally a form of Likey, that is, Chidori Sharp Spear. If you want to complete the practice of Chidori Spear, you must first learn Chidori Ryu. Only when you can control Lai Guang to swim freely on your body can you let the lightning come out of your body. It can be said that Chidori Ryu is Chidori Ryu, the base of the gun. Amazing. Of course, that's my brother away. Behind a large rock next to the waterfall, Kushina, Maitreya and Uchiha Mikoto hid there to peek. What are you 3 doing here? Do you want to steal the teacher? Li squatted on the big rock where they were hiding, looked at the 3 girls and said lightly, but before they could answer, he looked at Kushina and asked, what, no need to teach them about the yin seal today. They are naturally the 10 Uchiha clansmen who were selected to be injected with the tailed beast chakra. Of course, there is also a Uchiha guardian who was given a name. After all, he was also injected with the tailed beast chakra. It is necessary to follow study together. No, they have almost mastered the sealing technique, so there is nothing to do now, just come and see how your cultivation is going. Juxina flattened her mouth, feeling a little wronged. Is it easy to be a teacher and teach lessons every day? Brotherly, what's the name of that ninjutsu just now? You can stretch out your legs, is it an evolution of Rachel? Uchiha Mikoto blinked and asked excitedly. Well, that's right, I call it the 1,000-bird sharp spear. Li nodded, but his thoughts were not on it. Since 10 people have mastered the use of the yin seal, the next step is to execute the plan. This time, Qianshao Huang must be killed, and the Qianshao family will be taught a painful lesson. Uchiha Mikato didn't know what Lee was, but when she heard the words Chidori Ruize, she was envious, but she didn't have the thunder-type chakra, otherwise, she could learn such a beautiful ninjutsu. Kushina, you take Maitreya back first, Mikato, you go and notify the two elders and ask them to gather all the ninjas of the clan and the grass clan, you know. Lee stood up and jumped off the big rock. Just do what you say, without hesitating about anything. What's the matter? Big brother Lee, is there anything major that is going to happen? Uchiha Mikato's face suddenly tightened when she heard the words, and she could only think about the war when she gathered the clansmen. Lee, do you mean that what you have done this time is for today? Juzine suddenly realized. She also felt that Lee was very busy recently, and almost never stopped thinking of going to war. Juzine is also young, the face is tense. Fighting means sacrifice, it may be someone else, it may be yourself. Well, the opponents of all this are the Senju family, you and Mikato don't have to go. Lee nodded, seeing Kushina and Uchiha Mikato want to refute. He waved his hand and said again, this time I will bring all the clansmen and the ninjas of the grass clan, and the ghost town will become an empty city. Kushina, Mikato, your two tasks are to protect the ghost town before we come back. Do you know? Let Kushina and Uchiha Mikato go to the battlefield. This kind of thing will never be done. On the battlefield, no matter how strong the individual strength is, there will be sacrifices. 5 fights won, and some lucky ones can't even find an opponent. Group battles are melee battles. If you see who is easy to bully, you will fight whoever. Although Kushina and Uchiha Mikato are not so easy to bully, both of them are 10. A 2-year-old girl at least looks like a bully, and 2 or 3 people will besiege. There are countless ninjas standing on the mountain in front of Ghost Lantern City, and the heads are surging. There is a battle platform more than 2 meters high in the front. This is where Lee ordered the clansmen to build it and used it to publicize the declaration when going out to battle. Lee stood on it, quietly looking at more than 1,000 ninjas below, with the members of the Uchiha clan in the front, and hundreds of ninjas of the Grass clan standing behind them. This time, Lee will catch the Thousand Hand clan by surprise and let them escape from Konoha. All the clansmen who came out were buried outside. Uchiha's compatriots, today is the time for us to start the war with the Senju family. Although we have been silent for many years, neither Senju nor Uchiha has forgotten the old feud. This time, I hope that all the people who will put your heads on the belts of your trousers, give me all your chakras. As long as you can move your hands, lift your feet, and bite your mouth, you are not allowed to surrender. Even if you die, you have to pull me. The next thousand-handed clansman is the back. Do you hear me? Lee said in a low voice, staring at the Uchiha clansman below with his scarlet riding wheel eyes. Exterminate 1,000 hands, exterminate 1,000 hands. More than 200 Uchiha clan people stared at the scarlet riding wheel eyes and shouted loudly. They have waited for this day for too long. Everyone has not forgotten the harm that Qianshao gave to the Uchiha clan. The people of the Grass clan whispered one after another and talked a lot. When they heard that the enemy was actually a thousand-handed clan, they were a little scared. After all, the thousand-handed family was able to compete with Uchiha at the beginning. Is it really okay to go in together? Of course, there are also some ambitious Grass clan ninjas who are looking forward to this war. If they can really defeat the Senju clan, then they can also follow Uchiha. Hearing the clansman's voice, Li Wei nodded slightly, then jumped off the high platform and came to the side of Uchiha Jean and Uchiha Akira. According to the plan, if there is no accident, the Qianshao family will definitely be dispatched, and this time they must be given a thunderous blow. Li's plan is very simple, that is to use himself as a bait and go to the country of fire to hang out. Qianshao Huang will definitely be unable to hold back, although he only fights him once, but Li sees the mind of such a person. Very thorough. Qin Huang lost last time, he will definitely want to find his way back. As long as he appears in the country of fire, with Qin Huang's character, he will sneak out of Konoha to find himself, so as a result, no matter what Qin Huang's identity is, just with this wooden dungeon, the Qianshao family will definitely not let him be in danger, and will definitely follow him secretly, so as to save people at a critical moment, or besiege Li. So, here comes the problem. Li's purpose is to kill Qin Huang. When the time comes to meet, the two will fight. Li is confident to win, but he is afraid that he will lose the best of the best due to the sudden intervention of the Qianshao clan, just like last time. The chance of assassination, this time will naturally not let the Qianshao clan succeed, and Uchiha Jean and Uchiha Akira are leading the clan to intercept the Qianshao clan behind Qianshao Huang, preventing them from intervening in the battlefield. But the strength of the Qianshao clan is much higher than Uchiha now, especially their patriarch is still a shadow-level master. If this fights with Uchiha, Uchiha will definitely suffer heavy casualties, not to mention the thousand-handed clan. The patriarch will also bring a lot of clansmen. Sully thought of Nanao. As long as the clansmen get the chakra of Nanao, their strength will definitely increase greatly, although only 10 succeeded in the end. But if it is just an ordinary shadow, then, even if he couldn't kill him, it would be enough for him to drink a pot. After all, there are 10 elite Jonin, and they are all physique types, so imagining it is terrifying. The plan is like this, but there are too many changes on the battlefield. After all, no one can know how many people Qianshao will send over. Li knows how to lure the enemy. Qian Xiao is not a fool. Hit 1,000 hands by surprise. Brother Li, you must be careful. Li, if you come back with a hair missing, I'll pull out all your hair. Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina reluctantly watched them leave the Ghost Lantern City. The order they received was to guard the Ghost Lantern City, but it was said to be stationed. The two of them were not fools. I can't do anything personally. Li said this just to prevent them from going to the battlefield. Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto know this. Kushina, Mikoto, you two stay in the ghost town, don't neglect the guests. Before leaving, Uchiha explained to Kushina and Mikoto, this guest is naturally from the country of ghosts Mithraea. Uchiha Li, you finally appeared, haha, I will give you all the injuries from the last time. Qian Xiao Huang, who is far away in Konoha village, is always watching the movement of Ghost Lantern City. As soon as he finds out that he has left the Ghost Lantern City and ran to the Land of Fire, he can't wait to prepare the equipment and set off. He doesn't think he can't defeat Li, go. The second time was just too sudden. He was defeated before he could even use the kaleidoscope shaker. There was nothing he could do. The teleportation ninjutsu really caught him off guard. Lord Patriarch, young Patriarch sneaked out of Konoha village, what should we do? In the clan of the Qian Xiao clan, Qian Xiao Simiyu sat in the hall with a gloomy face. In the main position of his son, he knew too much about his son's temper, so he sent people to stare at Qian Xiao Huang all the time. As long as he made any moves, Qian Xiao Simiyu could immediately know. Although this Uchiha is just a kid, but his methods and scheming are very clever. This time he suddenly ran out, and he went to the country of fire. It looks like he wants Huanger to find him. Speaking of which, Qian Xiao Mori looked at the kneeling ninja below, and said lightly, go and gather 200 clansmen for me, then go out of the village with me. By the way, send someone to tell Sarutobi Hizen. After all, he lives in Konoha now. Some rules are still to be done on the surface. Somewhere in the forest of the country of fire, Li was sitting on a big tree, waiting for Qin Xiaohuang with his eyes closed. He believed that Qin Xiaohuang must have known about his departure from the ghost city. No, it should be said that the whole endure the world almost knows. It's been so tumultuous in this period of time that almost every big village's eyes are focused on him. The eyeliner around Ghost Lantern City is unknown. If he has troubles, I'm afraid they all know. Of course, as for what to say to attack while he's not there, this kind of thing will not happen in Ghost Lantern City. After all, no one knows how many people there are in Ghost Lantern City. Moreover, the geographical location of Ghost Lantern City is not very good. Big villages don't like it at all. But if they want to send someone to snatch it, they will feel that the gain is not worth the loss. The most important thing is that the kaleidoscope writing wheel from Li has given them a great deterrence. No one will forget that if they storm the ghost city, what will they do for revenge in the future? No one will pull an enemy with unknown means for a mere ghost town. What they want to know is what Konoha's attitude is. Li is Konoha's rebellion, and when the two sides fight, if you die in the hands of Konoha, it will be possible to capture Ghost Lantern City. Everyone likes to do things like taking advantage of fishermen. Whoa! In the windless weather, the trees suddenly swayed violently, and the leaves fell one after another. At this time, Li also opened his eyes. The scarlet writing wheel I turned to the side, and said lightly, since you are out, you don't have to hide. Oh, listening to you, it seems like you're waiting for me on purpose. Qin Xiaohuang suddenly appeared under Li, raised his head, looked excited, and continued, do you have the same idea as me, like me, and want to kill an enemy that can be evenly matched with you? Li Vinian curled his lips slightly, jumped down from the tree trunk, landed on the opposite side of Qin Xiaohuang, his face did not fluctuate, and said lightly, we don't need to say more nonsense, this time, no one will come to hinder us. The battle. Speaking of this, the three-hooked jade in Li's eye spun and then formed the shape of a kaleidoscope writing round eye, and a layer of purple chakra appeared on the body, gradually forming a Susanoo, purple chakra. As soon as the giant took shape, the huge chakra overflowed, and the trees shook violently. Interesting. Seeing this, Qian Xiao Huang grinned, and his hands quickly formed a seal, Mu done, the flower tree realm is here. Huge tree roots burst out of the ground, surrounding Susanoo in the center, and attacked quickly. On top of the tree roots, several tree flowers grew, exuding a thick poisonous mist. Bang, bang. Although the power of this wooden dungeon can't be compared to Senju Hashirama, my eyes are not an eternal kaleidoscope, but it's a bit tricky. Looking at the tree roots that were constantly attacking from the left and right, Susanoo's four hands quickly moved. He attacked and smashed all the roots back into the air, but the roots were unyielding and could not be broken with a single punch. The poison of pollen has a paralyzing effect. Mixed with the air, the poison of pollen entered Susanoo. As soon as he smelled the pollen, Li immediately frowned. He found that his body was actually uncoordinated. It was the poison of pollen, so he hurriedly covered it. His eyes kaleidoscope suddenly stared, the huge chakra and pupil power erupted again. Susanoo suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared wildly. A giant sword appeared in each of the four hands, and the huge chakra forming four sword chi, 4 of the tree roots were directly split in half from the middle, and then a sweep, Susanoo destroyed it to the fullest, and directly cut the roots in all directions into 2 pieces. Your Mudan is very different from the original Hokage. Lee sneered, his right eye kaleidoscope shrank, and the Amaterasu flame suddenly appeared, falling directly on the tree root that was still not dead in front of him and burning. The Amaterasu flame's burning the speed was very fast, and under the influence of this wooden chakra, the Amaterasu flame suddenly began to burn rapidly in a circular shape. After a while, all the tree roots were ignited, and the raging flame shot into the sky. What a thorny flame! Qian Shao Huang grinned, and his hands formed seals again. Wudun, the art of the wooden man. Standing on the wooden man's forehead, he didn't stop there. Wudun, the technique of wood dragon, hold head high. In a burst of dragons, a wooden dragon circled around Qin Shao Huang for a week, and then rushed towards Susanoo, and quickly tied it up. As he continued to absorb Susanoo's chakra, the wooden dragon gradually grew stronger. The binding force is also getting stronger. Roar! Susanoo roared wildly, and all 4 hands worked together to break the wooden dragon directly. With Lee's control, Susanoo began to move towards Qin Shao Huang. As I said, your Susanoo can't defeat my wooden man art. Boom! The 2 giants fought each other, and the huge energy directly blew the Amaterasu flames to one side. Boom! Boom! The wooden man's body continued to have a wooden dragon and Susanoo. The dragon head hit Susanoo's body, but it was unable to cause damage to Susanoo. Instead, he became a pile of sawdust and was blown away by the strong wind. The villagers who have been paying attention to this battle at any time have solemn expressions on their faces, and their hearts are extremely shocked. The Uchiha family's Shailanyan and the Qianshao family's Mudan are fighting again. The power of the 2 is too powerful. Pomodoro and Senjuju are fighting each other. Okay, the fight is good, the 2 are evenly matched. Even if one side wins, the other side will definitely face death, just like the Qianshao Zuma back then. Haha. Cho's mother-in-law, who was far away in Sandan village, was very happy when she heard the report of her subordinates. When she laughed, her confidence trouble was always the little devil of the year. From that time on, Lee became her confidence trouble. It kept her up at night almost every day. At least let him leave an incurable dark disease. You don't want to go one step further. In the forest not far from the battle with Qianshao Huang, Uchiha Zhan led thousands of ninjas to stop Qianshao Moriwu's way. The Uchiha clan stared at the scarlet riding wheel eyes, and they all wanted to fight. Look! Seeing the appearance of such a ninja, Qianshao Simu's face turned green. He knew from the beginning that this was Lee's conspiracy, but what he didn't expect was that Lee's courage was so strong. Just to block it, he said to thousands of ninjas, this is going to be wiped out. Rebels of Uchiha, do you think you can defeat us with a lot of people? Don't be kidding. Senwu glared at Senju, and a huge chakra erupted on his body. It seems that Lee Kid's guess is right, the patriarch of the Qianshao clan really has the strength of the shadow. Uchiha Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not show panic. At this time, 10 Uchiha clansmen stood. Come out. To be able to break through Susanoo's defense. The place where he fought with Qianshao Huang was already in a mess, and the trees were destroyed. There was a deep pit dozens of meters wide where the 2 stood. Half of Susanoo's body was beaten. The hand-blooming wooden man was also missing half of his body, and was kneeling on Konoha's forehead, gasping for breath. Hey, what's up? The kaleidoscope of your Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope is nothing more than that. Susanoo, who is known as the strongest defense, has not been broken by me. Qianshao Huang took a deep breath, and then grinned. He is also full of miserable face now, his face is black, and a smear of blood hangs on his forehead. The aftermath of the battle is too strong. Although there are wooden figures to help resist, it is not as good as Susanoo's all-round defense. There is no refutation. The combat ability of Kaleidoscope Sharingan ranks first in the ninja world, but the vitality of Mudan users is very tenacious, and the chakra is more than that of the Uchiha family. This advantage makes up for the attack power of the Kaleidoscope. Disadvantage: in the battle between Madara and Hashima, Madara fell to the ground in the end. This is not because Madara's strength is not as good as Hashima, but the resilience of Hashima, who has the body of an immortal, is too strong, which is commonly known as the undead. Like Xiao Qiang, as 2 people of equal strength, Xiao Qiang's vitality allowed him to win the final victory. Today's Lee is similar to Qianshao Huang. In terms of resilience and chakra, Lee is not as good as Qianshao Huang, who transplanted the first generation of Hokage cells, but on the other hand, the attack power of Kaleidoscope Shaker is stronger than Qianshao Huang. The Mudan is very powerful, so the 2 of them should say no winners or losers until now. Call. Lee will disperse Susanoo. Since it has been broken, there is no point in fighting like this. Next, you have to start the move. Thinking of this, Lee pulls out Murasame from his waist and quickly rushes towards a thousand hands Huang. Good job! Qianshao Huang grinned, jumped off the wooden figurine, pulled out the short knife around his waist, and also rushed towards Lee. When the collision of the knife and the knife, the strength of the 2 is not much different. After a few fights, Qin Xiaohuang's left hand quickly formed a seal, and a few wooden sticks drilled out from Li's feet and hit his chin. Boring. Li Chu stepped back, dodging the attack of the wooden sticks, also with a left-hand seal. Fire done, the art of fireball. The huge fireball directly smashed the wooden strips, and then burned them. At this time, the whole forest was already raging. The black Amaterasu flames shot into the sky and continued to burn. Li also felt a little uncomfortable. When? In this sea of fire, the knives in the hands of the two kept touching each other, and they licked the sparks. A gap appears. Writing round eyes. After staggering Qin Xiaohuang's short knife, Li Abuli stood in front of him, and the three-goose jade writing wheel glared at Qin Xiaohuang's eyes. Qin Xiaohuang's face suddenly became numb, and when he saw this, he directly slashed at Qin Xiaohuang. Neck. When? Seeing that he was about to slash, Qian Xiaohuang, who had a numb face, suddenly separated from Li's knife with a huge knife. Several tree stalks broke out from the ground and hit Li's abdomen directly, knocking him back a few steps. Qin Xiaohuang saw this, a hint of insult appeared on the corner of his mouth. He reached out and took off the blindfold of his left eye, and a scarlet writing wheel eye appeared in Qin Xiaohuang's left eye. I lied to you, this writing wheel eye is specially transplanted to resist the illusions of your Uchiha clan, and with the cells of the first Hokage, I can easily control this writing wheel eye. Qian Xiaohuang pulled it. Eyelids, scarlet eyes, and 3 guyu are quietly placed in the pupils. The people of the Qian Xiao clan actually transplanted my Uchiha clan's writing wheel eye. Is it in your heart that the wood dungeon of Qian Xiao Zuma can't match the writing wheel eye of my Uchiha clan? Li patted his abdomen, he said disdainfully, although he was just hit by a few wooden sticks, but at the critical moment, Li retreated a few points, so the attack power that fell on Li was less than 1/10 of the actual attack power. Same. Haha, you didn't understand what I said? I have the cells of the first Hokage, and I can control the writing wheel very well. Doesn't this mean that your Uchiha family will always be trampled under the feet by the power of my thousand-hand family? Ha ha. Qin Xiaohuang raised his head and laughed loudly, then kicked his feet and rushed towards Li. I'm not ashamed, I don't talk about you being slashed under the knife today, I will kill myself here. Li snorted coldly, his heart was full of fire. Talking to this crazy person is so fucking tired. Then just wait for suicide. When? The blades of the two people are nibbling together, and they compete with each other. At this point in the battle, the two of them have already hit a real fire, and they will never stop until they kill each other. Forgot to tell you one thing, my writing wheel eye is not as simple as just 3 hooks. At this time, Qian Xiaohuang suddenly showed a smile, and the 3 hooks in the left eye were rotated to form a circle. Intricate pattern of multiple line shapes. Wear and kill. As the kaleidoscope of Qin Xiaohuang's left eye rotated, 3 sharp black thorns appeared in his pupils, stabbing them directly at Li's forehead. Noisy. 3 black thorns thick with fingers passed through Li's forehead, and then stabbed into the soil behind, but there was no blood splashing as expected. Sharing eye is the bloodline of my Uchiha clan. Even if you, an outsider, got the kaleidoscope by chance, but outsiders are always outsiders, you can never really understand how strong the pupil technique of kaleidoscope is. Big. Li grinned, took a step forward, and passed through Qian Xiaohuang's body. Noisy. Qin Xiaohuang's eyes suddenly burst, and he looked down at his abdomen, where the tip of the knife was dripping with scarlet blood. That was just now. Qian Xiaohuang was puzzled, why the Shirwan situation was lost at the last moment. What is the ninjutsu that can shuttle other people's bodies? This is another pupil technique of my kaleidoscope Sharingan, a pupil technique you have never seen before, it's called Shinwei. Li sneered and pulled out Murakami, another blood-splattered. Qian Xiaohuang staggered forward 2 steps, and then fell to the ground with his face on the ground. This time, I've lost. After saying this, Qin Xiaohuang's eyes suddenly burst, and around his heart, circles of black incantations were like an invisible big hand directly pinching his heart, and then pinching it. This time, no one could save him. The moment his heart was broken, Qian Xiaohuang also lost his voice. Is this the primary cell? There are so many transplants. After cutting Qin Xiaohuang's clothes, Li soon saw that the left half of Qin Xiaohuang's body was almost completely pale, which was obviously the symptoms after the first-generation cells were transplanted. Although it was immoral to abuse the corpse, Li Kei didn't care about it too much. I directly used Murakami to cut off the entire left half of Qian Xiaohuang's body, and then put it in the Shinwei space. This first-generation cell may be useful to me, and I can't say that I can still have a life-saving hole card in the future. After cutting the first-generation cells, Li squatted down again and dug out Qin Xiaohuang's left eye. This eye is a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. If you guessed correctly, the pupil surgery where this kaleidoscope writing wheel eye resides. It is a pupil technique that can generate metal. If you didn't have the skill of Shinwei just now, Li Kei would really be dead. This metal is generated directly from the eyes, and the speed can be compared with the eyes. In other words, the eyes can see in an instant. No matter how far, the pupil technique can be as fast as possible, but the only drawback is that the generation is a bit slow. Otherwise, there is no time to release the divine power. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing one of the special elites. The reward points are worth 100,000. Please pay attention to the host. Li Weiwei was a little surprised when she heard the system's notification sound. She didn't expect that killing Qin Xiaohuang would actually reward a full 100,000 points. New done in Kaleidoscope, Qian Xiaowang's strength is only at the level of Elite Junin, which is comparable to himself. The so-called special elite Jonin, I'm afraid it is Qian Xiaohuang who has the limit of blood. Li nodded, although this Qian Xiaohuang is only the strength of the elite Jonin, but relying on New done in Kaleidoscope, even if it is a shadow level it is not an opponent. Just like Li, his current chakra is also an elite shinobi level, but during the battle in the Valley of the End, he directly defeated the two shadow rank of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Therefore, Li is also a special elite Jonin type. A special raises Qian Xiaowang's worth by 90,000, which is not bad, but it depends on how special it is. If it is just an elite Junin with an ordinary bloodline limit, the points value cannot be as high as 100,000. According to Li's estimate, the special elite Junin like the corpse bone vein, the point value is probably only about 50,000 at most. Of course, this is only Li's guess. It's almost time to go to another battlefield. After finishing everything, a vortex appeared in his left eye, and Qian Xiaohuang, who had only half of his body and a head left, was directly sucked into the Shinwei space, and then he also entered the vortex. Using the power of the gods to hurry, nothing is faster than this. What the hell is going on with these 10 monsters? How can chakra keep flowing? Kinju Mori kicked away a Uchiha clan who was covered in red chakra, and hurriedly escaped the siege of 10 people. Of the 200 people, only a few dozen are still standing, and they are still wounded. On the other hand, on Uchiha's side, only a dozen people were killed or injured. The difference in the number of people is too serious. It is 5 to fight around 1. This kind of play, even if the people of the Thousand Hands clan are powerful, they will have to hate them. Haha, Qian Xiao Xingyu, you should be obedient and capture it. Struggling will only exacerbate the pain of your death. Wearing dark red armor, Uchiha Zhan laughed high-spiritedly at Qian Xiao Moriwu. This battle was the happiest battle of all. Seeing the Qian Xiao clan keep falling in a pool of blood, this feeling is too overwhelming. He was relieved, and finally let out a bad breath. Qian Xiao Moriwu had a sad face, looking at all the ninjas from the Uchiha clan and the Grass clan in all directions. Qian Xiao Moriwu had a pained expression on his face, and his teeth itched for Li. He knew from the beginning that this was Li as a trick to lure the enemy. He even thought that Li would definitely send someone to stop them, so Qian Xiao Sen brought 200 people with him just in case. Li actually dispatched 1,000 ninjas directly. This is not a ninja war. Who would have thought that Li would be so crazy? What? The last Qian Xiao tribe fell to the ground and lost his life forever. The entire forest, hundreds of meters in radius, has lost a complete tree, and fires are burning everywhere, and thick smoke fills the whole sky. The Uchiha clan are experts in using fire, and fighting in the forest is almost as powerful as a tiger. Boom! A thunderstorm sounded in the hazy sky filled with delays, dark clouds surged, and a heavy rain fell in a short while. The trees that were still burning were watered by the rain, the flames above gradually began to extinguish, and more smoke rose. In the sky, the dark clouds seemed to be thicker, and the rain became more violent. The blood mixed with the rain was flowing on the soil, and if you took a breath, you could smell the disgusting thick bloody smell. The heavy rain poured down and fell on everyone, but at this time no one cared about this, and only the last enemy was left in their eyes, Qian Xiao Xingyu. Shaker's eyes are like the eyes of a demon, scarlet and terrifying, and the faces of the Uchiha clan members are excited. To be able to defeat their mortal opponents like this is definitely a great joy for Uchiha. You can't stop me. Next time, I will definitely kill you traitors. Qian Xiao Xingyu had a gloomy face and just wanted to turn away, but at this moment, the space in front of him suddenly twisted and gradually formed a vortex. A corpse flew out of the vortex and landed at Qian Xiao Xingyu's feet. Seeing this corpse, Qian Xiao Sen was stunned, and then reacted, with a hint of pain on his face, raised his head and shouted, "Uchiha, my Qian Xiao family will never let you go, Uchiha, absolutely not." After roaring, Qian Xiao Xingyu didn't care about Qian Xiao Wang's corpse, and directly used the instant body technique to disappear. This is a ninja. In order to save life, even the corpse of his own son must be abandoned. Of course, the most important thing is, the half of Qian Xiao Wang's body that was fused with the first-generation cells is gone. If you insist on carrying such a worthless corpse, it will only slow down the speed of escape. Qian Xiao Xingyu still has a family to support. It is impossible. Go on an adventure for a corpse. Before Qian Xiao Mori disappeared, a whirlpool also appeared beside Uchiha, and soon, Li's figure appeared next to Uchiha. No need, a shadow-level powerhouse wants to run away, no one can catch up. Li shook his head and said lightly, he didn't want to kill Qian Xiao Xingyu in the first place. Qin Xiaohuang was his goal. Now that Qin Xiaohuang is dead, the Qian Xiao family is like a tiger that has lost its teeth. It only has claws and can't be a threat. The battle ended with Uchiha's victory. After each shinobi village got the news, they all gasped. The 200 tribesmen sent by the Qianshao family were all wiped out, and even the patriarch fled in embarrassment. What they were afraid of was that the Mudun of the Qianshao clan was defeated by Uchiha Li's kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Could it be that this kaleidoscope riding wheel eye is really so powerful? What shocked them even more was that Uchiha Li sent out all the ninjas in Ghost Lantern City. In other words, Ghost Lantern City was an empty city at that time. In other words, it was a dog, as long as it could cross the mountains and mountains. It can also occupy the Ghost Lamp City. Of course, such a statement is a bit exaggerated. After all, there are Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto and Maitreya in it. The three of them will not be able to beat even a dog, but it is undeniable that all the forces are sent out to fight. This way no one dares to do crazy things. Even if it is the 5 major ninja villages, no matter how crazy they are, they will leave half of the ninjas to stay in the village. I have to say that Uchiha is crazy. In order to completely kill the enemy, even the slightest the strength is not spared, and it has fully demonstrated what is called the lion fighting the rabbit, and it still needs all the strength. The 5 major villages were panicked by Li's approach. Only so high, the power in the clan is limited, but what about the future? Who can guarantee that Li will not become the next Uchiha Madara? If you ask the ninja world who they were most afraid of back then, there is no doubt that the answer would be Madara Uchiha. Although Madara Uchiha lost to Senju Hajime in the final battle, he is still rational. He won't be rude, and he is benevolent, but Madara is different. He is a complete egoist, he always uses force, and he is also the kind of person who won't let you down if he doesn't beat you, and won't stop if he doesn't maim you. Are you afraid of an elephant that can't bite or a tiger that eats people? That kid Uchiha Li actually won, and he won so easily. In Sand Ninja Village, when Granny Cho received the news, her smug smile froze completely. She slumped on the chair helplessly, with an unbelievable expression on her face. The Senju clan was fighting against the Uchiha clan, and she hoped the most. It is both sides that lose both sides, and if it doesn't work, at least Uchiha Li has to be killed. But now, neither of these two goals has been achieved, and the Qianshao family has failed, and the failure is very complete. Not only the young patriarch, but also the patriarch. They also fled in embarrassment. Now the Ghost Lamp City can no longer be regarded as a small force. If you are not careful, even a large village will be swallowed up by them. Sister, we shouldn't have offended Uchiha so thoroughly. Hai Laozang sat on the side shaking his head, with a little regret. This was not a conscious discovery, but just realized the horror of the kaleidoscope shaker, and realized that they were the only ones back then. The horror of the half-height imp. Now Li's popularity in the ninja world is very high, close to that of Uchiha Madara back then, but for them, Uchiha Madara brought them fear, while Li brought them surprise and panic. In such an era, it is unbelievable that there is a genius who can compare with the Warring States period again. Although every ninja is reluctant to admit it, it is the truth. Stronger, but pale in comparison to Madara Uchiha and Kishao Hajime in those days, but now. Mission progress, 20%. After returning to Ghost Lantern City, Li checked the progress of his S-rank mission, and when he saw the data displayed above, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief. The first generation of cells, and there are still 100,000 points in kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes, and even 20% of the task has been completed, but don't underestimate this 20%, the completion of this task can be obtained. 1 million points is worth 20% now, which is 200,000 points, but it can't be withdrawn, so it should be deposited in the bank. I now have 450,000 points worth, which is far from redeeming the eternal kaleidoscope and the immortal body. This can be done in a hurry, but this first generation cell can be put to good use. In the study, Li pinched his chin and thought, his strength has not improved for a long time, although he seems to be very strong now, but as if there is no kaleidoscope riding wheel, he is just an elite jonin. Chakra is limited after all. Maintain the pupil technique of kaleidoscope shaking eye requires a huge amount of chakra and pupil power, but there is no need to worry about pupil power. The pupil power of kaleidoscope shaking eye is very powerful, but the key is chakra. Without chakra, no matter how much pupil power, it doesn't help. In the final analysis, pupil power is just a kind of strange energy, and it can only bring the chakra out of the body into the world in a certain form, such as Susanoo, which is to gather the huge chakra outside the body, and then use the pupil power to bring it into the world, shape it into shape, and then maintain it. In other words, the relationship between chakra and Tongli is like a wood and a construction worker. Chakra is wood, and Tongli is a construction worker. If you only have construction workers and no wood, you may even build a kennel. If you don't get up, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. Therefore, it is now necessary to refine more chakra and let oneself break through to the shadow level. Only in this way can a long battle be fought. However, Li's age limits the growth of chakra. He is not the reincarnation of Indra, nor the reincarnation of Azura. He is not comparable to Naruto Sasuke in the later period. He was born with a huge chakra. As a Uchiha clan, Li, although there are more chakras than ordinary people, but at the age of 12, the amount of chakra in the elite Junin has reached the limit. After all, each age group has a fixed amount of cells and cell size, and there are only so many chakras that can be extracted. This is thanks to the frequent use of life potions. Otherwise, it will not reach the current level. Kakashi is known as the first genius of Konoha, and he was barely able to become a jonin when he was 12 years old. If you want to increase the amount of chakra in a short period of time, the only way is to transplant the primary cells. Li Wei frowned. The transplant was no problem, but the transplanted area would be completely white, which looked a bit scary. It is not easy to be seen by Kushina and Mikato in the future. For now, only ask the system. Third generations of Hokage. If you hesitate any longer, you will be wiped out by Uchiha's rebels sooner or later. Their ambitions are very big, obviously not a mere Kusanagi village can satisfy them. Let's do it, so we must kill them before they have full legs. In Hokage's office, Senju Mori said to Sarutobi Hieizen with a gloomy face, and there were Hiroshi Uchiha and Uchiha's 3 elders next to him. How could he not know? But the key point is that he doesn't want to take the initiative to provoke a war. Other villages are still eyeing them. If Konoha moves a little bit, he may face a severe blow from other countries, especially the neighboring country's Sand Ninja Village, the country of wind. I have been greedy for Konoha for a long time. Senju Mori, you can call Uchiha away from them, but don't get involved with our Uchiha. They are judges, they are no longer worthy of the surname Uchiha. We Uchiha are not in your turn to say 3 things to an outsider like you. 4. One bite of a Uchiha rebel. This made Uchiha How very angry. Isn't this equal to scolding the entire Uchiha? Originally, he was not in the eye of Chien Shao, and now it is not disgusting and disgusting. When is Chien Shao seen you more? Humph. Tobira Masama used to say that the Uchiha family is an evil family. Today's rebellion has proved everything. Uchiha Lee will betray Konoha. Is it because you, the patriarch, are inappropriate? Said lightly. Now Uchiha is divided into 2, and the power left in Konoha can be described as very weak. At most it is only a medium-sized family, slightly better than the family like Zuladi and the others, but compared to the current Qianshao, it is a difference of 100,000 8,000 miles. Even if it is not divided into 2, after World War II, the strength of the Uchiha clan is no longer as good as the secret development of Qianshao, let alone after it is divided into 2. Kinju Mori didn't take the current Uchiha in his eyes at all. You, Uchiha Hiroshi's face flushed, but he couldn't say anything. Fight? He didn't dare. If he did it, Konoha would definitely stand on Kinshao's side, and even if Konoha was neutral, Uchiha wouldn't be able to beat Qianshao today. So ruthless? This is not something a patriarch would do. Seeing Uchiha Hiroshi shriveled, Qianshao Mori pouted his lips slightly, and felt a burst of joy in his heart, and Sarutobi Hieizen's eyes also flashed, and then he lowered his head, not knowing what it was. This patriarch is so mediocre, no wonder the first elder and the second elder will follow Lee Zaizi to judge Konoha. If you continue to follow this patriarch, the Uchiha family will be suppressed by Konoha and Qianshao sooner or later, and there may be a risk of extermination. What should I do? The third elder was also burning with anger on the side, but he was old and had a lot of things to think about. Looking at the current performance, the Uchiha family has been completely suppressed and can't lift their heads, which is not a good sign. 3 generations of Hokage, it's better for you to decide this matter quickly. My Senju family is ready at any time, just waiting for your decision. When Konoha, who has thousands of hands, will attack Kusanagi village, Uchiha will leave. It's useless to be powerful. Seeing that Sarutobi Hizen hadn't made a decision, Semiya couldn't help urging him aloud. Lord Kaze Kage, the atmosphere in Konoha is a bit weird now. It looks like it's going to go to war with Kusanagi village. Do you see us? In the meeting room of Sand Ninja Village, more than a dozen old guys gathered again and sat around the conference table. In the middle sat the 3 generations of Kaze Kage, who was known as the strongest 3 generations of Kaze Kage in history. Is it another ninja war after many years? Kaze Kage squinted his eyes slightly, and then said lightly, now Konoha has become a mess. Previously, Uchiha Lee led half of the Uchiha clan to leave Konoha, causing the Konoha's strength has been greatly reduced, and his reputation has also been severely hit. Later, the Qianshao clan was born and entered Konoha. On the surface, Konoha's strength has increased a lot, but it is not the case. Deep, and his eyes are higher than the top, he looks down on other families. Even the former Uchiha is not as good as before, unable to compete with him. The whole Konoha, Qianshao seems to have become the dominant family, but because they have been hidden for many years, people don't have much affection for them, so they will definitely not be used to their arrogant appearance, and the rest of the big families don't want a family like Qianshao to appear in Konoha riding on their heads. Hee. Speaking of this, the 3 generations of Wind Shadow smiled strangely. This is truly an unprecedented chaos. If there is a chance, the many families of Konoha will immediately fall apart and become their own kings. What does Lord Fengying mean? Granny Cho frowned slightly. She is more impatient. Although she understands the meaning of the 3 generations of Fengying, who knows when this opportunity will come. Let's watch first. When Konoha leaves Uchiha, we will attack Konoha from Kikyo Castle. At that time, there will be a good show to watch. Sande Fengying smiled slightly, obviously in a good mood. Not only Sand Ninja Village, but other villages are also beginning to be restless. One by one, the shadows have held a large meeting to analyze the current situation of Konoha. Among them, Yan Ninja and Yun Nin are the most active, while the Fog Shadow is very quiet, lurking in the mist like a poisonous snake, ready to jump out and bite the enemy at any time. Some small villages and small countries also smelled a different kind of breath. They had experienced this kind of breath before. They began to close the village gates one by one, and they did not want to get involved in the battle between the big villages. Some oil. System, is there a way for me to perfectly fuse these primary cells? In Ghost Lantern City, Lee didn't seem to notice the aura of the outside world. He was still studying the first generation cells. After thinking of many methods, he finally decided to use the system. Yes, as long as you pay 400,000 points worth, I can help you to perfectly fuse these first generation cells and achieve a semi-immortal body. The body of a half-immortal? What do you mean? Lee frowned slightly. Literally, the so-called half-immortal body can only enhance your physical fitness and increase your chakra volume. Of course, you can also use the basic wooden escape method, but you can't use the immortal mode, and you can exchange it next time. When it comes to the body of an immortal, you only need 1 million points. Could it be that the value of these first-generation cells is only 100,000 points? Lee's face turned dark. Now, 400,000 points are required for perfect fusion. In the future, it will take 1 million to exchange for a perfect body. The cost is 1.4 million. After all, it only reduces the value of 100,000 points. This first-generation cell is too worthless. Host, your vision is too short-sighted. If you go out to buy things, you can buy 10 at a time, which can be somewhat cheaper, but if you buy them separately, it will cost more.